The official story is that Zhang's second son and your brother-in-law got their jobs because there was an opening and they applied. But what kind of jobs are these? These are real, public grain, secure, official jobs. I know, that's why I respect Xiaowu's abilities. If he doesn't help little sis get a job, I was a bit sarcastic, but I really feel uncomfortable. When little sis married in, Xiaowu was just a kid. She helped take care of that family. Now he's doing well, but he deliberately lets his wife take care of his parents. Is that right? If he didn't have the ability, I wouldn't think twice. Huang Yaogua held back their father, who was about to explode, and quietly said to his brother, "You say he's doing well, but does he have a job now? You say he's making your sister take care of his parents, but the in-laws have been kept in the county by the couple and not allowed to leave." Big brother, I've dealt with Xiaowu the most. He was sharp as a tack even as a kid. He never leaves himself open to criticism. Your reasoning doesn't hold up. Don't forget, little sis is a daughter-in-law first, then a sister-in-law. It's her duty to care for the elders and her husband's siblings. And how do you know Xiaowu is deliberately not helping his two sisters-in-law get jobs? If little sis doesn't go back to the city, what about Shizi and the others going to school in the county next year? It's fine for them to stay with her for a short while, but who wants to support them long-term? No matter how kind he is, he won't let his precious wife look after a bunch of nephews and nieces. Am I right? I've never worried about little sis getting a job. What I worry about is that the longer it drags on, the harder it'll be to find work. Several of my colleagues' wives still don't have jobs, not even temporary ones. There are only so many jobs in the county, and they're all filled. Who knows when an opening will come up? So, what should we do? If Xiaowu's mother tells him, then. Huang Yaogua smiled and shook his head. Dad, let's just eat early and go visit Xiaowu's house tonight. You and his father can chat, and big brother, and I can say we were worried his mother-in-law might be upset, so we came to check in. That way, it'll be fine. Their family is easy to get along with, and Xiaowu isn't the petty type. Besides, our two families have always been close. Father Huang nodded. It was better to clear the air sooner. Some things, once talked out, wouldn't fester. After all, his little girl was still living under her mother-in-law's roof. After work, Zhang Guoqing rode his bike and brought some wine to visit Huang Yaozing's house. After the family finished dinner, when the son-in-law suggested picking up the child, Father Huang took the opportunity to ask him to take them to Zhang Guoqing's house to visit their in-laws. When they arrived at Zhang Guoqing's courtyard, Father Huang saw that the gate wasn't locked, so he pushed it open and walked in, calling out for Zhang's father and mother. Hearing voices from the kitchen, Zhou Jiao came out curiously and saw it was her sister-in-law's family. She immediately understood they had come to apologize and make amends. "Come on in, my dad's listening to opera." "It's loud, he definitely can't hear anything outside." "Big brother, dad and mom are in the living room. Take the in-laws in." Huang Suilon quietly moved to Zhou Jiao's side, and seeing her family enter the living room, she took Zhou Jiao's hand and said, Jiao, I'm in trouble. Mom's angry. Please help me." Zhou Jiao followed her into the kitchen and asked curiously, "Mom doesn't seem angry at all. What's going on? Are you overthinking it?" Huang Suilon whispered in her ear, "My brother saw Mom buying defective goods and joked, 'How could Xiaowu let you buy those?' Mom probably thought he was mocking Xiaowu and got angry." Zhou Jiao hadn't expected this. She squinted and smiled. "Sister-in-law, you scared me. I thought it was something serious." "Just a joke. How could Mom get mad over that? You know what she's like, she's broad-minded. Don't worry. She's been smiling since she got back." "You're overthinking it." "Angry?" Of course she was. If it were just a casual joke, her mother-in-law wouldn't be upset. But the tone and attitude matter most. The real issue was probably that her mother-in-law felt her eldest daughter-in-law wasn't thinking about the Zhang family. She didn't care about family interests. That was the crux of it. Zhou Jiao had no intention of getting involved in this mother-in-law/daughter-in-law spat. What did it have to do with her? See, it's easy to share hardship, but hard to share prosperity. The more you do, the more mistakes you make. She never dared to treat others with complete sincerity. This was reality. Huang Suilon relaxed a lot after hearing Zhou Jiao's words. She glanced at the pot, noticing a small bowl of pear soup steaming inside, and asked curiously, "Jiao Jiao, who's that for?" "Dad loves to smoke, right? I noticed he started coughing last night, so I thought I'd try this and see if it helps." Normally, she'd make a big pot, but now she wasn't interested. Especially since, after coming in, no one mentioned not inviting her to buy defective goods. Zhou Jiao didn't care about material things, but she considered herself an ordinary person. What mattered to her was the sentiment. "Oh, should I bring it out?" "It's too hot. I'll do it for you." Without waiting for Zhou Jiao's response, Huang Suilon picked up the bowl, set it on a tray, and headed out. Zhou Jiao narrowed her eyes slightly and followed her into the living room with a smile. "It's nothing, just a joke. Who would take it seriously? You in-laws should stay in the city for a few days this time. I'll take you to meet some old fellows. Every morning they exercise not far from here. They're a fun bunch, from all walks of life. I'm not used to it here. I'll go back tomorrow. You're still young, but I'm really getting old. Too many people in the city, too noisy. Home is more comfortable. If I don't walk around the village every day, I feel empty inside." Zhou Jiao went back to her bedroom and leaned against the kang, listening to the conversation outside. She zoned out for a while, then sat up and took out a packet of embroidery thread, spreading it out on the kang. Zhang Guoqing had gone all the way to the provincial capital to ask Zhao Chuangang and his wife for help getting this thread. If it weren't for Huang Huimin's connections, she wouldn't have been able to collect it all. Splitting thread might be boring for others, but Zhou Jiao enjoyed it. Whenever she was upset, she'd sit and split thread, focusing completely and forgetting everything else. When she got tired, she'd lie down and sleep. The next day was a new beginning. As a child, when she was sad or upset, she'd grab a handful of thread and go to the small ancestral hall, slowly splitting it. Watching the fine threads appear in her hands, it was as if her sadness and pain were being unraveled. She'd keep at it until night fell, her eyes grew tired, her mind relaxed, and the sadness faded away. Now, holding the thread again, Zhou Jiao closed her eyes and calmed herself for a moment before moving quickly. Maybe it was habit, her fingers moved instinctively. Gradually, the thread in her hands split into 4 strands, then 8. When Zhang Guoqing came back with his mother and child after seeing the guests off, he saw the scene. The kang was covered with colorful threads of varying thickness. Zhou Jiao sat in the middle like a meditating monk, her fingers flying, eyes half closed, completely unaware they'd entered. At that moment, he remembered how, after coming back from her parents' house, Zhou Jiao would stay in the study, practicing calligraphy nonstop, from cursive to regular script. He'd upset her again. Zhang's mother grabbed her son, not daring to make a sound. She didn't know sew embroidery, but she could do simple patterns. She knew better than to interrupt. This was what elders called being entranced. Watching Zhou Jiao's hands move quickly, Zhang's mother closed her eyes, then opened them, not daring to look again. Now she understood why Zhou Jiao kept her skills hidden. If, in the early years, Wang Zhaodi had seen this, she would have made Zhou Jiao embroider for money day and night. She didn't even need to see the finished work. Just from her thread-splitting technique, it was clear Zhou Jiao wasn't just skilled, she was a master. Zhang Guoqing, seeing his son was hungry, tiptoed to the kang and started humming a tune Zhou Jiao often sang to their son. Zhou Jiao snapped out of it, quickly finished the last strand, and let out a long breath. She smiled in relief. "Mom, why didn't you call me? Have the guests left?" "They just left. Your sister-in-law came to check on you, but said you were so focused on splitting thread, she didn't want to disturb you." Zhou Jiao didn't bother tidying up, jumped off the kang, wiped her hands with a wet towel, and took her son. "Mom, there are still buns in the stove. You and Dad remember to eat. Did Dad drink the pear soup? See if he's feeling better. He should keep drinking it tomorrow." Zhang's mother, knowing Zhou Jiao was shy, smiled and said, "Got it. If you're fine, I'll go rest. Remember to sleep early and don't work too late. Don't split thread at night, it's bad for your eyes." Zhou Jiao turned and said, "Okay, I'll listen to you." Zhang Guoqing didn't dare touch the thread on the kang. After the baby was fed, he took him and said, "Embroidery is too much work. Maybe you should give it up." Zhou Jiao shot him a playful look. She'd already finished splitting the thread. Why would she be afraid of embroidering small items? She still needed to perfect the draft for the portrait she was working on. Time was tight, so she'd have to make it smaller, which made the draft even more important. Zhang Guoqing checked the doors, windows, and kitchen, made sure everything was safe, added some firewood, and returned to the bedroom. "Jiao Jiao, aren't you curious what Huang Yaozong said to Mom that made her mad? Don't you want to know why they came tonight?" Zhou Jiao was already sleepy on the king. What did any of this have to do with her? Seeing his interest, she played along. "Oh, sister-in-law told me, it was just a joke. Their real purpose was to use you." Huang Yaogua has really learned a thing or two. Every sentence tonight had a hidden meaning. "Did your sister-in-law say anything else?" Zhou Jiao looked at him, thinking about how best to put it. With Zhang Guofu in the middle, there were things she didn't want to say outright. Seeing him busy arranging things for others every day, she really didn't want to pour cold water on him. But sometimes, the ones who hurt you most are those closest to you. Looking at the man in front of her, she sighed inwardly. "Here's my advice. Let's put an end to the Zhang family's affairs. Start keeping to ourselves, focus on self-cultivation. Other than collecting major supplies, minimize contact with others, no matter who they are. In a couple of days, when Mom and Dad go back, we'll shut the door. Starting tomorrow, I won't go out. I'll focus on catching up on the year I lost for this exam." Zhang Guoqing smiled at her. Looks like Zhou Jiao was finally fed up with all these people and their issues. He'd been waiting for her to say this. He didn't need her reminder, he already knew. The village was safe, his parents were healthy, and his brothers' families had savings and jobs. He'd done enough for the original family. Aside from caring for his parents in their old age, the rest was no longer his responsibility. Tonight, Huang Yaogua kept trying to cozy up, hinting that he wanted Zhang Guoqing's help, but why should he? Day by day, time passed. With Zhang's father and mother staying in the village, the little courtyard in the county town returned to its peaceful routine. After a period of review, Zhang Guoqing and his wife were about to face their very first exam since coming to this world. Last night, a heavy snowfall had blanketed the 3 snowmen in the yard. Now, Zhang Guoqing was carefully brushing away the snow to reveal their original shapes. These 3 snowmen were the result of an entire afternoon's work by him and Zhou Jiao yesterday. Suddenly, there was a knock at the gate, followed by Zhao Yuanyuan's loud voice echoing through the yard. Zhang Guoqing glanced at the time and rolled his eyes to the sky. This girl had really latched onto their family, especially his wife and son. What best friends, what girl talk, he found it all so annoying. "Stop yelling and come in already. It's still early for school. Why do you get up so early anyway?" Zhao Yuanyu shot him a look and hurried toward the main house, calling out as she walked, "My mom told me to remind you to bring your grain ration book to the grain station tomorrow. Don't forget it like last time. How could you be so absent-minded? You even forgot to collect your monthly rations. And don't forget to order half a pound of milk for Ping'an, just enough for Jiao Jiao to drink. Don't let anyone else take it." "Old nag," Zhang Guoqing muttered under his breath as she entered the living room. He really had forgotten to collect the rations the first time, and if it hadn't been for Auntie Wang from the neighborhood committee, he would have missed out. With the ration book, he and Zhou Jiao each got a quota of 20 jin of grain, plus 7 jin for their son, less than 70 jin in total. And aside from 3 jin of white flour and 1 jin of rice each, the rest was all semi-processed cornmeal and dried sweet potatoes. After buying it from the grain store, they still had to take it to a processing point. Too bad his eldest brother's grain store wasn't in this neighborhood. Last time, he'd braved the snow and queued for over 6 hours, nearly freezing solid. This month, he'd already arranged with the neighbors to go together. "The milk is already ordered. Why are you here so early? Have you eaten?" Zhou Jiao emerged, having heard Zhao Yuanyuan's voice. Even Ping'an was used to her loudness by now. "Not yet. I'll tell Aunt Fen to make less. Lynn and the others will bring buns later." With that, Zhao Yuanyuan dashed off to the kitchen. The Anfern she mentioned was a distant cousin of Zhao Dashan, so distant they'd only met once in 8 generations. She'd lost her husband young and raised a posthumous son alone. Now, her son was at university in the provincial capital with Zhao Hongjun, leaving her all alone back home. This time, Zhao Dashan had gone back to his hometown in the neighboring province to visit his parents. Seeing her, he remembered her son was in the provincial capital, and after talking it over, brought her to Zhang Guoqing's house to help out. Outwardly, they said she was Zhou Jiao's cousin, here to help look after the child. Privately, they agreed she'd help out temporarily, and if things worked out, her future would be decided when her son came home for the holidays. If all went well, she'd stay with Zhang Guoqing's family until they returned to Beijing, at least until her son started working. She'd been here a week now, and Zhou Jiao was quite satisfied. She was efficient, discreet, and knew how to read the room. She and Zhang Guoqing had already discussed it with Zhao Dashan. No mention of salary, but a lump sum at the end of the year as compensation. Anfin liked it here, too, her own room, no worries about food or clothing. Plus, Zhao Dashan had said her son could stay here during the holidays. She'd also get 2 days off each month to visit her son in the provincial capital. Anfin came out of the kitchen and said, "All right, I heard you. There's still white flour left from last time. Next time, tell them not to buy from outside. If they want to eat something, I'll make it." For the past 2 weekends, Li Qinglin and Zhang Yuntao, together with Zhao Yuanyuan, had used improving their lives and grades as an excuse to stay at the courtyard instead of going home. Zhang Guoqing and Zhou Jiao didn't mind. They brought their own rice and vegetables and couldn't be chased away even if you tried. Less than half an hour later, Li Qinglin and the others burst in, shouting about the cold as they rushed into the yard. When they saw the snowmen, they burst out laughing. In high spirits, they tossed their buns to Anfin and, together with Hao Yuanyuan, grabbed iron shovels from the shed and started building more snowmen. "Stop playing and eat up, you'll be late for school," Anfin called out, seeing the porridge ready and the buns getting cold, so she had to go out to the yard herself. After breakfast, with the child left in Anfin's care, Zhang Guoqing and the others set off for school. The county high school was just a 10-minute walk straight across the road from the courtyard. On the way, Zhang Yunao kept winking at Li Qinglin, and the two of them burst out laughing now and then. Before they even reached the school gates, they saw a crowd of classmates who had moved up to high school gathered at the entrance. As soon as they spotted Zhang Guoqing and the others, everyone swarmed over. Zhang Guoqing smiled and said, "Are you here for the excitement, or to welcome us back to school? Xiao Wu, you two are something else, not even telling us you were coming back. And Linzi and Taozi, you didn't take us along, just ran off early. You all better watch out. Brother Xiao Wu, you're our junior now. Tell us how you feel. Yeah, come on, say something. Call us Big Brother." Nothing much to say, except I'd like to get to the classroom. Aren't you all cold? Zhang Guoqing looked at everyone shivering. Where did they get the energy to mess around? It's freezing. If it weren't to see if you really came back, nothing could have dragged me out here, a classmate said, pulling Zhang Guoqing inside. A short boy, unable to squeeze in, shouted anxiously, "Don't go to the wrong place. Remember, the principal said to see him first." Haha, let's go to the old spot first. A girl in a black padded jacket came running up, calling out, "Jiao Jiao Yuan Yuan, hurry to the classroom. Our homeroom teacher and the principal are waiting for everyone. Hurry up." Zhao Yuanyuan grabbed Zhou Jiao and dragged her forward, shouting, "Meow meow, is it time?" Ding Qing Miao, panting, pointed to the classroom behind her and said, "The principal's waiting for them. Hurry up." Zhou Jiao finally steadied herself and glanced back at Zhang Guoqing. By rights, the two of them should have gone to the first-year homeroom teacher. "We'll see the principal first, then the teacher." Zhang Guoqing guessed that since they'd visited the old principal a few days ago about skipping a grade, he'd arranged for them to take the exam in their original class. "Hello, principal." "Hello, teacher." As soon as they entered the classroom, they saw the old principal and teachers waiting at the door. The old principal smiled at the two of them. "Have you made up your minds?" Zhang Guoqing knew he was referring to the grade skipping and nodded seriously. The 2 seats at the very front are reserved for you. Do your best these next 2 days. Try to pass in one go. The exam schedule has been arranged with the proctors. I'll be waiting for your good news." With that, the old principal smiled and left with his hands behind his back. He planned to stay until the results were out. He wanted to see what surprises these 2 would bring him. The 2 days of exams finally passed. Taking all 6 subjects for both first and second year in one go was no problem for Zhang Guoqing and Zhou Jiao. After the exams, Zhou Jiao began preparing gifts and packing. This time, with Zhang's parents looking after the village house and Aunt Fern and her son taking care of things here, everything was arranged. They wouldn't be back until after the new year, so she needed to prepare New Year's gifts as well. Besides the Chung family in Beijing, she had to handle things with the old lady and clan leader's grandson in Zhou Jiao village in the next couple of days. Her father had already sent 2 telegrams asking when she'd set out. In the provincial capital, Zhao Chuanguang and his wife were sending things every few days, urging their family to come stay with them as soon as possible. "With all this snow, you don't need to go to the village. I'll go this afternoon to talk to my parents, then head to Zhou Jiao village to deliver gifts," Zhang Guoqing said as soon as he came in, seeing her holding her sheepskin coat, and quickly stopped her. Zhou Jiao hesitated, then shook her head. "I still have to go myself. You can go to Zhou Jiao village, I don't plan to. But I must see my parents. We'll be gone at least a month, and I need to tell them to come to the county town often while we're away. The sooner we leave, the sooner we'll be back." "No need. Dad already had Big Brother bring a message. He and Mom will come see us before we leave, so we don't need to go back. I'm just worried about our house in the village, so I'll go check and deliver the gifts." "Even better, no need to go back in this heavy snow." Zhou Jiao handed him the gifts, watched him leave in the carriage, then returned to her room to check her notes. They could set out in 3 days. Zhang Guoqing was back in less than 2 hours. "Dad said not to send the gifts yet, let him handle it. We should minimize contact with the old Zhou family. If I deliver them, they'll just latch onto us. As for the old clan leader, he'll deliver the gifts himself." Zhou Jiao nodded. It was best to let her parents-in-law handle it. They were more experienced in these matters. On the day they'd agreed to leave, Zhang's father and mother brought gifts for Zhou Shao and returned to the county town the night before. Early in the morning, Zhao Chuanguang and his wife arrived with a brand new car and a military vehicle. Zhou Jiao couldn't help but laugh when she saw her godmother take out 4 or 5 hot water bottles and hand warmers from the car. For the sake of the child, Zhang Guoqing and his parents had packed every heating item in the house. Now, with everything loaded, there was barely room for people. Zhang Guoqing wrapped his son tightly in his coat. Once they were settled in the car and the temperature was comfortable, he peeked at his son, who was sound asleep, and breathed a sigh of relief. "Don't worry. Godfather's got it all sorted. You'll be warm all the way to Beijing. Your dad's been calling every day with all sorts of crazy ideas. He may be smart, but when it comes to this, he can't beat me," Zhao Chuanguang said with a laugh. His cousin always had wild ideas. "Godmother, you and Godfather really went to a lot of trouble this time." "Thank you both," Zhou Jiao said as she got in the car, just in time to hear this. "No need to thank me. In-laws, you'd better go inside. We're leaving now. We'll see them onto the train tomorrow. Don't worry, everything's arranged. We'll send a telegram as soon as they arrive in Beijing. Close the window, or all the heat will escape. I won't keep you, travel safely. Xiao Wu, don't fall asleep on the train, watch the child." As the car drove off, they could still see Zhang's parents standing at the gate. Zhang Guoqing looked back uneasily, but soon their figures were out of sight. It would be the end of the new year before they saw them again. Would they keep working? Would they be bullied while he was away? The desire to care for your parents, but they're not there to wait, he still had to make sure their lives were arranged. Zhou Jiao patted his hand and smiled at him. After the new year, it would be 1958. In the past few days, the papers had already published new editorials. The wheels of history were turning. This year, many units would recruit rural temp workers, bringing a wave of rural households into the cities. In 2 or 3 years, the cities would be streamlined again, and these people would be sent back to the countryside. She figured her two sisters-in-law wouldn't need help from her or Zhang Guoqing to find work. They could handle it themselves. Soon, the two eldest Zhang brothers would move to the county town, and Zhang's parents would follow. The problems Zhang Guoqing worried about would resolve themselves. As for whether the sisters-in-law would lose their jobs a few years later when the cities were streamlined again, that was a problem for the future. And, honestly, what did it have to do with her? Zhou Jiao looked out the train window at Zhao Chuangang and Huang Huimin, the couple waving goodbye, and felt deeply moved. Everything on this trip had been arranged with such care and attention to detail. From the moment she boarded the soft sleeper, she knew there was no need to say thank you anymore. She would just remember it in her heart. As the train slowly began to move, Zhou Jiao waved vigorously, shouting to the couple running alongside the platform, "Wait for us to come back." Yes, wait for her family to return. Since they treated her like their own daughter, she would do her best to be filial in return. Zhang Guoqing sighed. Dad really has a good eye. Godfather and godmother truly treat us like their own children. Yesterday at noon, when they arrived at the military family compound, they were greeted by two adorable and clever younger brothers. 15-year-old Zhao Liyang was steady and sharp, while 13-year-old Zhao Lihui was lively and cheerful. The boys gave the newly arrived sister and her family a warm welcome. Zhou Jiao genuinely liked the two brothers, generous, steady, and quick-witted. She watched them happily accept the jade pendants, put them on themselves, and cherish them. She realized she didn't feel any pain at all about giving such valuable gifts. She liked straightforward people, and seeing how naturally they treated her, she was even more satisfied. Yeah, last night, Godmother took out a box of jewelry and tried to give it to me. I was startled. Luckily, she and I have similar personalities. I told her it wasn't safe to carry them with me, and she just straightforwardly said she'd give them to me when I come back. I really like her way of doing things. She's got a great personality, never says one thing and means another. Maybe at first meeting she had some other thoughts, but now she really treats me well. Seeing how well their son was adapting, Zhang Guoqing felt much more at ease. Hearing Zhou Jiao talk about Huang Huimin, he couldn't help but chuckle. Similar personalities? They're exactly the same. His father-in-law always had a sharp eye for people. Just as he'd said, Huang Huimin and Zhou Jiao were both impatient with social niceties. The two of them hit it off right away, leaving the men behind to go shopping together. If it weren't for their son, the two women probably wouldn't even have come back for dinner. As Zhao's younger brother said, his sister really should have been their mother's biological daughter. Where did you and Godmother go shopping yesterday? Why didn't you buy anything? Zhang Guoqing asked curiously. He'd been kicked out of the room last night while the two women took Ping'an with them and hadn't had a chance to ask. We didn't plan to buy anything. Remember how, after those 4 aunts came over, a bunch of women showed up? Godmother secretly squeezed my hand and we slipped away at the first chance. She can drive, so she took me to look for calligraphy supplies, she said when she visited our study last time. She saw we were using poor quality stuff. She's got beautiful handwriting and good connections. She paid for everything yesterday, and when I tried to pay, she got mad. Next time we come back, remind me to bring her a gift. Later, she took me to the Friendship Mall. Other than some fabric, there wasn't much we liked. The more you get to know her, the more you realize she's a bit childish. As Zhou Jiao spoke, Zhang Guoqing kept busy with his hands. The temperature in the train compartment was high, so some food needed to be taken out. Besides Zhao Chuangang and his wife, for other uncles and aunts in the provincial capital had prepared lots of things for them. They probably didn't know about Zhao Chuangang's arrangements, so they brought all sorts of food and snacks. The train chugged along slowly, stopping at small stations along the way, sometimes waiting for other trains to pass. As they passed through several stations, Zhou Jiao noticed villagers selling local specialties by the windows. But perhaps because their carriage was special, vendors were kept at a distance and not allowed to approach. Whenever Zhou Jiao showed interest in the snacks being hawked at the stations, Zhang Guoqing would get off the train himself and go to the rear carriages to look for them. But after being repeatedly asked by enthusiastic staff to buy things for them as well, he lost interest. He reminded himself that he'd gotten on this train through connections, so it was best not to cause extra trouble for others. With the new year approaching, every stop was crowded with people getting on and off. Passing through the regular seat carriages, he saw many people sitting on the floor, leaning against bamboo baskets to rest. One comforting thing was that there were actually carriages reserved for the elderly and children. Along the way, he often saw staff helping the old and young, and when passengers had lots of luggage, the staff would step in to help. Outside the window, everything was a vast expanse of white, nothing much to see. Other than the staff, they didn't see any other passengers in their carriage, though there were voices from nearby compartments. For safety, the couple kept to themselves, had dinner, washed up early, and went to bed. 3 days later, the train's loudspeaker announced they were about to arrive. Zhang Guoqing and his wife both breathed a sigh of relief. It hadn't been easy, but they'd finally arrived. Hearing the cheers around her and thinking about seeing Zhou Jiao soon, Zhou Jiao was filled with excitement. When they arrived, it was too cold to open the windows. Zhang Guoqing told Zhou Jiao to stay in the compartment with the child while he got off first to look for their family. He was sure his father-in-law would come in person. The train was 2 hours late. He was probably worried sick by now. As soon as he got off, he saw Zhou Jiao and his wife waving at him with a security guard. "Where's Zhao Jiao? Was everything okay on the train?" Zhou Jiao asked as he hurried over to the carriage. Zhang Guoqing assured him everything was fine. He knew his father-in-law's attention was all on his precious daughter. Seeing that Zhou Jiao and his wife had already boarded, he stayed behind with the guard to unload the luggage. Zhou Jiao rushed forward and hugged his daughter, bursting out in hearty laughter. He quickly realized his coat was icy cold and worried about freezing her, so he let go, patted her head, and smiled. "Let's go home, it's warm there." Lynn shook her head with a smile, knowing the father and daughter would be glued together as soon as they met. Leaving them to their reunion, she hurried to the little bed, saw the child lying there quietly and well bundled up, and felt relieved. She didn't dare pick up the child herself, worried about exposing him to the cold. Anxiously, she called out, "Xiaowu, take care of Ping'an first. Forget about the luggage." Zhang Guoqing, the guard, and some helpful staff had just finished loading the luggage onto a cart. He didn't need his mother-in-law's reminder. He knew he'd been abandoned for his son once again. "Mom, I'll do it. You lead the way." Lynn saw Zhang Guoqing open his coat to hold Ping'an, then tuck a hot water bottle into the baby's quilt. She checked and felt reassured. Though Zhou Jiao kept chatting with his daughter, as soon as he saw the baby being carried off the train, he quickly pulled Zhou Jiao along behind. Once off the train, he wrapped Zhang Guoqing and his son in a military blanket and hurried them to a nearby car. Sitting in the car, Zhang Guoqing opened the blanket and saw his son immediately open his eyes and blow bubbles, making him burst out laughing. He hadn't expected his son to adapt so well. Zhou Jiao studied the child for a while, nodded in satisfaction, and said, "Our home isn't far, almost there. I've got everything ready, so the baby won't be cold at home. Your godfather did a great job this time." Just as Zhou Jiao was pulled into the car by Lynn, she heard her father praising Zhao Chuanggang. She glanced at the security guard driving in front, but in the end didn't say anything about not taking the soft sleeper next time. She was worried about the impression it might give. No matter how many reasons Zhao Chuanggang gave, she couldn't accept special treatment for no reason. She kept reminding herself she wasn't special. Didn't many people make sacrifices in the border regions? Besides, you never knew who might be watching, waiting to settle scores later. Zhou Jiao knew his daughter's temperament inside out. He didn't explain. He would always shield his Jiao so she could live as she pleased. He'd entered this complicated society at 15 and understood human nature all too well. If he couldn't protect his own daughter, he'd have wasted his life. At this moment, Zhou Jiao had no idea that his precious daughter was also busy building layers of protection for him so that he could live safely in the years to come. This father and daughter cared deeply for each other, always planning for one another's well-being. It had to be said, it was Zhou Jiao's good fortune and, even more so, Zhou Xiaozheng's luck. Nighttime in the capital had a charm all its own. Having lived in a remote corner for so long, seeing the familiar city again, even without the skyscrapers that would come later, reminded one that a metropolis is a metropolis. The weight of history felt especially palpable here. Unlike small county towns, where the streets emptied as soon as darkness fell, the capital's main roads were still bustling under the glow of streetlights. Buses, horse-drawn carriages, and crowds of people mingled together, giving December in the capital a festive, New Year's atmosphere. Driving along Chongping Street, their car soon arrived at the military compound. Zhang Guoqing stole a quick glance at the legendary military compound. It was just as he'd imagined. Once inside, the car slowed down. Lynn began pointing out the various buildings as they passed, introducing them to Zhang Guoqing. He learned that the Lin and Cheng families lived in the back courtyards, not far from the Zhou family. It seemed his father-in-law really had been promoted. He instinctively looked at Zhou Jiao, and sure enough, saw her brows knit slightly before she quickly composed herself and gazed calmly out the window. As soon as the car stopped at the gate, the Qing family's elderly couple and old Master Lin appeared first, smiling broadly. Behind them followed a group of family members from both the Cheng and Lin families. The moment old Madame Cheng saw the child in Zhang Guoqing's arms, she ignored the adults and pulled him inside. "Come in first. The child can't be left out in the cold." Zhang Guoqing gave everyone an apologetic smile and let himself be led into the living room by the old lady. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiao was ushering Zhou Jiao inside. Everyone must be starving. The train was delayed by over 2 hours. Let's eat and catch up over dinner. Surrounded by warm smiles, Zhou Jiao greeted everyone. Inside, she noticed a cradle set up by the sofa, where the baby now lay. Relieved, she smiled and answered questions while quietly observing everyone. Aside from old Madame Lin, who was absent, it seemed both the Lin and Cheng families were all present. Zhou Xiao noticed his daughter was busy socializing, and seeing her about to be surrounded, quickly pulled her aside. "Everyone, have a seat. I'll take Jiao Jiao and Xiao Wu to their room to drop off their luggage. Shan, help your aunt prepare the dishes. Auntie, the baby's yours for now." With that, he led his daughter to the east wing. Old Madame Cheng saw the father and daughter leave and nudged Zhang Guoqing with a smile. "Go check out your room. Your father did it all himself. I'll look after the child, go on." Zhang Guoqing shook his head with a smile. "My dad dotes on Jiao Jiao. I'm sure they have a lot to talk about. Let them catch up first, I'll go in later." Old Master Cheng nodded with a laugh. "It's good to have Xiao Wu sit and chat with us. How are your parents? Next time, be sure to bring them along." "Exactly. They didn't come this time, but next time you must bring them," old Master Lin chimed in. Zhang Guoqing quickly replied, "They're both well. They asked me to send their regards and invite you over whenever you have time. Remember to send a telegram after dinner to let them know you've arrived safely. Let me introduce you to everyone, get to know each other so you can keep in touch in the future." Meanwhile, Zhou Xiao led Zhou Jiao to the east wing, showing her the study and bedroom. He opened the wardrobe with a smile. "See? I've got everything ready for you. Take a couple of days to rest, and then I'll take you shopping." Zhou Jiao nodded happily. The whole east wing felt like her own domain. Her father had prepared everything so thoughtfully, and she loved it. But she had more pressing matters to discuss. "Dad, is she sick again and couldn't come? What's the situation now? Did you ever get to the bottom of what happened back then? You have to give me some information so I know how to deal with them." Zhou Xiao really didn't want his daughter to worry about these things. It's complicated, hard to explain all at once. "We'll talk after everyone leaves." As for her, well, her family's in trouble, and as soon as she heard you were coming, she conveniently fell ill. Zhou Jiao rolled her eyes. "So she's setting the stage for me to visit? Tomorrow I'll have Andy go with me to pick out some clothes." She was speechless. Some people really could be that dramatic. Zhou Xiao couldn't help but laugh. He knew his daughter took after him. He was curious to see how Gu Rui would react to Zhou Jiao, who was so much like her grandmother. Whether she was faking illness to avoid giving a dowry or trying to force him to visit and take a loss, they'd see whose tricks were better. Zhou Jiao found it funny too, and changed the subject to ancestor worship and visiting graves. She and her father had already discussed this by letter, but she wanted to confirm again. Zhang Guoqing came in and pointed outside. "Dad, it's time to eat. We'll talk when everyone's gone." Zhou Jiao nodded and told them to wash up before coming out. He went to check on the baby. After pouring some water, Zhang Guoqing reminded Zhou Jiao, "Watch out for your eldest cousin. That woman's not quite right. She knew you and your dad were talking, but still tried to come in, saying she wanted to see the room." Auntie stopped her. Zhou Jiao finished tidying up and took his arm as they headed out. "Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. We'll talk about things after everyone leaves." There were 2 tables squeezed together in the living room. Zhou Jiao sat with his daughter, chatting and constantly putting food in her bowl. Cheng Xijin was used to such gatherings and didn't find it strange. Lin Aigua and Li Jianjun, however, teased Zhou Jiao for picking out fish bones for his daughter. Everyone at the table deliberately avoided the topic of old Madame Lin, instead chatting about famous sights in the capital and happy things. Zhou Jiao knew she'd have to bring up the subject herself. Others could skirt around it, but she couldn't let herself be criticized for lacking manners. What she really thought was her own business. After a while, she noticed old Master Lin seemed distracted, and her uncle Lin Aigua kept glancing at her, sizing her up. The rest of the Lin family also kept sneaking looks. Zhou Jiao pretended not to notice. She focused on eating, there was no rush. She had plenty of time to deal with things now that she was here. As dinner was ending, Zhou Jiao smiled sweetly and said, "Grandpa, is Grandma not feeling well this winter? In a few days, if she's free, I'd like to visit her." Old Master Lin perked up and replied cheerfully, "Good. Your grandma's been thinking about you for a long time. Wait until she's feeling better and comes home, then you can visit. Hospitals aren't good places to go." "I'll listen to you, Grandpa. See if Grandma can come home in the next few days. If not, I'll go visit her with Xiao Wu. You take care of yourself, too." Zhou Jiao looked at the noticeably thinner old man. Everyone knew what was going on. Old Master Lin probably had a good idea by now. After everyone left, Lin Lishan took the opportunity to pull Zhou Jiao into the East Wing bedroom. Zhou Jiao sighed inwardly and poured her a cup of hot water. Jiao, your grandma is really driving me crazy." "Don't go see her," Lin Lishan said, then realized her daughter looked confused. She slapped her own forehead. She'd forgotten her daughter didn't know what had happened. The Gu family's Gu Changqing had a grandson who got into trouble at school with a female student. He'd already divorced and remarried, but the scandal made the papers and couldn't be covered up. Now he'd been arrested for hooliganism. Old Madame Lin had tried everything to get him out, and finally asked Lin Lishan to see if Zhou Jiao could help, implying that if he agreed, the problem would go away. Lin Lishan felt her husband had nothing to do with it and refused. Besides, her mother seemed to suspect he was behind it, so how could she even bring it up? Hooliganism. What a rare charge. Whoever got stuck with it was unlucky. Zhou Jiao couldn't help but laugh. "So that's why Grandma went to the hospital? Jiao, do you think your dad had a hand in this? I don't dare tell him your grandma suspects him. He hasn't even visited her family since coming back, let alone gone to the sanatorium. I think she's just imagining things." Zhou Jiao said seriously, "Dad wouldn't do something like that. What reason could he possibly have? He's busy in the army all day. Where would he find the time to meddle in other people's business? If he had a grudge, he'd have settled it already. Has Grandma gotten senile and paranoid? I don't think it's like your dad either. But even if it was, he'd have his reasons. Just don't go see your grandma. The Gu family is always there." Zhou Jiao more or less guessed her father probably was involved, but she couldn't admit it. It seemed someone really had interfered when her grandparents got into trouble back then. "We'll see. If I don't visit her, it won't look good. And didn't you want me to ask for my dowry? Don't worry, Mom. What's the Gu family going to do? Beat me up. By the way, did Dad mention those 2 sums of money when you came back last time?" Lin Lishan sighed. "He didn't bring it up, but I did. He said to let it go, pretty much what he told you. I asked your grandma, too, but she said nothing. When I asked if she'd used your dowry, she just said it's all there. I got the keys from her this morning. Tonight, when no one's around, we'll move it home. Zhou Jiao frowned in disapproval, but then thought it might be better not to draw attention. She asked about other things her father had done since coming back, and when there was nothing else, she took Lynn back to the living room. With only Auntie looking after Ping'an, there was no one else at home. Knowing Zhou Xiao had taken Zhang Guoqing out to send a telegram back to the northeast, Zhou Jiao began unpacking gifts for everyone. When Zhou Xiao returned alone, Zhou Jiao looked up in surprise. Xiaowu got dragged off by the Feng family boys. Don't worry about tidying up now, get some rest. Tell me, how did your exams go this time? Was the person Zhao Dashan found reliable? Did Xiaowu's family give you any trouble? Zhou Jiao grinned proudly. Still first place. Dad, your daughter scored 595 out of 600. Next time I'll try for a perfect score. Xiaowu and I made up our first-year grades and are now in second year. He did well too, we're still first and second. That's good enough. Don't wear yourself out chasing perfection. Seeing he wanted more details, Zhou Jiao continued, Uncle Dashan's person seems fine so far. Since she arrived, Xiaowu's parents haven't stayed in the county. Your godfather and his wife visit every few days, always bringing something. The other 4 uncles sometimes come by too. In a few days, they'll send you a package. Grandma Zhou and the old clan leader's grandson sent New Year's gifts. Xiaowu wanted to deliver them himself, but his dad stopped him, worried the old Zhou family would latch on. He said he'd handle it. Zhou Xiao nodded in satisfaction. As long as someone was looking after their daily life, everything else was minor. Seeing it was late, he urged her to rest. Don't worry about tidying up, do it tomorrow. Come to the study, I'll give you both your entry passes. Your mom and I have to work tomorrow. Will you two be okay at home? Zhou Jiao knew they'd already taken a day off. Aunt Chen and Auntie will be here. Don't worry, we won't get lost. If anything comes up, I'll call your office. Lynn saw him hesitate. I'll go to the group in the morning and come right back. Don't worry, Zhengge. Zhou Xiao nodded and took Zhou Jiao to the study. Aunt Chen watched them go and whispered, the chief always looks so stern, but he really spoils his daughter. She hadn't worked here long and was usually a bit intimidated by Zhou Jiao's serious demeanor. Our Jiao Jiao is very sensible. You'll see once you get to know her. Not just her dad, even her in-laws dote on her. My father talks about her all the time. She really is a good kid, you can tell at a glance, Aunt Chen agreed. The past few days, Zhou Xiao had told her to prepare extra dishes. She'd been worried they'd get some brash, unreasonable country girl or a spoiled little princess. In the study, Zhou Xiaozheng handed her a file folder, telling her not to open it yet but to keep it safe. Then he took out some documents and laid them on the desk, motioning for her to read them first. Zhou Jiao began to go through the documents, her expression growing more serious with each page. By the time she finished looking at the last few sheets, blank papers on which Zhou Xiaozheng had sketched out suspicious points, her face was ashen. Don't get angry yet. It's not worth it. We still need to make a final confirmation, and for that, we'll have to make a discreet trip to Jiangnan. There's no rush, better to be overly cautious than to let anything slip through. Don't let your great-aunt catch on. She's too consumed by hatred and can't be allowed to lose control. You also need to act like you know nothing in front of Gurui. I suspect her brothers are involved too, and she probably knows it. That's why the suspicion has fallen on me this time. Did your mother really think I wouldn't notice? After taking a long drink of water, Zhou Jiao closed her eyes to calm herself. When she opened them, she said, Dad, there's no need to confirm anything further. With this information, I'll handle the rest of the business in Beijing. I'll take advantage of a timing gap and act tomorrow. You just go to work as usual. Anyone familiar with your methods would suspect you, especially Lynn. Just keep an eye on things and help me tidy up the aftermath. Let's show them the Zhou family isn't so easily bullied, shall we? She gave a cold laugh, then continued, Mom went to get the keys from Gurui this morning and planned to move things out tonight. Tell her to hold off for now, wait until I've met with Gurui. If those things are gone, so be it. There's no need to alert them just yet. Zhou Xiaozheng was silent for a moment. He realized this was a good opportunity to let her test the waters, and with him watching over her, he wasn't worried about his daughter getting into trouble. Seeing how quickly she'd steadied her emotions, he couldn't help but smile with pride. Who says daughters are inferior to sons? His daughter was worth 10 sons. Zhou Jiao could tell from his expression that he'd agreed. She picked up a pen and began writing out a series of plans on blank stationery. Some things couldn't be said aloud. She didn't trust the two people outside the door. Watching her write out her plans so smoothly and confidently, Zhou Xiaozheng raised his eyebrows in surprise. When she started on the second page, he picked up the first and studied it carefully, glancing up to praise her from time to time. When Zhou Jiao finished, she poured him a cup of hot water and sat beside him, waiting for his feedback and suggestions. What worried her now was that this matter might implicate Lynn. If Gu Rui's family's reputation was tarnished, it would inevitably affect the Lin family too. It all depended on what old Master Lin decided next. As for Gu Rui, she would definitely try to distance herself from her own family. Zhou Xiaozheng picked up the pen and added some finishing touches. The father and daughter communicated in silence, not uttering a single word. Once the plan was finalized, Zhou Jiao immediately tossed the 2 sheets of paper into the brazier and burned them. Next, Zhou Jiao took a piece of commonly used stationery and began to alter her handwriting as she drafted a letter. The entire letter revolved around the dangers posed by the 4 great families of the Republic era, advocating for the current authorities to take decisive action. It went on to raise questions about the origins of the hooligan crime at the academy, delving into the background of Gu, his grandfather's current status, the positions he held in the past, and who he had associated with in which year and month. The writing was layered with meaning, every sentence thought-provoking. Zhou Xiaozheng checked the handwriting and the paper. Everything was in order. He nodded slightly. According to their plan, the next step was for a concerned citizen to expose the Gu family's history and clear the name of the legitimate wife. Each step was tightly linked to the next. It didn't look like his handiwork, and no one would ever suspect it came from 17-year-old Zhou Jiao. Who would have guessed that, after reconnecting with his family, he and his daughter would know so much about the past? Once this letter was sent out, the truth from over 40 years ago would finally come to light. No problem. Leave it to me. Tomorrow it'll definitely be in the papers. Let's go. I just happen to need to find Xiao Wu, Zhou Xiaozheng said, putting the documents away in a hidden compartment before heading out. Zhou Jiao played along, following him into the living room and saying loudly, "Dad, just have a look around. If you can't find Xiao Wu, come home early. You and your mom should get some rest. I'll go take a look. I'm really worried those kids might have wandered off too far." Seeing him stride out, Lynn called after him, "Zhang Ji, don't scold the kids. Let him play a bit longer in the compound." She shot Zhou Jiao a reproachful look. Zhou Jiao just smiled at her. "You should have stopped your dad. It's rare for Xiao Wu to go out and play. Don't let your dad's stern face scare Xiao Fei and the others," Lynn chided, clearly fond of her son-in-law and worried the kids might feel wronged. "Mom, you don't love me anymore. No wonder Xiao Wu's always talking about you. He's your real son," Zhou Jiao teased, linking arms with her mother. If she didn't step in, her mom could nag her into a headache. Lynn laughed, turning to Aunt Chen and saying, "See, she's jealous of Xiao Wu now." "Haha, you're my favorite, of course. Remember to bring your entry pass. If you lose it, have the gatekeeper notify me." Zhou Jiao chatted with her while keeping an ear out for any movement at the door. After finishing his last drink, Zhang Guoqing said goodbye to everyone and headed toward the compound with Fang Fei. Glancing around a corner, he paused. He thought he'd just seen his father-in-law hurrying away. He glanced at Fang Fei, who was still chatting, and resisted the urge to call out. He prided himself on his keen eyesight, and hearing he was sure that was Zhou Xiaozheng. It didn't look like he was out searching for him, though. "Xiao Wu, you should hang out with these people more in the future. I'm busy during the day, but come find me at night. When the holidays come, I'll take you around Beijing. This summer, remember to join us for a trip to Beihai Lake. Brother Xiao Fei, we'll see. Jiao Jiao wants to visit S City and Suzhou Hangzhou. I'm not sure if the weather in the new year is suitable for kids to travel. He really didn't want to go to Beihai Lake, too many high-ranking officials around. It was best to avoid them for now. If you can come from the northeast, what's stopping you from going anywhere else? If Zhou Jiao wants to go, your father-in-law will make all the arrangements. Must be tough being a son-in-law in your family. Aren't you afraid of your father-in-law? Just thinking about him staring at me with that stern face gives me the chills, Fang Fei joked, slinging an arm around him. Nonsense. My dad's a good guy. My wife is so wonderful, who else would I spoil if not her? All right, I'm done talking to you, you henpecked husband. Go on in, and let me know if you need anything, Fang Fei said, pushing him toward the entrance and waving as he left. As Zhang Guoqing entered the courtyard, he saw Lin Lishan and Zhou Jiao coming out. Catching Zhou Jiao's meaningful glance, he immediately winked in understanding. Didn't your dad find you? Lin Lishan asked, glancing behind him and seeing no one. Zhang Guoqing replied casually, I was having dinner with Xiao Fei and the others outside the compound. He must have gone there to look for me. When he doesn't see me, he'll come back. Mom, let's go inside first. In the living room, Zhang Guoqing briefly recounted who he'd been drinking with that night. When Lin Lishan asked about these people in front of Auntie, he nodded and praised each one. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Sometimes, it doesn't even take 3 years for a person's fate to change completely. He and Zhou Jiao had agreed to keep a low profile and endure for now. He found himself agreeing with Zhou Jiao's perspective. Just from tonight's dinner, it was clear that the waters here ran deep and murky. Early in the morning, Zhang Guoqing got up to the sound of the bugle, jogged a lap around the compound, and then joined the old men in the park for some boxing practice. With the introductions from Elder Qing and the others, he got to know a few of the older generation. Whenever he arrived somewhere new, he'd first familiarize himself with the area and observe the locals' daily routines through the people he met. This had always been his way of life. After meeting with Fang Fei and the others last night, he returned to his room and learned from Zhou Jiao that, back in the day, someone had bribed the doctor when Gu Mingzhu's father's illness worsened. This finally cleared up the confusion in his heart. Perhaps Zhou Jinyu had already sensed something was wrong back then. Open threats are easy to guard against, but hidden ones are hard to avoid. That must be why he resolutely took Gu Mingzhu and her sisters away. He could fully understand Zhou Xiaozheng and his daughter's actions. Zhou Jiao was his wife. No matter if innocence got caught up in it, he'd still be willing to fan the flames for her sake. There was a storm brewing, and whether it would be big or small depended on his father-in-law's resolve. After breakfast, Zhou Xiaozheng discreetly told the young couple which people to avoid, then left for work with peace of mind. He knew his children's capabilities well, just a hint was enough for them to understand. Especially his son-in-law, who, after a night of drinking and a morning jog, already had a clear grasp of the various factions in the compound. After breakfast, old lady Cheng didn't wait for her family to leave for work or school. She brought her eldest grandson, Cheng Yongxian, to the Zhou household. She took Pingyan in her arms and had her grandson take Zhang Guoqing and Zhou Jiao out for a stroll. Since Cheng Yongxian was about to take his final exams, Zhou Jiao quickly declined. She wasn't about to joke around. Why risk delaying his studies when the holidays were just around the corner? After seeing Cheng Yongxian off, Zhang Guoqing and Zhou Jiao couldn't help but burst out laughing as they looked at the route map old lady Qing had drawn for them. Afraid her grandson wouldn't know the way, she'd marked every restaurant and shopping mall in detail on several streets, even noting what each place was best for and what to avoid. This wasn't just a map, it was a life guide. Old lady Cheng was meticulous. She pulled Zhou Jiao aside, stuffed a few new handkerchiefs into her hands, and told her to carry them with her. Zhou Jiao knew it was because she was worried about milk leaking and staining her clothes when out and about. The old lady carefully checked that the couple's clothes were suitable for the weather and that they had their entry passes before pushing them out the door. With their son taken care of, Zhang Guoqing took Zhou Jiao out of the compound. They didn't take a car, but strolled along Chomping Street. Their plan for the morning was simply to see what Beijing was like these days and observe the daily life of the people in the capital. They hadn't planned on staying out past noon. Zhou Jiao still wanted the old lady to take her shopping in the afternoon. When they got tired, They hailed a horse-drawn carriage and arranged for the driver to take them around the main streets for a look. Sitting in the carriage, the couple watched the scenery, occasionally getting off to visit ancient buildings that hadn't yet been demolished, or to mingle with the crowds and soak up the atmosphere. As noon approached, they returned to the compound. The moment they stepped into the living room, they saw old lady Zhang beaming with unconcealed glee, her face practically glowing with schadenfreude. Zhang Guoqing and Zhou Jiao exchanged a glance. They both knew something had happened. Did you have fun? Why are you back so early? Don't worry about the child. He's with his great-aunt. Go out and enjoy yourselves. Old lady Zhang said, watching Zhou Jiao's expression closely. She guessed the newspaper must have something to do with Zhou Jiao and her father. But she couldn't figure out how, after just arriving last night, it had already made the news by morning. As for whether her nephew had acted alone? Impossible. She knew him too well. And the fact that the couple had come back at noon meant they must be checking for updates. If Zhou Jiao knew the real reason they'd come back at noon was being misunderstood, she'd protest. She genuinely just wanted the old lady to take her shopping for offerings for the ancestral tomb in the afternoon. We took a carriage and toured the area. This afternoon, my husband will look after the child, and you can take me shopping, Auntie, Zhou Jiao said, glancing at the newspaper on the coffee table but not mentioning it. Old lady Zhang hesitated, glancing at Zhang Guoqing. She wasn't confident about leaving a man to look after the baby. But seeing his enthusiastic agreement and learning he usually took care of the child, she finally nodded. All right, once the baby's asleep, we'll go and come back quickly. He really does need to be fed every 3 hours, so he's easy to look after. In the future, just leave him to me and go do your own things. Do you want me to take care of him tonight? I could just stay over and have someone bring over a quilt later. Zhou Jiao was startled. It wasn't just that she couldn't bear to leave her child, she also didn't feel comfortable letting an elderly lady take care of him, especially since her aunt had only recently been discharged from the hospital. After much persuasion and countless reasons, Zhou Jiao finally managed to talk her out of it. Old lady Zhang gave up and, picking up the newspaper, started talking about Gu Rui's family. Seeing the couple's confused faces, she hesitated about whether to share her own opinions in detail. After a moment, she decided that since the Lynn family was Zhou Jiao's maternal side, it was better not to say too much and make the child overthink. She didn't believe Zhou Jiao knew nothing about Gu Rui's family. Let her pretend. She'd just act like she didn't know. Her husband had already said last night that something was about to happen. As she listened to old lady Zhang, Zhou Jiao was already thinking about when to show up in front of Gu Rui. She hadn't forgotten her mother saying last night that the Gu family often visited old lady Lynn in the hospital. Auntie, let's not talk about them. We're basically strangers. This afternoon, take me shopping for clothes, okay? I heard some of my grandparents' old friends want to see me. Help me dress up like my grandmother and give them a scare. Zhou Jiao laughed. Old lady Zhang nodded with a smile. I still have some of your grandmother's kipeos and western dresses. Your father said to keep them for you. You'll look beautiful in them. With that, she pulled Zhou Jiao along, calling Zhang Guoqing to head out. If there hadn't been so many people last night, she would have given the things to Zhou Jiao then. After her last trip back, she'd packed all the jewelry her sister had given her and the box of jewelry from her adoptive mother, along with the clothes, into a trunk, just waiting for Zhou Jiao to come home. Aunt Chen, seeing Zhang Guoqing's hesitation, reassured him with a smile. She wouldn't prepare lunch yet, but would look after the child until they returned. She'd realized by now that this young couple was the apple of everyone's eye. The Qing family home wasn't far. Once there, old lady Zhang told the housemaid to go about her business and took the couple into the bedroom, closing the door. Inside, she opened the wardrobe and pointed to 2 trunks, asking Zhang Guoqing to move them onto the bed. Zhou Jiao stopped Zhang Guoqing. At a glance, she recognized the dowry trunks and immediately guessed the old lady's intention. Xiao Wu, listen to me and ignore her. All the clothes are in the trunk, let's open it up and have a look. Jiao Jiao, these were all worn by your grandmother. You should keep them as mementos. Your father has already agreed to give them to you. Would your auntie lie to you? When Zhang Guoqing saw Zhou Jiao wasn't stopping him anymore, he moved the wooden trunks onto the bed. Judging by the weight, he guessed one was filled with clothes. Old Lady Cheng opened the trunk, showed her the clothes, then quickly closed it and opened the other one. This time, she explained in detail, pointing out the origins of the jewelry inside. She told Zhou Jiao to take them home, but not to tell Lynn, and to hide them well. Then she covered the trunk with a cloth and asked Zhang Guoqing to carry it back. Zhou Jiao held onto the cloth, not letting the old lady cover the trunk. She knew full well that her father would only agree to accept the clothes, never the valuables. Seeing the old lady's determined face, she thought for a moment and took out 2 inexpensive but meaningful pieces of jewelry. "Auntie, this is enough. I'll take the trunk of clothes home, but as for the rest, brother, please put it back in the wardrobe for me. Don't force it on me, hear me out. There's your grandmother's love for you in here, and the sisterhood between my grandmother and you. You should keep these as mementos." With that, Zhou Jiao pulled her along. Seeing Zhang Guoqing put the trunk back, she didn't let go of old Lady Cheng, dragging her out of the room. She was determined not to accept these valuables. The Cheng family had 2 daughters-in-law, a daughter, and a bunch of grandchildren. People's hearts are unpredictable, and the bonds of the older generation often fade with the younger ones. She didn't want her father to owe anyone more favors on her behalf. Old Lady Cheng had worried she'd do just that, but figured there would be other opportunities in the future. The Gu family's things had to be handed over to Zhou Jiao. That was what she and her husband had agreed on. She didn't press further, and when she saw Zhang Guoqing wrap the trunk in a military blanket, she burst out laughing. This child was even more careful than she was. She'd forgotten that the thin cloth wouldn't do much. Back at the Zhou house, old Lady Cheng deliberately opened the trunk in front of Aunt Chen, taking out the top qipao and holding it up against Zhou Jiao. As for the rest of the clothes, she'd already covered them up. She didn't dare take them out, not just because Zhou Jiao might refuse, but also because of the presence of outsiders. She'd already prepared for both scenarios. The sanatorium was peaceful and well-equipped. Calling it a hospital was hardly accurate. It was more like a vacation retreat. Inside the ward, Madame Lynn, Guri, stared at her elder brother in shock. Her right hand trembled as she took the newspaper from him. The room fell into a dead silence. After a moment, Madame Lynn closed her eyes and leaned back against the bed, her voice tense. "Brother, hurry and have someone fetch Shan. Quickly." Once her nephew had left, Madame Lynn immediately had someone call her youngest daughter, Lynn lying. After dismissing everyone else, she began quietly questioning her brother. "Tell me the truth. Did our family really take part in it back then? And did father ever pay off that debt?" "Little sister, that was so many years ago. Everyone involved is long dead. Even Zhou Jinyu couldn't find anything. Do you really think Zhou Xiaozhang could?" Madame Lin pointed at him angrily and scolded in a low voice, "Fool. Zhou Jinyu couldn't find out, so the entire patriarch's line died. But what if Zhou Xiaoling finds out there are still Gu family survivors? You think you know my son-in-law better than I do? Tell me, why did all this blow up right after Zhou Xiaozhang came back?" She couldn't be bothered to argue further. This kind of public opinion manipulation was just like someone she knew. But the person had only arrived last night. What was going on? What worried her most was that this was just the beginning. "Little sister, you need to find that lady. Stop pretending to be sick. If you wait, it'll be too late. You need to get up and handle this. You can't just stand by and do nothing. And what's the point of calling Shan? Wouldn't it be faster to ask Zhou Xiaozhang directly? You're his mother-in-law. Would he dare refuse to see you?" Madame Lin ignored her foolish brother. He wanted her to go looking for people? She didn't even know what was really going on yet. She closed her eyes and started thinking. Outsiders didn't know, but she was worried that Lu Shiji, that old woman, might be stirring things up in front of Zhou Jiao. That child was cold and ruthless. She'd drive her enemies to the grave. Zhou Xiaozhang was upright and honorable. If he made a move, she wasn't afraid. What she feared was that granddaughter she'd never even met, pulling strings in the shadows. "Little sister, don't just sit there. What should we do? If we wait, I'll be dragged in too. Stop dawdling. Or should I go talk to Zhou Xiaoling myself?" Talk about what? About how our families never paid our debts, how we deliberately swapped out medicine and killed his grandfather. Or how we colluded with bandits to loot everything, forcing his parents to an early grave. Madame Lynn replied coldly. After speaking, she glanced out the door uneasily, then shot her brother a fierce glare. Just keep things steady. The moment Zhou Jiao appeared before me, I knew this day would come. What she hadn't expected was the appearance of Zhou Jiao, her granddaughter. Based on what she knew of her son-in-law, he'd only go after the main culprits and wouldn't harm the innocent. Of the families involved back then, the patriarch's line had been wiped out by Zhou Jinyu, and the rest were either dead or ruined. If Zhou Jiao ever found out the truth, he'd only blame her brother. And as his mother-in-law, he'd let it go at that. But her own granddaughter? With everything that had happened, that child must hate her to the core. She'd never leave any loose ends. Madame Lynn sighed, frowning anxiously as she looked outside. About 20 minutes later, Lynn Lying hurried into the ward. Seeing that her mother was fine, she collapsed onto the bed in relief. Once she caught her breath, she noticed her uncle sitting with his head down, fidgeting. She looked at Madame Lynn in confusion. "Mom, what's so urgent that you had to call me here? Didn't I say I'd come after work? What's so important that I had to rush over now?" "Never mind that. Did Zhou Jiao only arrive last night?" Lynn Lying frowned at her mother, glanced at her uncle, and nodded. "My brother-in-law and eldest sister went to pick her up themselves." "That's right, isn't it? What time did you all leave last night? Did she act strange? Did she say anything about me?" Lynn Lying glared at her mother, refusing to answer. She hadn't even taken time off work, rushing over just for this nonsense. The Gu family's mess was endless, and now her mother wanted to drag her niece into it? What for? Hurry up and answer. "Mom, I'm telling you seriously, stop being so paranoid. Jiao didn't see you last night. She just said she wanted to visit you." Dad replied to her. "She said she wanted to see you, and my brother-in-law supported her." "Honestly. First you suspected my brother-in-law, now you're suspicious of Jiao. Who's next? Are you going to suspect the whole family? I don't know what grudge our family has with my brother-in-laws, but can't you think for a second? The people involved died years ago. My brother-in-law knows nothing about what happened back then. If there really was a grudge, would old Lady Chung have done nothing? Or is she just waiting for my brother-in-law to make a move?" She turned to her uncle, frowning. "Uncle, stop blaming everything on my brother-in-law's family whenever something happens. My eldest sister has had a hard life, and now that her family is finally reunited, just let them be. Honestly, you should keep a closer eye on your own sons. If they didn't fool around with women, none of this would have happened. You think my brother-in-law has nothing better to do than watch their petty affairs? Yesterday, he took time off to pick up his child, and today he's already rushed back to work. He's incredibly busy, not just your average busy." Lynn Lying rattled all this off in one breath, then, not waiting for a response, went to pour herself a drink. She'd barely taken a sip when her eldest sister, Lynn Lishan, walked in, making her choke. "Big sis? Don't tell me Mom called you back too." Seeing Lynn Lishan nod, she slapped her forehead. "Sis, go tell the doctor Mom's ready to be discharged. Let's take her home now. We can still make it back in time for lunch." She'd figured it out. Her mother was better off at home. As long as the Gu family was around, her mother would end up clashing with her eldest sister's family. It was best for her mother to stay at the old compound, far away from the Gu family. Lynn Lishan caught her sister's meaningful looks. Seeing that Madame Lynn didn't object, she immediately went to find the doctor. As for her uncle, who cared? She was firmly on her husband and daughter's side and wanted nothing to do with her mother's family. Lynn Lying pretended not to hear her uncle still whispering to Madame Lynn. She packed a few clothes into a bag, grabbed Madame Lynn, and started heading out. Her mother wasn't sick at all, so she had no worries about dragging her out. If they stayed any longer, she'd end up sick for real. The whole group, including the two Gu uncles, returned to the old compound. As they passed the Zhou house, Madame Lynn paused, looked at her family, and then followed Lynn Lying home. Lynn Lishan settled Madame Lynn in and left her in her sister's care. Worried her child was waiting for her at home for lunch, she didn't linger and hurried back. As soon as she walked in, she saw Zhang Guoqing reading in the living room, watching the kids. "Where's Zhou Jiao?" "She's inside with Auntie, trying on some of Grandma's old clothes. We're just waiting for you to eat. If Mom's not working this afternoon, she'll go out with them. They're planning to buy offerings and visit the ancestors' graves." "You haven't eaten yet? Why wait for me? Aunt Chin, please serve the food. I'll go call them." Lynn hurried toward the east wing. Inside, she found old lady Cheng, eyes red but smiling, while Zhou Jiao wore a purple cheongsam. On the bed, beside a wooden chest, was a matching purple fur cape. Shan, look at our Jiao Jiao. Isn't she beautiful? This was your mother-in-law's when she was a girl. She gave it to me, but I never dared wear it, the color's too bold. Jiao Jiao, try on the cape." Lynn touched the fabric. It was all high quality, such a pity it couldn't be worn outside. "It's beautiful. Auntie, don't give it to Jiao Jiao just yet. Save these for the younger generation, they're all treasures." Old Lady Cheng shook her head with a sigh. "These clothes are meant for our Jiao Jiao. They fit perfectly, no alterations needed. It's a shame she can't wear them out now. We'll just wear them at home. All my sister's clothes at the old house were destroyed. These few pieces were all I couldn't bear to leave behind. Let's keep them for Jiao Jiao." Zhou Jiao shot her mother a look. Every time someone mentioned Gu Mingzhu, old Lady Cheng's mood soured. She just cried her eyes out hugging Zhou Jiao when she tried on the dress earlier. After lunch, once Ping'an had fallen asleep, old Madame Cheng took Lin and her daughter out. Along the way, the old lady didn't say where they were headed first, simply telling Zhou Jiao and her mother to follow her. They took the bus for over half an hour and finally, old Madame Cheng led them through winding alleys, turning here and there until they arrived at a large courtyard compound. Outside the compound was a mess, with the corridors piled high with all sorts of junk and a pungent smell of urine lingering in the air. Once inside, Zhou Jiao counted the coal piles under the eaves and windows. At least 7 or 8 families lived here. She carefully watched her step, following behind old Madame Cheng until they reached the innermost household. Old Madame Cheng knocked on the door. Soon, a head poked out, the body hidden behind the door. Recognizing a familiar face, the person opened the door just wide enough for one person to squeeze through. Inside, there were only 2 small rooms. In the inner room, the person lifted a quilt and took out 2 bundles, handing them to old Madame Cheng. After accepting the ration tickets she offered, he opened the door again, letting them leave. The whole process was silent and secretive. Once they were out of the compound and some distance away, old Madame Cheng began to tell the story of the family. This family's surname was also Cheng, but they had no relation to the Chengs of Jiangnan. The man who opened the door was the only son of Master Cheng. Speaking of this Master Cheng, whom they hadn't met, he was a pitiful soul. In his early years, he was famous for his tailoring skills and worked hard to buy that very compound, raising 5 sons and 2 daughters with his wife. But after years of war and disaster, only 1 son and 1 daughter survived. After liberation, he worked as a pattern maker at a garment factory. Life was finally settling down for the family. Then someone reported that he had once made clothes for KMT officers and Japanese soldiers. Although it was eventually proven he'd been forced to do so, he became extremely wary. The neighborhood committee told him his compound was too big and that others needed to move in. He didn't argue, giving up most of the space and keeping only 2 rooms for himself. He never dared to ask for money for his work, only ration tickets. Zhou Jiao thought this wasn't about fear, but caution. If he dared to take private jobs, how could he be timid? Only accepting ration tickets was just an excuse. She'd heard his business was thriving, and she smiled slightly. Every cat has its own path, every mouse its own hole. This was just a way to survive. Even her gray-tant's tone was full of sympathy. Next, Zhou Jiao and her mother took a rickshaw with old Madame Cheng to another house. This household was a standalone home, the paint on the gate peeling, but the yard was spotless. After knocking, an old lady answered. The 2 women, both over 50, avoided Zhou Jiao and her mother, whispering in a corner. Zhou Jiao glanced through the half-open door and saw the courtyard inside was very tidy. Looking at the worn gate, she sighed inwardly. Today she'd only met clever people. She silently vowed that if she ran into a few more households like this, she'd just stay inside the compound whenever she returned to Beijing, never living outside with her family. She never underestimated others. There were too many shrewd people in Beijing. With her money and naivety, she'd end up as cannon fodder sooner or later. Listening to her mother mutter about going to the friendship store next, she thought, "Oh dear, her whole family really was rich but naive." Finally, old Madame Chung finished her business, said goodbye with a smile, and led them out. After walking a while, she kept glancing at Zhou Jiao, clearly wanting to say something but holding back. "Auntie, if you have something to say, just say it. Your granddaughter isn't afraid of anything." Zhou Jiao couldn't take it anymore. She'd already noticed that old lady earlier had been sizing her up, pinching her fingers secretly. Her great-aunt looked so serious, but now she was believing in superstitions? Some old party member she was. Old Madame Chung beamed at her. "You noticed? I knew I couldn't hide it from you." "Noticed what? What are you hiding, Auntie?" Lynn looked at them both in confusion. Old Madame Chung hurriedly pulled them into a corner, checked to make sure no one was around, and whispered, "Don't say a word. You can't tell anyone. I'm only telling you too." Zhou Jiao covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. She suspected the old lady had been dying to spill the secret. Who would have thought that a dignified, well-educated lady would believe in ghosts and spirits? Seeing Lynn nodding eagerly, old Madame Chung was satisfied. She whispered, "That woman just now is a fortune-teller, and a very accurate one. I once gave her Xiao Zhang's birth date and time to read his fortune. She said the child's parents had both passed away, but the child himself survived. He would suffer greatly in his early years, face a major calamity between 30 and 40, but if he survived, he'd soar to great heights after 40. Isn't that accurate? She doesn't tell fortunes for people anymore. I'm an old acquaintance, and I buy a lot of candles and incense from her every year. Just now, she read Jiao Jiao's fortune. Auntie, how much does she charge per reading? She doesn't do readings anymore, and she doesn't take money." Zhou Jiao saw her great-aunt looking so pleased and secretly laughed. She must have been completely taken in. Zhou Jiao never believed in such things. The fortune-teller probably just deduced everything from what the old lady had told her. As for life-and-death calamities, in those days, danger was everywhere. How could a birth date alone predict such things? So many babies were born every minute across the country. Wouldn't they all share the same fate? "Jiao Jiao, did you have any life-threatening accidents in the past 2 years? She said you'd face a major calamity between 15 and 17, a brush with death. Just now she said you've already passed that hurdle, and your life will be smooth from now on." Zhou Jiao frowned. Could there really be such strange things? She instinctively glanced back toward the courtyard. That brush with death must have been when she transmigrated. "Auntie, did she say anything else?" Old Madame Chung saw her expression and knew it had been confirmed. With admiration in her eyes, she looked into the distance and said, "She said your soul has returned to its rightful place. After surviving this calamity, your life will be smooth, and whatever you wish for will come to you. I was worried, so I gave her your father's birth date too. His calamity has already passed, he's 41 now, so he's safe. Now I can rest easy. She said your father's calamity was resolved along with your own. I must remind him to always look after our Jiao Jiao. Soul returned to its rightful place." Zhou Jiao pondered these words, then couldn't help but laugh at herself. Was she really starting to believe her life would be smooth from now on? The future was full of uncertainty. Who could guarantee there'd be no more trouble? "Auntie, does that mean Zheng Ji won't be in danger anymore? And Jiao Jiao will be fine too?" She didn't say anything else, right? Seeing old Madame Chung nodding happily, Lynn grinned from ear to ear. After a while, she frowned and stared at Zhou Jiao. "All right, I've told you, okay? Let's talk as we walk. It's not good to stand here." Zhou Jiao pulled them along, whispering, "If I'm right, the calamity she mentioned was when I gave birth to Ping'an." Back then, I only survived thanks to half a century-old ginseng from my in-laws. Oh, and that ginseng was picked by Xiao Wu himself. Old Madame Chung smiled. We must be good to Xiao Wu's parents from now on. Whether or not it was his idea, your in-laws showed their kindness. They're our family's saviors. Good thing I married Xiao Wu. Auntie, I need to cook more chicken soup for my son-in-law and send gifts to the Northeast. Help me pick something out. Watching old Madame Chung and her mother chatting so warmly, Zhou Jiao felt secretly happy. She'd long noticed the old lady wasn't satisfied with her mother, but after all, this was her mother. She hoped her father wouldn't get caught in the middle. With Gu Ri already causing trouble, their family was on the brink. If outsiders added fuel to the fire, she knew her father well, he'd make a decision quickly. For the sake of 17 years of waiting, she was determined to protect Lynn Lishan. Besides, after her father's divorce, knowing his character, it was unlikely he'd remarry. Even if someone arranged a new partner, with children reporting on their fathers and wives on their husbands, who could ever love her father as deeply as her mother did? Dong'an Market, Dongdan District. This comprehensive marketplace, which underwent public-private partnership last year, is now packed with shops lined up one after another. At present, it's the only place in Beijing where you can shop, eat, and enjoy performances all under one roof. All of this makes for a huge flow of people, crowds surging in from all walks of life. In the throng, Zhou Jiao even spotted some of the last remaining nobles out walking their birds. Inside, the market offers a dazzling variety of goods. At the front of each shop, the tall cashier counters are strung with a dense network of steel wires, stretching out to every sales counter. Every so often, the sales clerks would roll up the cash and receipts they received, clip them with a metal clamp, and send them shooting along the wires to the cashier with a forceful push. Customers waiting in line at the counters didn't need to run around. The whoosh of the metal clamps zipping along the wires mingled with the voices of the crowd, filling the air with a lively din. Zhou Jiao glanced up anxiously at the metal clamps flying overhead, all the while keeping an eye on the people around her and listening in on their conversations. She'd visited this market in later years, but by then, it had lost its former bustle. The opera house, restaurants, and bookstores she'd just passed, all clustered around the market, had since become a leisure haven for the capital's citizens and a must-see spot for out-of-town visitors. Madame Chung and Lynn Lishan split up to queue. Zhou Jiao didn't feel there was anything she particularly needed to buy, so after greeting the two, she wandered off to browse on her own. Rumor had it that many foreign embassies were concentrated in this area, so you could sometimes find foreign magazines here. But when she reached the book section, she found no old books at all, only new ones. She immediately lost interest. She drifted over to the fabric section and saw Lynn Lishan already picking out patterns. Not wanting to get roped in, she quietly slipped to the left and continued checking out the prices at the various counters. Since many things no longer required ration coupons, she made a mental note of what she wanted. Her next goal was to bring Zhang Guoqing here and convert their cash into goods. After more than an hour, she finally saw the others coming out with their purchases. Zhou Jiao breathed a sigh of relief. Aimless shopping just wasn't her style. When they passed the Four Union hair salon, Lynn Lishan dragged Zhou Jiao and Madame Chung inside. 8 mao for a haircut? What a ripoff. But there was no shortage of people willing to pay. Zhou Jiao declined her mother's suggestion. She preferred long, straight hair. Watching the women around her emerge with their hair permed and beaming with delight, she couldn't help but feel sorry for their stylish choices. In the dead of winter, bundled up in cotton-padded jackets, how could their husbands tell them apart from behind in the dark? Once all three had finished at the salon and saw it was getting late, they hurried to catch a ride home. On the way, Zhou Jiao couldn't help but snicker at Madame Chung. She remembered how confidently the old lady had told Zhang Guoqing they'd be back in 3 hours, just in time for Ping'an's nap. See? No matter how old a woman gets, her urge to shop never fades. Back home, Zhang Guoqing saw Zhou Jiao return empty-handed and raised an eyebrow. She'd said she was going on a shopping spree that morning. He quickly handed their son over to her. As for the formula, He'd noticed the child didn't like it anymore, probably got used to the taste. "Mom, Grandma sent someone to invite us over for dinner tonight. What about Ping'an?" Zhang Guoqing asked quietly as Madame Cheng, beaming with her purchases, followed Zhou Jiao into the East Wing. Without looking up, Lynn replied, "Ask your dad when he gets back." "Xiao Wu, stop laughing and help me see if this fabric is good for making you some clothes." "Mom, you've always had great taste. If you think it's good, it's definitely good." My Xiao Wu really knows how to talk. "Tonight, if you're free, go out with Xiao Fei and the others, or take Jiao Jiao to a movie. Get out more, don't just stay cooped up at home. Don't you trust me with Ping'an?" Zhang Guoqing nodded with a big grin, though he was secretly uneasy. His mother-in-law was like a child herself. He didn't want to leave the baby with Aunt Chen either, since the child wasn't familiar with her. He'd rather look after Ping'an himself, especially these days, with Jiao Jiao preoccupied. There would be plenty of chances to go out later. Seeing Lin Lishan's happy face, he sighed inwardly. He hoped old Master Lin would be smart about things. He'd heard that someone from the Gu family had been at the Lin house all afternoon and still hadn't left, clearly keeping an eye on his father-in-law and wife. He had a headache just thinking about Gu Rui. Couldn't she just leave them alone? Tonight, she'd definitely use the dowry as an excuse to probe Zhou Jiao. He'd already decided to give up on that dowry. It was a powder keg. Gu Rui would always be a hidden danger. Zhou Xiaozhang came home from work, with Lin Aigua following behind. Lin Aigua, in his 40s, was very respectful toward Zhou Xiaozhang. Anyone who didn't know them would never guess they were brothers-in-law. Once inside, Lin Aigua didn't rush home. He sipped the hot tea Auntie brought and continued chatting with Zhou Xiaozhang about what they'd just been discussing. When Zhou Xiaozhang heard the Lin family was inviting them for dinner, he nodded slightly. Since the guest was already at the house, he had no intention of avoiding them. When Madame Cheng and Zhou Jiao came out, he told them about the dinner. Madame Cheng declined Lin Aigua's invitation, using childcare as an excuse. She tidied Zhou Jiao's hair and urged the rest of the family to hurry over. As the group left the house, they ran into many acquaintances. It was just after work, and people were heading home. When they saw Zhou Xiaozhang, they all stopped to greet him. Even soldiers from farther away came over, curious to see Zhou Jiao. Rumor had it that the cold-faced king, Zhou Xiaozhang, doted on his only daughter. If you wanted something from him, you'd better mention his daughter first. He'd never give you the cold shoulder. If you praised her to his face, you might even see him crack a rare smile. These days, people noticed he no longer wore a stern face, so they dared to joke and chat with him more. Looking at the crowd, Zhou Xiaozhang smiled and introduced Zhou Jiao and Zhang Guoqing to everyone. He noticed that even soldiers and their families from nearby buildings came over to watch, their curiosity plain to see. He was happy to let everyone get a good look at his Jiao Jiao. Zhou Jiao and Zhang Guoqing smiled and exchanged pleasantries, listening to the good-natured teasing. They thanked everyone for their invitations to visit. Surrounded by these straightforward, warm-hearted soldiers, the couple couldn't help but laugh along with them. They were a lovable bunch, honest, enthusiastic, and friendly. Seeing it was getting late, Lin Aigua invited everyone to his house for a drink, but everyone understood it was a family gathering and politely declined. Some tapped their lunch boxes and pointed toward the canteen, making plans to drink together another time before heading off. Lin Aigua pulled Zhou Xiaozhang along, hurrying home. Before they reached the corner, they ran into a few old soldiers, who called out to Zhou Xiaozhang. The old men looked over the family and laughed, saying old Lin hadn't been exaggerating. They showered Zhou Jiao with praise as she smiled and greeted them. A couple of them patted Zhang Guoqing on the shoulder, telling him to join them in the park for boxing the next day. They'd already met Zhang Guoqing that morning and were quite displeased that he hadn't joined the army. In their eyes, the children of soldiers should serve too. Now, one of the old men brought it up again, urging Zhou Xiaozhang to persuade his son-in-law to apply to military school. Zhou Jiao could only smile wryly at the old-timers, who kept repeating the same compliments and insisted Zhang Guoqing should join the army. She started to wonder if, 2 years from now, Zhang Guoqing's college plans would be overridden by their insistence. Seeing it was getting late and the old men had had their fill of chatting, they finally let the family go. A short walk ended up taking over an hour because of all the delays. Lynn, not daring to dawdle any longer, hurried Zhou Jiao along as they made their way home. A group of people arrived at the Lynn family's small courtyard. A large table had already been set up in the living room, with food and drinks laid out. Aside from their group, everyone else who was supposed to come was already gathered in the living room. From a distance, old Madame Lynn spotted Zhou Jiao, who was surrounded by the others. When Zhou Jiao took off her hat, revealing a face strikingly similar to Gu Mingzhu's, with that familiar smile, old Madame Lynn immediately lowered her head, closed her eyes for a moment, and then looked again. She saw Zhou Jiao had already taken off her coat and was slowly walking toward her, which made her heart tremble. Seeing Zhou Jiao like this reminded her of the last time she saw Gu Mingzhu. That day, Gu Mingzhu had also come to her house with Zhou Jinyu, smiling as she arrived and smiling as she left. And after that? After that, both of them disappeared, and then the clan leader's family met with one misfortune after another. Studying herself, old Madame Lin fixed her gaze on Zhou Jiao's eyes. Watching Zhou Jiao approach, she stepped forward with a smile, took Zhou Jiao's hand, and praised her. "Is this our Jiao Jiao? So beautiful. Come, let Grandma have a good look at you. No wonder your grandpa can't stop bragging about you all day long. Why didn't you bring the child? It's too cold, so Auntie is helping to look after the baby. How's your health, Grandma? I was just thinking of asking Grandpa to bring us over to visit you tonight." Old Madame Lin patted her hand and beamed. "Grandma's doing just fine. Just the usual old ailments. Nothing serious. And this must be our grandson-in-law? Let Grandma have a look. So handsome. You and our Jiao Jiao really are a perfect match. How are your parents? When the weather warms up, invite them over to visit." Zhang Guoqing smiled and nodded at her words. Old Master Lin laughed heartily. "Let's eat first and chat as we go. Jiao Jiao, sit next to your grandma. Xiao Wu, come drink with us." Old Madame Lin led Zhou Jiao to the table. "Grandma didn't know what dishes you like. See if there's anything to your taste, and if you want something else, just ask Andy to make it. This is your grandma's house. Make yourself at home." Zhou Jiao nodded and helped her to her seat, smiling at Lin Xuelin on the other side. Only after her aunt and the others sat down did she take her seat. Seeing her own daughter sit down first, Qin Jingru glanced at Zhou Jiao across the table and said with a smile, "Jiao Jiao, make yourself comfortable. We're all family here. Your cousin is off work tomorrow. She can take you shopping. In a couple of days, your aunt will take you to the temple fair. Jiao Jiao, tomorrow I'll take you to Friendship Mall. And remember to get us tickets. Jiao Jiao, your outfit looks great. Do you really have such nice clothes where you live?" Lin Xuelin eyed her skeptically. "Thank you, Aunt. Cousin, I'd like to visit my grandparents tomorrow, so let's go shopping another day. All my clothes are custom-made from my own designs," Zhou Jiao replied calmly and with a smile. "Your coat yesterday was nice too. Come with me in a couple of days to get some clothes made, just like yours, is that okay?" Seeing Zhou Jiao smile and nod, Lin Xuelin was delighted. She planned to buy fabric tomorrow and take her shopping the day after. Old Madame Lin busied herself urging her two sons-in-law to eat more and not just drink, while complaining to old Master Lin for making Zhang Guoqing drink so much. Too much alcohol isn't good for the health. Zhou Jiao finally witnessed the old lady's skillful social maneuvering. Even when her father ignored her, she could still smile as if nothing was wrong. What a master of playing deaf and dumb. Looking at the food old Madame Lin had put in her bowl, Zhou Jiao smiled and answered her aunt and cousin's questions. After a few rounds of drinks, old Madame Lin put down her chopsticks and said with a smile, "You all keep eating, I'm going to lie down for a bit. If the food runs out, ask Auntie to bring more." Zhou Jiao knew the real conversation was about to begin. Sensibly, she stood up to help the old lady, saying, "I'm full, I'll keep Grandma company. You all take your time." "I'm full too, I'll join you," Lin Liang said quickly, her eyes flashing with worry as she stood up. Zhou Jiao raised her eyebrows slightly at this, then glanced at her own mother, Lynn, who looked confused. She couldn't help but think, truly, a dragon gives birth to 9 sons, each different from the last. Old Madame Lynn didn't stop the women from getting up, instead cheerfully telling the men to keep drinking as she led them to her bedroom. In the bedroom, old Madame Lynn listened to her daughters and granddaughter chatting with a smile. After a while, she noticed her youngest daughter, Lynn, lying, completely ignored her signals, while Zhou Jiao remained poised and smiling. The old lady grew anxious. After a bit, the Lin family's eldest daughter-in-law, Qin Jingru, finally sensed something was off and found an excuse to leave with her daughter. Once they left, the room fell silent. Lin and her sisters, along with Zhou Jiao, all looked at old Madame Lin. Xiaoying, you go out first. I have something to discuss with your sisters. After Lin Lying left, old Madame Lin looked helpless and sighed deeply, as if she wanted to say something but didn't know how. After a while, seeing that Zhou Jiao and her mother were still calm and silent, she paused, then said with a guilty look, Jiao, the things your mother prepared for you will be sent back a bit later. Time flies, it's been 17 years. You were so tiny when you were born, and now you're a grown lady. You've suffered a lot these years, haven't you? Grandma is sorry for not taking care of you. Before she could finish, Zhou Jiao interrupted her with a smile. Grandma, there's nothing to be sorry about. See, I'm doing just fine. Let's not talk about the past. Old Madame Lin was interrupted, but she smiled and said, All right, we won't talk about the past. We'll do as Jiao says. Then she fixed her gaze on Zhou Jiao, her smile fading as she said seriously, Jiao, your paternal grandmother and I are cousins, you know that, right? You're also a blood member of the Gu family. There are things outsiders don't know and might misunderstand. Today, Grandma just wants to talk to you about the Gu family. Zhou Jiao kept her smile. She listened as old Madame Lin spoke affectionately about her friendship with Gu Mingzhu. She listened as the old lady recounted the decline of the Gu family's main branch. She listened as the old lady repeatedly lamented how her own father was powerless to help. She listened as the old lady mentioned how the Gu family was now dwindling, and even tried to arrange a meeting between Gu Jiao's great-uncle and Zhou Xiaozheng. At that moment, Zhou Jiao found it all absurd. So this is how people can ignore their conscience and still speak so righteously, with such shamelessness. She knew the old lady was probing how much she and her father knew about the truth. Did refusing the Gu family's side branch mean the old lady had drawn her conclusions? Did meeting Gu Chaqing mean she could put down her raised knife? Twisting right and wrong, avoiding the main issue, was this the old lady's idea of sincerity? Not a hint of apology, not a single honest word. As for the lives lost in the Gu family's main branch, only blood can pay for blood. Zhou Jiao lowered her head in silence for a while, then looked up and said, Grandma, my father and I are quiet people, not good at socializing. My dad is still heartbroken over my grandparents' early passing. Why make him meet old acquaintances and stir up those memories? Let's just leave it. There's no need for a visit. With you at home, there will be plenty of chances to meet in the future. You're still young and don't understand the importance of family. No matter how good outsiders are, they can't compare to your own relatives. There are a few Gu family juniors in Beijing. I hope you can spend more time with them so you can help each other in the future. You're the only child in your family, so you'll need siblings and cousins to support you. Zhou Jiao laughed and said, Grandma, you probably don't know what I'm like. Ask my mom. I'm most afraid of socializing, all that noise and the favors people ask for. If they all crowd around me, I'd run away. Besides, now that my parents are reunited, I'll have plenty of younger siblings in the future. Lin nodded vigorously, frowning, not just Jiao. Even I get annoyed. All that coming and going, having to entertain people, work is exhausting enough. Who has the energy for that? Jiao doesn't need to worry about not having siblings. She has her own cousins. As for those distant relatives, forget it. The younger ones in your brother's families are all troublemakers, not the same kind of people as are Jiao and Xiao Wu. She'll be leaving after the new year anyway. No need to get involved with them. Zhou Jiao saw the old lady glaring at her mother and secretly laughed. Her mom's words had really left the old lady speechless. She'd have to praise her mom later. Seeing old Madame Lin's displeasure, Lynn said impatiently, "Mom, enough about the Gu family. My surname is Lynn and my Jiao's surname is Zhou. Their family's business isn't your concern. Let's go out. If we avoid my sister-in-law, aren't you afraid she'll think you're giving Jiao private money?" Old Madame Lin, exasperated, slapped her and scolded, "That's my family. You ungrateful child, don't you care about your relatives at all?" Seeing this, Zhou Jiao quickly slipped out. It was best to avoid her mother and grandmother's way of interacting. If she stayed, there'd probably be tears and a guilt trip soon. Back at the table, Zhou Jiao used the excuse of looking after her child to say goodbye to everyone. She declined Qin Jingru's offer to see her out and left the Lin family courtyard. She gave a self-mocking smile, looked up at the sky, and let out a long breath. The next day dawned bright and clear. The Zhou and Cheng families drove 2 cars out toward the outskirts of Beijing. Zhou Xiaozhang had left the guards and the 2 family maids at home to look after Ping'an. At this moment, Zhang Guoqing was driving behind old Cheng's car. The atmosphere inside the car was solemn. Zhou Jiao clung tightly to Zhou Xiaozhang's hand, hoping to give him some strength. Gazing at the distant mountain peaks outside the window, her mind was in turmoil. Last night, she had returned home and was the first to see off old Madame Cheng. By the time the Lin family men came over to the Zhou house to chat, it was already deep into the night. Facing the 2 wooden chests that had been brought back, she hadn't slept a wink all night. Every time she closed her eyes, all she could see was Gu Rui's well-maintained face, always smiling. Born into a prominent family? But strip away that layer and what's left? The truth had been buried for so long. The letter her grandmother left behind didn't mention anything about what happened back then. Was it because she already knew the truth and didn't want hatred to be passed down to the next generation, or was she also kept in the dark? She had probed old Madame Cheng with a few questions. The sadness and pain in those world-weary eyes made Zhou Jiao's heart tremble. Was there any point in asking further? When they reached the foot of the mountain, the group walked up to a small house in the hills. This was where Zhou Jinyu and Gu Mingzhu had once lived in hiding under assumed names. Just over the ridge was the Zhou family ancestral graveyard. The cottage was extremely simple. Over the years, it must have been maintained by old Madame Cheng, as it was tidy inside, but there were no traces of daily life. When people die, they vanish like clouds, leaving nothing behind. Old Madame Cheng had arranged for incense, candles, and paper offerings to be prepared in advance. Now, 2 baskets of them sat in the room. After a short rest, Zhou Xiaozhang and Zhang Guoqing declined everyone's help. Father-in-law and son-in-law each carried a basket and led the way. The mountain path was rugged, and everyone helped each other along. The saying goes, looking at a mountain can kill a horse, and this wasn't even the right season for paying respects. The wind in the valley was biting cold. Stopping and starting, the group walked for over 3 hours before finally arriving at the remote Zhou family ancestral graves. There was no grand cluster of tombs as one might imagine, just a few mounds covered in trees and weeds. Centuries of Zhou family glory had turned to dust. Who knew if the ancestors could rest in peace? Not far away, at a recently tended grave, Zhou Xiaozhang was already kneeling, his forehead touching the ground. Seeing his trembling shoulders, Zhou Jiao wiped away her tears and knelt behind him with Zhang Guoqing. In her ears was old Madame Cheng's heart-wrenching wail, old Cheng's voice saying, "The children have all come home," and his murmured words at the graveside, "Zhou Jinyu and his wife's wish had come true. They finally had a little Mingzhu just like them." Zhou Jiao bit her lip hard, staring at the back in front of her, at the bright red names on the tombstone. She swore, a blood debt must be paid in blood. Soon, very soon, she would be able to personally bring news to these 2 elders. Old Cheng looked at Zhou Xiaozhang and Zhou Jiao kneeling before him, wiped away his own tears. In that instant, he saw Zhou Jiao's dark eyes fixed on the tombstone, her lips bitten so hard they bled, but apart from tear stains, her face was eerily calm. He closed his eyes and sighed inwardly. Clearly, there was more to be uncovered from back then. What a tangled fate. Something big was about to happen. Old Chung stood up, helped his wife to her feet, and pointed at the offerings in the baskets. The rest of the family only knew how to kneel. Only his wife could personally make the offerings. Seeing the sun about to set, he waved for his eldest son, Chung Si-jin, to help. Zhou Jiao handed some paper money to Zhou Xiaozheng. She didn't try to comfort him, just leaned close to him, silently burning the offerings. No matter how cold the ground, it couldn't quench the hatred in her heart. No matter how fierce the wind, it couldn't blow away her sorrow. After burning all the paper offerings, father and daughter leaned against the tombstone, silently watching the grave. Zhang Guoqing, seeing that everyone was ready, quietly stood by Zhou Xiaozheng and his daughter. He sighed, stepped forward to help them up, and said softly, "Dad, I'll come with you next time. We'll visit Grandpa and Grandma often. But for now, let's go back, okay? Auntie and the others are getting on in years. Let's go. Next time, we'll come back to bring good news to the elders," Zhou Xiaozheng said solemnly, forcing a smile. They took a different path down the mountain, and by the time they returned to Beijing, it was already dark. Everyone ate a quick meal. Old Chung and Chung Si-jin took Zhou Xiaozheng to the Cheng house, leaving old Madame Chung to stay with Zhou Jiao. In the Cheng family study, Zhou Xiaozheng sat calmly, head down, drinking tea. Old Chung waved his eldest son out and, once the door was closed, got straight to the point. Was there something else that happened back then? Did Gu Rui's family get involved? Zhou Xiaozheng looked at him in confusion and asked, "Uncle, what do you think her family did? Didn't Aunt already tell you everything about what happened back then?" Old Chung stared at him for a long time, then shook his head. "Something's off. Very off." Jiao Jiao's expression on the mountain was strange. "And you're acting strange too. Tell me, did that family do something else? No matter how deep our grudge is with them, you can't act rashly. Understand? They're nothing but a pile of broken tiles. If something needs to be done, leave it to me. I'll make sure you're satisfied." "Uncle, you're overthinking it. Why would I bother with them? Jiao Jiao finally came home. I'm busy with work and the kids. Who has time for them? Besides, after all these years, what could I possibly find out? Maybe when I go back to our old house in Jiang and I'll look for clues, but I'm stuck in Beijing now. There's nowhere to investigate." Zhou Xiaozheng flatly refused. There were things he didn't want others to know. That was his mother's family. Only by handling it himself could he find peace. "Really? Did you read today's newspaper?" "I did. Was there something special?" "Wait, you don't think what happened to the Gu family has anything to do with me, do you?" "Huh. Actually, old Madame Lynn really did suspect me. No wonder she rushed home from the nursing home last night and invited our whole family to dinner. I thought her behavior was odd." Old Chung muttered, "Could it be a coincidence? Or did their family offend someone?" Zhou Xiaozheng replied indifferently, "Who knows? They're not good people, must have offended plenty. My mother-in-law even wanted the Gu family to visit us today. Even more amusing, she told Jiao Jiao she's the only heir and will need the Gu family's support in the future, so she should get closer to those brats." "Support? More like they're in trouble and want my help." He said this deliberately, hoping it would reach old Master Lin's ears. What could be more absurd? Gu Rui, who always prided herself on being clever, actually said such things to Jiao Jiao. Was she senile, or did she really take Jiao Jiao for a fool? Old Qing, seeing nothing out of the ordinary after so much talk, chatted a bit more and, seeing Zhou Xiaozheng off, didn't try to keep him. Watching him leave, Old Chung clasped his hands behind his back and slowly paced into the study. Chung Si-jin followed, closing the door behind him and asking quietly, "So? Any clues? Should I take action?" "Take action?" Xiaozheng says I'm overthinking it. "Dad, you always said brothers should fight tigers together. If something's up with Brother Zhang, I'll keep an eye on things, okay?" Old Chung frowned in thought, then shook his head and smiled. "I really don't think it was Xiaozheng. Jiao Jiao just arrived, and he wouldn't have the energy for this. Besides, he's not one for these kinds of tricks." Chung Si-jin thought for a moment, then stepped forward and wrote Zhou Jiao on a piece of paper, nodding at his father. Old Qing was about to shake his head when suddenly the image of Zhou Jiao's calm face at the tombstone flashed in his mind. He paused, frowning at his son. Dad, don't underestimate her just because she's young. Think back to when she first came to the compound. How did she host everyone that night? She's definitely closer to our family than the Lynn family. But did you notice anything unusual about her that night? Any difference in how she treated people? Everyone avoided Gu Rui, but she brought her up with a smile, acting more natural than anyone. And today, she bit her lip until it bled, but did you see her act out of the ordinary? Xiao Wu kept watching her. He probably knows his wife best and could tell she wasn't calm at all. She's just as good as Brother Zhang at controlling her emotions. And don't forget, Zhou Jiao is a master at using public opinion. Remember the old Zhou family in the northeast? This feels just like her handiwork. I just don't get how she could act so quickly after arriving in Beijing. Old Cheng pondered for a long time, then said to Cheng Xijin, "Don't jump to conclusions. Let's watch for a couple more days. If it was her, we'll know soon enough. Don't get involved, just keep an eye on things. If she misses anything, help her clean it up." If she did do it, I doubt she'd let her dad get involved. Cheng Xijin nodded. He was now extremely curious about what exactly had happened back then to make father and daughter keep such a deep silence. In the Zhou family's living room, a piece of embroidery about a foot wide and half a meter long was laid out on the coffee table. It was a brilliantly colored portrait. Beneath a blazing sun, the former president stood before Tian men, surrounded by children with innocent, beaming smiles, offering flowers. The figure's eyes were vivid and lifelike, the flowers layered and blooming in riotous profusion, with even a faint hint of fragrance, showcasing the very essence of Suzhou embroidery. Zhou Xiaozheng frowned as he looked at Zhou Jiao. The moment he saw this piece, he knew just how much effort and sleepless nights his daughter had poured into it over the past 2 months. He understood her intentions, but if the price was her health, how could he bear it? Dad, I really just worked on it a little each day. If you don't believe me, ask my brother, did I ever stay up late? I'm fast, and I still had time to review my schoolwork. Honestly, it didn't take that much time. Zhou Jiao raised her hand and said. Zhang Guoqing nodded helplessly. She hadn't stayed up late, true, but she'd still spent a lot of time on it. There was nothing he could do. His wife was stubborn as a mule. Seeing things had already come to this, Zhou Xiaozheng could only instruct her not to do any more embroidery in the future. His Jiao Jiao always strove for perfection, but these painstaking, eye-straining tasks were better left aside. He hadn't told her in advance that she might meet the president, precisely because he was worried she'd overthink it. Now, he wasn't sure whether to admire his daughter's foresight or not. I'll handle the framing. And don't bother knitting sweaters anymore. Dad has enough to last 10 years. Tomorrow, our whole family will go out and buy some things to send to your in-laws. Get some rest tonight and recharge. Zhou Jiao nodded. She could tell her mother was acting a bit strange tonight, but some knots could only be untied by the person who tied them. She decided to leave her father some space to handle it himself. At dawn, Zhou Jiao got up early. With Zhang Guoqing's help, the Gu family's affairs were much easier to handle. When the bugle sounded, Zhou Jiao and Zhang Guoqing ran 2 laps with the soldiers and then joined the old men for a round of boxing. Now, helping Aunt Chen prepare breakfast, Zhou Jiao's face was all smiles. She didn't know how Zhou Xiaozheng had talked things over with Lynn last night, but this morning, her mother was in high spirits, carrying Ping'an and popping into the kitchen now and then to check on things, joking with Zhou Xiaozheng and his son-in-law. After breakfast, with the children settled, Zhou Jiao deliberately changed into work pants and an old cotton jacket. She'd noticed in the past couple of days that this was the mainstream fashion. If their family went out all dressed up, the men handsome and the women stylish, they'd draw too much attention. She preferred to blend in. When she came back to the living room in her new outfit, everyone couldn't help but laugh. Dressed like this, she had a unique style and looked even younger, her cheeks rosy like a porcelain doll. Even Aunt Chen, holding Ping'an, burst out laughing. Lynn scolded, "Even dressed like this, you're still pretty. Always up to mischief." What's wrong with being good-looking? Is it really that eye-catching? Zhou Jiao frowned, looking down at her clothes. She thought they were quite plain. Zhou Xiaozhong covered his laughter with a fist and cleared his throat. Very ordinary. Put on a military coat and hat, and even acquaintances won't recognize you. With that, he was the first out the door. He had to leave, or his daughter would get embarrassed and angry. That morning was all about shopping. Lynn drove, and they followed her from the friendship store to the department store. By the time they finished, it was nearly noon. After lunch at home, while his wife and son-in-law packed parcels, Zhou Xiaozhong quickly pulled Zhou Jiao away. He had no interest in wandering around the mall. Father and daughter spent the afternoon driving around, hunting for old books and magazines, and buying calligraphy supplies. As dusk approached, Zhou Xiaozhong took her to a courtyard house. The place was full of old-world charm. An elderly man carefully brought out a box, opened it, and Zhou Jiao was overjoyed. White as mutton fat, black as ink jade for Go enthusiasts, owning 181 black stones of ink jade and 180 white stones of mutton fat jade was a dream come true. Mutton fat is easy to find, ink jade is rare. Both are top-grade Hetian jade, and having both together was exceptionally precious. She'd seen a set in her previous life, but the material was ordinary. Now, Zhou Jiao carefully picked up the 2 jars of stones and lifted the board. It was inlaid with silver threads. She overheard that the craftsman had poured his heart into the set in his middle age. It must have cost a fortune. When Zhou Xiaozhong pulled out several gold bars, she shut her eyes tight, heart aching. Money is easy to come by, but finding something you truly love is hard. She could only comfort herself over and over. Zhou Xiaozhong knocked her on the head, chuckling as he led her away. In the car, Zhou Jiao hugged the box tightly, stroking it lovingly. Dad, this is amazing. I can't bear to let anyone touch it. Gosh, this is worth several houses. Zhou Xiaozhong burst out laughing. He spent 5 years making this set. If his family weren't planning to sneak out of the country, he wouldn't have sold it. It's not expensive at all. There's another family with Ming Dynasty agate stones, real antiques, but everyone knows about those, so it's not safe. Zhou Jiao nodded knowingly. The moment she entered the courtyard, she sensed this family was about to hit hard times. No wonder they were eager to trade for gold. Driving away from the courtyard, Zhou Xiaozhong suddenly remembered something he hadn't told Zhou Jiao. Since the public-private partnership, the wealthy in Beijing had been living in fear. Those who could leave the country tried every means to do so. Some families returned to their rural hometowns, scattering their children across the country. For safety, after starting his job, he arranged for 2 struggling old subordinates to move into his large courtyard house. Better to do a favor than let the government take it for free. Jiao Jiao, I'll take you to the big courtyard to meet them. Except for the innermost section, which is locked, I've lent the first 2 courtyards to soldiers under me. Their hometowns are remote, and their service isn't long enough to qualify for family housing, so they rent on the outskirts. I let go of the help your grandma hired and had those 2 families move in. With military families there, the house is safer. Zhou Jiao was delighted and praised him. Dad, you're so smart. You should lend out the other 2 courtyards too. That way, I don't have to go. And when the lease on the small courtyard is up, maybe lend that out as well. I'm not planning to lend it out for now. There are 2 military wives living there, so it's fine. The small courtyard will go to the Women's Federation. Lending to private individuals is asking for trouble. If those 2 families weren't under me and trustworthy, I wouldn't have let them move in. I'll take you to meet them so they remember you. You'll have easy access. Also, there's a secret room inside. While there are no outsiders, I'll show you. Mom doesn't know? Zhou Xiaozhong smiled meaningfully. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. How could he have such a big courtyard without making preparations? The 5-section courtyard was in the Hohai area, one of Beijing's most famous neighborhoods. Zhou Xiaozhong parked, then led Zhou Jiao into the alley. Seeing his daughter so absorbed, he smiled and introduced the neighbors and local sights with ease. Zhou Jiao touched the big front gate, full of emotion. Lynn had bragged about the courtyard, but she hadn't thought much of it. Now, she realized that if her father hadn't returned, Gu Rui would never have let go of this beautiful old house. No wonder the house didn't belong to the Zhou family in history. Without her father, she wouldn't have been able to keep it. Dad, will owning this courtyard affect your personal evaluation? Zhou Jiao quietly asked as she pulled him aside. Many high-ranking officials lived nearby. Clearly, they'd been assigned the houses after the original owners were gone or had fled. Zhou Xiaozheng patted her and shook his head, then led her inside. After introducing her to the military families, he took her to the innermost courtyard. Walking through the house, Zhou Jiao was numb with amazement. Zhou Xiaozheng said the house was hers, but she disagreed. This should be the Zhou family's ancestral home. In the future, she wouldn't be able to hold on to it. Even with her father's military merits, it might not be enough. Her mind raced, weighing how to avoid disaster, and she felt heavy-hearted. Zhou Xiaozheng laughed heartily in the empty hall, his rare laughter echoing. He ruffled her hair, smiling at her worried face. Scared already? Dad has backup plans. Don't worry. Don't frown, it's ugly. Come see the secret room. It'll cheer you up. Remember the switches. Hearing he had backup, Zhou Jiao relaxed a little and followed him to the servants' quarters, carefully memorizing the switches and trying them herself. Thankfully, there was no hidden treasure. Zhou Xiaozheng, holding back laughter, said, "You can store valuables here. Bring Xiaowu sometime to help move things while you keep watch outside." He thought about it and decided not to stress her further. He'd planned to take her to the suburbs, but maybe it was better to save it for emergencies. No matter how good Zhang Guoqing was, people's hearts were unpredictable. Gu Rui knows all about some things. Should we make preparations? Zhou Jiao was extremely disappointed in that old woman. She didn't even dare touch the 2 boxes in her own room now. Zhou Xiaozheng nodded. He wasn't worried. On the surface, he and the old lady were evenly matched. She was probably still afraid he'd report her. But since his daughter was concerned, he'd go along. Handle it yourself. Anything you don't like, just throw out. Back at the main house, under the streetlight, Lynn was anxiously pacing. Seeing father and daughter with their bags, she hurried over to help Zhou Jiao and scolded them for shopping so long they forgot to eat. Zhou Jiao, afraid of a lecture, quickly explained that Zhou Xiaozheng had taken her to see her dowry at the big courtyard. Sure enough, Lynn immediately changed the subject and started talking about something else. After dinner, back in the bedroom, Zhou Jiao fed the baby and then sat in a daze. She didn't even have the heart to admire her treasures anymore. Seeing her frown, Zhang Guoqing thought she was worried about the baby. He quickly took the child and reassured her that the milk wouldn't spoil in the cold, and Ping'an was eating just fine. Zhou Jiao, still frowning, quietly told him where the big courtyard was, who lived there now, and what valuables were inside. Seeing him nod and smile, she was puzzled. Zhang Guoqing had already known about the courtyard in Hohai from Lynn. The Zhang family's own ancestral courtyard, worth billions, was also in Hohai. He'd seen pictures of its layout and decor, and had planned to move there with the family after the baby was born. How could he not know how conspicuous it was? Since his father-in-law had the foresight to have military families move in, no matter how things changed in the future, he was sure Zhou Xiaozheng would have backup plans. He trusted his father-in-law's judgment completely. Since he said he had a backup, there was nothing to worry about. Since that trip back from the compound, Zhou Jiao hadn't set foot outside the military district courtyard. Her days were spent either chatting and watching movies with her new girlfriends from the compound, studying chess, or experimenting with new dishes in the kitchen. Lately, Zhang Guoqing was often taken out by his father-in-law for strolls, or dragged by the old men of the compound for drinks and ideological lectures. In the evenings, he'd hang out and joke around with his buddies like Fang Fei. Life in the compound was colorful and lively for the couple. With the Lunar New Year just around the corner, the couple were delighted to learn that since the second half of last year, over 40 free markets had opened across Beijing's 7 districts. They knew they'd arrived at just the right time. Since they'd be returning to the Northeast after the New Year, the couple decided to visit the largest free market in Beijing, Tiandi Free Market, to stock up on supplies and maybe smuggle a few things home. At a little past 4 in the morning, Zhang Guoqing and Zhou Jiao handed their child over to Aunt Chen. Leaving the compound, they hired a horse-drawn cart straight to the Tiandi Free Market, which they'd already asked around about. The street outside the market was lined with vendors selling New Year prints, baskets, fresh and dried nuts, and toys. Inside, the market was divided into 4 sections: groceries, local specialties, vegetables, and poultry. Most of the vendors inside were local farmers selling their own produce, with only a few professional traders. With farm work slow in winter, many farmers came out to do business. Some elderly vendors with Hebei accents sold not only chicken, duck, fish, and shrimp, but also cabbages, green onions, garlic, ginger, dried chili peppers, and vermicelli noodles. The couple took a lap around the market and found that, except for grains, there was a wide variety of goods. Compared to the state-run vegetable shops, the free market was more convenient, with fresher produce and the possibility to haggle. Standing at the entrance, they watched as more and more people streamed in with the dawn. Not far away, they saw carts parked at the edge of the market, with people guarding their goods and taking deliveries from family members. As the sky brightened and the crowd grew, the couple bought several large bamboo baskets near the entrance, then started shopping from the innermost stalls. At the egg vendor's stall, a small line had already formed, haggling over prices. Zhang Guoqing quickly had Zhou Jiao watch over their baskets, while he quietly negotiated with the egg vendor to buy out all her eggs. As for the price, he said, after spring, let's see how many eggs are left. He placed the bamboo baskets by the stall, left Zhou Jiao to guard them, and hurried off with a burlap sack to snap up more goods. Zhou Jiao, finding the egg vendor chatty, asked about other nearby markets and fairs. The vendor and her husband had come by horse cart with their fellow villagers in the middle of the night. She'd already sold out everything except for some river fish and shrimp her husband was still hawking. In high spirits, the vendor shared everything she knew about the local markets and fairs, including what was sold where and at what prices. By the time Zhang Guoqing returned, Zhou Jiao had a pretty good grasp of the market scene. For example, the Yangpingmen wholesale market outside Beijing specialized in seasonal fruits, chestnuts from Beijing, apples from Huairou, pears from Shaanxi, persimmons, and black dates. The market's pricing didn't always follow supply and demand, sometimes resulting in price inversions. The Tuadi market in the Western Mining District was an old fair, held on even-numbered days each month. The Dongba and Suansuan fairs in the eastern suburbs were held on the 3rd, 7th, and 10th of each month. The Changxin Old and New Factory fairs were held for 3 days on the 24th, 27th, and 29th of the 12th lunar month. These fairs offered similar goods to the city markets, plus some unique rural specialties. After finishing their shopping, the helpful egg vendor lent Zhang Guoqing a pushcart. Once outside the market, he repacked their goods and returned the cart. The couple then hired a horse cart to take them back near the compound. Zhou Jiao waited while Zhang Guoqing carried back 2 burlap sacks, then used a bicycle to ferry everything home. The couple, as stealthy as mice preparing for winter, carefully stashed their haul. Back home, after feeding the child, Zhou Jiao and Zhang Guoqing began processing the live chickens and ducks. The most troublesome part was dealing with the live birds, but Zhang Guoqing had bought them all so his father-in-law could have fresh chicken soup regularly. He tied up the chickens and stuffed them into sacks as quickly as possible to keep them quiet. He did the slaughtering, while Aunt Chen and Zhou Jiao barely managed to keep up with the cleaning. Aunt Chen looked at the 20 or so cleaned hens and couldn't help but scold the couple for being wasteful, especially since some of the hens still had unlaid eggs inside, which pained her even more. Seeing her distress, Zhou Jiao reassured her, "Don't worry, it's all going to be eaten. If I'm not home, my dad will just make do with whatever," said Hand. "I'll prep everything and freeze it outside. Each week, please stew one for them. And don't be stingy with the dried goods I send later. If my parents eat well, it's worth it. We bought plenty of eggs this time. I'll make salted duck eggs for them to eat with porridge and keep the chicken eggs for my parents to enjoy slowly. Auntie, remember my dad likes boiled eggs." Aunt Chen nodded. Over the past few months, she'd learned the family's tastes, similar to Southern Chinese, with an emphasis on nutrition and hygiene. Except for Lynn, who got up late, everyone else started the day with hot water and porridge after their morning run. Zhou Jiao and her father especially needed a boiled egg every morning. For several days, Zhou Jiao and Zhang Guoqing made daily trips to the markets and suburban fairs. With the cash from cashing out the small courtyard's rent deposit, Zhou Jiao had plenty of funds and quietly converted cash into supplies. Thanks to their secret storage space, they managed to stockpile a significant amount without anyone noticing. After several rounds of frantic shopping, the couple worried that their activity might attract attention. Even though prices were low, they decided to stop, especially since they might need to go to S-City later. They weren't worried about money. Zhou Jiao still had over 5,000 yuan in cash, not to mention $10,000 stashed in her secret space. This time, her father had her cash out all the savings bonds that Gu Rui had returned, and after splitting the withdrawals into 3 trips, he left all the cash with her. As the couple's stockpiling filled the Zhou family's storeroom to bursting, Zhou Xiaozhang said nothing. He understood that his child had gone hungry in the past and lacked a sense of security, leading to a habit of hoarding supplies. This misunderstanding made him, who dearly loved his child, take a keen interest in the market economy. Years later, he would often joke that his daughter was a lucky star. With new dishes and a constant supply of fruits and nuts every day, the Zhou family became a favorite haunt for the Qing family's brothers, Cheng Yongxian and Lin Liying's 2 sons, who refused to leave. Even though the Cheng and Lin families also stocked up on New Year's goods, it did nothing to diminish their obsession with Zhou Jiao's cooking. With so many people around, Zhou Jiao took the opportunity to gradually distance herself from old lady Lin. Using the excuse of fostering grandparent-grandchild bonds, old lady Lin tried every trick, gifting her old fabrics and kipeos, dragging her around the compound, or inviting her out as a show of affection. Zhou Jiao saw through her persistent invitations and subtle probing, but handled it with ease. Fortunately, old lady Chang's constant presence at the Zhou house kept old lady Lin at bay. She didn't dare set foot in the Zhou home. Otherwise, with her shamelessness and penchant for playing the fool, the Zhou house might have become her stage. At the end of 1957, the Gu family in Beijing was torn apart by a series of unexpected scandals, one after another. As the situation escalated, more and more people got involved, and the truth gradually came to light. It started with a quarrel between the 2 Gu brothers and their children, which revealed that the concubine's branch owed the main branch 12,000 taels of gold. Soon after, there were reports accusing the concubine's branch of conspiring to murder their own kin. That new year, the once prominent Jiang and Gu family became the talk of the city, and the whole drama kept Beijing's citizens thoroughly entertained. 2 days ago, after Gu Rui's eldest brother Gu Chaqing was detained following his grandson, old lady Lin and Gu Rui shut themselves away, cutting off all contact with their family. Rumors swirled outside, but Zhou Xiaozhang and Zhou Jiao had long anticipated the outcome. Now, they waited calmly for the final blow. The consequences of past actions were coming due, and they had the patience to wait for the right moment. On the day before the Little New Year, the 23rd of the 12th lunar month, Lin Xueli and Lin Xuezhen, sisters from the northwest, returned to Beijing for the new year. 21-year-old Lin Xueli, with her short black hair and military uniform, was as straightforward and brash as a tomboy. 17-year-old Lin Xuezhen was lively, outspoken, and quick to make friends. These were Zhou Jiao's first impressions of them. Compared to the pretentious Lin Xueli, the Lin sisters, with their unique tastes and love of beautiful things, were much more to Zhou Jiao's liking. The sisters were great at livening up the atmosphere and connecting with people. By dinner time, they had already gathered a large group of compound kids at the Zhou house, along with the Cheng brothers and Lin Liying's 2 sons who were regulars. The Zhou house was bustling with excitement. Zhou Xiaozhang, carrying Ping'an, took Lin Lishan and retreated early to the Cheng house. With no elders around, especially without the intimidating Zhou Jiao. The group happily fetched drinks from the service center and partied until the compound movie started, then gradually dispersed. The next day, Zhang Guoqing and Zhou Jiao drove the army truck, taking the Qing and Lynn cousins out in a grand convoy to Dongfeng Market for a hot pot feast at Donglishan. The truck's canvas cover did little to block the winter wind, and everyone huddled against the cold, but their youthful enthusiasm for food and fun was undiminished. After Zhang Guoqing spent over 5 yuan treating everyone to lunch, the youngest, Lin Xuezhen, insisted that her older sister Lin Xuelin, who had just received her salary, treat everyone to haircuts. "Getting paid means you're an adult, so you should treat us," she said, pinching Zhou Jiao's back to stop her from objecting. Zhang Guoqing, feeling sorry for his wife, quickly offered to pay, but was shoved aside by the brash Lin Xueli, causing everyone to burst out laughing. In the end, the group split up by gender. Zhang Guoqing was dragged off by the Li brothers, who were obsessed with firecrackers. He had promised them enough firecrackers to last through the new year, so he, along with Lin Dinghui and the Qing brothers, took the boys to Dong'an Market to buy them. When they heard about new types of firecrackers elsewhere, the boys piled into the truck to search all over the city. Meanwhile, the 4 girls went to the nearby Celian barbershop. Before they'd even finished their haircuts, Lin Xuezhen had already planned the afternoon. She was eager to make a few new outfits, having heard that her uncle had given Zhou Jiao plenty of fabric coupons. She'd secretly asked Zhou Jiao for some the night before. Now, with coupons and money from old lady Lin in hand, she couldn't wait to hit the markets, especially the Wangfujing department store she'd been dreaming of for ages. Zhou Jiao understood her love of nice things and didn't mind. What girl doesn't like to look pretty? The night before, Lin Xuezhen had been stroking Zhou Jiao's sheepskin coat, unable to put it down, but without any intention of taking it for herself. So when she asked for coupons, Zhou Jiao gave them to her, though she did worry that the girl's passion for clothes was a bit excessive. Having returned from the northwest, Lin Xuezhen seemed determined to make up for lost time in Beijing, dragging the other 3 girls around the city in a rickshaw, hitting all 4 major shopping centers in one afternoon. Even as night fell, she was still reluctant to go home. New Year's Eve, the last day of the lunar year, is the most important traditional festival for the Chinese people. On this day, every household cleans their home inside and out, puts up spring festival couplets, New Year pictures, and hangs lanterns. Each family prepares delicious food, and everyone gathers together to stay up late and see in the new year. Of course, eating dumplings at midnight is a must. After sending Aunt Chen home for the holiday, the Zhou family, Zhou Xiaozheng and Lin Lishan, were busy all day with their work in the army. Since the couple couldn't spend New Year's Eve together with the whole family, Zhou Jiao decided to gather everyone for a dumpling breakfast on New Year's Eve morning to celebrate together. For this meal, Zhou Jiao made 5 kinds of dumplings: pork with pickled cabbage, pork with mushrooms and cabbage, shrimp and pork, chive and egg, and beef. She also put coins and red dates in some of the dumplings for good luck. From early morning, the sound of firecrackers rang out. In the military compound, families from all over the country brought their own customs, but the one thing everyone did was put up couplets, New Year pictures, and lanterns. Every household worked hard to prepare a table full of auspicious dishes for the New Year's Eve dinner. The Zhou family got up early, put up couplets and New Year pictures, hung red lanterns, set off firecrackers, and then gathered to eat dumplings together ahead of time. Zhou Xiaozheng went to the army to arrange the duty roster, while Lin Lishan was busy running around organizing performances for the art troupe, leaving Zhang Guoqing and his wife at home to take care of the children. During the day, Old Lady Cheng secretly took Zhou Jiao to a room to prepare offerings for the ancestral worship, then brought her to the nearby canteen to make dumplings with the other military families. They hadn't been making dumplings for even an hour before the old lady found an excuse to send Zhou Jiao home to look after the kids. Outside the canteen, children could be seen everywhere lighting small firecrackers and tossing them near passing women. The loud bang would startle the girls, making the mischievous kids burst into laughter. On this day, No one scolded the pranksters. Even the women who were tricked, whether they knew the kids or not, would just laugh it off. The Zhou family's door was wide open, and many children from the compound came and went, dropping by to visit. Close friends gathered in the living room, with the boys chatting about the troops returning from the peninsula, sharing inside news and gossip. Compared to when they first moved into the compound, the excitement for tonight's performance and dinner had faded. Zhang Guoqing, holding his child with a smile, didn't join in the conversation and would quietly step aside when sensitive topics came up. In the living room, groups of boys and girls of similar ages chatted away. It was obvious they already understood the concept of hierarchy. Children of higher-ranking officers often liked to sum things up. These second-generation kids were influenced by their environment, and their casual conversations often touched on political issues. They might seem aloof, but they were straightforward and, once they became friends, would treat each other with genuine loyalty. When they were close enough, they didn't stand on ceremony. If they needed a favor, they'd just ask directly, and if things didn't get done, they'd curse each other out without beating around the bush. Those who had started working, like Feng Fei, would get dragged out for a meal as soon as they got their paycheck, often ending up broke by mid-month. They drew a clear line between those inside and outside the compound. Inside, they might fight and swear never to speak again, but if someone from the compound was bullied outside, everyone would band together to help. Often, if a primary school kid said they'd been bullied by someone from another compound, a shout would bring a group of older and younger boys to go settle the score. Sometimes, even 6- or 7-year-olds would tag along, shouting, "Let's get them." Since Zhang Guoqing got to know these kids, and their relationship grew close, whenever they came over, he'd let them help themselves to tea or food. Now, when they visited the Zhou family, they were completely at ease. If Zhou Xiaozheng wasn't home, they acted as if it were their own place. At mealtimes, they wouldn't go home but would pool their money, and when more people arrived, they'd send someone to the commissary to get fish, meat, or wine. Even though Zhou Jiao had already prepared food, they liked to spend all their pocket money just for fun. After drinking, they'd skip dinner, joking that they were saving room for dumplings. When it was time to gather at the auditorium, they left a mess behind without a second thought. Everyone wrapped themselves in army quilts for warmth, closed the doors, and headed to the auditorium together. The auditorium had been completely transformed. A huge portrait of the president hung at the front. The walls were covered with red couplets, and red lanterns of all sizes were everywhere. Laughter and joy filled the air, creating a festive atmosphere. Except for the front rows reserved for the leaders, people of all ages sat together. Even those who usually argued were all smiles today. Didn't you see how many of their fathers were watching them? Military parents disciplined their kids with a heavy hand, and getting scolded or hit in public was embarrassing for everyone. Living in the compound, Zhang Guoqing had seen more than once a soldier whipping his child. The kids in the compound were generally distant from their parents, who were busy with work and often not at home. The children went to and from school within the compound, were cared for by nannies, or, if there was no nanny, ate at the canteen. As long as the kids were safe, that was enough. There wasn't much communication. Some children born 50 years ago barely saw their fathers a few times growing up, so how could there be much affection? That's why when Zhang Guoqing and Zhou Jiao's family arrived, they attracted so much attention. Now, everyone in the compound, young and old, jokingly called Zhou Jiao the Zhou family's little treasure. Just a few days ago, when Zhou Jiao was out exercising in the morning, even 5- or 6-year-old kids ran over to call her big sister little treasure. As the leaders entered, the auditorium erupted in applause. After the opening remarks, the cultural performances began. The programs were the same as always, but everyone was in high spirits. Even when some leaders left midway, no one noticed. Zhang Guoqing smiled and nodded at his departing father-in-law. That day, his father-in-law had to return to the army to be with the soldiers, and his mother-in-law would be busy organizing performances on the first day of the new year. On this night, when families all over the country were reunited, their family couldn't stay up together to eat dumplings and welcome the new year. Northeast, Zhang village. At this moment, the children had been looking forward to New Year's Eve for so long, and it had finally arrived. Zhang Guoqing's family gathered at the old house to spend the holiday with Zhang's father and mother. Both families sat around the big table, waiting with smiles for the elders to say a few words before starting the meal, as was their tradition. In the past, Zhang's father would sigh about how hard everyone had worked that year and encourage them to keep it up next year. Zhang's mother would praise her daughters-in-law, encourage them to add to the family in the coming year, work hard after the spring, and run the household diligently and frugally. With a big smile, Zhang's father looked at his children and said that life was getting better and better, and he was very satisfied. From now on, it was up to them to work hard. He advised the family to learn to be content and to think twice before acting. Zhang's mother followed up, declaring that she was no longer managing the household and hoped her two daughters-in-law would take good care of their husbands and children in the coming year. After Zhang's father picked up his chopsticks, he saw his two sons busy looking after the children and couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness, thinking of his youngest son's family far away. If his youngest were home, he'd be the first to pour him a drink, serve his mother food, and crack jokes to make them laugh. Zhang's father kept glancing outside, as if hoping they'd come back. Zhang Guoqing knew his parents missed their youngest, especially after seeing his father braving the snow to hang red lanterns at both the county and village houses. He joked that Zhang Guoqing and his wife had run away fast, saving themselves from giving the kids New Year's money. Everyone burst out laughing, knowing it was just a joke. Ever since Zhang Guoqing's family moved to Beijing, they'd been sending packages nonstop, with Aunt Fong from the county delivering them every few days. Besides fabric and toys for the kids, Zhang's parents had all kinds of boots and hats and 3 new outfits each. Before the new year, Zhou Jiao had knitted 2 sets of sweaters and pants for the elders, and before leaving, Zhang Guoqing had given each child 50 cents. It really feels like something's missing without Xiaowu at home. I wonder if he's gotten used to life in Beijing? There are a lot of important people there, but it can't be as comfortable as home. No matter how good things are elsewhere, nothing beats home. Since her youngest son's family left, Zhang's mother dreamed of him every night, calling her Mom with a smile. Seeing her worried, Zhang Guoqing quickly reassured her, "Mom, don't you know Xiaowu? He's popular wherever he goes." Sure enough, Zhang's mother perked up and started happily recounting stories about her youngest son. Zhang's father couldn't help but ask, "Do you think Xiaowu will really wait until after the holidays to come back?" His godfather said a few days ago that they'd be back after the 15th. He keeps sending things but never says when he'll return. It's good, though, really good. Zhang Guofu laughed. "Dad, there's not much difference between coming back after the 15th and at the end of the month. I bet Xiaowu will be back at the end of the month. Uncle Zhou can't bear to part with his daughter. Just relax and wait for your youngest to come home." Thinking of how close Zhou Xiaozheng and his daughter were, Zhang's parents laughed and felt much better. After the New Year's Eve dinner, the village was filled with the sound of firecrackers. The children knelt to kowtow to Zhang's father and mother, a solemn ritual, kneeling and touching their foreheads to the ground 3 times. After receiving a dime in lucky money, they happily ran off to hide it. Zhang's father took his 2 sons to set off firecrackers at each of their houses. The kids, undaunted by the cold, ran around outside, gathering friends to play with firecrackers. Zhang's mother and her daughters-in-law started boiling dumplings. As soon as the dumplings were ready, the kids, unable to stand the cold, rushed back inside. After eating, Zhang's father didn't make the kids stay up late, sending them all to bed. The next day, the whole family would have to visit the ancestral hall and pay respects to the elders. In the main room, Zhang's parents leaned against the heated brick bed, quietly reminiscing about the past as they waited for dawn. Meanwhile, in the military compound in Beijing, as everyone counted down together, the new year finally arrived. 1958 had quietly begun. Outside the auditorium, in front of the bonfire, several art enthusiasts played lively tunes on the accordion, harmonica, and arrow. The crowd, reluctant to leave, sang along loudly. Ping'an had already been taken home by old lady Chang, while Zhang Guoqing and Zhou Jiao stood together, watching the distant fireworks, forgetting all their worries and immersing themselves in the moment. That New Year's Eve of 1957, every scene in the compound became an unforgettable memory for them. Such lively scenes would never return. People and things would change, and when old friends met again in the future, they would still sigh with emotion. On the morning of the first day of the new year, just as dawn was breaking, the bugle call for reveille sounded. Zhang Guoqing and his wife, still cradling their child, were fast asleep in bed. They hadn't even slept for 2 hours before the deafening sound of firecrackers outside jolted them awake. Hearing the shouts and laughter outside the door, Zhang Guoqing didn't even have time to wash up before he hurried to open the door. The group from last night was already wide awake and raring to go. The biggest highlight of New Year's Day was visiting the temple fair. Last night, they had already applied for a military truck from the motor pool, planning to take the younger siblings to the temple fair at 1 in the afternoon. Feng Fei glanced at his watch and smiled wryly, gesturing to the group of little kids outside. He hadn't even had a chance to lie down, with the children's excited voices ringing in his ears all morning. The kids had already found out what snacks would be at the fair and were clamoring to go and fill their bellies. Zhang Guoqing sent the kids to the living room to find something to eat. He quickly washed up and asked Grandma Cheng to help look after the children, waiting for Lynn Lying to arrive with her 2 little ones. With Lynn Lying and Grandma Cheng both there to help, he finally felt at ease about setting off. Just before departure, more and more children from the compound came running out, soon filling the truck to capacity. Zhang Guoqing looked worriedly at the crowd and discussed with the others how to ensure everyone's safety on the way back. The thought of taking so many kids to the temple fair gave him a headache. He hadn't forgotten how wild and unruly the compound kids could be. Feng Fei and the others pointed to a group of security guards standing not far away. Zhang Guoqing was instantly relieved. Once on the truck, 4 or 5 people squeezed together in the cab, while the girls sat in the back to avoid any awkwardness, forcing Feng Fei to step on the gas and speed up. With a truck in front and a few cars following behind, the convoy headed north in grand style. There are so many temple fairs in Beijing, but the liveliest is the first of the year. This referred to the Northern Temple Fair, said to have started during the Qianlong era of the Qing dynasty and the largest in the city. For old Beijingers, not visiting a temple fair during the new year was like not celebrating at all. Every year from the 1st to the 15th day of the lunar month, the temple fair was packed with people. After leaving Heapingmen and reaching the area near the high school affiliated to Beijing Normal University, they stopped far ahead of the rows of book and art stalls. Feng Fei and the others lined the kids up and had them count off, giving them a serious task: keep an eye on the kids in front and behind you. If anyone went missing, they wouldn't be considered good comrades or good soldiers and wouldn't be allowed to join the next compound outing. With a candy stick as motivation, the kids obediently lined up and followed orders. Zhang Guoqing and his buddies led the way, with the kids in the middle and the guards bringing up the rear. The girls had already squeezed into the crowd ahead. As their group passed by, people instinctively made way, making Zhang Guoqing feel a bit embarrassed. He never imagined he'd be part of such a scene one day. They passed the bookstalls and art stalls, first coming upon a large kite stand. The tall wall by the roadside was covered with colorful kites. Beyond the kites were stalls selling iwao, ludegun, and other snacks. Iwao, ludegun, pea cake, and doji were all famous snacks at the Northern Temple Fair, with food stalls surrounded by crowds of eager eaters. As soon as the kids arrived, all order broke down. The smell of food in the air made their eyes light up. Zhang Guoqing and the others got them lined up to order, paid for the food, and glanced back to spot Zhou Jiao near the art stalls. He planned to come back in the next couple of days. There were many old books and paintings he wanted to look at, but with so many kids today, he couldn't linger. After eating, they continued south with the crowd, passing stalls selling children's toys, the most crowded part of the fair. In the open area in front of Haiwang Village and the Fire God Temple, there were windmill sellers Acrobats, monkey trainers, puppet shows, stilt walkers, and peaking opera performances, all drawing huge crowds. The sounds of spinning tops, windmills, drums, and laughter blended together in a festive cacophony. Besides the performances, the toy stalls sold clay figurines, paper mice, pellet drums, small gongs and cymbals, fireworks, puppets, opera masks, wooden swords and guns, toy horses, silk and paper flowers, and Chinese knots. The most eye-catching sight was people holding up 3-foot-long skewers of candied hawthorn, each topped with a little colorful flag. Nothing said New Year's like that. The kids were dazzled, unable to decide what to buy, wishing they could take everything home. Each one pulled out their lucky money, clamoring to play ring toss and buy toys. Zhang Guoqing and the orderlies surrounded the kids, knowing that apart from the snacks, this was the most tempting part of the fair for them. So they split up to help the kids buy their favorite toys. Candied hawthorn, big windmills, spinning tops, these were irresistible even for Zhang Guoqing, who bought some for himself. It just didn't feel like a temple fair without a skewer of candied hawthorn in hand. He led Lynn Liang's 2 little cousins around, buying things for his son, making the 2 clever boys grin from ear to ear. They knew their cousin-in-law was always generous. From afar, Zhou Jiao spotted Zhang Guoqing holding a huge skewer of candied hawthorn, a bamboo basket full of crafts hanging from his chest. Her own hands were full of old books. If it weren't for the girls urging her to leave, she'd have stayed at the old book stall even longer. Now that things were more relaxed, she was determined to come back a few more times. Seeing Zhang Guoqing's must-buy-everything attitude and how he couldn't resist the kids' toys, she couldn't help but laugh to herself. The group regrouped. The girls had lost interest in the antique and book stalls, so they didn't linger. After 2 hours of fun, the kids' stomachs were growling again, so they took a detour back to the snack stalls. The real draw of the temple fair was the food. It was a grand gathering of snacks from all over, catering to both the refined and the common folk. Iwao, Ludagun, pea cake, rice cakes, sausage, all steaming hot and fragrant, their bright colors adding to the festive atmosphere. After walking around and getting hungry, a bite to eat and a hot drink in the bustling winter market made the New Year's joy even more palpable. Everyone left with a skewer of candied hawthorn, a big windmill, and hands full of toys. The truck was packed even tighter on the way back. The women decided to take a separate carriage, waving goodbye and cheering as the men and kids left. With the men gone, they could finally go back and shop for their favorite things without feeling embarrassed. Zhou Jiao agreed to meet the girls at the bookstalls. With no one around, she could finally relax. She found a spot and started carefully browsing. This trip back to Beijing, Zhou Xiaozheng, and she had discussed her future university major. Based on her strengths, foreign languages and military medicine were the top choices. In the long run, foreign languages offered the best career prospects, while military medicine was the safest given her family background. He advised her to consider both options carefully over the next 2 years. Still undecided, Zhou Jiao planned to broaden her knowledge as much as possible before the Herolds were destroyed, collecting foreign literature, magazines, and medical materials. After making a round of the book and art stalls, Zhou Jiao finally pulled herself away from the book piles. Stretching her back and realizing over an hour had passed. Not seeing the girls return, she asked the shopkeeper to pass on a message. If they came looking for her, they should just head home. Since she'd bought a lot of books, the shopkeeper readily agreed. Leaving the shop with a pile of books, Zhou Jiao thought for a moment and decided to stroll along the street, hoping to bump into the others. If not, she could always visit another old book stall before heading home. She looked for a bamboo basket to carry her books, bought some crafts to place on top, and discreetly tucked her books underneath. Feeling unburdened, she happily browsed the stalls, heading past her previous stopping point toward the jewelry shops. Soon, she spotted the girls gathered ahead. She was surprised. Had they really spent over an hour here? What was the point of buying flashy pearl earrings they'd never get to wear? Unable to contain her curiosity, Zhou Jiao tapped Lin Xuezhen on the shoulder and quietly asked what was going on. Although the fairgoers looked well-dressed, Only those with comfortable lives had money to shop. Her aunt had told her that apart from the compound families and shop owners, most Beijing residents could barely afford food, let alone jewelry. Ordinary people could only use scraps of cloth as decorations. Lin Xuezhen silently complained about how pretty the earrings were, leaving Zhou Jiao speechless. Looking closer, she realized they weren't antique hairpins at all, but modern pieces with obvious seams. Seeing that Lin Xuelin had bought them, she didn't say anything. She hadn't forgotten how this cousin had never apologized for mistaking her godfather for someone else. Even when Zhou Jiao brought up her godfather Zhao Chuangguang, Lin Xuelin showed no remorse, which infuriated her. Out of the corner of her eye, Zhou Jiao noticed a dusty wooden tray in the corner, filled with old wooden hairpins. The shopkeeper hadn't maintained them, so they looked dull. She picked through them. They were indeed from the Ming and Qing dynasties. Casually, she asked the shopkeeper why he was selling broken wooden hairpins. He replied indifferently that they were just extras thrown in with other goods. Zhou Jiao was delighted. She had plenty of jade hairpins, but not many fine wooden ones. Smiling, she asked to buy the whole box for her long hair. The shopkeeper offered 20 or so hairpins for just 2 yuan. Pretending to hesitate, Zhou Jiao paid up and put the tray in her bamboo basket, tying them up with leather cord to keep them from falling out. The other girls weren't interested in wooden hairpins, but the youngest, Lin Xuezhen, cheekily asked for a share, making Zhou Jiao laugh and nod. For her, the fun was in hunting for treasures. One more or less didn't matter. Lin Xuelin, having spent 20 yuan on her favorite earrings, was in high spirits and kept browsing. The other girls, except Zhou Jiao and Lin Xuezhen, bought some necklaces and earrings, though not much. Zhou Jiao thought it would be a waste, and Lin Xuezhen was more into clothes. Back at the compound, everyone went home. The tagalong Lin Xuezhen cheerfully announced she was going to the Zhou house to see her aunt, parting ways with her 2 sisters from the Lin family. Zhou Shaoeng was on leave at home, playing chess with Zhang Guoqing. Every now and then, he'd glance outside. Just then, he saw Zhou Jiao return, carrying a bamboo basket covered with a black cloth. Zhou Shaozhong focused slightly, giving his son-in-law across from him a deep look. Zhang Guoqing nodded and smiled at him. He understood that his father-in-law had probably noticed something. When it came to Zhou Shaozhong, after much discussion with Zhou Jiao, they decided they really couldn't and didn't want to hide the secret of the space from him any longer. It was already 1958, and the future looked uncertain. They were far away in the northeast, and communication between the 2 places wasn't easy. What if, one day, his father-in-law, in a moment of desperation, tried to scrape together his own food rations to help his daughter, risking his own health? Or what if, out of concern for his daughter, he made a mistake? The most serious issue was that, in a few years, certain things would become original sins evidence that could be used against them. The large amount of savings and valuables they had couldn't be openly kept. His father-in-law knew all about these things. He had to let him know that he and Zhou Jiao had a trump card up their sleeves. No one should think of using Zhou Jiao as a weakness to frame him. His father-in-law cherished his daughter as his life. In a crisis, he'd do anything for her. As for whether he'd change once he had a son in the future, both Zhang Guoqing and Zhou Jiao firmly believed in this father's deep love for his daughter. The couple didn't spell things out. The topic of the space was too fantastical. It was best to let him accept it gradually. Looking at the young couple before him, Zhou Shaozhong felt complicated emotions. He was touched by his son-in-law's complete trust and also a bit guilty for having doubted his character. What did Zhou Jiao mean to Zhang Guoqing? Zhou Shaozhong knew very well how important his daughter was to him. Zhang Guoqing might not always handle things perfectly, but he was shrewd. He couldn't possibly be unaware of the consequences of revealing certain things to him. On this trip back to Beijing, the young couple had secretly given him a private lesson behind his wife's back. At first, he'd been caught up in the joy of family reunion and hadn't noticed anything unusual. But as the 2 kids acted naturally in front of him, bringing out either fresh wild game or fresh fruit in private, he wasn't stupid. How could he not notice something was off? Preferring to avoid trouble, He didn't say anything. After years of wandering outside, he'd seen plenty of strange people and events, rumors of magical arts or rare treasures. He'd heard stories of people having fortuitous encounters. It seemed the couple had gotten lucky. That was good. As long as his Zhou Jiao was set for life, he was happy. Stop pulling. You're going to knock Zhou Jiao over, Zhou Xiaozheng said. Lin Xuezhen immediately let go. She wasn't afraid of anyone, except her uncle-in-law when he put on a stern face. Lin Xuezhen slapped her own head and gave Zhou Xiaozheng a fawning smile. What are you rushing for? I said you could pick first, so you'll get to pick first. Zhou Jiao was both amused and exasperated by her. What a character. Her temperament was a match for Zhao Yuanyuan's. Zhang Guoqing steadied Zhou Jiao and took the bamboo basket from her. He didn't lift the black cloth. Some of the good stuff had already been secretly stashed away by her. His wife was like a hamster these days, hiding anything nice she came across. So, what treasure has you so worked up? Zhou Xiaozheng softened his expression and asked Lin Xuezhen. It was rare for someone to get along so well with his daughter. He wasn't about to take out his dissatisfaction with the Lin family on this young girl. Uncle, look at these wooden hairpins. I think Zhou Jiao must have found something valuable. I just can't tell what's good about them. They're all black and dirty, left in a corner where no one wants them. She's such a clean freak, but she still bought them. There must be something odd, Lin Xuezhen immediately explained when he asked. Before she could finish, Zhou Xiaozheng took the bamboo basket from Zhang Guoqing and lifted the cloth. The corners of his mouth curled up as he looked at Zhou Jiao with a smile. Zhou Jiao grinned at him, full of pride. Uncle, can you tell what's special about them? Did Zhou Jiao spend too much to yuan for these? Lin Xuezhen didn't dare rush him, but she was so anxious she was practically spinning in circles. Zhou Xiaozheng took out a wooden tray and sifted through the hairpins. After a while, he nodded at Zhou Jiao in approval. His usual teaching had paid off. Among them, the ebony and agarwood hairpins hadn't been treated. Anyone, even an expert, could have missed them. For a young girl fresh out of school to spot them, that was his Zhou Jiao's sharp eye. From his observation, one of the agarwood hairpins must have belonged to a Ming Dynasty scholar. Now they were all greasy and black. These 20 or so pins were probably heirlooms that the descendants didn't appreciate and had ruined. He made a mental note to take Zhou Jiao to the temple fair tomorrow to look for an agarwood bracelet to match, which would be good for her health. Haha, I knew it. I just knew Zhou Jiao wouldn't spend 2 yuan on these broken hairpins for no reason. But they're so dirty. That shopkeeper is so lazy. If they just washed them, they'd sell much better. Wait for me, I'll go get some soap and clean them. Oh, but I don't know if washing, Lin Xuezhen chattered as she ran off. Zhou Jiao quickly stopped her. Did this silly girl really think soap and water could clean them? If it were that easy, would she have gotten such a bargain? Why are you pulling me? Ugh. I know you like things clean. I'll wash them, okay? If we wait for Aunt Chen to come back, the cucumbers will be cold by then. If you've got nothing to do, just wait over there. Zhou Jiao, both amused and exasperated, pointed at Zhou Xiaozheng and Zhang Guoqing. Didn't you notice they're both secretly laughing? You can't use soap on these. Let's see what my dad says first. Lin Xuezhen immediately felt embarrassed and gave her a sheepish grin. Zhou Xiaozheng pretended to cough, cleared his throat, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, just wait a bit." With that, he went to the study and returned with 2 bottles of solvent. Uncle, what's in those bottles? Will they really clean the pins? Lin Xuezhen was already crowding around him. She felt her uncle-in-law was a genius. Was there anything he didn't know? Before Zhou Xiaozheng could answer, she turned to Zhou Jiao with a pitiful look. By now, Zhou Jiao knew this girl well. Seeing her act up, she figured she was up to some new mischief and smiled at her. Zhou Xiaozheng nodded slightly. He picked out 4 hairpins, dabbed a piece of old cloth with the prepared solvent, and began to wipe the pins. As he gradually revealed the true appearance of the hairpins, Lin Xuezhen covered her mouth in excitement. She glanced at Zhou Jiao, and when she saw her nod, she burst out laughing. Zhou Xiaozheng put down the last hairpin, glanced at the rest, and said, "All right, only these 4 are worth anything." You can split them among yourselves." With that, he packed up the bottles and headed back to the study. As he passed Zhang Guoqing, he saw him smiling. Zhou Jiao shot him a sidelong glance, secretly worried this silly kid wasn't as sharp as his own Zhao Jiao. The Lynn family girl wasn't stupid. If he kept smiling, he'd give everything away. After tidying up, Zhou Jiao saw Lin Xuezhen had already taken one hairpin and gave her a look. He picked up another from the coffee table and tossed it to her. "Take 2 each to play with. Don't lose them and don't give them away." Lin Xuezhen wasn't stupid. She knew these 4 must be valuable. Didn't her uncle-in-law pick only 4 out of the whole pile? He looked down on the rest. She quickly put them on the coffee table and waved her hand. "1 is enough. If I take 2, my big sister will steal 1. Better to leave them for Jiao Jiao." Her words hit the mark with both Zhou Jiao and Zhou Jiao. Zhou Jiao picked up a hairpin and put it in her hand, smiling. "Just take it. Why be so polite?" Zhou Jiao looked at the flustered girl with amusement. He hadn't expected this usually silly, carefree girl to be so sensible. She was more like someone from the Jiang family than the Lin family. He said slowly, "Take them. If Jiao Jiao gives them to you, just accept them. Don't give them to anyone else. These 4 are Ming Dynasty antiques. Keep them for your dowry." Lin Xuezhen's eyes widened in shock, and she tried to shove the 2 hairpins back to Zhou Jiao, insisting she didn't want them. Zhou Jiao was so amused she couldn't stop laughing. She stood up, stuffed the pins back into Lin Xuezhen's hands, and pushed her out the door. The girl was vain but had her limits. Zhou Jiao was quite fond of this little cousin. She had her flaws, but she was fiercely protective. "In the future, you need to be more careful. See, even a young girl could notice your unusual finds," Zhou Jiao said to Zhou Jiao as she returned. He didn't say more. His Jiao Jiao would understand. Zhou Jiao picked up the tray and nodded. Luckily, her dad was there today to cover for her. She'd overlooked how out of character she'd acted today, given her usual low-key and frugal ways. She'd gotten too used to Zhang Guoqing cleaning up after her. Once he was gone, she slipped up. And she still hadn't learned to stay calm and detached from material things. On the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year, Zhou Jiao received a notice early in the morning. At 2 p.m., he was to bring his daughter Zhou Jiao and son-in-law to meet the president. Even though Zhou Jiao had long sensed something was up, she couldn't help but show her excitement at the news that the nation's highest leader would receive them. Zhou Jiao dropped everything, wrapped up his New Year visits, and hurried home to bring the couple into his study for a careful talk. He reminded them about their speech and manners, analyzed possible questions they might be asked, and coached them on how to phrase their answers in a face-to-face conversation. He went over every detail from his own past experiences meeting with leaders. Finally, Zhou Jiao emphasized that the meeting would likely last less than 2 hours, so they should think through everything they wanted to say before speaking, always consider things carefully, keep calm, be sincere, and keep their words concise. After the couple nodded in understanding, Zhou Jiao realized he was even more nervous than the kids. He felt proud of their calm confidence. When Zhou Jiao suggested bringing some embroidery as a gift, he paced back and forth, thought it over, and then nodded in agreement. No one knew the leader's temperament better than he did. Looking at the young couple before him, he was confident they would perform just as well as always. Since Lin Lishan was still busy with performances in the army and couldn't look after the child, they had once again invited Granny Qing and her maid to help out. The family didn't tell them exactly where they were going, partly to avoid any unnecessary attention, and partly so the old lady wouldn't worry. After lunch, Zhou Jiao told them to close their eyes and rest for half an hour, then personally drove the couple to Shanghai, where they first met with the secretary. They arrived 40 minutes early, not wanting anyone to question their attitude. Zhou Jiao was very familiar with his colleagues and politely declined the offer to announce their arrival ahead of time. At 1:50 p.m., the doors to the reception room opened and several elderly gentlemen entered. Hearing the commotion, Zhou Jiao and Zhang Guoqing immediately stood up and bowed in greeting as the group entered. A deep, hearty laugh rang out first. "Well, take a look. Don't they look just like old friends?" Truly a perfect couple. Quick reflexes, too. The vice commander and an office director followed behind, smiling and praising the couple. Sit, sit, don't be so formal. Zhang, you sit too. You two kids, just relax, think of this as meeting family elders at home. Zhang, your daughter is called Jiao Jiao, right? And your son-in-law is Guowu. Zhou Xiaoyang immediately stood up to reply. Sit down, sit down. See, when you stand, the kids don't dare sit. Let's all sit and chat. This girl really takes after her grandmother, just like an old friend returned. Old Zhou, don't you think her temperament is just like Sister Gu? The vice commander nodded with a smile. Seeing Zhou Jiao's puzzled look, he explained, your grandmother, Madame Gu, was once invited to lecture at various universities. She refused to be called professor, saying sister suited her best. She was exceptionally talented, among the first patriotic students to return from studying abroad, always advocating peace and equality. She and your grandfather, Mr. Yu, were close friends of Mr. Sunday. Madame Song still has their early correspondence. Zhou Jiao stood and bowed to them, sincerely saying, thank you for remembering them. And thank you, Mr. President, for restoring my family's honor. The president gestured for her to sit and then asked what she was reading these days and whether she'd encountered any difficulties in the Northeast. Upon learning that the couple had already returned to school, skipped grades, caught up with their studies, and achieved top marks, he was delighted. He encouraged them to keep working hard, strive to get into university as soon as possible, and carry on the legacy of Mr. Zhou and Madame Gu as leaders of the new generation. He then asked Zhang Guoqing about the current situation in rural northeast China. Zhang Guoqing provided several concise sets of data, showing that living conditions had improved greatly since liberation. Except for a few villages still struggling, most people's incomes were enough to cover daily needs. The president and vice commander nodded repeatedly, curious about the data. When they learned Zhang had gathered it through observation and analysis, they were surprised and praised him for being a practical learner, not just a bookworm. The president asked what hobbies he had besides studying. Following his father-in-law's advice, Zhang Guoqing answered honestly. He had passed the county military department's assessment and would complete the final procedures by the end of the month to start work. He planned to combine practical experience with his studies in his spare time and, if possible, continue his education to gain more knowledge and better serve the country. His words moved the president and the others, who praised his attitude. The president recalled how the army used to train talent by combining work and study, encouraging Zhang to persevere and seek help from his father-in-law if he encountered difficulties. He repeatedly told Zhou Xiaoyang not to hesitate to reach out and to visit whenever he had time. Zhou Xiaoyang nodded, promising to visit once his work allowed, and urged the president to rest and take care of his health. The president, vice commander, and Zhou Xiaoyang chatted like old friends, discussing Zhou's current work and offering a few words of advice. The whole conversation was natural and familiar. At this moment, Zhou Jiao suddenly realized something. Her father always said others couldn't boss him around, he had his own leaders. So these two must be his old bosses. No wonder all those clever people from the compound were always visiting their house. She'd thought it was just because her family was friendly and welcoming. The president noticed Zhou Jiao's expression and asked with a smile, "What have you discovered?" Zhou Jiao blurted out, "I finally know who my dad's old leaders are." Zhou Xiaoyang added with a laugh that his daughter didn't even know his current position, rank, or monthly salary. She'd never asked. She probably thought all the old soldiers in the compound were his superiors. When he finished, the president and the others burst out laughing at Zhou Jiao's blushing, embarrassed face. The president asked Zhou Jiao why she never asked. Was it forgetfulness or lack of curiosity? Sitting up straight, Zhou Jiao solemnly replied that no matter how curious she was, she would never ask. Seeing everyone listening, Zhou Jiao explained that, in her mind, a military career was sacred and soldiers shouldn't reveal too much to outsiders. Even a small detail could let the enemy deduce important secrets. She worried she might accidentally leak information about her father, causing harm to him and the country. As for his rank or salary, it didn't matter. Her father would never let her go hungry. She'd rather not know, as long as he was safe and well. Excellent. Very good. You're thoughtful and have a strong sense of crisis, truly worthy of being the descendant of Sister Gu and Mr. Yu. This child takes after Zhang, so thorough and considerate. A good kid. These are the words the children of those who flaunt their fathers everywhere should hear. The president and everyone else applauded and praised her. Zhou Jiao blushed, waving her hands and shaking her head. Please don't praise me. I'm not as good as you think. Really, I just worry I'll make mistakes out of ignorance. As she spoke, she realized the meeting was approaching 2 hours. Too much talk could lead to mistakes. Some things were better left unsaid. Zhou Jiao carefully took out a framed embroidery from behind her chair and placed it on the coffee table at a respectful distance. She explained that ever since her grandparents' names were cleared thanks to the president, she had been deeply grateful. She'd thought about having Zhang Guoqing bring some wild game as a gift, but worried food might cause problems. In the end, she decided that making something by hand was the best way to express her gratitude, so she personally embroidered a picture for the president, hoping he would accept it. When the staff unwrapped it, a brilliantly colored Suzhou embroidery was revealed, with the president depicted bathed in radiant sunlight. Zhou Xiaozheng knew the value of this embroidery. When he picked it up from the shop a few days ago, the owner had begged to buy it for any price, and even asked if the artist could make another, offering the highest price on the market. Seeing everyone in the room admiring it now, he felt even prouder. The vice commander commented that the most impressive part was the design, which combined Chinese painting and oil painting techniques, giving it a strong sense of depth. When he learned Zhou Jiao had done everything herself from the initial sketch to the finished piece, he marveled that she truly was the descendant of Mr. Yu and Sister Gu. The president was delighted as he touched the embroidery and joked about giving a return gift. He'd noticed Zhou Jiao glancing at a piece of his calligraphy on the wall, so, on a whim, he instructed his secretary and staff to prepare paper and ink. Zhou Jiao stepped forward, bowed, and carefully accepted the gift with both hands. The staff suggested taking a group photo to commemorate the occasion. After the photo, the president and vice commander offered a few more words of encouragement. Seeing the secretary glancing at the clock, Zhou Xiaozheng realized more than 2 hours had passed and that the leaders were extremely busy, so he quickly led the couple in bidding farewell and leaving. Once outside Zhanghai, Zhou Jiao finally relaxed, slumping in her seat and letting out a long sigh. Zhou Xiaozheng smiled and praised her. You did even better than I expected, reserved, thoughtful, and subtle. Guowu did well too. Keep it up. Sometimes, it's better to stay still than to act rashly. Let's deal with things as they come. Dad, I really feel sorry for you. Society is so complicated. I've gotten a bit muddled from all the eating, drinking, and fun in the compound lately and let my guard down. Why do all those people keep coming to our house? I thought it was because my brother and I are so charming, but that can't be it, can it? Zhou Jiao shook her head. Her words made Zhou Xiaozheng and his son-in-law laugh. With Dad protecting you, it's fine to be a bit muddled at home. Don't doubt your own charm. There are people in the compound with higher ranks and more easygoing families, but do you see them getting so many visitors? At home, just be comfortable. If you have to worry even at home, what's the point of life? Now, where should I take you for fun tomorrow? Zhou Jiao, worried that he hadn't rested enough, quickly suggested they stay in for the next couple of days. She had plenty of books to read at home anyway. On the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year, Lin Adong, the second son of the Lin family, arrived in Beijing from the northwest with his wife Jiang Jiangyu and their 2 sons. The atmosphere in the Lin household subtly shifted once again. The long-awaited family reunion that old Madame Lin had dreamed of was finally happening, but she felt no joy or excitement at all. Too many things had already spiraled beyond her expectations. With the rift between her own Gu family brothers, the imprisonment and sentencing of her eldest brother Gu Chaoqing, and the confiscation of all her family's assets, the marriage prospects she had set her sights on had all fallen through. Even her old friends and sisters, who used to be close, now treated her with a subtle distance. Just as she was fuming over this, her younger daughter-in-law stirred up new trouble. Inside the bedroom, old Madame Lin sat with a calm face, her eyes fixed on her younger daughter-in-law, Zhang Guoqing. Zhang Guoqing avoided her gaze, smiling as she explained, "Mom, with Shangli and his brother about to get married, I really had no choice. When my sister-in-law wrote to me, I realized there aren't many courtyards as suitable as this one, so I let her buy it before I even had time to discuss it with you. Please don't be angry." Old Madame Lin could never have imagined that her younger daughter-in-law, all the way out in the northwest, would dare to make such a big decision behind her back, letting her own sister-in-law buy the courtyard without her approval. 2,800 yuan once, she might not have blinked at the sum. But now, she was still trying to cover her eldest son's financial shortfall. How could she spare money for a courtyard? Since Zhang Guoqing had already acted first and reported later, what more could she say? After a moment, old Madame Lin looked away and asked, "So whose money did you borrow? How are you going to repay such a large sum? What did your husband say?" "My siblings helped me scrape together 1,000 yuan, and I promised to pay them back after the new year. The remaining 1,800 I borrowed from a friend for 2 months. My husband doesn't know about this yet. I was hoping you could help me, Mom." As she finished, Zhang Guoqing lowered her head, nervously shuffling her toes on the floor. Old Madame Lin let out a bitter laugh. "So tell me, how exactly am I supposed to help you? Look at these old bones of mine. How much do you think I'm worth?" "Mom, can you ask Big Brother and Big Sister to help? I just need 1,800 yuan to get me through. As for the 1,000 from my family, I'll pay that back slowly." Old Madame Lin understood immediately. The so-called 1,000 yuan from her family was probably Zhang Guoqing's own private savings. The Zhang family was so poor that, on New Year's Eve, 10 people shared just 1 fish and 1 chicken. Where would they get 1,000 yuan? This little one was cunning, that's for sure. But old Madame Lin didn't want to argue. The money was already spent, and there was no use talking about it now. Besides, the house would eventually belong to her grandson anyway. She wanted to help, but she was powerless. With a helpless sigh, she began to explain where the money she'd given to help their family had come from over the years. She didn't go into details, just mentioned roughly how much she'd borrowed from her eldest son-in-law, Zhou Jiao, how much she'd covered with her eldest son's salary, and how much she still owed. When she finished, she spread her hands and shook her head at Zhang Guoqing. She had no intention of hiding things from the second son's family anymore. By now, everyone in the family knew, except perhaps the old man himself, and even he probably suspected. Zhang Guoqing was stunned, her face turning pale. After a long while, she composed herself and asked cautiously, "What did brother-in-law say?" "Mom, what should we do now?" What else?" "Just let it be." Old Madame Lin snorted coldly, her face dark. "Zhou Jiao?" He was giving her the cold shoulder, couldn't even be bothered to see her, let alone talk. Just thinking of that brat's stony face, ignoring her completely, made old Madame Lin furious. Did he really think a little money made him king of the world? Sensing the mood, Zhang Guoqing didn't dare press further. She'd just gotten back to Beijing and needed to feel things out before saying more. If all else failed, she'd have to come clean to her husband. She put on a smile, helped tuck old Madame Lin's quilt, and said softly, "Mom, please don't be angry. I don't know what brother-in-law is thinking, but isn't it only right for a son-in-law to respect his mother-in-law? With Big Sister around, he's your son-in-law. If you need help, he should help." Old Madame Lin couldn't be bothered to respond to such wishful thinking and waved her out. After leaving the main room, Zhang Guoqing glanced at her sister-in-law in the kitchen, hesitated, then turned and headed back to her own room. She grabbed her bag and gifts and went to visit her parents. The Jiang family had been assigned 3 rooms on the ground floor of the unit building, with a small courtyard out front. Old Madame Jiang, born to a farming family, had always worked the fields and raised the children back home. After liberation, she moved to the compound with her husband. She was a diligent, restless woman, and every season, she filled every corner of the yard with fruits and vegetables. When Jiang Jiangyu entered, she saw her mother, hair now completely white, bent over kneading dough. She'd only had a hurried reunion with her parents the night before, but now, looking closely, she realized her mother had aged a lot. The house, aside from the standard army-issued furniture and supplies, had nothing of real value. Frowning, she complained to her delighted mother, "Those people still haven't left you and Dad alone? How are we supposed to live? We've repaid every favor over the years. Look at your clothes. How many patches have you sewn on? This is the same shirt I made for you when I had my second son." Old Madame Zhang's smile faded. She glared and said, "Have you forgotten your eldest brother was nearly killed, and it was your uncles who saved his life? When your second brother was sick all winter, it was your aunts who pawned their dowries to help. And when you were raised at your grandmother's, it was your aunts who nursed you. Without these relatives, do you think I could have raised you all by myself? People must never forget where they came from. Would they come to us if they weren't desperate? Don't let me hear you talk like this again. If you can't accept it, don't come home." Jiang Jiangyu was left speechless, sighed with mixed feelings, and nodded. In the kitchen, she helped her mother with chores while asking about the family. Hearing that everyone was well, aside from the occasional visiting relative, she finally smiled. Then she remembered her real purpose for coming. She paused, glanced at her mother, and casually asked, "Mom, do you know Lynn's eldest son-in-law? The one who just came back, Zhou Jiao, living in the back courtyard?" Old Madame Jiang nodded. Of course she knew. There were only a few young leaders living in the back courtyard, Zhou Jiao and two others. The rest were old men. He was quite the attraction, and besides, he was her in-law's son-in-law. How could I not know? There are a lot of people in the compound, but everyone knows him. When he first came back, all the women in the compound snuck over to get a look at him. They said they were going to see a handsome man. Haha, he really is good-looking. Now that his precious daughter is back, it's the young men's turn to go see her every day. Who wouldn't know that family? She laughed. Jiang Jiangyu hadn't met Zhou Jiao yet, but she knew Zhou Jiao. She wasn't in the mood to discuss handsome men. She had bigger worries. She nudged her mother and whispered, "I feel like my mother-in-law acts strange whenever she mentions her son-in-law. Did something happen? I haven't seen their family visit since I got back last night." Old Madame Jiang glanced outside, lowered her voice, and said, "Everyone in the compound says your mother-in-law is no good. She dresses up and wanders around all day, but left her own granddaughter to suffer in the countryside. I also heard your father mutter that your mother-in-law and Zhou's mother are cousins, same great-grandfather. Their family matters are complicated, so he told me to be careful. You too, don't say too much. Just remember, Zhou's grandchildren are all being raised by old Madame Cheng now." Jiang Jiangyu looked at her mother in confusion, even more puzzled. Weren't closer family ties supposed to be a good thing? Why did everything seem so mysterious? Anyway, just remember not to say too much about your in-laws. I don't know the details, but your father said if it weren't for Shanshan having such a good daughter, Zhou Xiaozheng would never have married her. There are plenty of women who'd want him. Old Madame Jiang didn't want to say more. Her husband had specifically warned her. Jiang Jiangyu sighed. She'd been hoping to borrow money from her sister-in-law, but that was clearly a lost cause. She hesitated, glanced at the wilted cabbage by the stove, and sighed again. Declining her mother's invitation to stay, Jiang Jiangyu returned home, preoccupied. As soon as she reached her room, she collapsed on the bed, eyes darting as she tried to think of a solution. Unable to come up with anything, she suddenly smelled food and hurried to the living room, smiling as she called her sister-in-law over to help serve the dishes. She was surprised to see that the old men and the other men had returned from their New Year's visits, but her own children were nowhere to be seen. She sidled up to Chen Jingru, nudged her, and learned that all the kids had gone out shopping. Taking the chance, she asked about Zhou Jiao. The Lin family's housekeeper, like the one at the Zhou's, had been given time off by the old man. Chen Jingru was busy with meals and housework all day. Seeing her sister-in-law come home and not help at all, she couldn't be bothered to argue, so she just brushed her off and told her to visit the Zhou family herself. After lunch, with all the men at home, Jiang Jiangyu asked when the two sisters-in-law would be visiting their parents and whether they needed to prepare anything in advance. Old Madame Lynn shot her a look, knowing she wasn't giving up. With a string of grandchildren's marriages to arrange, she had no patience for these matters. Meanwhile, Zhou Jiao was watching her scatterbrained second aunt running around, feeling a headache coming on. She glanced at old Madame Cheng. She hadn't expected Jiang Jiangyu to be waiting at her house when she got home. Were they really that close? Wasn't she supposed to wait until her mother finished her visit before coming over? She'd spent the day visiting elders with her father and was exhausted, just wanting to rest. Seeing Zhou Xiaozheng lead Zhang Guoqing to the study to avoid Jiang Jiangyu, Zhou Jiao quickly poured her a cup of tea and invited her to sit down. She knew Jiang Jiangyu would have no qualms about barging into the study otherwise. With a loving smile, Jiang Jiangyu took Zhou Jiao's hands, her eyes constantly examining the fabric of her clothes, apologizing profusely for not fulfilling her duties as an elder and making all sorts of excuses. Zhou Jiao smiled sweetly at her. This performance was quite something. She hadn't forgotten that, when she was a month old, Lynn had promised gifts from the Northwest in a few days. Lynn had sent 2 huge sacks, but not a single thing had come from the Northwest. As for the full-month gifts, forget it. Was Jiang Jiangyu treating her like her mother, Lynn and trying to fool her? How had someone like this caught Gurui's eye? Did that so-called lady of a great family have some strange taste? Zhou Jiao smiled and nodded along. Seeing that Zhou Jiao didn't seem to mind, Jiang Jiangyu kept holding and patting her hands, showering her with praise in front of old Madame Cheng, calling her the perfect granddaughter. Zhou Jiao, feigning shyness, used the excuse of serving tea to free her hands. She was starting to feel like she'd just been groped. Old Madame Cheng stifled her laughter and kept nodding. Zhou Jiao's hands were tingling. She didn't know whether to clench them or let them hang loose, wishing she could scrub off a layer of skin. She shot old Madame Cheng a look, glancing at the clock on the wall. Old Madame Cheng winked back, reassuring her not to worry. She wouldn't let Jiang Jiangyu stay until dinner. No one flatters for nothing, if not a thief, then a crook. Zhou Jiao knew exactly what Jiang Jiangyu was after, money. But she was following her father's lead with the Lin family, cold and distant. Looking at her, Zhou Jiao really wanted to slap her. Where did she get the nerve? Did she really think she and her father were easy targets? Soon, her father would be bringing several uncles to Beijing to help. Her godfather Zhao Chuangang had given so much for over a decade, and they pretended not to know him. What about her uncle from the Northwest, who was being transferred to Beijing? And all those uncles who had helped her over the years? Did they really think the truth could be hidden forever? After all the flattery, Jiang Jiangyu started talking about her own hardships. Listening to her complain about having no savings and worrying herself gray over her children's futures, Zhou Jiao just blinked innocently, refusing to respond. Old Madame Cheng, with her sharp tongue, countered with a lecture on frugality and hard work, finally shutting Jiang Jiangyu up and steering the conversation to trivial gossip. After seeing her out, Zhou Jiao rushed to wash her hands, then returned to the living room to find Zhou Xiaozheng and his father-in-law looking as if they'd survived a disaster. She shot them a glare, then burst out laughing. Old Madame Cheng shook her head with a smile. This won't do. Next time she comes, she'll ask for money directly. You two need to think of an excuse. Jiao knows what she's doing, Zhou Xiaozheng reassured her. As soon as his daughter came home, she took care of all these messy affairs, planning everything so there'd be no worries. Zhou Jiao nodded thoughtfully. An excuse? What excuse did they need? Money moves people's hearts. She'd made sure old Madame Lin knew all the family's money was in her hands, just to keep opportunists at bay. She'd even started sending money to her father's fallen comrades' families, just in case. And now, seeing how eager Jiang Jiangyu was to ask for money, she knew the amount would be significant. If she came again, Zhou Jiao would have a good talk with her about those uncles in the Northwest. Night had fallen, and 3 generations of the Lin family finally gathered together for this long-overdue reunion dinner. At the head of the table sat old Master Lin and old Madame Lin. The old man beamed as he looked at his children and grandchildren filling the table, listening to their chatter and laughter. The eldest son, Lin, was known for his ever-present smile and generous, straightforward nature. He had always doted on his only brother, Lin. Despite not having seen each other for over a decade, their brotherly bond remained unshaken. This time, his wife, Qin, had repeatedly brought up how old Madame Lin had misappropriated the Zhou family's assets to help Lin. Besides feeling guilty towards his brother-in-law Zhou Xiaozheng and his daughter, Lin mostly felt sorry for his brother's difficult life, so much so that Lin had gone gray at a young age. At this moment, he was quietly advising Lin, "I'm your big brother. If you run into trouble, remember to talk to me. If things aren't going well for you over there, I'll find a way to get you transferred back." His words made his wife, Qin, lower her head and frown. Ever since her husband's salary had been appropriated by old Madame Lin, Qin had felt uneasy. She was especially upset after unexpectedly learning that her brother and sister-in-law had bought a courtyard house before the new year. Now her husband wanted to help again, and where would that money come from if not her own savings? She had already planned to use that money for their son's house after their daughter got married. How could they possibly afford to solve the second brother's problems too? "Brother, I really don't have any problems right now. If something comes up, I'll definitely let you know." Lin shook his head. He already owed his big brother a lot, and besides, any work-related transfer wasn't something his brother could help with. On this trip home, his father had already told him about Zhou Xiaozheng and old Madame Lin. For now, it was best not to return to Beijing. Old Madame Lin glanced at her two daughters-in-law sitting below her, then turned to her eldest grandson, Lin Dingxing. "Now that you're back and have seen your relatives and friends, do you really have to leave again? Listen to your grandma, all three brothers should stay home and not go out anymore." Lin Dingxing just smiled without replying. He understood what his grandmother meant, but he had his own plans. Especially after this trip to Beijing, meeting certain people and learning certain things, he was even more determined to stay in the provinces for a few more years before returning. "Then at least settle your marriage before you go back," old Madame Lin said, seeing she couldn't persuade him otherwise. She decided to take the next step. If she found him a bride from Beijing, what could he do then? "Grandma, as long as you help me pick someone suitable, that's fine. But I absolutely refuse to be treated like a piece of pork for people to pick and choose." "Whoever you approve, I'll be fine with," Lin Dingxing replied. Jiang Jingyu immediately chimed in, "Mom, I think my eldest sister-in-law's niece is a good match. Why not invite her over to our house?" Old Master Lin perked up with interest. "How old is the girl? Is she a good match for my eldest grandson? What do her parents do? Why didn't your father mention this earlier?" Old Madame Lin shot him a sideways glance and said nothing. "The girl just graduated high school and is looking for a job. She's pretty and sweet. Her parents are workers, and she's their only daughter among several sons, so she's quite spoiled at home," Jiang Jiangyu explained. Old Master Lin looked at his wife, who kept her head down. He chuckled, "Then let's forget about this girl. Our family needs a granddaughter-in-law who can endure hardship, but most importantly, she has to be smart." After he finished, he noticed his youngest granddaughter, Lin Xuezhen, rolling her eyes. He laughed and scolded, "You little rascal, if you have something to say, just say it. What's with the faces?" "Grandpa, my mom says the girl is pretty." "I don't buy it." "Sweet-talking? She's just a flatterer. I can't stand that girl. Every time she sees us, she just wants to play in our compound. And she wants to be introduced to my big brother? Is my aunt out of her mind? Does that girl even deserve him?" Old Madame Lin chuckled, "Too shallow. Your eldest brother's wife should be someone we know well." Lin Xuezhen ignored her mother's muttering. Frowning in thought for a moment, she clapped her hands and said, "Grandma, I don't think anyone is good enough for my big brother." Lin looked at his nephew, then at his own son, and smiled. "Our kids won't have trouble finding good matches. There's no need to rush into marriage. Actually, it's our girls who should be finding matches first." Old Master Lin nodded, glancing at his eldest and second granddaughters. Those two really did need to start looking. After dinner, Old Master Lin took his two sons and Lin Dingxing into the study. Once everyone was seated, Old Master Lin got down to business. You all remember what we talked about last time, right? A couple of days ago, your brother-in-law brought Zhou Jiao to meet some higher-ups. He hasn't mentioned any of this to you two brothers, has he? Lin Adong frowned and looked at his big brother. Lin Dingsheng gazed thoughtfully at his grandfather. He didn't know what had been discussed in private last time, but in the past few days, he'd picked up a lot from Feng Fei and Xiaozhou. It all boiled down to the old grudge between Uncle Zhou Xiaozheng and old Madame Lin. Lin Igua sighed. Our brother-in-law has indeed grown distant from us. You can't blame him, anyone would feel the same. I've spent the most time with him, and his only real concern is his child. Now, with the trouble in the Gu family, the knot between him and Mom is impossible to untie. Old Master Lin nodded, fixing his gaze on Lin Igua. Igua, tell me, aside from the issue with her own family, has your mother done anything else to offend your brother-in-law? Even your sister doesn't want to talk to her mother anymore. Something's not right. Tell me what's really going on. Dad, what's past is past. We'll treat them better from now on. Why don't we go out for a walk tonight? Lin Igua tried to change the subject, inwardly groaning. If he told the truth, wouldn't his little brother feel even more guilty? Seeing him dodge the question, Old Master Lin sighed deeply and said, Is it about money? Even if you don't say it, I have a pretty good idea. I was willing to turn a blind eye, but now that the Gu family is in trouble, there are things you don't know. If I'm not mistaken, your mother has long known Zhou Xiaozheng's true background. If you were in his shoes, how would you feel? Lin Dingxing narrowed his eyes slightly at these words, glanced at his uncle, and lowered his head in silence. Clearly, there was a lot he still didn't know. Speak up. Otherwise, I'll have to ask your brother-in-law myself, and I might end up utterly humiliated as the father-in-law, Old Master Lin said. His wife might keep things from him, but she would definitely tell their sons. Lin Igua frowned and asked in a low voice, Did something really happen to Uncle's family, like you said? You still don't believe me? Old Master Lin said, noticing his carefully nurtured grandson's puzzled expression. He thought for a moment and began to explain the Gu family's troubles. After listening, Lin Dingxing was silent for a while before saying to Lin Igua, Uncle, regardless of whether Aunt and Uncle Zhou were involved this time, the Gu family is finished. We need to carefully analyze the rift between Grandma and Uncle Zhou and plan our actions accordingly. Lin Igua looked at the three people in the study, his face grim. After a moment, he stood up and said, I don't know all the details either. I'd better call Mom in and let her explain herself. Lin Dingxing quickly pulled him back and whispered, Don't let Grandma speak. The trouble with Uncle's family has already embarrassed her enough. How can we make her face us and talk about this? Lin Igua paused and sat back down, unsure where to begin. He gave a bitter smile. All of Uncle's savings were with Mom, and she used them. After hearing the whole story, Old Master Lin muttered, No wonder. No wonder. No wonder. Lin Dingxing was the first to regain his composure. He asked, So Aunt's whole family thinks Grandma took over their assets without caring for Zhao Jiao? Do they think the Gu family is after their money too? Seeing Lin Adong about to speak, he quickly stopped his father, knowing he would ask where the money went. He had some idea that old Madame Lin had used it all to support their family over the years. But he hadn't expected it wasn't just her private savings. At this point, where the money went wasn't the main issue. What mattered was how to resolve things. Uncle, did Aunt's husband ever mention the money to you? Compared to before, how is your relationship now? Lin Igua shook his head with a bitter smile. Your uncle isn't an ordinary person. He'd never embarrass me by bringing up money. Not just him, even Zhao Jiao won't let your aunt mention it. Other than not visiting us, have you noticed anything else unusual? But the relationship between the two families has definitely changed, become more distant and formal. Lin Dingxing frowned. Where did he get so much money? Is it ill-gotten gains, and that's why he won't talk about it? Old Master Lin shook his head. Lin Dingxing looked at his grandfather and uncle in confusion. He didn't understand what was wrong with his question, but both elders looked disappointed. Grandpa. Old Master Lin, thinking about his eldest grandson's future, gestured for him to sit down. After a while, he said, "I've told you before, never jump to conclusions about someone before you truly understand them. Looks like you've spent too long out in the Northwest and forgotten that. You must have met Zhou Jiao since you came back, right? Do you think he'd leave any obvious evidence against himself?" Lynn added, "He left home at just over 15, bringing ginseng and other things, and ran off to S City. In half a year, he made a lot of money in business. I think he originally just wanted to find Lu Shiji and never planned to join the army. Later, for some reason, after turning 16, he enlisted. He even donated a lot of private assets to the organization early on. That money is nothing to him." Seeing his grandson's sudden realization, old Master Lin said, "Always understand the other person before making judgments. You've gotten a bit dull after spending so long in small places. Dong, when you go back, see if there are any opportunities for study in Beijing. I'll see if I can arrange for the kids to spend some time at the military academy." Lin Dingxing knew that once his grandfather made a decision, he couldn't refuse. He nodded and sat quietly, listening to their plans. Old Master Lin and his two sons discussed the future of the three grandsons. Seeing his eldest grandson looking a bit dejected, he paused to comfort him. "It's not that I think you're lacking, but others are making progress while you're standing still. Do you understand what I mean? You're the eldest, so I have to hold you to higher standards. Grandpa, I've been slacking off. Don't worry, I'll work hard." Lin Dingxing replied firmly. Old Master Lin nodded. He set aside these matters and began discussing how to ease the tension with Zhou Jiao, asking his two sons for their opinions. He was determined not to let this son-in-law become estranged. With Zhou Jiao on their side, the Lin family's chances of success would greatly increase. If Zhou Jiao and her husband also supported them, he could truly rest easy. He knew the key was Zhou Jiao. She and her husband still had some affection for him, but he worried that once he was gone, even that last bit of goodwill would disappear. After the 5th day of the new year, everyone who needed to go back to work did so. Only the kids, who hadn't started school yet, occasionally set off a few firecrackers for fun. The compound gradually returned to its usual calm. Lin Lishan finally got a chance to relax at home and spend time with her children. She'd been busy these past few days, leading teams and organizing performances, mainly to let her deputy get familiar with the process so she could accompany her beloved Zhao Jiao to S City. Having not seen Ping'an for several days, Lin Lishan felt like her child had grown up yet again. Now, holding her baby and listening to his babbling responses, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. As for Zhou Jiao's mention that her second aunt might come to borrow money, Lin Lishan didn't take it to heart at all. She didn't have a penny to spare these days. If anyone wanted to borrow money, they'd have to go ask the old lady. Zhou Jiao had just mentioned it casually as a reminder. With the Lin family dinner that night, she was worried her second aunt would pull some tricks and wouldn't let the opportunity slip by. As it got close to the end of the workday, Lin Liang brought her two sons over to the Zhou house first. Today was the agreed-upon day to visit her parents' home for New Year's greetings. She planned to wait for Li Jianjun to arrive, then go together with her eldest sister and catch up on some gossip along the way. The moment she entered the living room, her two sons immediately clung to Zhang Guoqing. Lin Liang hurried over to sit beside Lin Lishan and her daughter, grinning mysteriously. "Guess what? Xiaolin's boyfriend, Yang Lekun, is coming over later. You didn't know that, did you?" Lin Lishan replied offhandedly, "Oh, he's coming? Who? You mean Xiaolin's boyfriend? Why is he coming today? So it's really settled with this guy." Halfway through her sentence, she realized what was happening and was quite surprised. "Right before getting off work, Xiaolin pulled him over and told me she wanted to bring him home. I decided to stay out of the way for now and wait to go over with you all." Lin Lishan frowned and glanced at her, worried. Will Dad get angry? Lin Liang analyzed the situation for her. This time, Xiaolin was deliberately bringing someone home during a family gathering. Nothing would happen. Their father was already annoyed with that girl and just wanted her to get married as soon as possible. At this point, Lin Liang really didn't want to meddle in her niece's affairs anymore. People shouldn't compare themselves to others. Doing so only makes your heart colder. Her two sons were always praising their sister and brother-in-law in front of her and Li Jianjun, calling them my sister and my brother-in-law instead of cousin. Even the Zhou family seemed more anxious than she was. She'd been good to Xiaolin, but Xiaolin had always been indifferent to her two sons. Whether sincere or not, even the kids could see it clearly. Thinking of her second sister-in-law, Lynn lying glanced at the mother and daughter next to her, leaned in, and whispered, Zhang Jiao borrowed money and spent 2,800 yuan to buy a house, and claimed her family lent her 1,000 yuan. She's really fake, not like eldest sister-in-law. Be careful, especially you, sis. Don't fall for her tricks. She's got a slick tongue and is good at talking people around. I don't have any money, Lin Lishan replied. Don't glare at me, it's the truth. The money went to your brother-in-law and Zhao Jiao to help the families of their fallen comrades. I heard some of those martyrs' families have several kids and barely enough to eat on their meager subsidies. Some mothers remarried, leaving the eldest to care for younger siblings, sometimes not even having enough for a meal. Your brother-in-law and a few of his comrades are planning to visit other kids they haven't been able to contact yet. Lin Liang glared at Zhou Jiao and scolded her harshly, You silly girl, just got enough to eat yourself and you're already worrying about others. Why do you and your dad keep tossing money around? How much is enough? Think about it, when you and Xiaowu go to college in a few years, you won't have any income and you'll still need to raise kids. Even when you start working, how much can you earn a month? Remember, don't give out money. If someone's really struggling, have their kids enlist or help them get a job. Running a household isn't easy. Everyone wants to stretch their money as far as possible. Don't listen to your dad. Zhou Jiao quickly nodded and grinned sheepishly at her. The more Lin Liang thought about it, the more worried she became. She complained, Sigh, my brother-in-law is practically a saint. Look at what he's done. He lent the big house to the soldiers downstairs for free. I heard he's not charging for the small house either, letting the Women's Federation use it. And now he doesn't even keep any money, spending all of Jiao Jiao's savings. Zhou Jiao burst out laughing. Her dad was really taking the blame for everything. Seeing her get so worked up, she stood up. Lin Lishan quickly pulled her sister back down. She comforted her, Don't worry. The two of us will soon be able to save up for Jiao Jiao again. Now, tell me about this young Lakun. What's he like? Did they talk about when they'll get married? Lin Liang frowned, thinking back on young Lakun, and shook her head. He's hard to read. I've met him several times, but he just seems like any other guy on the street. If Dad agrees this time, it'll probably happen soon. Sis, what if we become in-laws with his family and run into Yang's concubine? Seeing Zhou Jiao's curious face, she explained, Jiao Jiao, Yang's concubine is Yang Lakun's biological grandmother. So what? Just say hello. But don't call her concubine. A lot of people in the compound have stepmothers, and it doesn't sound good. The other day, someone heard the word first wife and immediately got upset and found an excuse to kick the person out, Lin Lishan said nervously, pulling her sister closer and lowering her voice. Lin Lishan nodded emphatically at her sister's shocked expression. Zhou Jiao glanced happily at her mother, then smiled at Zhang Guoqing, who was looking their way. She knew her father must have seen something special in her mother. Mom, Dad's back, Zhou Jiao said, quickly standing up and heading outside. Lin Liang waited for a while but didn't see anyone come in. Curious, she peeked outside. Jiao Jiao still hasn't come back after seeing her dad? Shiwu, should you go check? Zhang Guoqing smiled and pointed outside. Jiao Jiao must be waiting at the corner. Look, they're coming in. As he spoke, they could hear father and daughter talking outside. Lin Lishan didn't bother explaining their telepathy. Ever since old Lady Cheng had Zhou Jiao's fortune told, she'd started to believe some things were just mysterious. Especially after Zhou Shaoeng told her to always deny Zhou Jiao's photographic memory to outsiders, she became even more tight-lipped about her daughter's unusual abilities. Zhou Shaozhang came in and nodded to Lin Liang, signaling everyone to head to the Lin house. His brother-in-law had just said the whole family was waiting for them, so they might as well go early. Lin Lishan carried Ping in. Zhang Guoqing took the bag with formula, diapers, and New Year's gifts, and the two of them walked side by side in front, chatting. Behind them, Zhou Jiao leaned down to talk quietly with Zhou Jiao. Seeing this, Lynn lying covered her mouth and snickered. Her sister's family was just too interesting. No wonder her sister always said Zhang Guoqing was like her own son. And no wonder her son said their uncle didn't seem strict at all, just not very fond of smiling. When they arrived at the Lynn house, they saw the living room was already full of guests. Lin Xuelin was sitting shyly next to a man, answering questions from the old lady. The Lin patriarch and his wife sat at the head of the room, smiling and chatting with the guests. Aside from the younger generation, only Li Jianjun was in the front room smoking. Both older brothers-in-law were nowhere to be seen. When old lady Lin saw Zhou Xiaoxing's family come in, she beamed and waved them over. "Bring our great-grandson here. Xiaolin, hurry and introduce Lakun to your eldest aunt's family." Zhou Xiaoxing glanced at Zhang Guoqing, who nodded in understanding. Zhou Xiaoxing himself stopped and went to chat in the corner with his brothers-in-law. Old lady Lin took pinyin from Lin Lishan, praising the child with a big smile. She pulled out a safety amulet from a temple and a gold bracelet with a peanut charm from her pocket, intending to put them on the baby. Zhang Guoqing stepped forward, took the gold bracelet, and stuffed it back into the old lady's pocket. Holding the safety amulet, he grinned and said, "Grandma, why are you giving the child more gifts? The amulet is great, but let's skip the gold bracelet. It's not safe to wear outside. Since everyone's here today, why don't you tell us how much family treasure you've got left? We'll take it all." As soon as he finished, Lin Dingxing and the others burst out laughing, all clamoring to split the loot. Old lady Lin laughed so hard her eyes crinkled. She pulled the gold bracelet out of her pocket and slipped it into Pingin's clothes pocket. Looking at the grandchildren gathered around her, she scolded them playfully, "Don't let Xiaowu fool you. All I've got left are a few old kipeos. Do you want those?" Zhang Guoqing smiled as he took the baby and said, "Grandma, you should bring out a qipao for them to see. In the future, they'll have to make sure their wives can fit into it." That's a real family heirloom. Seeing old lady Lin really heading to the bedroom, he casually slipped the safety amulet into his pants pocket and, when no one was looking, handed the gold bracelet to Zhou Jiao. He sat down next to the Lin patriarch with the baby in his arms, nodded and smiled at young Lakun. He understood his father-in-law's concerns. Thinking of all the underhanded tricks people could play, he figured it was best to be cautious with anything the old lady gave them. Young Lakun, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, sat half-turned in his chair. His hands rested on his knees, and the pair of black leather shoes on his feet made his new outfit look even more distinguished, giving him the air of an honored guest. Throughout, he maintained a polite smile and answered Old Master Lin and Madame Lin's questions with utmost respect. Zhang Guoqing noticed the understated luxury of the brand watch on Yang Lakun's wrist. He thought to himself that his Aunt Lin lying had misjudged this one. How could anyone see him as just another forgettable face? His manners were impeccable. This was truly a case of still waters run deep. Yang Lakun answered the elder's questions seriously. After greeting everyone along with Lin Xuelin, he fell silent, quietly observing the crowd. He was no stranger to the tensions that could arise in large families, and it didn't take him long to notice that, apart from son-in-law Zhang Guoqing and Madame Lin, most of the Zhou family members more or less ignored Madame Lin. Just as his grandfather had said, the Zhou and Lin families didn't get along. It seemed his grandfather's assessment was spot on. But what should he do about it? After a brief pause, he refocused his attention on Old Master Lin's questions. This was his first time meeting the legendary Zhou Xiaozheng and his family. Many families in Beijing were keeping an eye on them these days. Zhou Xiaozheng's return from the dead had become a legend, and the fact that his only daughter and son-in-law had recently met with the president and vice commander made them the talk of the town. According to rumors, the top leaders were quite impressed with this young couple. People speculated that, barring any surprises, the two were already on the radar of those in power and had a bright future ahead. He'd caught a glimpse of the much-talked-about Zhou Jiao, the girl who'd met the president. She really did have the poise of a lady from a distinguished family, just as his grandfather and the other elders had said. As for whether she was as elegant as her grandmother had been in her day, he couldn't say. He'd never seen Madame Gu in her prime. But Zhou Jiao's every move was just right, not overly warm, but never impolite. She stood quietly among her cousins, her calm demeanor a striking presence. Who would have guessed she'd grown up rough in the countryside? Yang Lekun glanced at Zhang Guoqing across from him. Rumor had it this young man was exceptionally capable. At just 18, he'd quickly gathered an impressive group of friends after arriving in Beijing, and in no time had earned the respect of several senior leaders in the compound. After being received by the president and vice commander, the couple had kept a low profile. According to his grandfather, they were smart people and worth keeping an eye on. Yang Lekun recalled his grandfather's instructions before he left home. Smiling, he turned to Zhang Guoqing and asked, "You're Xiaowu, right? How old is your child? Have you picked a name?" "Hello. The baby's not even 3 months old yet. His nickname is Ping'an, and his full name is Zhang Mingxian," Zhang Guoqing replied with a smile. He didn't bring up Yang Lekun's marriage to Lin Xuelin. In his opinion, the Lin family wasn't a good match for him. "You're so young and already a father, none of us can compare." Zhang Guoqing just chuckled. There wasn't much he could say to that. He couldn't very well reply, "You'll be next." Life was full of surprises, and he wasn't a matchmaker. "I have a few friends who'd like to meet you. If you have time, come by our compound. I heard you're good at soccer. They all want to play a match with you." "Where did you hear that, Brother Yang?" "Haha. I just kick the ball around for fun." "What do you do for fun when you're not working?" Zhang Guoqing replied with a grin. Yang Lekun shook his head and smiled. "You're too modest. I'm not good at anything, really. Other than reading, I don't have many hobbies, just hanging out with a few close friends, having a drink and a chat." Zhang Guoqing smiled knowingly. He didn't believe for a second that Yang's life was that simple. In the eyes of the compound kids, Yang and his friends were the classic second-generation rich. They were regulars at the cinema, laomos, and private clubs, living the good life. The compound had military discipline, but these guys were a law unto themselves. "Reading is good," Zhang Guoqing said, glancing at old Master Lin with a smile. Yang Lekun nudged Lin Xuelin beside him and said softly, "I'm fine here. Go keep your siblings company." "Okay. If anything comes up, call me." Lin Xuelin glanced at old Master Lin and Zhang Guoqing a few more times before leaving, looking back with every step. Yang Lekun gave everyone an awkward smile. Zhang Guoqing suppressed a laugh and shifted the baby in his arms. This cousin really didn't know how to read the room. What could possibly trouble a guest here? Yang Lekun turned to old Master Lin and asked, "Grandpa Lin, have Uncle Lin and Uncle Lin Xiao finished work yet?" "They finished a while ago. They just stepped out and will be back soon," old Master Lin replied with a smile, knowing Yang wanted to see Lin Aigua. Zhang Guoqing glanced over at Zhou Xiaozhang and saw that he and Uncle Li Jianjun were still chatting away. Apart from Lin Aigua and his brother, everyone was present in the living room. After a while, old Master Lin looked at the two young men in front of him with satisfaction. He was quite pleased with Yang Lekun. He didn't have high expectations for his eldest granddaughter, but with a match like this, she was marrying up. He beckoned his grandsons over to keep the guest company, then got up and walked over to his two sons-in-law. "Dad, is there anything you need help with?" Li Jianjun asked as soon as he saw him approach. Old Master Lin pointed to the study. "Looks like dinner will be a while yet. Let's go have some tea in the study." In truth, he just felt the living room was too noisy for his sons-in-law to sit comfortably. Meanwhile, Zhang Guoqing saw Lin Dingxing approach and teased, "So, have you picked out a candidate yet?" The two had become quite familiar over the past couple of days. Lin Dingxing was a typical disciple of old Master Lin, unlike Lin Aigua and his brother Lin Aidang, who were cut from the same cloth. Lin Dingxing left his younger brothers to entertain Madame Lin and came over, rolling his eyes at Zhang Guoqing's gloating expression. At 23, Lin Dingxing was handsome and tall, the eldest grandson of the Lin family and a notorious problem case in the eyes of the elders. With his family background and personal qualities, Many girls had their eyes on him. But he'd never been willing to settle on a future partner. I keep meeting guys or girls who look like guys. And my taste is nothing like Xiaofei's. Laugh all you want now, I'll get you back tonight. Zhang Guoqing raised an eyebrow and gave him a sidelong glance. Let's spar some time. You sure you can take me down? Lin Dingxing pointed at Zhang Guoqing and said to young LeCun, see how cocky he is? Would you dare fight back if your brother-in-law tried to teach you a lesson? Go on, try it. Zhang Guoqing laughed and said to young LeCun, you hear that? Young LeCun laughed heartily and nodded. Changing the subject, he asked, are you two heading back after this trip to Beijing or staying? Lin Dingxing frowned slightly but smiled. It's not that easy to stay in Beijing. Grandma wants me to stay, but I'm afraid I'll have to go on blind dates every day. Xiao Wu should stay and keep Uncle company. I have to get back to work. Maybe in a few years. You should start looking for a girl. Let old Master Lin have a great-grandson sooner rather than later, Zhang Guoqing replied with a smile. If he guessed right, Lin Dingxing might really stay this time. Last night, Grandma Cheng had said old Master Lin was asking about spots for further study, probably trying to secure an opportunity for Lin Dingxing. Looks like old Master Lin couldn't win against Madame Lin and decided to keep his eldest grandson close. These days, several elders in the compound had been pushing the idea of father and son succession on him. He'd ended up as his father-in-law's successor, something he'd never expected. What amused him most was that old Master Lin never joined in the persuasion, whether by design or not, who could say. In contrast, the three Qing men never said much, but were always taking him to visit military units or introducing him to new contacts. The priorities were clear to anyone paying attention. Zhang Guoqing smiled as he watched Lin Dingxing and Yang LeCun chatting enthusiastically. It seemed Yang LeCun had already been accepted by the Lin family. As long as the Yang family patriarch agreed, this marriage was practically settled. He recalled what Grandma Cheng had said about the Yang family and gave Yang LeCun a knowing smile. Xiao Wu, how about we get together tonight? A few of my buddies from the compound, plus you guys, we could grab a drink. It's a rare chance for everyone to meet and connect, Yang LeCun suggested. Zhang Guoqing immediately shook his head with a smile. I really can't tonight. I already promised my dad I'd go meet some elders with him. You guys go ahead. We all live in Beijing. There'll be plenty of chances to meet up. No way was he going to hang out with that crowd. Not just him, he doubted any of his friends from the compound would want to go either. Lin Dingxing was about to suggest they reschedule when he remembered Fang Fei had said everyone was gathering at the Zhou house tonight for an all-nighter. He laughed, don't count on everyone getting together tonight. Don't you have to take Xiaolin out? You'll probably have to go home and see your grandfather too. Yang LeCun nodded with a smile. I almost forgot, my grandfather did tell me to bring Xiaolin home for dinner. Let's plan for another time. We're usually free after work, so just let us know when you're available. Zhang Guoqing just nodded. He could tell this guy wasn't much of a social organizer. Why force everyone together? If he really wanted to build relationships, he should just invite the cousins out for a meal or drinks over the next couple of days. Once they got closer, there'd be no circle they couldn't break into. Yang LeCun went on to talk about a few of his close friends. Zhang Guoqing kept smiling and nodding, occasionally glancing at Lin Dingxing, who was listening intently to the backgrounds and family connections of the people Yang mentioned, responding with practiced familiarity. The more he interacted with them, the more Zhang Guoqing believed in the power of genetics. Lin Dingxing had definitely inherited Gu Rui's shrewdness and ambition. No wonder Fang Fei said people only got more complicated as they grew up. Maybe he'd sensed it too. Meanwhile, Zhou Jiao saw Lin Xuezhen and a few others gathered around Madame Lin. She slipped out to the kitchen, where she found Qin Jingru and her sister-in-law just starting to prepare food. Frowning, she quietly retreated to a corner of the living room, where she saw Zhang Guoqing nodding seriously, his eyes never leaving the baby in his arms. She stifled a laugh, picked up some pastries from the coffee table, and headed to the study. Inside, Zhou Xiaozheng was idly flipping through a book, while old Master Lin and his younger son-in-law played chess nearby. Zhou Jiao entered, gave old Master Lin and the others an apologetic smile, pushed the pastries onto their table, and tugged at her father, pointing outside. Zhou Jiao stood up, nodded to the two men, and followed her out. Father and daughter left without greeting anyone else. When Lynn started to rise, Zhou Jiao smiled and shook her head, gesturing outside. The two of them left the courtyard and went home. After eating Zhou Jiao's homemade dumplings, Zhou Jiao happily played chess with her. He'd known the Lin family was disorganized, inviting guests over after work and not even offering a bite to eat. Only his daughter cared about him. The two of them, carefree as could be, abandoned the rest of the family and focused on their chess game at home. Even when someone came to call them, they were reluctant to leave the board. Birds of a feather flocked together. The Lin family banquet wasn't even over yet when coded whistles started sounding outside. After a few rounds of drinks, Zhang Guoqing exchanged a glance with Zhou Jiao. The two of them, carrying their child, were the first to excuse themselves and slip out. Behind them, a group of cousins followed, except for Lin Dingxing and Lin Xuelin. Lin Xuelin hesitated, glancing at Yang Likun, but in the end, she stayed behind. She listened wistfully to the cheers outside, glancing at old Master Lin, hoping he'd say something. But the old man was in high spirits, tipsy, and oblivious to their departure. As soon as Zhang Guoqing stepped outside, he saw a few friends peeking over from not far away. He shouted, "Let's go, we'll move my stuff first." Without waiting for the rowdy group behind him, he strode off toward home. At the Zhou house, Grandma Cheng was already waiting in the living room with her grandkids. She took the child from them and waved everyone off to the kitchen to move things. In the kitchen, a pile of meat and vegetables was already skewered and ready, and a few girls were packing bowls and chopsticks into baskets. The boys picked up the little ones who wanted to join the fun, grabbed the bamboo baskets, and headed to the assembly hall. "Hey, guys, at least move the heavy stuff first." Zhang Guoqing called out when he saw everyone grabbing the food, leaving the big pots and charcoal for the girls. Lu Yuxue and the others burst out laughing. "There are already 3 big pots simmering soup at the hall. We're just waiting for your barbecue. Hurry up, Xiaowu. Brother Xiaofei and Brother Feng have already got the bonfires going. We've gathered plenty for tonight. This should be more than enough. Come on, or there'll only be soup left later." Zhang Guoqing hurried to the storeroom, grabbed 2 jars of liquor, and called out, "Jiao Jiao, you girls remember to bring the accordion and harmonica." "Auntie, I'll leave Ping'an with you." Grandma Cheng laughed, telling Zhou Jiao to go have fun with the others. It was rare to see all the kids in the compound gathering together, so she'd even sponsored a bunch of sunflower seeds and candies for them tonight. Soon, only Grandma Cheng and Ping'an were left in the living room. She held the baby and chuckled. "Our Ping'an will grow up soon and join his uncles to play." "Oh, little Ping'an likes the excitement, doesn't he? Your dad really knows how to have fun. You'll be just like him. Our Ping'an is a clever little one." In front of the assembly hall, the small square was now lit by bonfires and big iron pots. Besides the young people and kids, quite a few elders had gathered to watch. Zhang Guoqing went straight to the center table and set down 2 large jars of liquor among the rows of bottles and jars already there. Seeing so much alcohol, he called out, "Are we drinking or taking a bath in this stuff? That's not even enough. Someone's already gone to get fruit wine from home. Xiao Wu, come help start the fire." Li Qianjin waved him over. Zhang Guoqing saw that each corner had a big pot set up and laughed. "Qianjin, what's all this? Why are the pots so far apart? We'll starve running back and forth just to get food." Li Qianjin kicked at him, and when Zhang dodged, he pointed and scolded with a grin. "Don't call me Qianjin next time, call me Li Ji, or I'll fix you up." Li Ji sounds more affectionate than Qianjin. "Where are Brother Xiaofei and the others?" Li Qianjin pointed toward the supply store. They couldn't get the fire started, so they all ran off to buy wine and cigarettes. "Let's hurry up and get the firewood going. Look at those old guys laughing themselves silly." Zhang Guoqing laughed too. It was chaos, and if they didn't get organized, they'd never eat tonight. He quickly shooed the kids over to the tables with sunflower seeds. A few of them set up 2 big pots in the center, filled fire pans with charcoal, and put iron grills on top. They kept calling for the kids to run home for lunch boxes and chopsticks. Last night, Zhang Guoqing and his friends had already reserved the pig's head from the supply store. Now it was bubbling away in the central pot. In the other pot, they tossed in all sorts of local specialties everyone had brought, making a big stew. From a distance, Fang Fei and the others carried more supplies over. Seeing the tables already set up, they cheered loudly, getting the kids to join in. A few girls who liked playing instruments arrived with Zhou Jiao, and the mischievous kids set off firecrackers, shouting that it was New Year's. Zhang Guoqing gave Fang Fei and the others a look, and together they moved chairs out for the elders. By now, a big crowd had gathered, with even Grandpa Cheng and Grandpa Fang and the other retired cadres sitting down, happily directing the younger folks to pour the drinks. Sensing the lively atmosphere, Zhang Guoqing called out to the shy girls, "Come on, sisters, sing us a song." "Sing! Sing!" The crowd clapped and cheered. The girls looked at each other, giggling and hesitating. Seeing this, Zhou Jiao suggested, "Let's start with a group song, then everyone can do a performance." "How about that?" Everyone agreed, and she picked up the accordion and played the intro. As the familiar tune of "Without the Communist Party, There Would Be No New China" rang out, the girls sang, and soon everyone joined in. Even the latecomers joined the chorus, singing happily. When the song ended, Grandpa Fang and the others started calling out requests. One popular song after another was sung at the top of everyone's lungs, and the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. What started as a gathering for the young folks turned into a full-blown compound performance. As the delicious smells wafted through the air, the kids started getting restless, pointing at the big pots and shouting that they were hungry, making the adults laugh. Zhang Guoqing and his friends exchanged glances and smiles, then went to open the wine jars and lift the pot lids, letting the girls help serve the food. Luckily, everyone had brought enough bowls and lunch boxes. Soon, the sound of slurping soup filled the air. Li Qianjin and the others winked at each other. They weren't in a hurry to eat, since the best barbecue hadn't started yet. They grabbed instruments and started playing along with the singing. Grandpa Fang watched the young people dancing and jumping around inside. It's been ages since it was this lively. Young people these days are really lucky. Grandpa Cheng nodded. The world is at peace, people live and work in contentment. It's all worth it for us old folks who risked our lives. They were born at a good time. This is a lucky and happy new generation. This is a great party tonight. Before, these kids were always running around, either watching movies or getting into fights. It's good to have them all together like this, helps them get closer. Listening to the elders chatting, Grandpa Cheng looked at Zhang Guoqing, who was joking and laughing with the younger generation, and a bright smile slowly spread across his face. A few days ago, his wife had told him that the kids had formed little cliques, no one willing to give in, but they all wanted to team up with Zhang Guoqing. He'd been worried that Zhang was too young to handle the politics and had planned to give him some advice. Who would have thought the boy would come up with this idea? Watching him now, moving smoothly among the young people, drawing even the awkward ones into the singing and laughter, the whole scene was harmonious. Now he could really relax. He was sure the other old folks saw it too. Zhang Guoqing was smoothing over everyone's differences. What they needed was a lubricant, not more friction. No wonder the old guys kept trying to recruit him into the army. As the drinks flowed and the night grew late, Grandpa Cheng looked over at Zhang Guoqing in the crowd, seeing him at ease, arms around the shoulders of the various group leaders, drinking together. He stood up and said, "Let's go, us old folks. Let the kids have their fun. If we stay, they won't be able to let loose. Haha, let's go. We old guys should have a get-together of our own sometime. That'd be great, really satisfying." "Sure. Next time, bring over a pig, and we'll have a pig-killing feast. I dream about those hometown dishes every night. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water." As the elders left, more and more people gradually drifted away. After another hour or so, as more firewood was added, Zhang Guoqing saw everyone chatting in their own groups. He didn't linger, but went over to the barbecue grill. The glow of the bonfire lit up Zhang Guoqing's face, his smile warming everyone around. From a distance, Fang Fei watched him, only to be nudged by his friends. He grinned back. What are you smiling at? Spacing out? Did Xiao guess right? He said this was a bachelor party. If any of us old bachelors find the right girl tonight, we'll be holding chubby babies next year. So tell us, which girl do you have your eye on? Fang Fei laughed and said quietly, Xiao just talks nonsense. You really believe him? He thinks everyone's as quick and ruthless as he is. His words made everyone laugh, glancing at Zhou Jiao, then at Zhang Guoqing, and bursting into laughter again. Zhang Guoqing waved his grilled skewers. If you guys keep laughing, you'll only get bamboo sticks. Anyone want to help the girls with the barbecue? He winked at them. Zhou Jiao was surrounded by the girls, half exasperated, half amused. You're overthinking it, sisters. Xiaowu just doesn't want everyone to get too tired. Lin Xuezhen, seeing the teasing wasn't stopping, said, Come on, let's do it ourselves. She grabbed a few people and headed over. Groups gathered around the fire pans and tables. Zhang Guoqing squeezed in next to Zhou Jiao with his skewers, whispering, I got you some meat. How are you going to thank your big brother? Zhou Jiao glanced around, relieved no one was nearby, then shot him a look and made a cheeky remark. Haha, wishful thinking? Zhang Guoqing grinned meaningfully. After a pause, he added, When we get home, you have to sing me 2 songs and lull me to sleep. Zhou Jiao covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. This guy was drunk. Seeing the sparkle in his eyes, she nodded with a smile. She'd planned to leave early, but seeing everyone so happy and him a bit tipsy, she decided to stay. Zhang Guoqing sipped his soup, secretly pleased. He knew that whenever he got drunk, Jiao Jiao would get even more nervous than he did. After finishing his soup, he quietly watched Zhou Jiao, seeing her lost in thought. He couldn't help waving his hand in front of her face. When she snapped out of it, he said, Don't worry about those trivial things. If it doesn't concern you, let it go. Let me tell your fortune. Where mountains and rivers seem to end, there's always another village in sight. With her back to the others, Zhou Jiao squeezed his hand tightly and smiled at him. I think it's about time to wrap up. I'll walk you home to be with our son, then come back to help clean up, Zhang Guoqing said, getting up and quietly leading her away. Only after she was safely inside did Zhang Guoqing return to the others, listening to their banter. He smiled to himself. Youth knows no sorrow. Somehow, he felt like he couldn't quite keep up with them anymore. Jiao Jiao, did you remember what I told you? When your eldest aunt and uncle come back, let them come straight home. Grandpa said both your aunt and uncle have to be present tonight. Can you guess what it's about? Lin Xuezhen asked, frowning. Zhou Jiao, holding her child, replied casually, If the younger generation can't be present, it must be something important. Probably good news. Could it be about eldest sister getting married? Or did the young family back out? I noticed eldest sister hasn't been out much these past 2 days. It must be about her wedding, Lin Xuezhen speculated wildly. Zhou Jiao just smiled and didn't answer. In the Lin family, even Lin Xuelin's marriage wouldn't be enough to summon both sons-in-law. If her guess was right, the old man had found out about the money owed to her family and wanted to give her father an explanation. Since Li Jianjun, the other son-in-law, was asked to be present, it was probably going to be a few perfunctory words of apology. But what good would that do? When Zhou Xiaozheng came home from work and heard that old Master Lin wanted to see him and his wife, he just smiled knowingly at Zhou Jiao. Both father and daughter understood that it would just be a few nice-sounding words and nothing more. When Lin Lishan asked what it was about, they didn't explain, just said they'd find out soon enough. That day, Zhou Jiao prepared dinner early, making Lin Lishan, who was anxious to leave, eat with them before heading over. If she guessed right, the Lin family would probably wait for the guests to arrive before starting to cook dinner. Meanwhile, Zhang Guoqing went out to visit Lu Zhang's family, who had just returned to Beijing. Sometimes fate works in mysterious ways. Who would have thought Lu Zhang and Cheng Xijin were old friends? Zhou Jiao watched her parents leave, staying home alone to take care of the child. At the Lin family's living room, Lin Aigua, Lin Aidong, Lin Liying, and their spouses had been waiting for some time. Except for Lin Dingxing and his 2 brothers, all the girls were kept out in the other rooms. When old Master Lin saw Lin Lishan and her husband arrive, he went to fetch old Madam Lin, and together they came to the living room. Zhou Xiaozheng declined the Lin brothers' offer to give up their seats, and instead sat down next to Li Jianjun. As soon as he did, he heard Li Jianjun's stomach growling. Zhou Xiaozheng lowered his head and smirked slightly. Only the Lin family could treat guests like this. Old Madam Lin came out with a cold face, keeping her head down and saying nothing. Old Master Lin, on the other hand, smiled and said, "Now that everyone's here, I have a few things to announce today. First, our Lin's engagement to the Yang family will be finalized after the Lantern Festival, and the wedding will be in February. Remember to come for the celebration. Second, our eldest and Zheng are back, which is the happiest thing for our family. After so many years, we can finally have a reunion dinner. Now that we've had our reunion, and since you, the second son, and your wife are also home, I've decided to divide the family property today. To be honest, there's not much to divide. But at this point, I want to acknowledge the contribution Shan Shan and her husband have made to the family. In the future, you all brothers, sisters-in-law, and nephews must remember what they've done for you." After he finished, Zhou Xiaozheng noticed that no one reacted. He didn't interrupt, just waited quietly for them to finish. He'd rather be resting at home than wasting time here. Old Master Lin observed everyone's reactions and sighed inwardly. He continued, "Shan Shan, I feel ashamed towards you both. You know our family's situation. It's impossible for your mother and me to pay back the money we owe you anytime soon. Your mother doesn't want to pay it back at all. She plans to give you some things from her private stash as a token of appreciation. Is that okay with you?" Zhou Xiaozheng looked around at everyone's expressions, tugged at his wife, who was about to speak, and said, "Dad, let's not bring up that money again. Just treat it as our filial piety towards you. Is there anything else? If not, we'll head home." "Wait, don't be in such a hurry. We can't just forget about the money. If you won't accept anything, I'll give my salary to Shan Shan from now on." Before he could finish, Zhou Xiaozheng shook his head and said, "If you still regard me as your son-in-law, don't mention this again. Go ahead with the other matters." Lin Lishan had been tugging at him from behind, and he patted her hand to reassure her. If they really wanted to pay back the money, would they need the old man to bring it up in front of everyone? He'd already noticed Gu Rui's unhappy face and the Lin brothers' silence. He couldn't wait for them not to pay the money back, then at least there'd be fewer ties between his family and the Lins. Old Master Lin hesitated, looking at him, then at Lin Lishan's unhappy face, and couldn't keep smiling. He signaled to his eldest grandson, hoping the boy would say something to ease the tension. Lin Dingxing smiled and said, "Uncle, we can't just not pay back the money. How could we borrow money and not return it? Otherwise, how could we ever borrow from you again? Uncle, why don't you calculate how much we still owe? Grandma doesn't need to give anything, let me pay it back." Zhou Xiaozheng glanced at him with a meaningful look, then turned his gaze to old Madam Lin. He cursed inwardly, what a smooth talker. Borrow more money? Who borrowed it? Big mouth, big heart. Does he really have the means to pay it back? If the Lin family thinks this kid can shoulder the family's responsibilities, the old man will die with regrets. Lin Lishan quickly said, "You don't even make enough to cover your own expenses each month. How could you pay it back? Dad, why are you talking about money with Zheng? This is what Mom asked me to keep for her, only she can pay me back. Why would I want your salary?" She finished with an awkward smile at Zhou Xiaozheng. Even if her nephews paid her back, or her brothers all chipped in, it would take years. She wasn't stupid, she'd already secretly asked Zhou Jiao to help her calculate it. Not to mention her salary, even if the family's savings had just been left in the foreign bank all this time, the interest alone would be a huge sum. Zhou Jiao had already told her privately to forget about getting the money back, and to avoid bringing it up again, it would only make things worse. Zhou Xiaozheng couldn't help but want to laugh. His wife might not have many virtues, but she sure could cut to the heart of the matter. From the moment the old man brought up the money, Li Jianjun had been holding his wife Lin Liying's hand tightly, not letting her speak. Now, seeing everyone's expressions, he pressed her hand even harder. He sighed inwardly, money really blinds people. No one seemed to realize that the root of the conflict between the Lin family and his brother-in-law Zhou Jiao was this money. Bringing it up again now would only make things worse. Who actually borrowed the money? Now he even doubted Lin Dingxing's character. Did the kid really think everyone else was a fool? He almost wanted to point out that the money was in Zhou Jiao's name and that they should have returned it to her long ago. Old Master Lin looked over at his son-in-law Li Jianjun, signaling for him to smooth things over. Li Jianjun inwardly complained he'd rushed over hungry, only to get dragged into this mess. But seeing his father-in-law's graying hair and pleading eyes, he couldn't help but feel sorry for him. He cleared his throat and smiled. Let's not talk about the money for now. Did you all forget it's already in Jiao Jiao's name? Dad, besides Lin's wedding, is there anything else? He didn't dare say it was a happy occasion. He hadn't forgotten how Zhou Jiao had married off with no family around. Old Master Lin slapped his forehead and said, "Eldest, go call Jiao Jiao over. We really need her here." Zhou Xiaozheng frowned impatiently and said, "Jiao Jiao is home alone with the baby. Don't call her over. Even if she came, she'd say the same thing as me. Dad, if there's nothing else, you all go ahead and eat. What about Wu? Let him come over too. Wu went out to see an old friend. He won't be back until tonight. Dad, just get to the point. Aren't you dividing up the family? Do we even need to be included?" Lin Lishan looked at the old man curiously. She really didn't understand why they needed to divide the family. There was no money. What was there to divide? Was it about dividing up the debts? Should she take them or not? At this thought, she frowned. Zhou Xiaozheng lowered his head and smiled silently. He really wanted to just get up and leave. Still looking for Wu? What did that have to do with his son-in-law? He didn't know if the old man was confused or just pretending. If they really wanted to pay back the money, couldn't they just sell something and pay Shanshan back privately? Did they need everyone to give their opinions? Now they were stuck between a rock and a hard place. Old Master Lin asked with interest, "Wu still has old friends in Beijing? Whose child is it? Did you invite them over? Bring them by sometime so I can meet them. That kid is really something. He has friends wherever he goes." At this, Zhou Xiaoheng immediately looked up at him, narrowed his eyes, then stood up and said, "I have something to do later, so I'll be leaving now. You all take your time." Old Master Lin was stunned and hurriedly said, "Don't go yet, there are still things to resolve." "No, someone's waiting for me," Zhou Xiaoheng said, already out the door. He left the courtyard without looking back at his wife, who was hurrying after him, and headed straight home. He really hadn't expected the old man to stoop this low, still having the energy to meddle in their affairs. As he walked home, he saw his daughter Zhou Jiao waiting at the door with a big smile, and his mood immediately improved. He said with a smile, "Your grandpa wanted you to come over, but I turned him down. They'll probably bring up the money with you again in the future." Zhou Jiao snorted, glanced at Lin Lishan, who was not far behind, and said in a low voice, "No matter how nice they sound, actions speak louder than words. If they really wanted to pay back the money, wouldn't it be better to just do it? Do they really think everyone else is a fool? You think Gu Rui would cough up what she swallowed?" Zhou Xiaozheng and his daughter went into the living room. He took the tea Zhou Jiao handed him and looked at his wife's confused face. In the end, he decided to tell them what happened tonight so they'd be prepared. From old Madame Lin's entrance, old Master Lin's reaction, the Lin brothers' silence on the debt, to Lin Dingxing's clever attempt to turn it into a loan, he recounted everything objectively, without a trace of emotion. Zhou Jiao listened calmly, unlike Lin Lishan, who kept complaining and regretting it. Zhou Jiao had already expected this outcome. She just wanted to confirm if anyone in the Lin family, besides Gu Rui, still had a sense of decency. Now she understood the true nature of the Lin family even better. She wasn't as good-natured as her father. If it were up to her, she'd calculate every last cent. What right did the Lin family have to spend the Zhou family's money? Over here, the entire Lin family was left looking at each other in bewilderment by Zhou Xiaozheng and his wife's actions. None of them had expected Zhou Xiaozheng to show so little respect for the old man. "Dad, let's not talk about this right now. Let's get to the main point. Besides Xiaolin's wedding, is there anything else?" Lin Liang finally found an opportunity to speak and hurriedly interjected. Old Master Lin snapped back to attention and rolled his eyes at her. He turned to his wife and said, "Old woman, you go on. How are we splitting up the family?" Old Lady Lin replied irritably, "Weren't you the one who brought up splitting the family? You talk about it then. There's nothing much to split in this family anyway. From now on, the eldest and second sons will manage their own households, and your father, and I don't need you to support us in our old age." "What? You're just going to brush it off like that?" Old Master Lin immediately got agitated. "Then tell me, what exactly do you have to split among the kids? Just hand it out if you have something." Old Master Lin was so angry he wanted to slam the table. He raised his right hand, but when he saw all his children and grandchildren sitting below, he let it fall powerlessly. After a moment, he said in a low voice, "Let's not talk about Shanshan's money. But you should at least clarify the eldest's salary, right? Xiaolin is about to get married, and the eldest's family still needs to prepare with that money." Lin Aigua quickly tried to soothe him. "Dad, whatever dowry the child needs for the wedding, we'll give her. What more money do we need? She already has a watch and a bicycle. What else is there to prepare? I'll have her mother prepare a few new quilts. That's enough. Dinghui is still young, and the two of us can still earn money. Please don't get upset, Mom's health isn't good." Old Master Lin didn't say anything, just kept staring at his wife. Old Lady Lin looked up at the people below, her gaze landing on the empty seat where Zhou Xiaozheng had been sitting, and accidentally met the half-smiling eyes of her youngest son-in-law. She quickly turned away, not daring to meet his gaze, only to catch the angry look on her eldest daughter-in-law Chen Jingru's face. She froze for a moment, then quickly forced a smile and said, "Why are you in such a hurry, you old fool? At your age, you still haven't learned to calm down. Since we're splitting the family, I'll make sure to make up the money to the eldest. As for the little things I have, I'm not in a rush to give them to the kids yet. I'll save them for the grandchildren's weddings. The rest, you decide how to split." Old Master Lin stopped his eldest son and nodded at his wife, saying, "Then you should give the bankbook back to the eldest daughter-in-law first. Then I'll start talking about splitting up the family." Old Lady Lin beckoned to Chen Jingru, signaling her to follow her into the bedroom. After a while, Chen Jingru came out carrying a cloth bag. Everyone present glanced at it. They all knew it contained either gold or jewelry. Only the second daughter-in-law, Jiang Jiangyu, looked nervous. Everyone knew the eldest's money had long been spent, and now they could only make up for it with these things. "All right. Besides the few things your mother has, I only have a couple of calligraphy paintings in my study. We won't split those among you. Is there anything else you want to add?" Jiang Jiangyu quickly said, "Dad, we still need your and Mom's help with the kids' weddings. With just our salaries, we can't afford the dowry. Do you and Mom have any plans?" "Mom, we siblings will handle our own affairs. It won't cost much." "Grandpa, if there's nothing else, can we eat?" Lin Dingsheng quickly stood up and pressed his mother back into her seat. Old Master Lin nodded and said, "The eldest's family can start serving the dishes. As for the seconds, just do what you can for your kids' weddings. Don't compare yourselves to outsiders." Li Jianjun saw everyone getting up to help serve the food. He stood up, brushed the dust off his pants, and said, "I have to get back to work. You all eat first. If you need help, just let your aunt know. Uncle or brother-in-law, you're not staying for dinner?" "No, I'm in a hurry." Old Master Lin said angrily, "No matter how big the matter is, you have to eat first today. Don't copy others, just sit down properly. Later, let Jiao Jiao come over, you can be a witness." Li Jianjun was secretly puzzled. How did he become the scapegoat? He glanced down at his wife's clenched white fists and sighed inwardly. After dinner, this time Old Master Lin didn't avoid his granddaughter, but gathered the whole family in the living room to wait for Zhou Jiao to come over. Zhou Jiao signaled her father to hold her mother back and followed Lin Dingxing to the Lin house. Since her eldest cousin had come in person to invite her, she might as well see what drama was about to unfold. Entering the living room, she saw it was packed with people. Zhou Jiao smiled and said, "Grandpa, what's so important that you had to call me over?" Old Master Lin beamed. "Child, does Grandpa have to have something important to call you over? Come, sit by Grandpa. Did your dad tell you?" Zhou Jiao looked confused. "Tell me what?" You know my dad, he's tight-lipped and doesn't like to talk. He's been busy all this time and hasn't stopped. Old Master Lin didn't call her out on it and continued, You know there's some money of yours with your grandma, right? Oh, that? I know. My mom mentioned it to me. Didn't she already return it? Zhou Jiao smiled at Old Lady Lin, who just kept her head down in silence. Old Master Lin shot a glare at his eager eldest grandson. This foolish boy really couldn't read the room. Did he really think Zhou Jiao didn't know what was going on? This girl was sharp. She was just waiting for him to bring up the missing money himself. All right, don't play games with Grandpa. Your grandma owes you some money. What do you think we should do about it? Old Master Lin smiled and tapped her on the forehead. Zhou Jiao covered her forehead and complained, Grandpa, there you go again. Didn't you say to let my mom handle it? If you don't have the money, just treat it as her being filial. How should I know what to do? You know I hate all these favors and obligations. Old Lady Lin immediately looked up and smiled. See, I told you Jiao Jiao is understanding. You keep insisting she has to say something. Jiao Jiao, would it be all right if Grandma made it up to you with some things? Zhou Jiao grinned and said, Grandma, you're really muddled. Here you say I'm understanding, but then you want to give me things to make up for it. So should I take them or not? If I really take them, you'll have nothing left. If you give everything to me, won't you regret it? Old Lady Lin's smile froze instantly. She hadn't expected this girl to play her cards so differently. Looking at the younger generation below, she said with a forced smile, Listen to her, this girl wants to take it all. Do you all agree? Li Jianjun lowered his head, stifling a laugh. He listened as the Lin family's younger generation all started chattering, none of them realizing that the real battle between the grandfather and granddaughter had already begun. Old Master Lin saw everyone talking at once, while Zhou Jiao just sat there smiling silently. He cleared his throat and coughed a few times until everyone quieted down. Then he continued, Jiao Jiao, it looks like you know exactly how much is missing. Why don't you tell your grandma, let her hear it? Zhou Jiao noticed her two uncles and their families all staring at her and found it amusing. Glancing at the beaming old lady Lin, she suddenly laughed. Don't all look at me. Grandpa's testing me, right? Why don't you help me calculate? If you deposited $9,000, how much would it be in total after 17 years? Haha. I'm just kidding. Really, there's no need to pay it back. Who told Grandma to be so good at having kids? My mom being filial is only right. With that, she shook her head with a smile. Li Jianjun, seeing her tone and expression, could barely hold back his laughter and quickly lowered his head, not daring to look at the others. Serves them right, he thought. Why insist on dragging the girl into this mess? For a moment, the living room fell into silence. Heads were lowered, glances exchanged in awkward silence, some were simply stunned, except for old Madame Lin, who sat with a stern face. No one else dared to speak. Zhou Jiao kept her smile as she watched old Madame Lin. Now, seeing the old lady finally unable to keep up her cheerful facade and starting to look stern, Zhou Jiao chuckled, Grandma, you're not angry, are you? Please don't be. If you get so upset you end up in the hospital, my mom will skin me alive when I get home. Don't get worked up, money is just worldly possession. You can't take it with you when you die. Don't worry, I'm not after your private stash. The more Zhou Jiao spoke, the darker old Madame Lin's face became. She snapped, No, let's keep things clear between family. It's better if you do the math. Whatever belongs to the Zhou family, I won't short you a penny. There, you see? People say the elderly are like children, quick-tempered. Look at how you've misunderstood. What do you mean Zhou family or not? My mom's still a Lin, you know. Zhou Jiao replied with an unbothered smile, secretly scoffing at the old lady. Just wait and see how tough you really are. Old Master Lin sighed quietly. Dear, don't say things you don't mean. Look at how good-natured Jiao Jiao is. Anyone else would have stormed off by now. I'm not just saying it. Jiao Jiao, go ahead and calculate how much I owe your family. The sooner I pay you back, the sooner your dad can stop looking down on us. When Zhou Jiao heard her grandmother shifting the blame onto her father, her smile faded. She said coldly, My dad has done nothing wrong to you, so don't try to drag him into this. Since you keep insisting I do the math, fine. I'll give you the numbers, you can pay or not, that's up to you. With that, she picked up a notepad from the coffee table and started writing as she spoke. Our family's savings at the time were just under $9,100, let's say $9,080. With 17 years, interest plus the principal. I don't know the exact interest rates from before, but I've heard they could go as high as 12% per year. I won't use the highest rate. Let's just use the lowest fixed deposit rate from recent years, 7.92%. $9,080, compounded annually for 17 years, comes to a total of $21,300, including principal and interest. You've already paid back $10,000, so you still owe me $11,300. Then there's my mom's savings, her 18 years salary plus bonuses. She told me last year it was over 50,000 yuan. You've paid back 20,000, so you still owe her 30,000 yuan. Here's the list, see if I made any mistakes. Old Madam Lynn stared at her in shock, trying to recall the details. She suddenly remembered there really were a few times she'd received sizable interest payments. She immediately protested, "You can't calculate the interest like that." Zhou Jiao nodded, "You're right, it shouldn't be calculated like that. If I used an average annual rate of 10%, it would be even more. But you're my grandma, so of course I'm not going to nickel and dime you. If you had urgent needs and borrowed some, that's understandable." At this point, everyone in the room looked like they'd been struck by lightning, completely stunned. Zhou Jiao's list made its way around the room and finally landed in old Master Lin's hands. Li Jianjun looked at Zhou Jiao with admiration. This girl's soft approach was enough to make the Lin family choke with frustration. And you couldn't even say her math was wrong, she'd calculated every penny down to the last cent. The moment old Madam Lin tried to blame Zhou Xiaozheng, Zhou Jiao settled the accounts. If they pushed her further, Lin Lishan's savings certificate might suddenly balloon to 100,000. Now he finally understood why his father-in-law always praised her intelligence. He sat quietly, watching old Master Lin and Zhou Jiao, waiting to see how they'd resolve things. At this point, he couldn't even worry about his wife. Lin Lying was just as stunned, staring blankly at Zhou Jiao. Old Master Lin held the list, glanced around, then suddenly burst out laughing. He exchanged a look with his wife, who seemed to catch on. He said, "Well, since it's all calculated, Grandpa will pay you back. Your mom said this was your private money. We wouldn't dare owe you, who knows, in a few years it might triple again." Zhou Jiao glanced at old Madam Lin but didn't refuse, just smiled without saying anything. Whoever holds the money has the final say. The Lin family wasn't about to let old Master Lin call the shots. After a while, Lin Aigua and his brother finally got up and went outside, followed by several other Lin family members. Zhou Jiao saw that only old Master Lin and his wife, Lin Lying and her husband, and herself were left in the living room. When she saw old Madam Lin still unmoved, she stood up and smiled. "If there's nothing else, I'll be going." Old Madam Lin watched her and, seeing she was really about to leave, said, "Come to my room. We need to talk." Zhou Jiao studied her, then pursed her lips and nodded, following her into the bedroom, leaving behind old Master Lin, who kept his head down, and the awkward Lin Lying couple. In the bedroom, old Madam Lin sat on the bed, staring at Zhou Jiao, who didn't even bother to greet her before sitting down. She was reminded of all those times she'd met Gu Mingzhu, how that woman had always looked at her with the same disregard. No wonder this girl was her daughter's child, 3 generations, all the same. At the time, $1 was worth 1 gram of gold. By that rate, $11,300 comes to exactly 22.6 gene of gold. As for your mom's 30,000 yuan, I'll settle that with her. Zhou Jiao nodded. She didn't mind. If she didn't get it, it didn't matter. She had other plans for that money anyway. As for her mom's share, let the two of them sort it out themselves. With a pained expression, old Madam Lin counted out a box of gold. In the end, she even had to cut a gold bar in half with big scissors to make up the exact amount. Zhou Jiao watched her with a smile, noticing how much gold the old lady still had left. What a miser. She's just used to taking advantage. Finally, for some strange reason, old Madame Lin even picked out a set of gold-inlaid jade jewelry from her box and handed it to Zhou Jiao, leaving her genuinely surprised. This old lady really was unpredictable. Zhou Jiao picked up her box, and old Madame Lin brought out 2 big boxes of jewelry back to the living room. With a beaming smile, she had Lin Liang call everyone back in and invited Zhou Jiao to sit down. It was only then that Zhou Jiao realized the old really are the most cunning. No wonder she'd been given a door fee in advance. Old Madame Lin was about to put on a show. Sigh, was it really necessary to keep up appearances? When the Lin family members came back in, they saw old Madame Lin smiling and waving them over, with old Master Lin and Zhou Jiao chatting and laughing beside her. Everyone was instantly relieved. Problem solved. See, kids? You're still too green. The old pros are back on stage. All right. I've already settled things with Jiao Jiao. I don't have much left, so she'll have to make do. Luckily, she's my own granddaughter, so I can give her a little something. Now, I still have these 2 boxes of jewelry. I'm old and have no use for them, so while we're dividing up the family property today, I'll split them among you. Don't come asking me for more in the future. Zhou Jiao just smiled at that. So where was her mom supposed to get her 30,000? She didn't say anything, just watched as old Madame Lin performed her solo, with the rest of the family playing along. She knew there was more to come. Before I split these up, I want to set some aside for Shan Shan. We've had good days these years thanks to her help. Jiao Jiao, you pick first. Old Madame Lin looked at Zhou Jiao with a face full of affection. Zhou Jiao knew the old lady was reluctant to part with the gold that could be exchanged for cash and was trying to make up for it with jewelry. Jade might be priceless, but she knew these pieces were worth so little now that 30,000 yuan could buy the whole living room. She thought to herself, this old lady really has no character, just said she'd settle up with her mom, and now she's going back on her word. You pick, Zhou Jiao said firmly, not moving. Pick what? If you have the guts, split up the rest of the gold. This pettiness is so annoying. Old Madame Lin laughed and turned to her husband. See how polite this child is? Jingru, Xiaoyu, what do you think if I leave 1 box for your eldest sister? Qin Jingru glanced at Zhou Jiao and nodded. That's right. Mom, do you think I can let Jiao Jiao take my gold home with her? No need. You keep what you have. I'll make it up to Jiao Jiao another time, old Madame Lin quickly replied. Zhou Jiao smiled knowingly. This eldest aunt was sensible, but it was a pity. She'd helped her own daughter cover up for Zhao Chuangguang, so Zhou Jiao had already lost hope in the whole Lin family. Jiang Jiayu couldn't help herself. While old Madame Lin was distracted, she sidled up to Zhou Jiao and nudged her suitcase with her toe, whispering, "How much did she give you?" Zhou Jiao couldn't be bothered with this fool. She shook her head and moved away. Wasn't it obvious? Who in the Lin family didn't know most of that money had been spent on this idiot, and she still couldn't behave herself? When Zhou Jiao saw the jewelry had been divided up, she stood and said, "Grandpa, I'll go check on the kids. Give my mom's share to her yourselves." Li Jianjun stood up too. "I'll walk Jiao Jiao home. Just need to talk to my brother-in-law about something." Zhou Jiao saw old Master Lin nod, so she said goodbye to everyone and left with him. As they left the courtyard, they saw Zhang Guoqing coming their way. When he saw Zhou Jiao, he hurried over and looked her up and down. Seeing she was fine, he grinned. "Why are you so late?" "Uncle, come with us. I brought something good back. Let's have a drink." "Sure, I have to see what goodies you've got." "You guys go ahead. My weight's been going up lately." "Weren't you visiting a friend? How did you end up bringing food and drink back?" Li Jianjun laughed. Zhang Guoqing looked him up and down, gave him a thumbs up and said, "Uncle, eat all you want. You're still as handsome as ever. This figure is perfect. As for the guest, he's an old friend. I saw someone give him some vintage Sichuan liquor, so I brought it home. Dad said it's a century-old brew. Impressive, right?" Zhou Jiao covered her mouth, laughing. "Brother, you're famous for snatching good liquor. Didn't Uncle Lu try to stop you? He still has a small jar left. Aunt almost made me take that too when she saw it. They're taking the night train, and she was worried about carrying it." "Oh, and Aunt asked us to visit her place when we get back." Zhou Jiao nodded. "Of course, They'd have to pay a visit when they returned to the provincial capital. You're back? Sit down and rest. They didn't give you any trouble, did they? Zhou Xiaozhang asked as soon as he saw his daughter. Li Jianjun burst out laughing. Brother-in-law, you underestimate Jiao Jiao. Have you ever heard of compound interest? Here's the proof. Too bad you weren't there tonight. Zhou Xiaozhang took the box, didn't open it, just waited in his hand and glanced at Zhou Jiao, waiting for her to explain. $9.080 principal, compounded annually at 7.92%. Total is $21,300, so here's my $11,300 worth of gold. Mom, don't bother counting. As for your 30,000 yuan, Grandma didn't want to settle with me. She wants you to go find her yourself. Dad, tomorrow please take half of this to Grandma Song as a donation to the charity. Zhou Jiao saw her mom happily counting on her fingers and couldn't help but laugh. She handed her the list she'd kept hidden as evidence. Zhou Xiaozhang laughed heartily. All right. Let's make Grandma Song happy again. Xiao Wu, come have a drink with your uncle. Shan Shan, Jiao Jiao, don't bother tidying up, come have some wine while Ping'an's asleep. What a good day, we should celebrate. Li Jianjun laughed too. He hadn't expected Zhou Xiaozhang and his daughter to be so generous, donating half right away. He figured his mother-in-law would be spitting blood when she found out. Time flew by, and the family spent the Lantern Festival together. The day of parting drew closer, but neither Zhou Xiaozhang nor his daughter brought up the subject. The more time Zhou Jiao spent with her family, the more reluctant she was to leave. But there were still many hurdles ahead that she had to overcome. She could only move forward, never back. While her parents were at work, Zhou Jiao busied herself making dumplings and buns, buying ready-made food from the market, and simmering rich soups. She tried every trick she could think of, just to get her father to eat a little more. Standing in the storeroom, looking at the rows of food jars lined up against the wall, she felt a wave of melancholy. The Gu family affairs in Beijing were settled, all those who deserved to go to hell had gone, and her father now had his brothers to support him. It seemed like there was no reason for her to stay anymore. Zhang Guoqing hugged her from behind and said with a smile, "It's almost time. This trip to the city is a must, but after that, we'll walk our own path." Zhou Jiao turned around and hugged him back, burying her face in his chest and taking a deep breath before looking up at him with a bright smile. The two of them held each other, grinning foolishly at one another. That evening, Zhou Jiao declined Aunt Chen's help and personally cooked a table full of her parents' favorite dishes. At the dinner table, Zhou Xiaozhang smiled as he tasted each dish, giving her a thumbs up, but he didn't say a single word the entire meal. He wanted to tell Jiao Jiao not to leave, that he couldn't bear to part with her. There was so much he wanted to say, but when he looked into his child's eyes, he forced himself to hold back. In the end, everyone has to walk their own path. And his Jiao Jiao, even if the road ahead was uncertain, she would still walk the path she wanted. After a silent dinner, Lynn ran back to her room in tears. Zhou Xiaozhang took Zhou Jiao and Zhang Guoqing to the study. The study was silent. The three sat quietly, looking at each other. After a long while, Lynn entered with red eyes. Zhou Xiaozhang stood up, patted her, and pulled her to sit down. He spoke his first words of the night, his voice hoarse. "Dad knows, as soon as you're sure I'm safe, you'll be leaving soon." Then he looked up and said his second sentence, "Dad will be waiting for you to come home. You and Xiao Wu, don't forget to come home." Zhou Jiao's facade of strength crumbled in an instant, and tears silently streamed down her face. She lowered her head, struggling to steady her breathing, and forced a smile. "Dad, wait for me to come home." "You have to wait for me." Zhang Guoqing handed her a handkerchief, then looked up at his father-in-law and said, "Dad, when the weather gets warmer, Jiao Jiao will often bring Ping'an home. I'm already familiar with the provincial station, and the train is perfectly safe. Didn't you and Mom say we're not short on money? We'll take the train and have some fun." Seeing Lynn nodding, he forced a smile and said, "Uncle Dashan is family, so whenever I have the chance, I'll take leave and come over. Like May Day, National Day, even Children's Day, Ping'an has to celebrate, right?" Lynn was amused and burst out laughing. Zhang Guoqing got more enthusiastic. Really, you don't need to be sad. I've already thought it through. Whenever Uncle Dashan has a business trip, I'll take it. Any trip from the northeast to other places has to pass through Beijing, right? I'll drop Ping'an off with you and take Zhao Jiao with me on the trip. How can you bring your family on a business trip? Better to leave Zhao Jiao at home. Don't cry, be good. I've decided, any meetings at the Northeast Military District, I'll take them all. Zhou Xiaozheng's eyes lit up at Zhang Guoqing's words. There were still plenty of ways for him to visit. But he didn't plan to tell his kids, lest they worry about him getting into trouble. Zhou Jiao nodded with a smile. Zhang Guoqing joked, all good now? I'll make sure you come home often. Otherwise, what if the house gets flooded? Zhou Xiaozheng shook his head at the young couple, but felt much more at ease. With Zhang Guoqing by his daughter's side, he had far fewer worries. Zhou Jiao beamed at her father. Dad, help me get tickets to S City. I'll be back in 3 or 5 days, then head back to the northeast at the end of the month. I'll bring you a gift. Lynn quickly chimed in, I'm going too. Leave it to Mom to arrange. Zhou Jiao looked at her curiously. Then why were you crying just now? All right, go with them. I'll stay home this time, and next time we'll go to the old house together, Zhou Xiaozheng agreed. He had his own concerns. Some things seemed calm on the surface, but if he rushed to Jiangnan, all sorts of people would be watching him. The old house was still under old Lady Chang's protection and was relatively safe for now. As for the secret inheritance, he needed to think it through. The Gu family's old house was definitely off limits at the moment. With the itinerary settled and knowing they'd return to Beijing, Lynn got so excited she forgot everything else, pulling out pen and paper to plan the route and gifts. Zhou Xiaozheng drew a simple map of S City on a letter, marked the house location, and added his comrade Wang Dong's contact address. He instructed Zhou Jiao on what to do, and told her to seek help if she ran into trouble. When Zhou Jiao learned that Wang Dong had transferred to the municipal bureau, she realized her father had planned everything. She listened carefully, analyzed Wang Dong's background and preferences, and earned her father's approving smile. These days, whenever her father took her and Zhang Guoqing out to visit someone, he'd give her homework afterward. Now, whenever she met someone or faced a situation, she'd instinctively analyze and summarize. She remembered his words, there are talented people everywhere, so speak less and observe more. Treat everyone as equals, and learn to help in times of need, not just when things are going well. The next day, Zhou Jiao quietly informed old Lady Cheng. The Zhou family didn't announce their trip to S City. They planned to say they'd just gone out for a stroll after they'd left. As soon as old Lady Cheng heard they were taking the child to S City, she had Aunt Chen tell Lynn not to buy tickets yet. She guessed Lynn would only be able to get regular sleeper tickets. The child was still young and needed her personal care, and she could get soft sleeper tickets. As for Vo Jiao saying they were just going for fun, old Lady Cheng just smiled. If it were anyone else, she might believe it, but her own Jiao Jiao? No way. It was perfect. She'd go to take care of the child and let the young couple handle their business. Zhou Jiao was worried. She regretted telling her great-aunt. She hadn't thought things through. Was the old lady's health up to it? She tried to persuade her several times, but when she saw how happily the old lady ran home to make arrangements, she and Zhang Guoqing could only exchange wry smiles. Old Lady Cheng happened to run into Cheng Ruzhu, who was visiting her mother's family. She knew the Wen family was going to invite Zhou Xiaozheng's family for a banquet, so she pulled her into the bedroom. When Cheng Ruzhu learned they were all going to S City, she immediately insisted on going too. With the old and the young, she had to be there. She worked at the Commerce Bureau and happened to have a business trip to S City. After hearing all her reasons, old Lady Cheng nodded and told her to keep it secret before they left. She was worried the Lin family might cause trouble. All of old Lin's granddaughters were a handful, and her own Jiao Jiao was too thin-skinned to handle them. After work, Zhou Xiaozheng heard that old Lady Cheng was coming along. He immediately went to the Qing family, then took Zhou Jiao to the study. The father and daughter whispered together until dinner. Other than Zhang Guoqing, who was keeping his mother-in-law company, no one knew what they talked about. The waiting hall. Old Madam Chung was accompanied by a doctor, security guards, and a nanny, trailed by a pile of luggage. After a while, Chung Ruju came in, carrying her own bags. Zhou Jiao glanced at her family beside her, her mouth opening in surprise. "What's wrong? You don't want me to come along and keep you company?" No, not at all. I'm just worried I'll delay your work, Auntie." After sitting down, Chung Ruju pulled out a piece of paper from her backpack and handed it to Zhou Jiao with a grin, winking at her. "See? Your aunt is here on official business." Zhou Jiao glanced at the paper and handed it back. So, Chung Ruju worked at the commercial bureau. She'd never asked before, but now she knew. That's great. The more, the merrier. Zhou Jiao understood that her aunt was probably coming along out of concern for their safety, under the pretense of negotiating business. Headquarters meeting with a branch? What was that about? But she soon lost interest in these trivial details, because a staff member came over to personally invite their group to board the train first. They went through a special passage straight to the platform and boarded a soft sleeper compartment. The whole process, with its high-level arrangements, gave off a solemn, dignified atmosphere. Inside, the soft sleeper compartment was even more luxurious than the one they'd taken from the northeast. Zhou Jiao and Zhang Guoqing exchanged glances, a little puzzled about old Madame Cheng's true identity. But when she looked at her father, Zhou Xiaozhen, he didn't seem surprised at all. Clearly, he knew everything already, so Zhou Jiao didn't dwell on it. Whatever old Madame Cheng's background, she was now a retired elder. No matter how much she'd contributed to the country, to Zhou Jiao, she was still just her great-aunt. Zhou Xiaozheng patted his daughter, reminding her not to hesitate to ask for help if she needed anything and to tell the elders if there were problems. On this trip, she shouldn't worry about anything or be afraid to spend money, just enjoy herself. Finally, he gave his son-in-law a meaningful look, telling him to stay close to Zhou Jiao and keep her safe. Zhang Guoqing nodded with a smile. He knew his father-in-law was worried Zhou Jiao might let something slip while they were away and wanted him to keep an eye on her. Judging by his anxious look, if circumstances allowed, he'd probably have come along himself. As the station broadcast sounded, more passengers began to board. When it was almost time to depart, Zhang Guoqing stepped aside to chat with old Madame Cheng and the others, giving father and daughter some space for a private farewell. No matter how far you see someone off, there always comes a time to part. Time passed quickly. The train whistle sounded. Zhou Xiaozheng and the others who'd come to see them off stepped off the train, standing on the platform, smiling and waving, calling out for them to take care. As the train slowly pulled out, Zhou Jiao leaned out to look at the familiar figure in the crowd, tears streaming down her face. Zhang Guoqing, alarmed, quickly pulled her back into the compartment, holding her tightly. He was sweating. These father and daughter were always so dramatic. Every time, their farewells felt like life-and-death partings, and it wore him out. Just now, he'd seen his father-in-law's right leg twitching, as if he was about to jump on the train himself. They'd be back in a few days. Was all this really necessary? Lynn couldn't see her husband's expression through the window, but she heard his voice. When Zhou Jiao finally came back to the compartment, she couldn't help but burst out laughing, teasing her daughter, "Your dad didn't get on the train with you?" Hearing this, old Madame Cheng and Gu Mingzhu, who'd been watching the commotion, also burst out laughing. Zhou Jiao took the towel Zhang Guoqing handed her, wiped her face, and managed to smile, glaring at her mother. "My dad's a man of great ambition. Of course, he wouldn't get on the train." After she spoke, she noticed everyone looking at her with teasing eyes. She smiled. "I just thought, with the whole family leaving and my dad left alone at home, it's a bit sad." Old Madame Cheng gave everyone a playful glare. "Our Jiao Jiao is the best, always thinking of her father. Come on, Xiao Wu, sit down and have some water with Jiao Jiao." To keep Zhou Jiao from getting upset thinking about her father, old Madame Cheng pulled out all the stops. Whenever they passed a town or city, she would recount famous stories and anecdotes, seamlessly blending history with the scenery outside. Zhou Jiao was so captivated, she didn't want to leave her side. Not to mention, even the most well-known tales sounded fresh and lively coming from old Madame Chung, making everyone smile. This trip was much more relaxed and enjoyable than the last. Everyone shared stories and laughed along the way. By the end, even the train staff came by during their breaks to listen in. When they arrived at their destination, S-City, a soldier was already waiting on the platform with his team. The man, in his 40s, became visibly excited when he spotted old Madame Chung, rushing over and calling her old chief. After being scolded to change his form of address, the burly man stuck to her side like a child, grinning foolishly. Old Madame Chung introduced everyone, and they learned his surname was also Chung. After greeting Uncle Cheng, Zhou Jiao paid special attention to her Aunt Ruju, noticing that this was the first time she'd met the man. Zhou Jiao realized he probably wasn't a relative from old Madame Cheng's husband's side, but more likely an old subordinate. Old Madame Chung declined Uncle Cheng's offer to stay at the military guest house, insisting he help her find an ordinary guest house near Huaihai Road, and forbidding him from announcing her visit to S-City. For her, business and personal matters were strictly separate. This trip was for personal reasons, and she had no intention of taking advantage of her former position. 2 military vehicles took them to the Peace Hotel on Nanjing Road, formerly the renowned Hua Lam Hotel, once praised as the #1 building in the Far East, now reopened as the Peace Hotel since 1956. Standing in front of the hotel, old Madame Chung pointed at Uncle Chung, smiled, and said nothing more. She quietly instructed her staff to bring money and go with Uncle Cheng's security officer to book regular rooms. She knew that once she entered this place, news of her arrival in S-City would spread. Zhang Guoqing and Zhou Jiao exchanged worried glances. They'd come to resolve some lingering issues, but things seemed to be going off track. Zhou Jiao wondered if she should contact Wang Dong, but then thought of old Madame Cheng's hidden depths and relaxed a little. Since they were already here, they'd just have to play it by ear. Following old Madame Chung upstairs, listening to Lynn introduce the hotel, Zhang Guoqing quietly observed the surroundings. He noticed that most of the guests were foreigners. The elegant music, familiar foreign languages, and sharp suits made him feel as if he'd traveled back in time. After settling their luggage, the group, accompanied by Uncle Cheng, went to the Chinese restaurant. After lunch, old Madame Chung noticed Uncle Cheng had already paid the bill. She smiled, shook her head, and sent him back to work, promising to let him know before they left. By the time they returned to their rooms, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. Old Madame Cheng adjusted their plans, deciding to stay at the hotel for no more than 3 nights. She was worried too many visitors would come to see her. She was long retired and didn't want to disrupt others' work. She noticed Zhou Jiao and her husband smiling and nodding at the mention of 3 days, realizing that would be enough time for them to handle their affairs. With outsiders present, old Madame Chung emphasized that they'd first visit Hangzhou, then return to S-City for 2 days before heading back to Beijing. She figured that with those last 2 days in S-City, the young couple would have enough time to take care of their business. She didn't ask what it was, but guessed it probably had something to do with her nephew. After that, old Madame Chung urged Zhou Jiao to leave some breast milk for the baby. While the child napped, she told Zhou Jiao and Zhang Guoqing to seize the chance to go explore the Bund. Still worried, she sent Cheng Ruju and Lin Lishan off together to the department store. Zhou Jiao didn't stand on ceremony. Time was tight, and once visitors started arriving, she and Zhang Guoqing would attract attention. She quickly expressed some milk, then left with Zhang Guoqing, smiling and waving goodbye to the others. Zhou Jiao and Zhang Guoqing walked a long distance before finally finding a public restroom. After changing clothes inside, they came out and got on a tricycle. 20 minutes later, they stood in front of an alley. Looking at the street before them, the couple hesitated for a moment. After confirming the address, they slowly made their way inside, step by step. The French concession, Shikumen houses. In Zhou Jiao and Zhang Guoqing's imagination, this place should have been a chaotic maze of narrow alleys. But what greeted them was row upon row of houses, clean streets, neighbors greeting each other with laughter, and children gathered around a small bookstall at the entrance of the alley. All of this made Zhou Jiao feel a surge of complicated emotions. Everywhere she looked, at every turn, she could see the painstaking care Zhou Xiaozheng had put into this place. A small house, harmonious neighbors, a quiet environment. This was the escape route he had prepared for her, in case he ever disappeared and she was left alone, an orphan with nowhere to turn. What must he have felt as he prepared all of this? Zhou Jiao wiped away her tears and carefully observed her surroundings, hoping to quickly find the home her father had painstakingly created for her. Soon, a middle-aged woman noticed Zhou Jiao's sorrowful face and red eyes. She paused, glanced several times at the tall Zhang Guoqing, and then suddenly called out, "Zhou Jiao? Are you Jiao Jiao? Back from the northeast?" "Jiang Am U.S. granddaughter." When Zhou Jiao kept nodding, the woman burst into delighted laughter, cupped her hands around her mouth, and shouted loudly, "The Jiang family's girl is back from the northeast." As soon as she spoke, several elderly people and children poured out of the alley. Though their accents differed, they all asked the same questions. They greeted the couple warmly, pointed out the way, and surrounded Zhou Jiao and Zhang Guoqing as they walked forward, happily calling for Grandma and Grandpa Jiang to come out and see their granddaughter. Some children ran ahead, shouting as they went. In front of a black gate stood two elderly people with white hair, looking to be about 70 years old. Supporting each other, they stumbled forward in excitement. "It's Jiao Jiao! It's our Jiao Jiao!" Grandma Jiang held Zhou Jiao's hands, her lips trembling, eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at her. As Zhou Jiao and Zhang Guoqing called out "Grandpa, Grandma," her tears flowed freely. Grandpa Jiang stepped forward, took Zhang Guoqing's hand, and pushed his wife and Zhou Jiao inside, exclaiming excitedly, "Let's go home! Let's go home! Let's hurry home!" Seeing how emotional the elderly couple was, Zhang Guoqing hurriedly invited the neighbors inside to sit. But the old neighbors, understanding the situation, laughed and declined, pulling their curious grandchildren away. They told the couple to enjoy their family reunion first and reminded Zhang Guoqing to bring Zhou Jiao over to visit them soon. Watching the warm and hospitable neighbors leave, Grandpa Jiang leaned against the courtyard gate, beaming at Zhou Jiao. He nodded and smiled repeatedly. "She looks just like your father, exactly like him." Grandma Jiang pulled Zhou Jiao inside. "She's even prettier than her father." "Child, when did you arrive? Should I make you some noodles? We can talk after you eat." Zhou Jiao smiled. "Grandma, we already ate before coming. Don't worry about it. Let me introduce you. This is my husband, Zhang Guoqing. His nickname is Xiao Wu. We can't stay long this time. There are still people waiting for us at the guest house. We just wanted to come see you and Grandpa. My father couldn't get leave, but he asked me to tell you to hurry to Beijing." Grandma Jiang said disappointedly, "You're not staying the night? The room upstairs is all clean, go take a look." "Grandpa, Grandma, my father wants you to go live with him. Why go back to the old hometown? It's better to come to Beijing or even to the northeast with us than to stay there. My father said you mustn't go back to the old place." Zhang Guoqing quickly added, "Grandpa, Grandma, come back to the northeast with us." Grandpa Jiang laughed, "Thank you, grandson-in-law. But when people get old, they just want to return home. Let's talk about what to do with this house first. You two won't be living here in the future. Someone came by recently and offered 2,000 for it. I think you should sell it, keep the money, and life will be easier. If we leave, the house will just sit empty and fall into disrepair. What a waste. What do you think?" Zhang Guoqing secretly admired his father-in-law's foresight. After seeing the house and the neighbors, he made up his mind and gave Zhou Jiao a slight nod. Zhou Jiao smiled knowingly. She knew that in recent years, anyone in S City with a house or land in the countryside had been sent back to their hometowns, and many people had been driven away. The two elderly people had no relatives in the countryside. What house would they have there? If she agreed to sell, she'd be heartless. Zhou Jiao said, "We're not selling. The house is for you and Grandpa to live in. If you want to visit the old hometown, you can stay there for a few days. But with rural registration, there's no grain ration. Here, you have old neighbors to look out for you. Besides, I'll need a place to stay whenever I come to S City. Silly child, Grandpa Jiang glanced at his wife, knowing this wasn't something to rush. He'd have to discuss it with her father. Before he died, he hoped he and his wife could return to their hometown and visit their children's graves. He paused, then said, "You should tidy up the things upstairs. Some of them are too conspicuous to leave lying around. You know what I mean, right?" Seeing Zhou Jiao nod, he smiled in relief. "Take a look upstairs later. Tomorrow or the next day, your grandma and I will go to the market with the neighbors. You two can use the chance to move things out. Is that okay? Next, I'll take you to the neighborhood committee to say hello so they can see you. Just tell them you're still in school and might apply to a Shanghai university. Understand?" Grandma Jiang nodded immediately. "Yes, don't say you're not coming back. Just say there's a lot going on in the Northeast and you can't decide yet. Once things are settled there, you'll come back." Zhou Jiao nodded quickly. Grandma Jiang got up, took a key from a drawer, and handed it to them so they could go upstairs and take a look. Climbing the wooden stairs, Zhou Jiao gripped Zhang Guoqing's hand tightly, her face full of smiles as she imagined little dresses and red shoes. She opened the door to the left. It was a bedroom. There was a carpet on the wooden floor, and the curtains and bedding were all pink with little floral patterns, sweet and innocent. This was her father's vision of her at age 10. A little princess room. "Huh, your dad really has a child's heart," Zhang Guoqing laughed. No wonder her father hadn't told her. He wanted her to see for herself. Zhang Guoqing pulled Zhou Jiao into the room and opened the little wardrobe. "There really are princess dresses. Jiao, look, they're all imported. There are even English labels. Your dad really mixed Chinese and Western styles. This little qipao is beautiful. Our daughter will never lack clothes." His eyes sparkled at the sight of the wardrobe full of little girls' clothes, hats, and shoes. It could rival their son Ping An's wardrobe. Zhou Jiao touched the clothes and dresses. This was hardly the few pieces her father had mentioned. Luckily, she came to handle it herself. She imagined how he must have felt preparing all this and sighed inwardly. She gestured to Zhang Guoqing to wait by the door, then lifted the carpet and, sure enough, found $10 bills underneath. Her grandparents were truly honest people. Zhou Jiao hurried to the desk, looked under the bed, and inside the wardrobe. After her treasure hunt, she looked at the gold bars, silver dollars, and US bills on the bed, both amused and exasperated. Didn't her father worry that if something happened, all this would be lost? Reluctantly, Zhou Jiao took one last look at the room. She decided to come back tomorrow and put everything into her space, exactly as it was. One day, she would restore it as a memorial. The two small upstairs rooms were about the same size. The other was more of a music room than a study. Inside was an imported piano, a famous brand. After finding more gold bars and valuables, Zhou Jiao was numb. She felt she needed to have a serious talk with her father. Where did all this money come from? Zhou Jiao quickly put the gold, silver, and valuables into her space, then looked around the room again. The first room was to make her a princess. Was this one meant to make her a talented young lady? Zhang Guoqing had no time to admire anything. He was already planning how to move everything out safely and without drawing attention. He opened all the windows and suddenly had an idea. Her father must have brought the piano in through the window. There was no way it could have come up the stairs. He had a plan. The next step was how to hide this from Lynn. Otherwise, it would be too strange for all these things to suddenly appear in the Northeast. Zhou Jiao whispered in his ear, suggesting they use Huang Yaowa, the textile factory truck driver, as cover. Seeing his eyes light up, she left the rest to him. After sorting things out, the couple took one last look, then went downstairs and happily ate the 2 bowls of noodles on the table. They chatted with the elderly couple for a while, agreeing to come back the next morning to move things. After saying goodbye, Zhang Guoqing and Zhou Jiao left by another route, as the elders had instructed. They were even more impressed by Zhou Xiaozheng. There was still so much for them to learn. Early in the morning, as soon as Zhang Guoqing's internal clock went off, he woke up but didn't disturb his wife. After checking the time, he closed his eyes again, mentally sorting through the things he still needed to arrange for the day. After a while, he sensed some movement beside him and said with a chuckle, "I've been awake for a while. You looked tired, so I wanted to let you sleep a bit longer. Are you sure you still want to go to the morning market?" Rubbing her eyes, Zhou Jiao lifted the covers and got up, smiling. "You gave me a fright. I thought I'd overslept. Let's go." Grandma Jiang said there are people selling hairy crabs and knife fish at Baxian Bridge early in the morning. I want to see if there are any local specialties we can't get in the Northeast. After this year, even if we come back, it won't be easy to buy them. Last night, seeing how exhausted she was, Zhang Guoqing hadn't told her the news he'd found out. He was afraid she'd get too excited to sleep. Just now, he was only teasing her. "I already made arrangements with a sampan boatman yesterday afternoon while you were out. He'll help us buy up the goods. He'll be waiting for us near the dock after 5:30. Zhou Jiao squinted at him, pretending to smile. Well, you're starting to play tricks on me now." She reached out to tickle him, only stopping when he was laughing uncontrollably. "Did you pay him already? What if he takes off and doesn't keep his word?" Zhang Guoqing shook his head and whispered. He was introduced by one of the helpers at the Chinese restaurant. "I avoided that helper and asked the boatman to help me buy up as many hairy crabs and river fish as possible. Whatever he could get, I'd take it all." He was so happy his eyes were shining. Why would he run off? Anyway, the prices are dirt cheap. Let him make a little money. It saves us from running around in a strange place. He didn't even want a deposit, said to pay after he delivers. Smart guy. When I left, he kept winking at me to keep it secret. Zhou Jiao knew her husband was clever. She praised him enthusiastically, and seeing his smug expression, she said slowly, "Then after we meet the boatman, will you come with me to Huaihai second-hand market?" Zhang Guoqing immediately put on a pained face. "Wife, darling, do we really have to go? Can't we skip it? There's nothing useful to buy there." Before he could finish, she covered her mouth and giggled, making him so exasperated he jumped out of bed, scooped her up, and started tickling her. After a bit of playful roughhousing, they calmed down and began discussing how to keep things discreet. Once they'd agreed on a plan and saw it was nearly 5 o'clock, Zhang Guoqing pulled her up to wash and get ready. They handed the child over to the nanny and hurried out together. When they reached the meeting spot, it was still early, but they saw 2 sampans of different sizes already moored by the shore. The boatman, spotting the couple, waved excitedly. Zhang Guoqing led Zhou Jiao over and, glancing at the woman and young man behind the boatman, guessed they were his family. Smiling, he greeted them. "Thanks for your trouble. Is everything ready? Let's see the goods first." Seeing they'd come empty-handed, the boatman hesitated. "Should I have my eldest son deliver them to your restaurant?" "Oh, please don't. If you deliver them, everyone will know. There's a cart up ahead. Just load everything off the boat there." Zhang Guoqing quickly stopped him. The boatman led them onto the boat, which was filled with burlap sacks and bamboo baskets. Zhang Guoqing took a closer look. He hadn't expected to meet such a capable family. The boatman opened a few sacks, revealing baskets of hairy crabs and large prawns. Zhang Guoqing saw the quality was good and nodded. Then, following the family, they boarded the other, smaller boat, which was also packed with goods. Besides hairy crabs, there were plenty of other river specialties. "Looks good. I see there are little slips of paper on top. Do those show the quantities? We didn't bring a scale, so just tell us the total and how much it all costs." Zhang Guoqing smiled. The boatman had his son bring out a scale. "I've got one here. You can weigh everything first, then we'll settle up. I won't hide anything from you. I just make a small profit on each item. Except for what we caught ourselves, the rest has a small markup." Zhang Guoqing understood and waved him off. "No need to weigh it. Just give us a rough price. How much for everything? The sooner we settle up, the sooner we can get going." Zhou Jiao took the list from the boatman's son and glanced at the handwriting, smiling at them. She thought to herself, no wonder this family is so sharp and managed to get an inside connection at the restaurant. It just goes to show you always need someone educated around. She didn't know if the price was high or low, but seeing the family's honest yet shrewd expressions and their straightforward manner, she nodded to Zhang Guoqing. He took the list, saw the total was 17.90 yuan, and handed over 18 yuan on the spot. He knew everything had been soaked in river water, so weighing it might not be accurate. Besides, the list was full of tiny amounts. If they weighed everything, they might not finish by noon. He didn't know the local prices, but he figured the family would make a decent profit for their trouble. He didn't say anything. Sometimes it's worth letting others make a little money to save yourself the hassle. After paying, they helped unload the goods, and Zhang Guoqing told the family to head back. Watching them board their boat, grinning from ear to ear, he guessed they felt they'd made a great deal. Zhang Guoqing didn't have time to dwell on it. He looked around to make sure there was nothing suspicious, then hurried Zhou Jiao to stash everything in her space, leaving out just one basket of hairy crabs to repackage. Once they'd packed up, he carefully tidied the area, making sure there were no traces left. Only then did he smile, pick up the bamboo basket, and lead Zhou Jiao back. When they returned to the restaurant, they took the goods to the Chinese kitchen and asked the staff to steam them. Madame Chung looked curiously behind them. Didn't manage to buy any? If not, it's fine. Once we get on the bus, our old friends will definitely have prepared something for us. Zhang Guoqing didn't mention that they hadn't actually gone to Baxian Bridge that morning. Beside him, Zhou Jiao shook her head and smiled. We already bought some. We were worried they wouldn't stay fresh, so we left them in the kitchen to be steamed for us to take home. Didn't we agree at dinner last night not to accept any more gifts? Why are they coming again? They know we're leaving this afternoon. They'll definitely come to see us off. We told them not to, but they won't listen. We'll just go out for lunch, so they can't come over and fuss. As soon as Madame Chung finished, everyone in the room burst out laughing. Last night's dinner had been a tug-of-war. By the end, they'd nearly fought over who would pay. Lynn Lishan and Cheng Ruzhu had been coming and going mysteriously for days. Last night, Lynn Lishan confided to Zhang Guoqing and Zhou Jiao that she was almost out of money. In the end, Zhou Jiao tried to force some money on her, but she refused. Only then did they find out that Lynn Lishan still had over 200 yuan left, so how much had she brought this time? Things were so cheap these days, and she hadn't bought anything big. But when Lynn Lishan listed her purchases, Zhou Jiao was both amused and exasperated. Her mother and Cheng Ruzhu had only bought top-quality items. Her mother, in particular, had bought almost everything for herself. Would she really dare to wear high-end silk out? She already had a gramophone, but bought a radio too. Would she dare to use it at home? She had a watch, and now both Zhang Guoqing and her father had pocket watches. Would they really show those off? The family had 4 gold pens. Was this some kind of family set? Zhou Jiao really didn't dare use them. Apart from white rabbit candies, she hadn't dared buy anything from the #1 department store. Seeing her mother and Cheng Ruzhu not going out today, Zhou Jiao found it odd. Mom, where are you and Annie planning to go today? I was just about to come find you. Later, you two come with us somewhere, Lynn Lishan said, giving her a meaningful look. She and Cheng Ruzhu had found the black market these past 2 days and arranged to buy a batch of fabric today. The seller was clearly an old capitalist. Where else would such stock come from? Sensing trouble, Zhou Jiao glanced at Cheng Ruzhu, who smiled and nodded. With her aunt around, nothing would go wrong. Mrs. Chung saw that it was still early and, since there was nothing pressing at the moment, urged the group to head out early and come back soon. She planned not to have lunch inside, but to take the children out for a walk and see if there was anything else they had forgotten to buy. After bidding farewell to Mrs. Chung, Lynn Lishan and Cheng Ruzhu went back to their room and brought out 2 large bags, without saying where they were headed. They took Zhang Guoqing and his wife out of the hotel, and after walking a long way, finally reached a secluded alley. There, the 2 women quickly and tacitly changed out of their military uniforms and put on the overcoats from their bags. Zhang Guoqing hurried to take the uniforms from them. He quickly folded them up and stuffed them into the bags, then, still uneasy, tied the 2 bags up tightly with a black cloth bag he had brought along. The moment he saw the 2 women change out of their uniforms, he knew without needing an explanation that they were up to something shady. Zhou Jiao carefully inspected the 2 women's appearance and attire, paying particular attention to their pants and boots. Seeing nothing amiss, She nodded and pulled her mother along to walk slowly ahead. Seeing Zhou Jiao so tense, Zhang Guoqing smiled and whispered, "Don't be nervous. We've already checked everything out. We're just keeping our identities secret as a precaution." Lynn added in a low, angry voice, "We're meeting an old man this time. Looks like his family is planning to run." When he saw us at the black market and realized we weren't short of money, he got in touch with us. He specifically requested to trade in gold. The moment I heard that, I knew he was about to flee again. Makes me so mad. This time, I'm definitely going to make him pay dearly. What kind of person is he really? Zhang Guoqing struggled to keep from laughing. What he found most endearing about his mother-in-law was her strong sense of justice, which never seemed to get in the way of her bourgeois pursuit of material goods. She was kind, too. At least she wouldn't go reporting people. These days, even if you had connections and could get abroad, if someone really wanted to bring you down, what evidence would they need? He was actually quite curious about this old man. Why leave now, not sooner or later? The timing was impeccable. Does he really trust you too? Where's the deal happening? What exactly is he trading? Zhou Jiao paused to weigh the pros and cons, then started asking for details. Lynn leaned in and whispered a lot of things. He said his family has moved to the outskirts, where it's deserted. He has a batch of stockpiled fabric and some valuables. He wants us to come to his house and insists on gold for payment. Your aunt and I were worried it might be a trap, so we secretly followed him home. Turns out, it was real. From the outside, the place looks like a Western-style house, but only 2 rooms are still standing. We'll have to see for ourselves for more details. Zhou Jiao looked disapprovingly at the 2 women. Following someone? Who's following whom, really? It's already 1958, and yet someone's managed to hide things for so many years and still knows when to run. That's a real old fox. She exchanged a glance with Zhang Guoqing. Both understood they'd have to go along. Otherwise, the 2 women would sneak off on their own, and if anything happened, it would be disastrous. This place was full of all kinds of people, not somewhere women should just barge into. Zhang Guoqing knew they were just looking for excitement out of boredom. Life was comfortable, so they craved a little adventure. At this point, all they could do was proceed with caution. There was something he wanted to ask but didn't. After following the old man, had they made sure they weren't being followed themselves? Judging by their excitement, they probably thought they were perfectly safe. Still, he wasn't reassured and felt he needed to check out the other party himself. After noting down the address, Zhou Jiao hailed a tricycle by the roadside. She signaled to Lynn and Zhang Guoqing not to speak, then began chatting with the driver in the local dialect to gather information. She didn't care anymore if Zhang Guoqing was curious about how she'd picked up the dialect in just a few days. Drivers usually knew a lot about the local area and its residents, so she needed to confirm the old man's background first. Zhou Jiao thanked the driver with a smile, already suspecting the man was a fabric shop owner. Maybe his background was clean and he hadn't been targeted for confiscation. As for why he hadn't been merged into a collective, maybe he'd gone bankrupt on purpose, or maybe he was never anyone important to begin with. She found another tricycle, and the 2 vehicles took them to a spot not far from the old man's house. By then, more than half an hour had passed. After paying, Zhou Jiao didn't rush in. Instead, she sent Zhang Guoqing to ask around at a few nearby houses. A while later, Zhang Guoqing returned, smiling and nodding. "He's a clever one," he said. By now, Lynn and Zhang Guoqing were so nervous from Zhou Jiao's caution that they finally let out a huge sigh of relief, glared at the couple, and led them into the Western-style house. The old man clearly knew they were coming. As soon as he saw them, he hurried to open the door and welcome them in. Listening to the old man and Lynn chat, Zhou Jiao was surprised by how calm he seemed. There was no sign of the desperation you'd expect from someone seeking buyers at the black market. While the 3 talked, Zhang Guoqing observed the old man. He looked to be in his 60s, dressed plainly, and his hands showed no signs of calluses. There were 2 beds in the room, and he noticed 2 or 3 patches on the quilts. Zhang Guoqing smiled and nodded slightly at Zhou Jiao. Worried her mother might let something slip, Zhou Jiao quickly stepped forward and said, "Sir, "Can we take a look at the goods first? Is now a good time?" The old man stared at her for a long moment, then glanced at Zhang Guoqing. After a pause, he asked, "Did your mother tell you we're trading in gold?" When Zhang Guoqing nodded, the old man gave him a knowing smile and motioned for them to enter the inner room. Once inside, the old man asked Zhang Guoqing to help move the big bed. After they shifted it, Zhang Guoqing stepped aside to avoid suspicion. The old man pried up a brick against the wall, revealing a hidden compartment. He glanced at the group, then began making trips into the secret room, carrying out items and placing them on the bed. As the old man brought out bundle after bundle wrapped in black oilcloth, Zhang Guoqing studied him again. He didn't believe the old man was showing all his cards out of trust. It just meant he was desperate to leave immediately. Once he was gone, he didn't care if they betrayed him. Zhang Guoqing saw no sign of worry on the old man's face. He didn't look like someone in the midst of a family crisis. He wondered where the old man had gotten his sense that it was time to go. Zhang Guoqing recalled the newspapers he'd read recently. He wasn't interested in the goods themselves. He was more interested in learning a few tricks from the old man. "All right, that's everything. Aside from the fabric, it's just these odds and ends. If you want them, just name your price," the old man said. While his mother-in-law and the others examined the hundreds of bolts of fabric and the valuables on the bed, Zhang Guoqing smiled at the old man. The real prize wasn't the fabric or the so-called odds and ends. The real treasures were hidden among those odds and ends. "Old master, these fabrics aren't easy to move," Zhang Guoqing said, showing little interest in the valuable items. His family didn't lack imported cameras, phonographs, or large jade pieces. With Cheng Ruju around, even if the old man gave those things to him for free, he wouldn't be interested. It wasn't that he didn't trust Cheng Ruju, but it was always wise to be cautious. The old man glanced at him and motioned for him to follow outside. Standing at the door, the old man pointed to the back of the house and said, "In a bit, I'll use a cart to get you out. After that, you'll have to take it from there." Zhang Guoqing nodded. With Cheng Ruju here, there shouldn't be any problems. He glanced around and lowered his voice. "Old master, are you planning to leave the country?" The old man's smile froze for a moment, then he replied meaningfully, "Not sure yet. When the time comes, even if I don't want to go, I'll have to." Zhang Guoqing stared at him for a while and softly asked, "How do you know when it's time? Please, give me some advice." He knew the old man was finally opening up a bit. No wonder the family hadn't left anyone behind with him. Once they left, the old man would be gone too. If he'd had more resources, he probably would have tossed out everything in the house already. The old man smiled, patted Zhang Guoqing on the shoulder, and said quietly, "You're still young. When someone's got you by the throat, you have to leave whether you want to or not." With that, he glanced at the kitchen, gave Zhang Guoqing a meaningful smile, and went back inside. Zhang Guoqing narrowed his eyes, watching the old man's back. Those ambiguous words stirred up waves in his heart. For a moment, he even wanted to take Zhou Jiao and the child and leave everything behind, following in the old man's footsteps. He let out a long sigh and stomped hard on the ground beneath his feet. He just couldn't bear to leave this land, couldn't bear to leave his parents in the snowy northeast, couldn't bear to leave his father-in-law who'd always taught him so much, and couldn't bear to abandon everything and start over in a foreign place. The old man carefully disguised the cart and, together with Zhang Guoqing, pushed it from the back door all the way to the street. After seeing them off, the old man even left the cart behind. He didn't say another word, just waved and walked away without looking back. Zhang Guoqing and the others stood there for a moment. With Cheng Ruju, a Commerce Bureau official, present, they weren't worried about anyone asking too many questions. Under Cheng Ruju's direction, Zhang Guoqing pulled the cart while the other three pushed from behind, making their way toward the main road. After some effort, they managed to hire a horse-drawn carriage heading into the city, tying the cart to the back. Only once they were seated did everyone finally breathe a sigh of relief. It had been over an hour since they'd left the old man's dilapidated house. Zhang Guoqing didn't know if the old man had already left, or if he'd safely reached his own promised land. But he knew, Wherever there were people, there would be trouble. There was no such thing as a true sanctuary. 2 small gold bars had been exchanged for a cart piled high with fabric. He had no idea what was so special about this batch. Looking at his overjoyed mother-in-law, the ever-resourceful Qing Ruzhu, and his always calm wife, Zhang Guoqing couldn't help but laugh at himself. He still hadn't learned how to stay calm. When the carriage arrived at a courtyard, Qing Ruzhu immediately found people to help unload. Once everything was arranged, the hundreds of repacked bolts of fabric were finally on their way to join the rest of their companions. Many times, Zhang Guoqing had to admit that family background really mattered. In his previous life, if it hadn't been for all those people secretly helping him and the old man protecting him from the shadows, he might have ended up dead and buried long ago. Since Zhou Jiao had paid for the gold bars this time, Qing Ruzhu refused to split things evenly and only took 5 bolts in the end. Zhou Jiao tugged at the anxious Lynn, saying there was no need to be so particular about dividing things up. Once they got back to Beijing, they could just gift some fabric to each member of the Qing family. Other than the 5 bolts Qing Ruzhu took, the rest of the batch was theirs. On the way back, everyone laughed at the thought of how long it would take their family to use up all that fabric. They were a bit worried that Zhou Jiao hadn't pumped any milk before leaving that morning, so they hurried to the restaurant. Back at the restaurant, without much time for small talk, Zhou Jiao gave Zhang Guoqing a look, picked up the child, and said with a smile, "I'm going to freshen up. I'll be back in 5 minutes. Make the most of the time." "No rush. Take your time." "We'll wait for you," said old Madame Qing, waving her on. As soon as Zhou Jiao got to the room and saw Zhang Guoqing come in, she quickly closed the door. She lifted her chin proudly, smiled at Zhang Guoqing, waved her hand in front of his eyes, then tossed something onto the bed. All the valuables that had been on the old man's bed earlier now appeared in front of him. "When did you make a deal with the old man? How much did you pay?" Zhang Guoqing asked in surprise. He thought back, but couldn't remember when the transaction had happened. Zhou Jiao nursed the baby and replied with a smile. "When he went out to get the cart, I flashed him a 2 sign, and he nodded. Then, while you and Mom were checking the fabric, he was already moving things onto the cart. I covered them with some straw, and while we were waiting on the road, I secretly packed them all up." "Hee. Smart, right?" Zhang Guoqing quickly asked, "Did Auntie notice anything?" Zhou Jiao shot him a disdainful look. "If she'd noticed, would I have needed to drag you back here? I only took the risk because I knew you liked my dad's camera. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bothered sneaking around." Zhang Guoqing burst out laughing and urged her to put the things away. No wonder the old man left the cart behind. "So that's what happened. Next time, don't take risks, at least let me know so I can cover for you. Did you forget what Dad told you before you came?" Zhou Jiao stroked her son's little hand and shook her head. "Don't worry, I never do anything I'm not sure about." The old man's house was so dusty, even the bowls and chopsticks hadn't been used, and only the big bed looked like it had been slept in. Clearly, no one had lived there for a while. He must be on the run now. "I like dealing with smart people, it makes things easier." Besides, Mom and Auntie were busy talking about fabric and clothes, so they weren't paying attention to me. At that moment, Zhang Guoqing realized that everyone seemed to like taking risks. Was he the only one who couldn't keep up? Nonsense. I'm not the adventurous type at all, I'm just like you. Once we go back, we probably won't come again until next year. Think if there's anything else you need to buy. Zhang Guoqing quickly shook his head, afraid she'd get another idea on a whim. Seeing the baby was full, he quickly took the child and said, "Auntie is waiting for us. Let's hurry back. We can go shopping with her later." Zhou Jiao nodded and followed him to old Madame Chang's room, already planning to buy some cod liver oil at the department store later, perfect for gifts and useful in the Northeast. After sorting through things last night, she realized the old Huaihai goods were really nice, cheap, and practical. If only she could make another trip. Zhang Guoqing and his family met up with the old lady and her group, discussing where to go for a meal. Just then, a group of the old lady's old friends arrived, all of them accompanied by their spouses. In the end, everyone decided to stay at the restaurant for a group meal. After eating, The old lady handed a note to Zhang Guoqing, asking her to buy something on her behalf. She herself stayed in the room to chat and catch up with her old friends. This time, even the aunties and the guards went out shopping. According to the old lady, this would be the last shopping trip, so everyone should make the most of it and enjoy themselves. Seeing that there was still time before they had to leave, Zhang Guoqing didn't object. Besides, Pingyan had gotten used to the old lady by now and wasn't fussy anymore. After exchanging a few words with the elders, he excused himself and left with the shopping group. Following the old lady's list, the group headed to the city's main department store. This time, Zhou Jiao immediately bought a large amount of cod liver oil and face cream. Ignoring the questioning look in Zhang Guoqing's eyes, she quietly whispered "corrosive agent" to him, and with that, the couple worked together in a frenzy of shopping. At first, Zhang Guoqing thought there was no need to buy these domestic products for their son, given the stockpile of imported baby goods in their space. But now he realized Zhou Jiao was preparing all this precisely for their son's sake. He even helped Zhou Jiao explain to others that their relatives back home had asked them to bring these things. There was nothing he could do. Many people looked at the couple with teasing expressions. The couple didn't mind, but their actions sparked a rush of other shoppers to buy the same products. After they left the counter, Zhang Guoqing could still hear people muttering that the face cream here must be better than elsewhere. Why else would everyone be scrambling for it? He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This time, they didn't linger inside. Once they'd bought what they needed, they left, so it didn't take long. Standing outside on the street, everyone realized they'd basically bought everything they needed and there wasn't anywhere else to go. Seeing this, Zhou Jiao said, "I still want to go to Zhou traditional medicine shop to buy some herbs. Why don't we all split up and do our own thing?" Lynn looked at Zhang Guoqing, and when she nodded, Lynn said, "We'll go in first. Xiao Chen and Andy can keep shopping. Everyone, remember to be on time." After splitting up, Zhang Guoqing and Zhou Jiao headed straight to Huaihai Road. Upon arrival, Zhou Jiao went into the pharmacy while Zhang Guoqing went alone to Hongxing restaurant on Huaihai Road to order pan-fried buns, crab roe pastries, and other snacks. He knew Zhou Jiao loved these snacks, especially the fried noodles here. Since he didn't know much about herbs, he figured he'd queue up first and wait for Zhou Jiao to join him after she finished shopping. Zhou traditional medicine shop had already been converted into a state-owned pharmacy. Besides rare and valuable Chinese medicines and tonics, they also offered affordable specialty herbal formulas, pills, powders, and ointments. Zhou Jiao came specifically for these specialty medicines. On this trip, whenever she saw pediatric Chinese medicines or adult tonics, she bought them. Their family lived in a small, remote county in the northeast with poor transportation. The last time their child had a fever, it had really scared her. So as they passed through various cities, she bought any famous or effective medicines she remembered, storing them in their space. She was especially generous when it came to medicines for children. Soon, Zhou Jiao handed her list to the sales clerk, who, upon learning she was from out of town, enthusiastically recommended a few effective and affordable summer remedies. Zhou Jiao thanked her, selected 2, paid, and waited for her order to be packed. After buying the herbs, Zhou Jiao hurried off with 2 bags to find Zhang Guoqing. There was a long line outside Hongxing restaurant. Zhou Jiao didn't look for Zhang Guoqing outside. She knew him well enough to guess he'd already gone inside to order, eating while waiting for the food to be packed. Sure enough, as soon as she entered, she saw Zhang Guoqing sitting in a prominent spot facing the entrance. When he saw her, he laughed and waved her over. He knew Zhou Jiao would figure out the quickest way to find him. Seeing there were other diners at his table, Zhou Jiao didn't sit down and asked, "How much longer?" "Sit down, it should be soon," Zhang Guoqing said, pulling her into the seat. He knew his wife's cleanliness habits. She didn't like sharing tables with strangers. But it wasn't even 1 p.m. yet, and the place was packed. He'd barely managed to save this one empty seat. A few minutes later, with both of them eagerly waiting, several baskets and boxes of packed food were finally brought over by the staff. The couple didn't linger and headed straight back to the hotel. A little after 3 p.m., old Cheng, who had picked them up last time, personally drove over to take Madame Chung and her group to the North Station. In the hotel room, Madame Chung declined her friend's offer to see her off at the station, worried that such a large group would attract unwanted attention. After explaining several times, she waved goodbye to everyone. The group loaded their luggage and belongings into the car. Once they boarded their compartment at the station, Madame Chung discovered that her friends had indeed prepared gifts for her, though thankfully nothing too valuable. She just smiled and said nothing. Old Chung only got off the train reluctantly after it started moving, reminding everyone to let him know the next time they came. After the train departed, the conductor came by to tell Madame Chung that someone had asked him to deliver 2 baskets of goods. Since the temperature inside the train was high, he'd left the 2 baskets of knife fish and prawns outside. With the train already moving, there was no way to refuse. Madame Chung just smiled, thanked the conductor, and shook her head. After he left, everyone realized that Old Chung was actually a high-ranking officer in the military district. Truly, you can't judge a book by its cover. Zhang Guoqing and Zhou Jiao exchanged glances and chose not to discuss the topic. Previously, whenever they visited important people, the old lady always brought Zhang Guoqing along and introduced him. Since she hadn't mentioned anything about Old Chung, there must be a reason. During this trip to S City, after sending a telegram to Zhou Xiaozheng and receiving his reply, they didn't visit Wang Dong. Perhaps Old Cheng's position in the Chung family was similar to Wang Dong's, working behind the scenes. Unfortunately, this time, Old Chung had been exposed. They didn't dwell on it further. Some sensitive topics, no matter how good the relationship, are best left untouched. This is a matter of principle. With the conductor's attentive care, the journey was quite pleasant. With so many people in their group and frequent stops along the way, Zhang Guoqing would take Zhou Jiao out onto the platform to buy local specialties. Sometimes, at small stations, there would be vendors selling roast chicken and braised pig heads, which delighted them. If not for their young child, they would have loved to get off and explore at every stop. The train from S City to the capital was always full year-round. Halfway through the journey, an urgent announcement came over the loudspeaker. A young child had injured his head while playing and was bleeding. The announcer called for any doctors among the passengers to come to the staff lounge in the car to help. Zhou Jiao and Zhang Guoqing hurried over with hemostatic medicine. From a distance, they saw the crowded corridor, with passengers pressed against the walls, but leaving a clear path down the middle to the lounge. "Quick, someone's brought medicine. Pass the word along." "How's the child?" someone in the crowd shouted, and the message quickly spread inside. Moments later, cheers and laughter erupted from inside. The good news quickly reached those outside, and everyone spontaneously applauded as a middle-aged doctor exited. Zhou Jiao, clutching her medicine bottle, broke into a happy smile at the sound of the chatter. She waved the bottle at Zhang Guoqing, and the two quietly slipped out of the car. Back in their corner, Zhou Jiao took out a roast chicken and a box of pastries from her bag and handed them to Zhang Guoqing. Watching him raise his hand high to make his way inside, the crowd automatically parted to let him through. Zhou Jiao couldn't help but flash a bright smile at the people watching them. How long had it been since she'd witnessed such a heartwarming scene? Let's set aside the touching moments that happened on the train. As time passed, the train slowly pulled into the Beijing station. Looking out through the glass window, there were only a few people scattered on the platform, but among them, Zhou Xiaozheng stood out in the center, making him especially noticeable. Zhou Jiao couldn't help but laugh to herself, thinking of the phrase, "a crane standing among chickens." The closer they got to her father, the more excited Zhou Jiao became. She stood up and waved her hands vigorously. But the train quickly sped past the window. She made a funny face and shook her head in disappointment. This rare display of childishness made old Lady Qing and the others burst out laughing. As soon as the train came to a complete stop, the announcement came on, reminding passengers to disembark. Zhou Jiao looked around and saw that everyone had their luggage ready, and the child was already in Zhang Guoqing's arms. She immediately shouted, "I'll go down first to meet them. Be careful." Don't get pushed over, Zhang Guoqing warned, but before he could finish, she had already dashed off. Old Lady Cheng laughed heartily. This child is so close to her father. Xiao Wu, take care of the child. Let's carry our own luggage and get off quickly. Auntie, you all wait a moment. We're not in a hurry to get off. My dad and the others will be up here soon. The luggage is heavy. Don't strain your back. Zhou Jiao quickly stopped the old lady. Qing Ruju hurried over to block her mother. Mom, Xiao Wu is right. This is the last stop. There's no rush. I just saw the child's father coming too. Let's wait for my brother and the others to come up before we go. As soon as Zhou Jiao got off the train, she ran straight toward Zhou Xiaozheng, calling out, Dad. Dad. Over here. When she saw her father striding toward her, she ran up and threw herself into his arms, laughing joyfully. Zhou Xiaozheng hugged her and laughed. What's the rush? What if you fell? Did you have fun? As he spoke, he adjusted her hat and patted her head, guiding her to a safe spot on the side. It was great. Auntie is amazing, she knows everything. Dad, why do you look thinner these days? Zhou Jiao chatted as they walked. Haha, your dad thin? These days your family's been eating and drinking well every day, even I've put on weight. Jiao Jiao, you have to make lots of dumplings for your uncle this time, you hear? Old Cheng laughed heartily from the side. Zhou Jiao nodded quickly. Uncle, forget dumplings, you can order whatever you want. We brought back lots of delicious food this time. Uncle, when you and cousin both came to pick us up? Isn't that a bit too grand? Let me tell you a secret, my aunt almost forgot about you while we were away. When Kongwen smiled. I bet your aunt was having such a good time she didn't want to come back. All you ladies went off and left us at home. Jiao Jiao, you'll have to cook a few of your specialties to reward your uncle. Zhou Jiao winked at him and laughed. Of course.
We're diving deep today, and remember, on this channel, we never leave a story halfway, we always finish the novel. If you appreciate the full journey, please like the video, subscribe for the complete series, and share it with your fellow book lovers. Also, if you want to support the channel even further, we now have YouTube memberships available. If you're interested in signing up for exclusive perks and helping us keep these stories going, just click the join button below the video for all the details.
And there's good wine too, Auntie won't even find out. See? Even Jiao Jiao knows you're afraid of your wife, Cheng Sijin teased, trying not to laugh. Old Cheng glanced at the train and said, Let's talk more at home. Let's go find the others in the carriage. Jiao Jiao, you have a lot of luggage, right? Why haven't they come down yet? There's quite a bit. Dad, let's go up. Did you drive here? Zhou Xiaozheng quickly stopped her. You wait here. I'll go check. Stay put. He looked around to make sure she was safe, then followed Old Cheng and the others back onto the train. Zhang Guoqing held his son tightly. When he saw Old Cheng and the others come up, he looked behind them and finally saw his father-in-law trailing at the back. He couldn't help but laugh. This doting dad was probably about to forget everyone else. Old Cheng checked on his wife and, seeing she was in good spirits, walked over to Zhang Guoqing and saw the child staring up at him with big eyes, babbling away. He looked at the child curiously. Are you saying hello to me? Little guy, do you understand? Ping'an grinned, clapping his hands and babbling in his own little language. He's been wanting to talk to everyone these days. Whenever he sees someone, he starts babbling, Old Lady Cheng said, amused at how such a little one already knew to look at the lights and wanted to run out to see people. Our little Ping'an is amazing, he's traveled so much already. Little guy, let's go home, okay? We missed you so much while you were gone, Cheng Sijin said, waving at him. When Ping'an immediately turned and called out to him, he laughed and grabbed the child's little hand to shake it. Zhou Xiaozheng saw that everyone had their luggage and the child was bundled up. He picked up a small blanket to cover the child and told everyone to get off first. As soon as they got off, he had Zhang Guoqing follow him out to the car, calling for Zhou Jiao to come along. Once in the car, Zhang Guoqing lifted a corner of the blanket. Ping'an squinted and blew bubbles, laughing. The little guy probably thought being carried out at a run was a game. Did the child adjust well while you were away? He looks thinner to me, Zhou Xiaozheng said, worried, as he checked the child again. Zhang Guoqing smiled. I see him every day, so I didn't notice. Maybe he did lose some weight. But he was the happiest. He wanted to see the lights every day. Dad, we stayed at the Peace Hotel this time. Zhou Jiao immediately understood when he thought of old lady Cheng. He nodded. It's fine. With your aunt there, there's nothing to worry about. Did it cost her a lot this time? Seeing that Zhou Jiao was already driving, Zhang Guoqing relaxed. He smiled. She paid it first, but the next day I deposited money at the hotel front desk. I felt bad owing her so much. Aunt bought us a lot of things too, Mom. You know how much she spent, right? Lynn smiled and nodded. She bought a lot, and there was no stopping her. She said Zhou Jiao is the only girl in both families. If she doesn't buy for you, who would she buy for? She insisted on buying Zhou Jiao a coat at a high-end shop on Huaihai Road. I had to drag her away to stop her. Just the sweaters cost a lot. It's hard to repay this kind of kindness. Zhang Guoqing nodded. Material gifts he could repay, but the introductions and connections from the Qing and when families were impossible to return in kind. With Lynn there, he decided to talk to his father-in-law about this later. He, Zhang Guoqing, had no advantages to offer, and not just old lady Qing, even Cheng Ruzhu had introduced him to many of the Wen family's old friends, always saying, "This is my only niece and nephew-in-law." He owed them too much. They did it for his father-in-law's sake, but he wondered if it would make things difficult for him. Zhou Jiao glanced at his daughter and son-in-law, seeing their worried faces as they agreed with his wife. Since he was driving, he couldn't explain much, so he just said, "Don't worry. I expected this. It's fine." On the way, Zhou Jiao didn't bring up the topic again. Some things are best kept in mind, no need to say them out loud. The mother and daughter had taken time off to accompany them everywhere out of genuine affection. A few words of thanks could never be enough. So every time, Zhou Jiao happily accepted Cheng Ruzhu's generous gifts, then later noted down the value and prepared gifts of equal worth to give to her cousins in return. Back at the compound, Zhou Jiao didn't even bother to unpack her luggage. After settling Ping'an, she immediately sent Zhang Guoqing to invite the Cheng family over for dinner, especially Cheng Ruzhu and her husband. Once he left, she hurriedly exchanged a few words with Zhou Jiao before heading straight to the kitchen. As soon as Aunt Chen saw her, a smile broke out on her face. "I'll take care of dinner tonight. You go and rest. It's a pity you couldn't come with us this time, Auntie." Aunt Wang bought a ton of bargains. "I wasn't sure what you'd like, so I just picked up a few things for you. Don't mind if they're not to your taste. Tonight we'll go through them together, and if there's anything you don't want, I'll just give it away." Aunt Chen smiled and scolded her gently. "Why do you always spend money on me? You already sent me home with so much stuff before the new year, and now you've brought more. You really don't know how to save." Zhou Jiao beamed. "Auntie, don't say that. I treat you like family, that's why I don't stand on ceremony. If you were an outsider, I'd be hiding things so I wouldn't offend anyone." Aunt Chen chuckled and nodded. She had the easiest life in the compound. The Zhou family was small, undemanding, and didn't like gossip. They were all easy to get along with, especially Zhou Jiao and her mother, who were both warm and kind. She hadn't been home for a few days before she started missing Jiao Jiao's cooking. She noticed that Xiao Wang and the others had all put on weight and were grinning like fools every day. Being assigned to the Zhou family was a stroke of luck for them. "Jiao Jiao, while you were gone, your cousins came by once. I didn't let them into your room, told them I didn't have the key. Remember to say you forgot to give it to me," Aunt Chen whispered, glancing outside. Zhou Jiao covered her mouth and laughed, nodding quickly. Aunt Chen rolled her eyes and said quietly, "Don't be so naive. They've got their eyes on you. Luckily, all the clothes your mom bought you fit just right, or else they'd have borrowed them and never given them back." She didn't say more, too much would sound like stirring up trouble. Zhou Jiao started preparing the vegetables, grinning at Aunt Chen's words. She thought to herself, the people always see things clearly. "Oh, by the way, a few boys came looking for Xiaowu. I wrote their names down and left the note on your study desk. All from the compound. Auntie, you're the best. I doubt it's anything important, probably just want to hang out with Xiaowu. If they don't come tonight, they'll definitely be here tomorrow. Has my dad been eating at home these days?" Aunt Chen shook her head with a smile. He can't avoid it. Your great-uncle comes over at every mealtime. Oh, and we'll need to make more dumplings. The other day your uncle and aunt came over and wouldn't leave. They even brought 2 bags of flour. Zhou Jiao burst out laughing. What fillings do they like? Last time I brought some over, my aunt told me not to bother, said she'd ask for more when she wanted some. If my great-aunt isn't home, they'd probably starve. They love shrimp and lamb, but there's always a lot of chive left. Your dad's favorites are sauerkraut and shrimp. Yeah, chive has a strong flavor. Maybe they're not used to it. That's my grandpa and little uncle's favorite. Has Grandpa been over these days? Aunt Chin replied, your grandpa and great-uncle have both come by a couple of times. These days, he loves shrimp and sauerkraut too. Jiao Jiao, are those hairy crabs and ribbonfish? Isn't tonight's dinner a bit too lavish? My little uncle rarely visits. These were all gifts from my great-aunt's friends. It wouldn't look good not to serve them. Zhou Jiao didn't mention that they actually had plenty at home. She was considering whether to invite the Lynn family as well. She wiped her hands and peeked out the door, seeing her mother holding the baby and chatting with her father. What's up? Aunt Chen asked curiously. Zhou Jiao smiled. Nothing, just wondering why the guests haven't arrived yet. As she spoke, the Qing family kids' voices rang out, calling for their sister. Go entertain the guests, there are only 2 dishes left. I'll handle the rest, Aunt Chen urged her out. Zhou Jiao checked her watch and realized it was getting late. She started setting the table and carrying out dishes. Oh my, Jiao Jiao's cooking again? Tell us what else needs doing. Lu Ting, Chang's eldest daughter-in-law, hurried over. Zhou Jiao didn't stand on ceremony. Aunt, just help me carry out the dishes. Where's Xiaowu? Didn't he come back with you? He went to call your grandpa's family, Lu Ting replied, winking at Zhou Jiao. Seeing her understand, she smiled and headed to the kitchen. Her father-in-law had just sent Xiaowu to fetch them. Zhou Jiao followed her into the kitchen and whispered, How long has he been gone? Why aren't they here yet? Your little uncle ran into us just now. Looks like they're all at their place discussing the eldest granddaughter's dowry. Don't worry about them. They'll be here soon enough, Lu Ting said, her tone a bit sour. Seeing how the Lin family made such a big deal out of their granddaughter's wedding, Lu Ting couldn't help but feel resentful, remembering how they'd let Jiao Jiao marry into the Zhang family all alone, as if she'd never seen a man in her life, making it the talk of the compound. If Jiao Jiao had married later, she'd have made sure to throw a proper wedding. We're not comparing ourselves to them. A good marriage is about love and compatibility, not the dowry. Our Xiaowu is 100 times better than those people. Seeing Lu Ting's worried face, Zhou Jiao linked arms with her and smiled. I'll listen to you. I really don't feel wronged. They like to make a fuss, but I prefer things simple. Now I have my dad and all of you, who in my mother's family can compare. But Aunt, you'll have to spoil me even more from now on. Silly girl. Lu Ting patted her hand, smiling fondly. Except for old Madame Lin, who claimed to be ill, the rest of the Lin family all showed up. Maybe because the old lady's illnesses were so routine, no one paid it any mind. The Lin family all wore broad smiles, the atmosphere festive. Zhou Jiao hurriedly set up an extra table. She didn't have time to chat with the Lin family, just nodded and smiled in greeting before heading back to the kitchen to bring out more dishes. Luckily, she'd prepared large platters, so splitting them between 2 tables was still enough. After sending Lu Ting and Qing Ruzhu out to sit, she personally heated up the remaining dishes. Once all the hot dishes were served, she joined the women's table in the living room. At the table, Lin Liang was chatting animatedly. Zhou Jiao didn't interrupt, just quietly sat down to listen to the gossip. Old Madame Chung saw her and pulled her to sit beside her, pointing at the food and urging her to eat. This girl should be satisfied now. My sister-in-law really lost out this time. She gave all the bride price back and added so much to the dowry. The Yang family must be over the moon, Lin Liang said with a laugh. 72 legs, a radio, a bicycle, a watch, the only set like it in the whole compound, old Madame Chung whispered to Zhou Jiao, smiling. She didn't even mention that the bride price was only a little over 300 yuan, yet the dowry was so lavish. Zhou Jiao just smiled at her and kept her head down, eating quietly. Inside, she sneered. The 30,000 yuan her mother lost to Gu Rui was enough for the Lin family to toss around several times over. Ever since Uncle Wang from the northwest returned to Beijing, and she learned that he'd asked Lin Adong and his wife to mail her luxury goods like watches, Zhou Jiao had looked down on the Lin family even more. People say poverty breeds evil, but the Lin family wasn't that poor, they just didn't care about their reputation anymore. All this showing off was just a joke. The funniest thing was, they thought they were hiding their misdeeds when everyone could already smell the smoke, but they still consoled themselves that no one noticed. Especially seeing Lin Adong at the men's table, chatting away without a hint of guilt. Like mother, like son. Zhou Jiao thought. All her hard work preparing this feast was wasted on them. After the meal, Zhou Jiao deliberately kept old Madame Cheng behind. Once the guests had left, she took her to Zhou Xiaojing's study. Originally, the Lin family was her mother's side, and she hadn't planned to tell old Madame Cheng anything. But now that she was returning to the northeast, she knew those people would twist the truth to cover up their own shameful deeds. She worried her father couldn't handle it, and her mother even less so. All she could do was rely on old Madame Cheng, so she'd at least know what was really going on. After hearing everything, old Madame Cheng didn't know what to say to comfort the child. She simply stepped forward and hugged Zhou Jiao silently, gently patting her. Train sped northward, but this time, old Lady Qing and the others weren't there to keep them company. Throughout the journey, the couple stayed vigilant, keeping a close eye on their child. No one knew what method Zhou Xiaozheng had used, but they managed to get soft sleeper tickets again for the return trip. The two of them left their compartment as little as possible, passing the time by organizing gifts they'd prepared for relatives and friends. After countless stops, big and small, they finally arrived at the provincial capital a little after 6 in the morning, right on schedule. Zhang Guoqing and his wife didn't get off the train immediately. They waited for Zhao Chuangguang to come pick them up. Once again, Zhang Guoqing was carrying his son. The couple saw that their child had woken up early and was now staring wide-eyed, babbling along with the station announcements, making them both laugh. Zhang Guoqing gently patted the child and said with a smile, "Son, we're going back home now. It'll be cold outside, so you have to stay snuggled in Daddy's arms, okay?" Hearing his father talk to him, Pinyin gurgled happily. Zhou Jiao noticed the bundle of red strings hanging from the child and couldn't help but ask, "Should we take these off now? We're home, so it should be fine, right? Otherwise, when we get to Godmother's house, she'll hang more on him, and we'll look like we're just fishing for red envelopes." Zhang Guoqing quickly shook his head. His father-in-law had specifically instructed that the child had to wear these until they reached the county. Old Lady Cheng had asked around about all the customs for these red envelopes. When it came to his son, Zhang Guoqing would rather be superstitious than take any risks just for appearances. "Xiao Wu Jiao Jiao," came Zhao Chuangguang's voice from outside. Zhou Jiao hurried to the door and waved, "Godfather, we're here." Zhao Chuangguang boarded the train with 2 quilts in his arms and handed them to Zhang Guoqing. Glancing at the child, he grinned, "This little guy is greeting me, huh? Godfather, you must have come really early. Did we make you late for work?" Zhang Guoqing asked worriedly. Zhao Chuangguang shook his head with a smile. "No work today. Your dad called 2 days ago, so your godmother and I both took the day off. Let's head home first." "Why do you have so much luggage? Did you empty out your dad's house?" He didn't wait for a reply, but quickly waved to Huang Huimin in the distance, signaling her to come over. He asked a staff member to help with a trolley and load the luggage onto the military vehicle. After helping Zhang Guoqing and his son off the train, Zhao Chuangguang wrapped them both in the quilts and hurried them to the car. Zhou Jiao quickly caught up with Huang Huimin. "Godmother, why did you come too? It's so cold, you could have just waited for us at home. With just the 2 of you and the baby, how could I relax? Let's hurry home. Your 2 younger brothers skipped school today just to wait for you. I heard you went to S-City, they were so anxious. They said next time, they're definitely going with you to Beijing," Huang Huimin said, pulling her along as they rushed. "When the weather warms up, it's good for them to get out and see the world." We'll talk when we get home. I'm out of breath from running, Zhou Jiao panted. Huang Huimin burst out laughing. Once the luggage was loaded, Zhou Jiao pulled out a box of pastries from a bag and handed it to the staff, thanking him repeatedly. As soon as they got in the car and felt the heat, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Guoqing quickly lifted the corner of the quilt covering Pingin's head, revealing his little face. The boy, who had been so quiet before, immediately started wailing as soon as he saw his father. Zhang Guoqing laughed. Don't worry, we're almost there. You'll see your uncles soon. Be good, Pingin. Huang Huimin looked at the child in surprise. Did he wait until we got in the car to start crying? I thought he was asleep just now. These days, whenever we go out, we wrap him in a quilt. As soon as it's covered, he knows we're going somewhere. He's gotten used to it. When the quilt comes off, he knows we've arrived, so he starts yelling, Zhang Guoqing explained, launching into stories about their trip to S City. But remembering old Lady Cheng's instructions, he kept the details vague. Before they even got out of the car at the Zhao house, the two boys had already rushed out to greet them. Jia, why are you only back now? Was it fun out there? Jia, did you and brother-in-law really go south? Why didn't you tell me? I could have gone to Aunt's house with you. You're in trouble, Jia. How could you go to S City and not visit Aunt? She'll scold you for sure when she finds out. Zhou Jiao laughed. When summer vacation comes, I'll take you both to play. Aren't you cold? Hurry inside. I brought you both some gifts. You two go in first. I'll carry the luggage, the older brother said, pushing her inside. The younger one ran after Zhang Guoqing, calling, Brother-in-law, is little Lynn asleep? No, come in first, Zhang Guoqing said, hurrying into the living room and putting the baby in a small crib. Keep an eye on him for me, little brother. I'll go get the luggage. The younger brother waved happily at Pingin, who was babbling away. Go to your thing. Little Lynn, your uncle missed you so much. You little rascal, you didn't even take me with you to play. Zhou Jiao came in to see the two of them chattering away, making her laugh out loud. Have something to eat to fill your stomach. Leave the luggage for later, Huang Huimin said as she brought out breakfast, seeing Zhou Jiao starting to unpack. Zhou Jiao didn't even look up. Godmother, you eat. I'm not hungry. If you're not hungry, have some porridge at least. Go wash your hands and eat with us, Huang Huimin said, and seeing Zhou Jiao obediently get up to wash her hands, she smiled with satisfaction. Daughters really are the best, so well behaved. The older brother winked at Zhang Guoqing and whispered, Brother-in-law, see how much Mom and Dad prefer her over us? Zhang Guoqing ruffled his hair with a laugh. Brother-in-law loves you too. Eat up, and I'll show you what goodies I brought you. He and Zhou Jiao had bought plenty of gifts for the two brothers this time. Zhao Chuangguang watched the children with a big grin, not rushing them to the table. When Zhou Jiao brought him a bowl of porridge, he said, Jiao Jiao, you have to make dumplings for your godfather this time. Your uncles keep bragging to me in letters and phone calls. Make plenty so they'll be jealous. Of course. Godfather, your brothers asked me to remind you to visit Beijing soon. Oh, and Uncle Wang said he hasn't seen you in years, and not to forget what you owe him, Zhou Jiao said with a smile. He didn't tell you what I owe him? That guy still remembers I owe him a meal. After all these years, he's finally transferred back. Once your dad's home, we brothers can all reunite. Your crazy uncle wants to treat you to dinner tonight. Be sure to let them know so they can be happy. Huang Huimin swallowed a bun and added, the four families wanted to host you separately, but I told them to combine it. Your aunts will come pick you up at noon, so I told them not to take the morning off. If they came too early, you and I wouldn't have time to catch up. You really know us best, Godmother. It's great to have all four families together. I've been eating out every day lately. I'm almost afraid to eat now, Zhang Guoqing said quickly. I heard you're quite the big shot in the Beijing compound these days. Met a lot of important people, huh? Zhao Chuangguang teased. Zhang Guoqing pointed upward and smiled. I've even met the top one. The rest, thanks to my dad, I've gotten to know. Godfather, you really don't want to transfer to Beijing. Zhao Chuangguang shook his head with a smile. He still had influence here, and his old friends and brothers could support each other. In Beijing, he'd just be another face in the crowd. Zhang Guoqing nodded in understanding. My dad says it's a loss for you. Some things didn't need to be said out loud. It was clear that staying here was best. Zhao Chuangguang just smiled and shook his head. He asked about their time in Beijing and the south, and was pleased to hear that the Cheng family truly treated Zhou Xiaozhang and the couple with genuine affection. Not hearing any mention of the Lynn family, he didn't ask, figuring some things were best discussed in private. So far, they really do seem sincere. But you should still be careful. One slip can lead to big trouble. I just worry your dad is too sentimental and might let his guard down. Zhang Guoqing smiled and pointed upward, shaking his head. His father-in-law had told him to let Zhao Chuangguang know he only had one leader. Clearly, he'd anticipated Zhao's concern. Zhao Chuangguang understood and felt reassured. He wasn't worried about Zheng Ji in other ways, just that, with no close family, he might suddenly trust the wrong person if someone showed up claiming to be a relative. Those people were all shrewd, no one was without their own agenda. After breakfast, Zhou Jiao helped Wang Huimin tidy up, and the two of them took the baby to chat in their room. In the living room, Zhang Guoqing tossed 2 packages to the Zhao brothers for them to open in their room. He couldn't treat all his uncle's kids the same, so he gave the gifts to these 2 first, knowing they were smart enough not to show off. Zhao Chuangguang ignored the laughter from his wife and sons in the other room and led Zhang Guoqing to the study. Zhao Dashan came by last week and mentioned you should report in these days. Zhao Yuanyuan has already helped you with the school registration and fees. What are your plans next? I'll report in tomorrow, just as planned. Go the day after tomorrow instead. Tomorrow, I'll take you to meet some people. Also, you'll need to visit your godmother's uncles for New Year's greetings. Just be polite, no need to get too close. Zhang Guoqing nodded with a smile. His 2 fathers-in-law really were best friends. They even spoke the same way. Thinking of Lu Zhang's background, he added, Godfather, Lu Zhang from the Commerce Bureau isn't simple. Just keep that in mind, but don't let on that you know. Zhao Chuangguang tapped him lightly on the forehead and laughed. Did you uncover a lot of secrets this trip? Wait, let me show you something. He handed Zhang Guoqing a small notebook. Flipping through it, Zhang recognized most of the names, many with tangled, complicated relationships. You didn't need to know these things before you started working, but now it's different. Just get a general idea. These are all small fry, not worth your energy. But they'll show up in front of you sooner or later, so it's good to be prepared, Zhao Chuangguang explained. Zhang Guoqing suddenly remembered the slips of paper his friends had given him before he left. He'd sorted them on the train, so he pulled one out and started matching names. Godfather, these are contact addresses my friends in the compound gave me. They said if I run into trouble, I can go to these people. Can you help me figure out who's connected to whom? Half an hour later, the 2 of them were laughing heartily. Who would have thought those scraps of paper would come in so handy? Comparing notes, it was clear at a glance who was secretly close to whom. Since Zhang Guoqing's family would be heading back to the county the day after tomorrow and still needed to visit the Huang family tomorrow, time was tight. Zhao Chuangguang decided to take the child to visit old friends today. After making arrangements, Zhao Chuangguang told his wife not to prepare lunch for him and his son, promising to be back before dinner. He and Zhang Guoqing changed clothes and set out to visit friends. Early in the morning, Zhou Jiao received a return telegram from Zhou Xiaozhang just as she was about to set off for home. 2 cars were parked in front of the courtyard, their trunks piled high with luggage and gifts for everyone. They were just waiting for a few people to get in before setting off. She glanced at the telegram. It contained just a few simple words, okay, be careful. Zhou Jiao smiled knowingly. Her father was still as worried as ever. Zhao Chuangguang read it and immediately started complaining that his brother Zhang was too much of a worrywart. With Zhou Xiaozhang not around, he finally had the chance to poke fun at him. After saying goodbye to the uncles and aunties who had come to see them off, the 2 cars sped toward the county town. During the long days apart, Zhou Jiao often thought of their little home in the county and of Mother Zhang. Now, as the distance closed, she felt less excitement and more longing for her own parents. All the way, Zhang Guoqing was in high spirits, humming little tunes as he held their child, occasionally chatting with Zhao Chuangguang and his wife. His face was full of excitement. He could finally see his parents again. Zhou Jiao saw how happy they all were and didn't want to dampen the mood. But as Zhang Guoqing's smile grew more and more unrestrained, she quietly pinched him from behind. Serves you right for being so smug. Zhang Guoqing, biting back the pain, didn't dare turn around. Instead, he quickly said to Zhao Chuangguang, who was driving, "Godfather, when you go to Beijing, let me know in advance. I'm starting to miss my father-in-law. At the very least, I'll wait until the weather warms up. What you said yesterday about traveling in the summer sounds good. We can stop by Beijing on the way. If we go too early, he'll be too busy to spend time with me. Jiao Jiao, let's not wait for Godfather. When spring comes, we'll go to Beijing ourselves. This time, we won't tell them in advance and give them a surprise. What do you think?" Zhang Guoqing grinned at her. Zhao Chuangguang and Huang Huimin exchanged a look and burst out laughing. Just now, he'd wondered why Xiao Wu suddenly said he missed his father-in-law, so this was the real reason. Zhou Jiao nodded at him, unable to hold back her laughter and joining in with the others. "Jiao Jiao, I bet within 2 months your dad will come to the Northeast to see you. Have you ever seen a kite? You're the string. Now that you've left so suddenly, your dad probably hasn't slept well these last few days," Huang Huimin said cheerfully. Zhou Jiao nodded in agreement. With one thing settled, she began to wonder if she should find a job. Too much free time just made her overthink things. As soon as they entered the county town, there were more pedestrians. Zhao Chuangguang slowed down, and as they reached an intersection, they saw Father Zhang waving at them. Just as he was about to stop, Father Zhang had already started running home. "Good thing we set out early. Your in-laws must have been waiting a long time. You two must be good to them. While you were away, they missed you terribly. Especially Xiaowu's mother. Every time she saw me, she'd ask how you were in Beijing and if you'd been in touch," Zhao Chuangguang said. Zhou Jiao nodded with a smile. Clearly, her godfather had visited her in-laws often. She glanced at Zhang Guoqing, and they both understood that their godparents truly treated them like their own children. Especially Huang Huimin, who was even more attentive than Lynn Lishan. Ever since they'd become god family, she'd frequently traveled between the county and the provincial capital to visit them. The Zhao family's kindness moved even Zhou Jiao, who was usually wary of others. They're here. Sorry to trouble you again, in-laws. Come in. Mother Zhang hurried over as soon as the car stopped, smiling warmly. The doorway was crowded with Zhang family members. Except for Zhang Guofu and his brother, who were at work, even Zhang Meili and her sister were waiting at the door. The children, seeing Zhang Guoqing carrying Ping'an into the house, all ran in after them, happily shouting, "Little brother is back." Hearing the commotion, Wang Dashing came out and laughed. "Xiaowu's family is back? That's great. It's been too quiet around here without you. Uncle, come in and sit for a while," Zhou Jiao greeted him, lagging a step behind. Wang Dashing waved his hand and smiled. "You go greet your guests first. I'll come by tonight when your aunt gets home." With that, seeing the Zhang family all heading inside, he quickly urged her to go in and turned to leave. Zhou Jiao watched him hurry away as if escaping and smiled. She glanced around, greeting familiar faces, but didn't have time to worry about the things in the other car. She hurried home. "Jiao Jiao, why are you just coming in? Quick, have some ginger tea to warm up," Zhang Meili said, pulling her to sit down. Zhou Jiao saw that Zhao Chuangguang and his wife were already drinking and smiled. "I hadn't even come in yet, and you all ran off." Some neighbors were still chatting with them. "Big sis, second sis, didn't you have work today?" "Work? As soon as I got the telegram 2 days ago, I started swapping shifts. These past 2 days have been exhausting. I started waiting for you at 3 this morning. Was Beijing fun? You were gone so long, I thought you weren't coming back." Mother Zhang scolded her with a smile. "You're too anxious. You were banging on the door before dawn and nearly scared your dad into falling. Is Dad okay?" Zhou Jiao quickly looked over at Father Zhang, who was happily chatting with Zhao Chuangguang. "He's fine. We're all inside, and your godmother is still looking after the child," Mother Zhang said, urging her to finish her ginger tea. Zhou Jiao quickly got up. With all the hustle and bustle, she didn't have time to greet her 2 sisters-in-law. just smiled at them and followed everyone into the inner room. "Jiao Jiao, come help take the red envelopes off Ping'an," Wang Huimin called out. She had already removed the little quilt, but Ping'an was still covered in red strings and she was at a loss. Seeing Zhou Jiao, she called out happily. Mother Zhang burst out laughing. Her grandson, dressed in a red jacket and covered in colorful coin purses and red envelopes, looked just like a little god of wealth, wailing away. Zhang Meili hurried over to count. Ping'an's going to be rich. He'll have to be good to his elders in the future. Mom, hasn't he grown again? Hey, Ping'an, say hi to your auntie. Can you even understand at your age? Zhang Meihao pulled her aside. Let Jiao Jiao take them off first. He looks uncomfortable, keeps tugging at them. Zhou Jiao followed Huang Huimin's instructions and untied all the red strings. She smiled at Zhang Meihao's words. Actually, the baby was always being held lying down, and the strings were long. How heavy could they be? Everyone spent so much again. Sis, next time you come over, don't bring anything or we'll be too embarrassed to have you. Jiao Jiao, your godmother sent over a pile of New Year's goods before the holiday. Don't accept any more gifts from her, Mother Zhang said uneasily. Huang Huimin laughed. Every time I come, you send me back with big bags too. We're all family, no need to be so polite. Zhou Jiao smiled. Right, no need to be polite. I'll take whatever my godmother gives me. My two brothers said, when they get married, they'll rely on themselves. Godfather and godmother's savings are all for me, their sister. Everyone burst out laughing. Those two little rascals even claimed their wallets were fat and they'd have no trouble finding wives. Seeing everyone laughing, she continued, that's not all. The two of them even found red strings and made red envelopes to hang on Ping'an, saying it was their gift as uncles. Mother Zhang quickly said, they're still so young. They shouldn't be doing that. Why didn't they come today? They're at school. The past couple of days, they skipped class to see their sister's family, so today their dad made them go back. Boys are too mischievous, not as sweet as our Jiao Jiao, Huang Huimin said with a smile. Zhou Jiao protested, that's not true. They're not mischievous at all. Okay, your brothers are good boys, all right? Huang Huimin laughed, knowing Zhou Jiao didn't like hearing anything bad about her brothers. Seeing there was nothing else to do, Zhou Jiao left them chatting in the room and went to the kitchen, where Aunt Fong was already making dumplings. She hurried over to help. In the kitchen, the two of them were busy nonstop. With so many people, they could only serve one bowl at a time. There was no rushing it. Zhou Jiao saw that Aunt Fong looked in good spirits and didn't even have time to ask how she'd been lately. 3 days before their departure, during the day, Zhou Jiao and Zhang Guoqing went around visiting their elders, bringing along local specialties like pastries and xian paper as farewell gifts. Zhou Jiao was even worried that, in the future, someone might give her attitude about staying in a hotel they shouldn't have. To be safe, she carefully prepared several packs of xian paper, boxes of local treats, and some handicrafts popular with women. They personally handed these gifts to the secretaries of the elders, asking them to pass them on. Zhou Jiao sincerely expressed her gratitude for the care she'd received during this trip, admitting she was inexperienced and had made mistakes. This made the secretaries laugh heartily, even asking if she wanted to meet the elders in person. Zhou Jiao quickly declined, saying she didn't want to disturb them while they were so busy. She'd wait until she was more experienced before visiting. She wasn't worried that this uncle wouldn't help smooth things over with the president. After all, he was her father's close friend. The next morning, the couple went to pick up their photos from the studio and bought some film and developing supplies. Back home, Zhou Jiao stayed in and made dumplings with Aunt Chen. As soon as she finished a batch, Zhang Guoqing would deliver them to Zhou Xiaozheng's old comrades. During their time in the capital, these uncles had often sent food and treats their way, so before leaving, Zhou Jiao wanted to properly return the favor. Especially Uncle Wang from the northwest, though he wasn't talkative, his gaze toward her was as warm as if she were his own child, just like Zhao Chuangguang. When he saw Zhou Jiao and her father together, he would laugh and cry at the same time. She still remembered the first time they met. He had hugged her father and cried until he was hoarse. Sometimes, family isn't just about blood. She deeply remembered these uncles who had helped and cared for her and her father during their lowest moments. On the last day, Zhou Jiao took the day off. Leaving the children in the care of Grandma Cheng and Aunt Chen, he took his wife, daughter, and son-in-law to the mountains early in the morning to pay respects at the ancestral graves. Afterwards, the family went to Laomo's for a meal. After seeing Lynn and Zhang Guoqing off to look after the kids, Zhou Jiao took his daughter to a mud brick house in the suburbs. The village, with over 100 households, was entirely made up of people with the surname Zhou. As they entered, villagers greeted them warmly everywhere they went. Zhou Jiao's old comrade had become the village chief after retiring from the army, and Zhou Jiao had bought this mud brick house from him. Zhou Jiao was amused to hear that even Lynn didn't know about this house. She joked that it was a good thing her father hadn't taken a second wife, otherwise, her mother would be completely in the dark. When she learned that her father had only just bought the house on this trip, she laughed even harder. Was he buying her houses in the countryside now, after buying in the city? Sure enough, they ended up at Uncle Zhou's house, and the house was really hers. Once everyone else had left, Zhou Jiao pulled her into the bedroom, moved aside a brick in the corner, and revealed a hidden room just like the one in Old Man S's house in S City. It was pitch black inside, and only when they shone a flashlight did they see a hastily dug hole with 3 wooden chests inside. Zhou Jiao bent down, opened the chests for her to see, and whispered, "This is the last batch from the capital. Put it away in your stash." Zhou Jiao obediently stored them in her space. After restoring everything to its original state, Zhou Jiao cleaned the mud off his shoes and had Zhou Jiao put the chests on the ground. Seeing the empty room, Zhou Jiao realized she'd never had the chance to show her father how much she'd accumulated. Smiling proudly, she began to take out her things besides the items left from her previous life. She kept pulling out more and more, underestimating her own stockpile. "Dad, there's more. I'll take it all out for you to see. Where do you think I should put it?" Zhou Jiao, already shocked once before, was still startled. He quickly stopped her, putting on a stern face. "Did you forget what I told you? Be careful, always be careful. One slip, and it could be a disaster. Put it away now and promise me you'll never let anyone see a hint of this. Understand?" Zhou Jiao hurriedly put everything back, leaving only the 3 chests. She stuck out her tongue at her father, grinning, and raised her right hand in a mock salute. He glared at her, so she quickly put it down and promised again and again to be careful. Zhou Jiao rolled his eyes at her, but seeing her playful smile, he couldn't help but laugh. "Don't get careless. Don't use these things unless you have to. When you get back to the northeast, put some food and supplies in the basement and take them from there." Seeing his daughter nod seriously, Zhou Jiao continued, "I already have a sense of how much you have. No need to show me, I know you must have collected a lot on this trip. Remember, wealth attracts envy, especially treasures like these. Luckily, Xiaowu gave you this opportunity, otherwise, I would have considered silencing him." Seeing the cold glint in his eyes, Zhou Jiao believed he really could do it. She nodded earnestly. "Don't worry, Dad. I know what's important. Besides you and Xiaowu, I don't plan to tell anyone, not even my future kids. I didn't even want to tell you, just in case you'd worry. See, you're already anxious. Don't worry, your daughter takes after you, she's not stupid." Zhou Jiao studied her carefully. Realizing his daughter truly took after him, he nodded, squatted down, opened the chests, and quietly explained where everything came from and which items could be passed down as family heirlooms. Zhou Jiao smiled knowingly. She hadn't expected her father to have such foresight, secretly building up the family's assets. Clearly, there must be more stashes elsewhere, not just in the capital. After putting the chests away, she looked around the house curiously and asked why he'd bought it. It only cost a few dozen yuan, and it comes with nearly half an acre of yard. Why not buy it for you? Plus, it's in the same direction as our ancestral graves, and everyone in the village is a Zhou. If you ever get tired of living in the capital, we can build a big courtyard here. I didn't tell your mom before because I was hiding things here, but now it's fine." Zhou Jiao hadn't expected it to be so cheap and nodded in agreement. As for building a big courtyard, She thought it unnecessary. The family couldn't even fill all the rooms in their current big house. All right, let's go. The only valuable thing here is the yard. We'll just leave it for now and see about it later, Zhou Jiao said, heading out. He took Zhou Jiao to visit his old comrade, wanting to show off his daughter. He'd seen the other man's silly daughter before, so he was eager for the comparison. With this in mind, father and daughter paid their respects to the comrade who was now the village chief. As it got late, the comrade praised Zhou Jiao effusively. Zhou Jiao, beaming, took his leave and brought his daughter home. Their train was at midnight, and by 6 or 7 in the evening, the Zhou house was already filled with people. Besides the Qing and Lynn families, the brothers and sisters they'd gotten to know in the compound during this time also gathered in the East Wing to chat and say goodbye to Zhang Guoqing. Zhang Guoqing, half amused and half helpless, held a stack of small notes. According to everyone, these were their contact details. He was to write a letter every week, and the content couldn't be the same for everyone. Some notes even had phone numbers for contacts in the Northeast, which touched him deeply. He'd gained a lot of friendship on this trip. The pure brotherhood made him reluctant to leave these friends. When they clamored for him to come back in the summer to hang out at Beihai River, he laughed and agreed repeatedly. Fang Fei and Li Qianjin heard Zhou Jiao and Zhou Jiao talking in the courtyard. Standing up, Fang Fei confirmed again that they didn't need to see them off at the train station, then said his goodbyes. A group of them left with Zhang Guoqing seeing them out, heading toward Li Qianjin's house. Don't be sad. I bet Xiao Wu and his family will be back before summer. Don't forget, with such a precious girl here, would old Zhou really not let her come back to see if she's lost weight? Fang Fei joked, making everyone laugh. It really was possible. Why doesn't Xiao Wu just stay? Even my grandpa said he should enlist directly, a boy in the group said. Yeah, if he stayed, life would be so much better for us. Fang Fei found it odd. He exchanged glances with the others and couldn't help asking the younger ones who hadn't started working yet, "You guys have only hung out with him a few times, and you already want him to stay? Brother Fei, does friendship need time? If you click, you're brothers." Exactly. Xiao Wu is great, he's a real friend. If you ask him for help, he never hesitates. He's never broken a promise. Even tonight, when I said I was coming to see him off, my grandma asked me to bring a message. Listening to everyone, Fang Fei was surprised to realize that, without noticing, Xiao Wu had already won everyone's hearts. No wonder his grandpa said that after just a few days, from the gate guards to the 5- or 6-year-old kids in the compound, everyone could chat with him. And what were they saying? Loyal, yes, Xiao Wu was loyal. Generous, he was generous. Not petty? Well, if you kept going, you'd make him out to be a saint. That kid was as clever as anyone. As departure time approached, Zhou Jiao declined everyone's offer to accompany them, and he and his wife personally saw the kids onto the train. Once everything was settled, Zhou Jiao pulled Zhou Jiao aside and reminded her to come home if anything happened, or to send a telegram if she wanted to visit. He'd arrange everything. Whatever she did, she must be careful. Lin Lishan hugged Ping'an and quietly told Zhang Guoqing that if he felt unwell after returning to the Northeast, he should come home. Don't be stubborn and suffer just for pride. With her at home, he'd never lack a good job. If money could solve a problem in the Northeast, don't be stingy. If they ran out, just send a telegram and she'd send more. She made him promise never to go hunting in the mountains. So many words, all a parent's love. Zhang Guoqing took a deep breath and smiled, nodding. He told her and his father-in-law to take care of their health, not to work too hard, and to spend more time together. He and Zhou Jiao didn't care about their parents' official ranks, so long as they were safe and healthy, that was enough. He reassured her he'd take good care of Zhou Jiao, and if life got too hard, they'd come back to the capital. As the train whistle blew and it was time to part, everyone's eyes reddened. Zhang Guoqing quickly joked that maybe in less than a month, they'd be back again, and asked Zhou Jiao and his wife to remind Aunt Chen to air out the bedding. Zhou Jiao patted his daughter's head and told her not to cry. If she did, he wouldn't let her leave. Seeing her force a smile and nod, he steeled himself and turned away. At that moment, he thought again how wonderful it would be if his daughter hadn't married far away. He could come home to her cooking every day, have her bring him a late-night snack if he worked late, and have the kids to play chess and chat with. When he was troubled, his precious daughter would comfort him. When he was happy, she'd laugh along with him. Standing by the window, Zhou Jiao watched his children through the glass. Seeing them force smiles through their sadness, he felt his mood lift and waved silently as the train slowly pulled away. Watching his wife run alongside the train, Zhou Jiao stood there for a long time, unmoving. When Zhang Guoqing arrived at the Qin household, the couple and their children had just gotten home. In the kitchen, Huang Wan was about to start cooking when she heard Zhang Guoqing's voice and quickly responded. She came out to see old Qin and the two kids already tearing into a box of pastries. She walked over, patted her little daughter, and smiled. "Why did you bring so much? Did you keep any for yourself at home?" As soon as she finished speaking, her mouth was stuffed with a piece of osmanthus cake by the child. Zhang Guoqing waved the black bag and laughed. "These aren't for you. The old ladies in the front few houses are really enthusiastic. I have to let them try some. I'll be off now. Come over to my place tonight to hang out." With that, he waved and left. "That kid sure runs fast. He must be heading south this time. I wanted to ask him what things are like outside these days," old Chen said anxiously after swallowing. Huang Wan rolled her eyes at him. "You can talk all you want when you go over tonight. Xiao Wu is really busy right now. If you finish off this box, you won't eat dinner, huh? Save some for your grandparents." Meanwhile, Zhang Guoqing finished his deliveries at the Wang families and continued to drop off gifts at a few more houses in the courtyard. He didn't know who had already received gifts, so he made sure not to leave anyone out. Luckily, there were only a few households. Finally, he strolled over to Aunt Wang's house and asked Zhang Meili to come to his place that evening to discuss something. After making his rounds, he returned home to find Zhao Yuanyuan already there. At that moment, she and Zhou Jiao were whispering about something. When Zhang Guoqing came in, they immediately stopped talking. Zhou Jiao invited her to stay for lunch. After the meal, the three of them moved to the bedroom. Zhao Yuanyuan couldn't hold back and said, "Xiao Wu, Aunt Fin is going home in the next couple of days. Don't keep her on. And don't blame me for meddling this time." Zhang Guoqing looked at Zhou Jiao, puzzled by the seemingly random comment. Zhou Jiao glanced outside and lowered her voice. "While we were away, Uncle Dashin asked Yuanyuan to check in on things from time to time. She noticed some inappropriate behavior between Aunt Fin and her son. Coincidentally, Aunt Fin's son doesn't want her to suffer here anymore. Uncle Dashin said that once we got back, Aunt Fin could go home." She winked at Zhang Guoqing as she finished. Zhang Guoqing stifled a laugh and nodded. "All right, let's listen to Yuanyuan. If you don't like her, just let her go. In a bit, help Jiao prepare a gift for her to take home." Zhao Yuanyuan lifted her chin proudly. "You don't know how good I am at reading people. That kid is bad news, you can tell at a glance. Every couple of days when I came to check, I saw things in the storeroom disappearing. Do you know what he said? He claimed there wasn't much in there to begin with. I ran home and told my dad, who was so mad he cursed up a storm. Later, he went over to ask how they were doing, and that fool actually said he couldn't bear to see his mother suffer here. My dad was so angry he laughed and said that once you two got back, Aunt Fin could go home and enjoy herself." Zhou Jiao understood immediately. Since they'd returned, Aunt Fin hadn't mentioned leaving clearly. She didn't want to go. Zhou Jiao stood up and said, "Yuanyuan, help me figure out what gift to prepare for her to take home." "Wait a sec. I'll go ask her what she likes. My dad also told me to find out, since he's buying the ticket." With that, Zhao Yuanyuan dashed out. The couple breathed a sigh of relief. Since Zhao Dashin had suggested Aunt Fin leave, it was the best possible outcome. Zhang Guoqing gestured for Zhou Jiao to stay quiet, then crept to the window to listen. He could hear Zhao Yuanyuan chattering away outside, but Aunt Fin never replied. After a while, Zhang Guoqing got off the kang and whispered, "She doesn't want to leave, she's coming over." He immediately pretended to read a book seriously. Zhou Jiao focused her attention, and sure enough, footsteps approached. Anfin came in and went straight to the king, saying to Zhou Jiao, "Jiao, I can't bear to leave Ping'an. If I go, how will you two manage?" Zhao Yuanyuan followed her in, eyes wide, pointing at Anfin and shaking her head vigorously at Zhou Jiao. Zhou Jiao couldn't help but laugh. "Thank you, Anfin. We'll be fine. My mother-in-law said Xiaowu's nephews are all grown now and will come help with the kids. Once the elders are here, things will be much easier for us." Zhang Guoqing chimed in, "Jiao, pack up some things for Anfin to take home. She's worked hard for us. You and Yuanyuan can take her shopping this afternoon and buy her whatever she likes." Seeing Zhang Guoqing insist, Anfin shook her head in disappointment. "Don't waste money. Just give me anything extra you have at home. There's nothing good in the shops anyway, not as good as what you have here." Zhou Jiao smiled. "How is that a waste? Yuanyuan, shall we go shopping? Brother, can you watch the kids?" Zhang Guoqing was eager for them to buy something and send Anfin home as soon as possible. "Leave everything to me. Go now, and don't forget your ration coupons." "Jiao, really, you don't need to buy anything. If you want to give me something, see if Xiaowu has any clothes he doesn't wear. He's about the same size as my son," Anfin said quickly as they were about to leave. Zhou Jiao's hand paused as she reached for her coat. She hadn't expected Anfin to be so blunt, even saying, "If you really want to give," so self-assured. Ever since coming to the county, all of Zhang Guoqing's clothes were new, carefully prepared by her mother. The materials were top-notch, even the plainest coat was out of reach for most people. Zhou Jiao just stared at Anfin, wondering if she'd been too easygoing. Why did so many people only seem happy after pushing things to the limit? Anfin squirmed under her gaze. "Anfin, you're Uncle Dashan's relative, so I never treated you as just a hired helper. I might not say everything out loud, but that doesn't mean we don't both know what's going on. And don't try to provoke me with that. If you really want to give, talk. All of Xiaowu's clothes were carefully prepared by my mother, and I really can't give them away. Since you don't want to go shopping, fine. You're leaving tomorrow, and I'll just give you money instead." With that, Zhou Jiao walked out of the bedroom, not wanting to deal with her any longer. She was fed up with people like this, acting like a whore and wanting a monument to chastity. The Lynn family was even worse, making her sick. If it weren't for her father just returning to the compound and her not wanting to cause trouble, she'd have torn their masks off long ago. Now even a paid servant dared to act all high and mighty. Where did she get the nerve? Did she really think Zhao Dashan could force her to put up with this? Zhang Guoqing shot Anfin a cold look. He realized he'd underestimated her. No wonder she'd managed to raise a son on her own. At first, he'd admired her self-respect and dignity, but now... He said to Zhao Yuanyuan, "Go keep Jiao company. I need to have a word with her." Zhao Yuanyuan, startled, quickly ran off. "Xiaowu, don't say anything." Jiao misunderstood. "I didn't mean anything by it. Really," Anfin stammered, shocked that the usually gentle Zhou Jiao had turned on her so quickly. Zhang Guoqing frowned and said, "Anfin, you don't know Zhou Jiao. She has a good temper and doesn't get angry easily. If you manage to upset her, that's saying something. And while we were away, you and your son crossed the line a few times, especially your son. You know what I mean, right? Besides those little things, there's something bigger. Before I left, I told you not to accept any gifts from anyone. But you still did. I don't want to say more. Pack your things and I'll take you to the station tomorrow." Anfin saw him lower his head to read, knowing her son had been caught taking things. There was no point arguing. She'd thought Zhou Jiao was easy to deal with and generous, so she'd pushed her luck. If she'd known, she would have just accepted whatever they gave her. After a while, she quietly left the bedroom, looked around the courtyard, and saw that Zhou Jiao and Zhao Yuanyuan had already gone out. She hesitated, then hurried back to her room. She pulled 3 pieces of fabric, a big bag of milk candy, and some odds and ends from the bottom of her cupboard, bundled them together, and stuffed them into her quilt. Seeing the bulge, she pressed down hard to flatten it. Luckily, Zhang Guoqing didn't have X-ray vision, or he'd regret being so polite earlier. At that moment, he was playing with his son, thinking about how to find a reliable helper as soon as possible. When he learned the full truth later, he'd be grateful he'd gotten rid of this house mouse. Zhou Jiao took Zhao Yuanyuan to the county restaurant to find Sister Wang. They hadn't attended Sister Wang and Cheng Feng's wedding before leaving town, so Zhou Jiao wanted to congratulate the bride and apologize. Jiao, did Anfin do something else? Otherwise, you wouldn't be this angry. Oh no, my mom's already scolding my dad for making things worse. He must be feeling so guilty right now. Zhou Jiao laughed and patted her. Nonsense. Uncle meant well, why should he feel guilty? If I get mad at him, how could I ever ask him for help again? I'm not angry, just can't be bothered with her. People are like tea, you have to taste them slowly to know if they're good or bad. Didn't I think Anfin was great at first? So now that she's gone, where will you find a replacement? Are you really going to have your mother-in-law come help with Ping'an? Forget it. I'll come over every day to help with the baby, but you have to cook something delicious for me. Zhao Yuanyuan, always cheerful, quickly made her request. You eat too much, I can't afford you. Go hang out somewhere else. I plan to take care of the baby myself anyway, since I don't have much else to do, Zhou Jiao joked. At the restaurant, they found Sister Wang wasn't there. Zhou Jiao left the gift with the chef to pass on, since the gifts were the same for both Sister Wang and Cheng Feng. She had no desire to wait around. Now she started to worry that Anfin would be resentful about leaving and might tamper with their food. She decided to cook dinner herself and keep a close eye on things until Anfin left. After dinner, when Zhang Guoqing went out to return gifts and run errands, Anfin hovered around Zhou Jiao, wanting to say something but falling silent every time she saw Zhou Jiao's calm, dark eyes. Zhou Jiao could tell she was waiting for her to start the conversation and found it funny. If she'd known it would come to this, why push things so far? She had no interest in wasting any more words on her. Just before heading out, Zhou Jiao quickly got up and asked her godmother to help look after the child. She grabbed her things and hurried to catch up with the others. She didn't mention where she was going. Only after getting in the car did she ask Zhao Chuangang to first take her to pay respects to the Zhao family elders. If Zhao Jia hadn't said anything, I would have forgotten, Zhang Guoqing said, smacking his forehead in annoyance. We really should greet the elders first. Godfather, take us over to say hello, and then I'll go with you to meet the others. Zhao Chuangang burst out laughing. He'd forgotten too. Just last night, the old man had asked them to come over for dinner, but he'd turned it down. It's fine, no need to be so particular. But my daughter is the thoughtful one. Your grandparents will be overjoyed when they hear. Sure enough, the Zhao elders were delighted. Old Mrs. Zhao held Zhou Jiao's hand excitedly and wouldn't let go, and old Mr. Zhao even complained that they hadn't brought the child along. Zhou Jiao had already experienced old Mr. Zhao's enthusiasm on her last visit to Beijing. That first meeting, he'd held her hand and cried about her grandmother for ages. Now, she was used to it and sat obediently by the two elders, answering their questions. After sitting for over half an hour, Zhao Chuangang stood up and mentioned that the child was still at home, so Zhou Jiao should head back first. He suggested his parents could visit the child at the compound instead. The Zhao elders were tempted, but considering they still had other people to visit, they declined and agreed to come by the next evening when things were quieter. After leaving the Zhao family courtyard, Zhou Jiao told the others to go ahead while she made an excuse to buy something before returning to the compound. Seeing their hesitation, she pointed to a carriage by the roadside. In the end, Zhao Chuangang insisted on giving her a lift to the supply and marketing cooperative before leaving, finally reassured. Standing at the entrance, Zhou Jiao watched the car drive away and shook her head with a wry smile. She thought for a moment, decided not to go in, and simply hailed a carriage to head home. As expected, after lunch, as soon as Ping'an fell asleep, Huang Huimin dragged her out shopping, leaving the two sons to look after the child and telling a few aunts they'd be back later. Meanwhile, Zhang Guoqing followed Zhao Chuangang to visit several elders, and at the lunch banquet, he witnessed all kinds of social maneuvering. Compared to Zhou Xiaozhang, who was less sociable, Zhao Chuangang was a true social butterfly. Every time, Zhang Guoqing marveled at how two people with such different personalities could be such close friends. After dining with several uncles' families, the next day they followed Huang Huimin back to her family home to pay New Year's respects to old Mr. Huang. This time, the whole family went, even little Ping'an. It seemed everyone had agreed in advance, and since it was a day off, the entire Huang family had been waiting for them. As soon as Zhang Guoqing and his wife arrived, everyone clamored for them to start greeting the elders. Before coming, Zhao Chuangang had warned them that the Huang family loved to have fun and not to be startled. Sure enough, Huang Huimin's sisters-in-law loved to joke around, teasing Zhou Jiao until her face turned red. As soon as Zhang Guoqing entered, old Mr. Huang pulled him over to sit by his side, while old Mrs. Huang had already snatched up the baby. The lively, boisterous scene made Zhang Guoqing want to laugh. No matter what the Huang family's intentions were, they truly knew how to have a good time. The two Huang sons and their wives got along well, the children were loving, and the atmosphere was wonderful. Their witty banter often had everyone in stitches. It was hard to imagine such a relaxed atmosphere in the home of a high-ranking official. Soon, the nanny had the dishes ready and served. Men and women sat at separate tables squeezed into the living room, chatting about all sorts of topics, with even the children joining in, their innocent words making everyone laugh. There were all kinds of drinking games at the table, and even Zhang Guoqing, who rarely got drunk, started to feel tipsy. Besides Zhang Guoqing and his wife, the eldest Huang son's son-in-law was also present and ended up drunk, repeatedly calling out to old Mr. Huang, "Buddy, let's have another drink." Everyone burst out laughing. Huang Huimin even teased her father, saying he was getting younger and could now be buddies with his grandson-in-law, and urged everyone to toast the old man 3 times. One by one, the men at the table started to get drunk, and only then did the feast break up. The men stayed in the living room to rest and drink tea, while old Mrs. Huang led the women and children into a bedroom to chat, everyone squeezing onto the Kong bed. Zhou Jiao took the opportunity to take back her child and nursed him with her back turned. Since arriving at the Huang house, her son had been snatched away several times, and the excitement had made Ping'an too happy to nap, squealing with delight the whole time. By 3 in the afternoon, with the sun about to set, Zhao Chuangang and his wife got up to say goodbye. Everyone escorted them to the gate, saying reluctant farewells and agreeing to meet again. By the time they got into the car, Ping'an's little quilt was stuffed with red envelopes and coins. Zhang Guoqing and his wife understood that the families intended to treat them as real relatives, and with godmother Huang Huimin as the link, they didn't refuse. In the car, Huang Huimin was in high spirits because her siblings all said she and Zhou Jiao had a mother-daughter bond, and anyone who didn't know them would think they were biological mother and daughter. She insisted on taking her daughter to visit her friends that evening to show off that the daughter she'd raised outside had come home. Before she finished, Zhao Chuangang and his 2 sons started offering ideas, suggesting the 2 women dress up as twins, with matching long hair and clothes, to surprise everyone. After dinner, Huang Huimin, clearly prepared, brought out 2 red coats for Zhou Jiao and herself to wear when they went visiting. As soon as the 2 of them came out, Zhao Chuangang joked that he now had 2 daughters, making everyone laugh. While Zhou Jiao went out with Huang Huimin to show off, a group of guests arrived at home. Hearing that Zhang Guoqing's family would return to the county the next day, several uncles and aunts from the provincial capital came by with gifts. Soon after, the Zhao elders also came to visit little Ping'an. For a while, the Zhao house was filled with laughter, drawing in neighbors to join the fun. When Zhou Jiao and Huang Huimin returned, everyone burst into applause and laughter at the sight of the pair. After some small talk, the guests gradually left. Feng Wei and the others brought up again the idea of seeing Zhou Jiao's family off the next day. Zhang Guoqing quickly declined, explaining at length before they finally agreed to visit the county when they had time off. Their jobs were different from Zhao Chuangang's, and he really didn't dare let his uncles risk mistakes at work. It was late by then. Everyone saw the Zhao elders to the gate, and after watching Zhao Chuangang drive away, they each said their goodbyes and went home. Back in the living room, Huang Huimin started sorting through the gifts everyone had brought. These things weren't easy to pack, so they'd just have to load them into the car the next day. Looking at all the gifts, Zhou Jiao felt embarrassed. She'd come back this time with generous gifts to thank everyone for their kindness last time, but she hadn't expected to receive even more in return. Especially little Ping'an, who was covered in red envelopes, with even more hidden in his quilt. Huang Huimin said she'd have to wait until they got home to take them out. Zhou Jiao didn't know whether to refuse or accept. At that moment, she especially missed her grandaunt, old Lady Cheng. If she were here, Zhou Jiao could ask her what to do. In Beijing, she'd gotten used to consulting the old lady about life's little problems, and now she really wasn't sure what to do. The next morning, Zhang Guoqing and Zhou Jiao got up early to prepare things. With the guests gone and Anfin taking care of the household, peace finally returned to the home, just like before. At this moment, Zhou Jiao had finished feeding the baby and finally started packing their luggage and belongings. Anfin walked in to see the couple discussing what gifts to give people. She hurriedly stopped them, insisting they eat breakfast first. What's the rush with the gifts? Even if they didn't give any, what would it matter? She knew Zhang Guoqing still had to report to work today. That was the real priority. Hearing this, Zhang Guoqing pulled Zhou Jiao up. On the cawing, their son Ping'an was babbling away, playing with the toys hanging above his head, occasionally blowing bubbles. He laughed heartily. Jiao Jiao, do you think our son's going to be a chatterbox? He does seem eager to talk. Must take after you, Zhou Jiao teased. The couple joked with each other as they finished breakfast. After the meal, Zhang Guoqing looked at the pile of things on the floor and joked, what if we just don't give out gifts this time? Or let them come pick what they want themselves? Anfin happened to come in to clear the dishes and said, you're not giving everything away, are you? That's just wasting good stuff. Let me make the call. You've already mailed plenty to them before. This time, aside from what you owe your parents, just give everyone else a little something, no need to go overboard. Zhou Jiao paused, then said, you go report to work first, leave this to me. She didn't mind Anfin meddling in family affairs, but she did notice that this time, Anfin seemed to be making more decisions on her own. Zhang Guoqing glanced at Zhou Jiao with a playful smile. Aside from the pastries, put everything else away for now. We'll hand them out when I get back from work. And don't go delivering them on foot. I'll take you on the sidecar, it's much faster. Zhou Jiao helped him with his coat and hurried him out the door. Otherwise, seeing how reluctant he was to leave, he might not make it to work at all today. After Zhang Guoqing left, Zhou Jiao started talking about the New Year's gifts her mother-in-law had collected for her. Seeing Anfin didn't react, she directly asked who had come by with gifts while their family was away. Anfin quickly listed the names, and Zhou Jiao followed her to the next room to check the gifts, raising her eyebrows but saying nothing. Many people thought Zhou Jiao just had a good memory, but they forgot she was also good at mental math. No matter how many things were piled together, nothing escaped her notice. Zhou Jiao sighed to herself, went back to the living room, and started making a list. After a while, looking at the list, she couldn't help but laugh. She didn't know if brothers were supposed to exchange gifts, but seeing Lin Jihua had prepared a full set of new clothes for Ping'an, inside and out, while Huang Suilon hadn't given a thing, well, the contrast was almost comical. People and situations are always full of surprises, and things rarely go as expected. Judging by Lin Jihua's usual behavior, who would have thought she'd be so thoughtful? People are like tea, you have to savor them slowly. Childishly, Zhou Jiao drew an X next to some names and started thinking about how to distribute the gifts. Around 10 o'clock, Zhang Guoqing came home humming a tune. Zhou Jiao found it odd but didn't ask, just looked at him, waiting for an explanation. Uncle Dashan told me to start work tomorrow, Zhang Guoqing said. Seeing her only respond with an "oh," he got annoyed. Jiao Jiao, aren't you going to ask what my main duties are? Or how much I'm getting paid? Zhou Jiao just laughed. With Uncle Dashan there, do I need to worry about your job? And when you get your salary, you'll hand it over to me anyway. Besides, I trust your abilities. Whatever the job, you'll handle it. Zhang Guoqing grinned and nodded. Exactly. It's all yours. 37 yuan a month. Think that's enough for the household? Tomorrow night, I have to treat my colleagues to drinks, so there won't be much left for you this month. We don't need much money at home. Just focus on getting along with your coworkers. Zhou Jiao nodded. Zhao Yuan had already told her roughly how much he'd earn. It was a bit more than she expected. As for household expenses, it definitely wouldn't be enough. Aunt Fin's monthly wages alone were quite a bit. Zhou Jiao handed the list to Zhang Guoqing. Some things needed to be given out sooner rather than later. Zhang Guoqing saw her hesitating, as if she didn't know how to say something. He took the list, glanced at it, and immediately understood that some of these gifts would be hard to reciprocate. After a moment's silence, he said, "For the families who gave big gifts, we'll return 2 boxes of fancy pastries, a roast duck, and a few small things. For second brother, I'll give him some cigarettes and liquor privately. He can use those special issue items. As for the fabric and other things you plan to give our sisters-in-law, let's hold off this time. We'll give some to Big Sis privately later." Heh. I bet Big Sis gave about the same gifts to all 3 families this time. Must have been hard for her. Let's not wait. Let's deliver them ourselves tonight. She won't tell anyone, Zhou Jiao laughed. She was worried that if Zhang Meili kept giving gifts like this, her brother-in-law would complain. Better to make up for it sooner. She guessed second brother might return a generous gift, but the eldest didn't care about family matters, and Huang Cuilan was notoriously frugal, so that would be different. Zhang Guoqing nodded. His eldest sister's situation wasn't as good as second sister's, but she was always generous with her brothers. With both her in-laws and her own family needing New Year's gifts, this year wouldn't be easy for her. Seeing there was nothing else, Zhou Jiao pulled Zhang Guoqing into the next room. There, pastries, snacks, and toys were all jumbled together. Aunt Fin hadn't sorted anything. Zhou Jiao didn't say anything, just pointed to the gifts listed on the sheet and smiled, asking him to help sort them out. Zhang Guoqing pulled out a bamboo basket from the corner, which still had half a basket of potatoes in it. He had no idea who'd given them. Aunt Fin hadn't mentioned it, and it wasn't on the list. He couldn't help but sigh. He started to suspect that if someone gave something cheap, Aunt Fin just didn't mention it, but it was still a gesture of goodwill. "Jiao Jiao, can you ask Aunt Fin to come here?" Zhou Jiao could tell he was angry. For Zhang Guoqing, it wasn't about the value of the gift, it was the thought that mattered. He was especially attentive to these things. It was time Aunt Fin realized this wasn't her house. Zhou Jiao went to the kitchen and called for Aunt Fin. She responded right away, but it was half an hour before she actually showed up. Zhou Jiao smiled helplessly. "Aunt Fin, can you check who gave us the potatoes? Xiao Wu is waiting for you." "Potatoes? I really forgot." "Let me think," Aunt Fin said, frowning as she walked. In the room, Zhang Guoqing was cross-checking the list. The previously jumbled items were now sorted into a small pile behind him. Clearly, some were still unaccounted for. Aunt Fin stopped and looked around. Seeing Zhang Guoqing look up and smile, she said, "Xiao Wu, the man who brought the potatoes is surnamed Wang. He also gave 2 wild pheasants and a piece of venison. He said you'd know who he was." "Heh, Xiao Wu, I already cooked the pheasants and venison, hope that's okay." "It's fine. Besides him, who else brought things? Try to remember, no matter how small, even if someone brought a single green onion, I need to return the favor," Zhang Guoqing said, shaking his head. They'd already eaten the food, what else could he say? He and Zhou Jiao weren't stingy, but a lot of food had been left at home. When he went to the pantry this morning, it was already empty. Good thing he hadn't given Aunt Fin the ration coupons. Looks like he'd need to find another housekeeper. Well, the neighbors on both sides and a few families in front all brought sticky rice dumplings and tofu. An old man surnamed Ji brought 2 fish. The previous owner, Granny Lu, gave a bag of milk candies, said her relatives brought them from out of town. Auntie Wang from the neighborhood committee brought a jean of raw pumpkin seeds for Jiao Jiao. And 7 or 8 young men brought things, but since you weren't home, some took their gifts back. The more Aunt Fin spoke, the quieter she got under Zhang Guoqing's gaze. Zhang Guoqing ignored her and squatted down to sort the items. Some things didn't need to be said. If she had any sense, she'd offer to leave. If it weren't for Zhao Dashan's involvement, he'd have told her to go already. Jiaojia was right, some people just don't know how to appreciate good fortune. The atmosphere became awkward. Zhou Jiao left for the bedroom halfway through Aunt Fin's explanation. She was furious that things had gone missing and no one had told her. Thank goodness Zhang Guoqing noticed in time, otherwise, they'd have been too embarrassed to face anyone. Aunt Fin stood there for a moment, then said she still had work to do in the kitchen and hurried out, telling Zhang Guoqing to call her if he needed anything. Zhang Guoqing finished sorting and returned to the bedroom, asking Zhou Jiao to check the wardrobes and boxes for anything unusual. Although they'd put their valuables away before returning to Beijing, there were still plenty of things at home. He was deeply disappointed in Aunt Fin. He'd thought she was trustworthy, but it hadn't taken long for her true colors to show. Zhou Jiao whispered her suspicions to him. She thought Aunt Fin's son was the real problem. Being good at studying didn't mean he was a good person. The two of them had been staying here all this time. How could they not notice their own behavior was out of line? She told Zhang Guoqing to check the study. She'd already checked the master bedroom that morning. Aside from the wardrobe being disturbed, nothing else seemed amiss. Zhang Guoqing went to the study, looked around, then came back. Good thing you were smart enough to put away most of the books. The bookcase was rummaged through, even the drawers. We're missing several dozen sheets of xian paper, almost 2 whole packs. The newspapers are all there. There are so many brushes, I can't tell if any are missing. Let's let her go. Don't tell Uncle Dashan the real reason, just make up an excuse. I'll stay home with the baby at noon. You go deliver the gifts, okay? Zhou Jiao frowned. Zhang Guoqing quickly said, you stay home with the baby. I'll handle the rest. Before lunch, I'll visit a few neighbors. You know which ones? Zhang Guoqing nodded with a smile. He figured the old men and women he saw during morning exercises probably all brought something. Luckily, they'd already prepared plenty of soft pastries for the elderly. Each family would get a box of Beijing candied fruit, a box of Hangzhou osmanthus cake, all packed in black bags to make it look like a lot. Zhang Guoqing was satisfied, took the extra gifts Zhou Jiao had prepared for the neighbors, chatted with her for a bit, and headed out. Early in the morning, Zhang Guoqing and Zhou Jiao bundled themselves up like 2 balls and slowly made their way to the supply point. The February spring wind is like scissors, but this wind was even worse than scissors. It stung any exposed skin, and once you stopped feeling the pain, you'd really be in trouble. Zhang Guoqing helplessly shielded his wife, his eyes never leaving her for a moment, afraid she might slip and fall. Normally, he wouldn't even let her out before 9 o'clock. Who would have thought she'd insist on braving hardship together as a couple? With the huge temperature swings between day and night lately, he really didn't want her going out. Jiao Jiao, watch your step. Don't walk under the eaves, it's dangerous. Don't take off your scarf. And don't try to sneak off your gloves either. Jiao Jiao, let's just go home and forget about it. Never mind your big sister, what a hassle. We'll come back after the sun's up. I want to go home. Zhou Jiao couldn't help but laugh at his fussing, her laughter muffled and made even stranger by her mask and scarf, making the air around them seem even colder. Don't even think about taking off your scarf to talk, just nod or shake your head. Okay. You're amazing, young lady. Stop nodding, your hat's about to fall off. Are you sure you're not doing it on purpose? With Zhang Guoqing nagging all the way, they finally arrived at the grain station. From a distance, they could already see a long line, with stools and baskets marking people's places. Zhou Jiao pulled Zhang Guoqing toward the middle of the line, her eyes darting around. A few steps ahead, she spotted Zhao Yuanyuan and her brother waving their arms like roly-polies, so she quickly dragged Zhang Guoqing over to them. Zhang Guoqing shot Zhao Yuanyuan a glare. It was all this troublemaker's doing. He said grumpily, take off your scarf and talk, will you? No one knows what you're gesturing about. Xiao Wu, my life is so hard. I just lain down when she woke me up with a frozen towel. What did I do to deserve a sister like this? Zhao Hongbing said, pulling down his mask with a mock-crying face. The people in line around them burst out laughing. Zhou Jiao quickly took off her scarf and mask and said, Hongbing, you should go back and get some more sleep. Sorry for making you hold our place. Don't blame Yuanyuan, it's all my fault. Before she could say more, Zhang Guoqing hurriedly grabbed her scarf and bundled her up again. Be good and don't talk. Your brother's craving meat. He still has to run over to the butcher's. Will you be okay here by yourself? Zhao Yuanyuan protested, Hey, can't you see I'm here? How is Jiao Jiao alone? Go buy the meat and stop bothering us girls while we chat. Seeing the people around them watching the show, Zhao Hongbing quickly pulled Zhang Guoqing away. Don't run so fast. Jiao Jiao, I'll be right back. Someone in the crowd who knew Zhang Guoqing called after him, Go on, or your wife will give you an earful if you come back empty-handed. Everyone laughed. A few older ladies started teasing Zhou Jiao now that Zhang Guoqing was gone. Zhou Jiao didn't dare take off her scarf again. Facing everyone's good-natured jokes, she could only hide behind Zhao Yuanyuan laughing. Meanwhile, Zhang Guoqing and Zhao Hongbing arrived at the grocery store, where several large baskets of frozen cabbages and white radishes were already on display outside. He glanced into the butcher shop and saw 2 workers already tidying up inside. Just as he was about to go back and line up, someone grabbed him and pulled him into the line. Startled, he turned to see who it was and heard his second sister's father-in-law, Old Chin, greet him with a smile. You're finally here, kid. Why didn't your dad come? Zhang Guoqing smiled at the group, and seeing no one minded, he stayed cutting in line like this was common. He took Zhao Hongbing's ration tickets and let him go back to the grain station. My dad will be here within the hour. Where's my brother-in-law? Didn't see him at the grain store. Zhang Guoqing asked curiously. His brother-in-law was a filial son. Why wasn't he with his father? I told him to wait until noon when it's warmer. No rush for the grain. There's tofu today, and if you're late, it'll be gone. Your nephew loves it, Old Chin said, beaming at the mention of his grandson. Zhang Guoqing muttered, You should have told me earlier. We could have made more when we visit the village tomorrow. No need for you to freeze for a piece of tofu. Old Chin, afraid Zhang Guoqing would bring them more food, whispered in his ear that there were fresh eggs today, and he'd traded extra tickets for them. Zhang Guoqing nodded in understanding. Fresh eggs in winter were rare and worth buying. When it was his turn, he followed Old Chen's lead, bought what he needed, and said goodbye. He hurried back to Zhou Jiao. From a distance, he saw his father already waiting by the cart. Dad, what are you doing here? Take a rest, let me handle it. It's almost our turn, Zhang Guoqing said, laying an old quilt on the cart for his father to sit on, then ran to help Zhou Jiao and the others. Zhou Jiao, bored, listened to Zhao Yuanyuan's chatter while paying attention to the lively discussions around her. One family was planning to trade a pound of rice for 7 pounds of sweet potatoes. Another was sharing tips on swapping for corn or mixing in wild vegetables. These were all practical tips from the older folks. She made a mental note to remember them. There were also old ladies gossiping about who had quarreled with their daughter-in-law, boasting about how filial their own daughters-in-law were and what gifts they'd received for New Year. Some younger women nearby were excitedly talking about how they'd stocked up before the holiday, and the conversation soon turned to the newly available egg ration tickets. Ahead, an older woman, Zhou Jiao couldn't tell if she should call her auntie or grandma, looked back with a worried face, glancing enviously at Zhou Jiao and the others. Zhou Jiao couldn't bear to look at the woman's cracked hands, and when she glanced down, she noticed the woman's cloth shoes were battered and patched, the faded fabric sewn together in odd shapes. Instinctively, Zhou Jiao looked ahead and saw that the couple in front of the woman were standing far away from her, as if disgusted. But that couple's own clothes were patched too. Zhou Jiao couldn't see what made them look down on others. Did they really think a broken pen hanging from their chest made them intellectuals and gave them the right to look down on people? Catching the older woman's eye, Zhou Jiao smiled at her. The woman seemed excited, wanting to say something but holding back, clutching her ration book tightly. Just then, a commotion broke out behind them. Zhou Jiao turned to look. The people who had left stools and bricks to hold their places were now returning to the line. With the store about to open, those who had been waiting in the cold weren't happy about them cutting in. Words were exchanged, and soon the line cutters were surrounded and scolded. If you're in such a hurry to get to work, aren't we all taking time off? Get to the back of the line, one woman shouted, hands on her hips. People in the crowd, enjoying the show, egged them on. Didn't you see the ladies are in charge here? Go find your own man to back you up. Whose kid are you? Life too easy for you, huh? With so many people, everyone was shouting. If it weren't for the heavy winter clothes, tempers would have flared even more. There'd be fights for sure if it were summer. A few old men and women stepped in, pushed the line cutters away, and finally calmed things down. Zhou Jiao noticed that most people looked disappointed the show was over, and she couldn't help but laugh to herself. Finally, the store opened. The people at the front surged forward, waving their ration books and shouting. The rest of the line pressed forward too. Zhao Yuanyuan shouted angrily, "What's the rush? Trying to be reborn? Line up. Get in line." At that moment, a middle-aged man from the store came out and loudly ordered everyone to line up and come forward one by one. The crowd finally settled down. Zhou Jiao gestured to Zhang's father, who was trying to squeeze in, to wait outside since it wasn't their turn yet. Seeing the long line, he shook his head with a smile and walked away. She laughed to herself, guessing that Zhang's father, like her, found the whole shopping and queuing experience novel and lively. When Zhang Guoqing arrived, he saw Zhou Jiao squeezed in the crowd, looking around and grinning like a fool. He quickly went over, swapped places with her, and pulled Zhao Hongbing over to help, letting the two girls go keep Zhang's father company. Zhou Jiao shook her head, but after leaving the line, she still pulled Zhao Yuanyuan over to stand on tiptoe and watch inside. The staff were working quickly, urging people to move aside as soon as they'd collected their goods. When it was finally their turn, Zhou Jiao hurried over to Zhang Guoqing with Zhao Yuanyuan. Just then, the older woman from before called out softly, young lady, young lady." Zhang Guoqing quickly said, "Auntie, speak up, my wife can't hear you. If you need something, you can tell me." The woman just smiled shyly and said nothing. He looked at Zhou Jiao questioningly. Did they know each other? "Auntie, what's wrong? Do you know me? If you need something, please say it quickly. It's almost our turn," Zhou Jiao said, suspecting the woman might want to borrow money. The woman nodded eagerly at Zhou Jiao's friendly smile. "I know your mother-in-law. That was your father-in-law just now, right?" Zhou Jiao nodded, curious why the woman was trying to get close to her when it was Zhang Guoqing, her mother-in-law's son, who would be the more logical choice. Seeing it was almost her turn, the woman glanced around and whispered, "Tell your mother-in-law to watch out for her old friend who's coming by to cry poor on purpose." With that, she quickly moved forward and said no more. Zhou Jiao looked at Zhang Guoqing, half amused and half exasperated. She knew he had sharp ears and must have heard. He just smiled and shook his head. They shared a knowing look and didn't pursue it further. Half an hour later, Zhang Guoqing had packed up rations for 3 families. The nearby processing station was packed, and with the older woman still there, he didn't want to get involved. He left Zhao Hongbing and his sister behind, grabbed the cart, and left. When his father looked at him questioningly, he just smiled and said they didn't need to process more rations for now, they'd do it next month. As for what the woman had said, he didn't take it to heart. Whatever her intentions, with his mother's stingy nature, always wanting to save every penny and never let the family eat well, no one's sob story would get a thing out of her. Snowflakes drifted from the sky as gusts of wind howled past, making the carriage rattle noisily. Battling against the wind, the old driver gently soothed his beloved horse, reluctant to use the whip, letting it move forward at its own erratic pace, sometimes fast, sometimes slow. Inside the carriage sat Zhang Guoqing and his parents. Zhang's mother looked regretful that her little grandson couldn't return to the village with them. Over the past few days, she'd watched the boy grow more clever and affectionate, recognizing her more and more. She really couldn't bear to leave him behind. If it weren't for worrying about her eldest son, she wouldn't have wanted to go home at all. Zhang Guoqing felt the same regret. He hadn't expected today's weather to turn so cold. Just days ago, he hadn't even needed a coat at noon. Who could have guessed their carefully planned trip would have to be changed at the last minute? He'd lost his chance to spend a whole day off with his wife and son. When you get to the village, go see your third granduncle first and see what he wants. Later, drop by your uncle and little uncle's place for a bit. If there's nothing else, come home early, Zhang's father instructed as the village entrance came into view. Zhang Guoqing nodded, picked up his bundle, and asked the old driver to stop. He paid the fare and had the driver take his parents home, then set off alone at a leisurely pace toward the old team leader's house. The village seemed quiet today, with no one out and about, giving him a chance to take in the familiar sights of Dakingshan and the village he hadn't seen in so long. Arriving at the old team leader's house, Zhang Guoqing called out loudly for his third granduncle. Hearing a response from inside, he went straight into the outer room, where the whole family was sitting on the kang, twisting rope. "There you are, boy. What, you went off to the capital and forgot your old home?" The old team leader grinned, pulling him down to sit and asking his daughter-in-law to bring hot water. Zhang Guoqing pulled 4 boxes of pastries and 2 bottles of liquor from his bundle, placing them on the kang as he smiled. "I had to go straight to work the day I got back, just couldn't make it home. Last weekend, we planned to come as a family, but my parents went to the county early, so here I am today. Hope you don't mind." The old team leader commanded great respect at home. When he spoke, none of the younger generation dared interrupt. Even the mischievous children didn't dare reach for the pastries, quietly listening to the conversation. "Why'd you bring so much stuff? I didn't call you back for gifts. Tell me, how are things outside? How's your father-in-law doing in the capital?" Zhang Guoqing opened a box of pastries and pushed it toward the children, smiling. "He's doing just fine. He's got a car and someone to look after him. Life outside is good, but it's still not like home. After traveling around, I realized there's nothing like the familiar dialect and family. Nowhere else compares." "You didn't embarrass the Zhang family out there, did you?" The old team leader teased, telling the kids to go ahead and eat. "Heh, I did all right," Zhang Guoqing replied with a grin. If he guessed right, by this afternoon the whole village would know he and Zhou Jiao had met a great leader. He'd brought back a big photo for his parents, who were delighted to hang it up. Surely that wasn't a disgrace to the Zhang family. The old team leader shot him a look. "Don't brush me off. Tell me about the capital. Don't think you can hide anything from me." Zhang Guoqing shook his head with a smile. Even if the old team leader hadn't called for him, he'd have come on his own. Family was family, and he wanted everyone to be well. "This time I went pretty far, from the capital to S City, then to Hangzhou. The journey was peaceful, and people everywhere seemed happy. Big cities are well developed, with everything you could want. There are lots of rich people, but even more poor ones. Honestly, folks back in the Northeast are better off. If you're willing to work hard, you won't go hungry." The old team leader glanced at him, smiling. "Good lad. Looks like you've learned a lot from your father-in-law. Do you know why I called you back this time?" "Actually, I don't. But even if there's nothing, it's nice to chat with you," Zhang Guoqing replied cheerfully. He admired the old man's wisdom. Lately, Li Aigua and Zhuo Lin had both tried to get information from him. When Lin Juhua passed on a message, Zhang Guoqing knew the old team leader was as sharp as any of them. Having gotten the news he wanted, the old team leader moved on to the issue of blasting the mountain pass. The relocation of the dozen or so families living by the mountain had mostly been settled. Some were staying temporarily in the ancestral hall, but a few still had no place to go. Zhang Guoqing knew what was coming. He'd be asked to lend his house. His courtyard was empty after all. Before the old team leader could say anything, he volunteered. "My place is empty. Just talk to my dad. Aside from the main house, both wings are available." The old team leader knew Zhang Guoqing was generous, but still felt the need to make things clear. "I want your second granduncle's family to stay there. They're close to your parents and don't have any messy issues. But they'll need to stay at least 3 months, should you check with your wife first." Zhang Guoqing shook his head with a smile. "Zhou Jiao won't mind. My parents can handle it. We'd planned to let 5th Grandpa stay, but he just won't budge. I'll go see him later." 5th Grandpa was a solitary old man. Zhang Guoqing's grandfather had always been close to this cousin, often joking that little 5th would look after him in old age. The old team leader shook his head, amused. That old guy was stubborn, insisting on staying in his ramshackle house. Everyone knew it was little 5th who looked after him. "Go see him. He should be at the pig farm. He's a real character, and only you can put up with him. Before the new year, I saw him at your grandpa's grave, muttering away in the freezing cold, carrying a jug of liquor without a care for the chill. Talking about this cousin, the old team leader could only laugh and shake his head. While others had big families, fifth grandpa had stayed single all his life for the sake of a woman. Who knew if he regretted it now? Zhang Guoqing suddenly remembered something. How did the adoption of fifth grandpa's nephew go? I forgot to ask Dad. The old team leader burst out laughing. It's done. The clan leader scolded him into agreeing, but he still insists on living alone and won't let his nephew move in. Isn't he a character? As if anyone's dying to live with him. We just let him be, as long as he's happy. Zhang Guoqing laughed along with everyone else. He admired fifth grandpa. Living alone was great. No need to get tangled up with his nephew. The adoption was just a formality. Fifth grandpa didn't care about such things, or he wouldn't have stayed single all his life. He clung to the old house to remember his late wife. No way would he let outsiders move in. After chatting a while and seeing there was nothing else, Zhang Guoqing said goodbye and headed to the pig farm. Don't touch anything. You'll get your clothes dirty. Come inside with me. Fifth grandpa greeted him with a beaming smile, quickly stopping him from helping with the bamboo basket. Zhang Guoqing smiled and didn't refuse. Inside the thatched hut, he set 4 boxes of pastries and 2 bottles of liquor on the kang. Seeing only a bowl of pickles on the table, he frowned. Fifth grandpa was probably having corn porridge and pickles for lunch again. Why bring more stuff? Your dad already brought plenty before New Year. The new cotton jacket and pants your wife made fit great. Remember to thank her for me. How was your trip? How's the kid? Why aren't you wearing them? Zhou Jiao worries you'll catch cold. Everything's fine with my father-in-law, and the kid's good too, just didn't come today. Why not come to the county to see him? Hey, what's there to worry about? Tell her not to fuss. And don't bring me more stuff, it stands out too much. Old folks don't need new clothes. Zhang Guoqing knew he'd never win this argument, so he didn't press fifth grandpa to visit the county. They chatted about his trip, and fifth grandpa laughed heartily. After less than half an hour, he urged Zhang Guoqing to hurry home to his child. Leaving the pig farm, Zhang Guoqing slapped his forehead in annoyance. How could he forget to bring some dried goods? Last year's batch was probably long gone. After visiting the clan leader and a few other elders, Zhang Guoqing happily headed home empty-handed, finally done with all his errands. Back at his own courtyard, he looked around and saw that while his parents had come by often to tidy up, they hadn't actually stayed. The food and game he'd left before New Year were untouched. With outsiders coming to stay soon, he needed to tidy up, so he went to find his father. Leaving the courtyard, he saw his mother at the old house gate, looking his way. Spotting him, she happily called for his father. Soon, the whole Zhang family's third branch had gathered at the old house. Zhang Guoqing sensed trouble almost noon, and he hadn't planned on letting the eldest branch host a meal. Now that the family was split, there were more rules to follow. He quickly greeted his uncle and cousins, inviting them to sit while he pulled his second brother aside to fetch food, game, and liquor. His second brother rolled his eyes as he watched Zhang Guoqing carry things, quickly stopping him and taking just 2 cured meats and 2 jars of liquor, muttering for Zhang Guoqing not to be foolish. If you're not careful, others will eat it all and you'll get nothing. Zhang Guoqing just smiled and let him handle it. His second brother had a real knack for dealing with relatives. He'd managed to keep his in-laws in line, unlike their eldest brother's in-laws, the Huangs, who always made a fuss over old favors. The 2 brothers tacitly avoided mentioning the Huangs. Lately, the Huangs had been running around like headless chickens, still clueless about what was going on. The brothers were just waiting for Huang Yaogua, the only sensible one, to return from his trip. Back at the old house, Zhang Guoqing ignored his sister-in-law Huang Suilan's attempts to bring up the Huangs. Those matters weren't hers to discuss, and she didn't refuse the food either. In the main room, Zhang Guoqing and his brother chatted cheerfully with their uncles and cousins about life in the big city and village affairs. After lunch, everyone went home. Zhang Guoqing took his parents back to his place, told his father about lending out the house, and began sorting food and supplies. By a little after 3, he'd finished clearing out the study in the east wing. When the carriage he'd arranged arrived, He didn't even wait for his eldest brother Zhang Guoqing to come home. He loaded up his things, said goodbye to his parents, and hurried back home. 2 days later, it was the weekend again. A strong, chilly wind blew early in the morning, making Zhang Guoqing worry about how he'd get back to his hometown. Just then, his father and mother arrived at his house, steaming from the cold. Zhang Guoqing quickly ushered them inside to rest, while Zhou Jiao hurried off to make dumplings. In the guest bedroom, his parents took off their heavy coats and climbed onto the heated bed, calling for Zhang Guoqing to quickly bring the baby over for them to see. Seeing their coats hanging on the wall, soaked and stiff, Zhang Guoqing couldn't help but scold them. "Why didn't you wait for the sun to come out before leaving? Or just wait for me at home?" His father smiled. "We were worried you'd head out early, so your mom and I hurried over." "Come on, where's the baby?" "Your dad wanted to come over 2 days ago, but he was worried you'd be busy with work." "Today's the weekend. If I hadn't stopped him, he'd have set out at 3 in the morning, his mother laughed. Zhang Guoqing grinned. "Since you're here, don't go back. Aunt Fin went back to her hometown, so you and Dad can help me out at home. I haven't even had time to queue for rations this month. My eldest sister helped out last month. Jiao and I are just too busy." His father urged him to fetch the child first and talk about staying later. He'd purposely not brought any clothes, worried his youngest son would try to send them back. As soon as Zhang Guoqing left, his mother nudged her husband. She didn't want her son to have to get up early to queue, and besides, there was nothing urgent at home. His father smiled. "No rush, we'll talk about it later. I have something to discuss with Xiao Wu. Don't butt in later, let me handle it." His mother grumbled, not because he told her not to interfere, but because she was unhappy with her eldest daughter-in-law. She planned to complain to her youngest son life hadn't been easy with her eldest son away. When Zhou Jiao came in with 2 bowls of dumplings, Zhang's father was happily playing with the baby, while Zhang's mother and Zhang Guoqing were deep in a worried conversation. Catching the tail end of their talk, Zhou Jiao's heart skipped a beat. Something must have happened. She quickly smiled. "Mom, Dad, try these shrimp dumplings. If you don't like them, we have other fillings. Dad, I brought you lots of goodies this time. Don't go back, stay here, and I'll cook delicious meals for you every day." Zhang Guoqing took the baby and let his parents eat first. He didn't need Zhou Jiao to say it. He'd already decided his parents should stay. If they had to live next door to the Huang family with his eldest brother, they'd just be asking for trouble. Jiao always thinks of her father-in-law. "Tell me, what goodies did you bring? Last time there were too many people, I didn't get to ask." "How was your trip?" his father asked, eating a dumpling and looking at the couple. Zhang Guoqing, holding the baby, smiled and told Zhou Jiao to fetch the photos. "How's the taste?" "Jiao's dumplings have won over a lot of elders. We had a great time. Grandaunt helped with the baby, and even followed us south because she was worried. My father-in-law couldn't go this time, but he said when summer comes, he'll take you both to Beijing for a visit." His mother beamed at her youngest son, unable to hide her joy. "Mom, eat first. How is it? Tasty? Later, I'll tell you all about our trip. Everywhere we went, we brought back local specialties for you and Dad to try. The only thing missing was having you with us. From now on, don't think about staying with Big Brother. Wherever I go, you come too. Even if the Emperor himself comes, you're not going back." His father praised the dumplings, but didn't mention staying. "We'll talk about it later. We didn't bring any clothes, so we'll have to go back tonight," his mother said quickly, finishing her dumplings. Zhou Jiao came in with the photos, just in time to hear this. She smiled. "Mom, Dad, you don't need to worry about clothes. I bought plenty just for you. Aunt Wan and Aunt Wang next door were asking when you'd come. And a few old ladies up front have been asking after you too." Zhang's father burst out laughing, all his worries gone. Then he spotted a photo in his wife's hand, jumped up, and told her not to move. Startled, his wife stared as he carefully took the photo and placed it on the table, telling her not to touch it. Zhang Guoqing and Zhou Jiao exchanged a smile. These photos were precious mementos. Who knew? They might be useful someday. "Now I believe you're really living well in the capital. Our Zhang family ancestors must be smiling down on us. In the old days, We'd throw a big banquet to celebrate. Oh, we should go home and offer incense, let the clan leader and team leader share our joy. Zhang's father was so excited he was rambling and tried to drag his wife outside. Zhang Guoqing hurriedly stopped him. Dad, calm down. Sit down and look at the rest of the photos. See? We're all in them, just like New Year's prints. Nothing that special. With a loud smack, his father slapped him on the shoulder and laughed. Silly boy. What could be more special than this? Your father-in-law's really made it. But why isn't he smiling in the photo? Look at that stern face. I'll have to give him a hard time next time I see him. Everyone burst out laughing. Sure enough, in one photo, Zhou Jiao's father was standing stiff and serious. Looks like you're better off in the capital. Pinyin should grow up in a big city. See how happy he is in this photo? Where is this place? It's so beautiful, his mother marveled. Zhang Guoqing sat them back down and went through the photos one by one. His parents were wide-eyed, so much was new to them, they could barely take it all in. Seeing this, Zhang Guoqing was even more determined to take his parents out to see the world. They couldn't travel far yet, but at least they could visit nearby cities. Zhou Jiao saw her son babbling happily along with the adults. She slipped out. Since Zhang's mother was here, she could hand over some things. On their trip to S City, she'd found some second-hand fur coats at a bargain price. She bought 5, spending quite a bit. To keep a low profile, she had them all altered with the fur on the inside. Her own parents didn't want them since they were used, but her in-laws wouldn't mind. Seeing Zhou Jiao come in with her arms full, Zhang's mother rushed over to help. When she saw it was all clothes and sweaters, she scolded, "You two are such spendthrifts. How much did these sweaters cost? We have plenty of yarn at home, why buy sweaters? Are you giving any to your parents? What do we need so many for? We work in the fields all day, when would we wear such nice clothes?" Zhou Jiao had expected this and smiled. They were really cheap. Ask Guoqing if you don't believe me. Some are from my mom for you. We remembered what you said, we didn't spend much. Zhang's mother glared at her, but seeing Zhou Jiao still wearing old clothes, she couldn't help but laugh. Don't buy any more. The clothes you sent before New Year's, I haven't even worn yet, they're still in the box. I only wore them to visit your uncle's house, because your brother made me. If we weren't coming to town today, I wouldn't have worn them at all, Zhang's father said cheerfully. Zhang Guoqing pulled out a coat. They're meant to be worn, not stored. They didn't cost much. Jiao made a lot herself. My mother-in-law wanted to buy you a cashmere coat, but I stopped her. Too young for your style. These 2 coats, Dad, look inside, don't they look fancy? They're second-hand. We disinfected them at the hotel, and Jiao had them altered to be less flashy. They're warm, wear them first. His father stroked the fur, nodding happily. He knew even second-hand, these weren't cheap. In a big city, you could find such things, but not in the countryside. Since the kids bought them, he gladly accepted. No one could stop his youngest son from being filial. His mother, beaming, complained to Zhou Jiao that Zhang's second brother had secretly given away their old coats. She'd just added new cotton to them, and now she couldn't sleep from annoyance. As Zhou Jiao listened to her mother-in-law's stories, she realized that apart from Huang Yaozong causing trouble, everything else was fine. When Zhang's father added some details, she understood that Zhang's eldest brother knew the score, but out of gratitude for past help from the in-laws, he couldn't say anything. But the Huang family had never helped Xiao Wu, why should he get dragged in? Zhang Guoqing listened quietly. After a while, he carefully watched his father's expression and began to explain how Huang Yaozong had been using his name everywhere. Sure enough, his father's face turned dark with anger, and his mother shouted that he should go confront the in-laws. He could only smile wryly. The reason he told them was to prevent the Huang family from coming to ask for help. If his parents agreed without knowing the truth, he'd be left to clean up the mess. Dad, Mom, just pretend you don't know anything. Don't go looking for trouble. Just sit back and watch. They didn't even consult you when their daughter bought a house. If they come asking for help, just say you don't know anything. Do they really think our Zhang family is at their beck and call? Zhang Guoqing said with a hint of schadenfreude. His father thought it over, then nodded with a smile. Since his youngest son was back, he'd leave it to him. The Huang family had helped out the eldest, but they were too inconsiderate. Xiaowu had worked hard to get Shizi and his brothers into school in the county, but they just pushed them aside without even discussing it, and those were his grandsons. If not for worrying about upsetting his wife, he'd have kicked the eldest's family out of the Zhang house by now. His mother frowned. Xiaowu, what about your big brother? Don't worry, Mom. He's learned his lesson. He's not stupid. He's got the money now. You and Dad stay here and see what big sister-in-law does. Since Shizi and the others are still in the village school, let her take care of them. As long as her youngest son said so, his mother felt it made sense. With her mood restored, Zhang Guoqing and Zhou Jiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang's father shook his head with a laugh. He knew it always took Xiaowu to talk sense into her. Now, at last, he could sleep easy. The next day at noon, the family was having lunch when a knock sounded at the door. Zhang Guoqing gestured for everyone to keep eating and got up to open the door himself. Standing outside were Zhang's second brother and his wife, with Shi Tu and Mais Wei in tow, carrying a basket. Why is your door locked these days? Have you eaten yet? Second brother Zhang asked as soon as he saw him. Zhang Guoqing quickly invited them in with a smile. Come on in and have some. Mom and Dad were just talking about you. Second sister-in-law, what's with the basket? Don't tell me you brought food again. It's nothing special. Are Mom and Dad inside? We have something to discuss with you all, Lin Jihua replied with a smile. The group headed into the kitchen, where Zhou Jiao invited them to join the meal. Second brother Zhang quickly declined, saying they'd just eaten at the canteen and there was no need to be polite among family. After finishing a bowl of soup, Father Zhang put down his chopsticks and looked at his second son. Dad, you keep eating. What I have to say isn't urgent, second brother said. Cut the nonsense. If you're not in a hurry, why'd the whole family come over in the middle of a workday? Out with it, Father Zhang said with a laugh. Zhang Guoqing grinned and gestured at Lin Jihua. Lin Jihua quickly sat up straight and said, Dad, Xiao Shi has become an accountant, and his father-in-law is coming down in the next couple of days. There was another big fight at their house this morning, and his mother collapsed. They're planning to take her to the county hospital. Except for the eldest, the rest of the family has disappeared. I thought something was off, so I came to find my husband. Should we let Big Sister's family know? Father Zhang nodded, but didn't say what to do next. Instead, he asked, anything else besides this? Yes. The old team leader wants Xiaowu to come back this weekend. I asked him why, and he just said it was a good thing, wouldn't say anything else. Uncle and the younger uncle also want Xiaowu to go home for a visit, saying he hasn't been back since going to Beijing. Nothing else really, everything's fine at home. Mother Zhang, listening on the side, laughed and said, Xiaowu really should go back for a visit. Just tell them he's off work this weekend and we'll all go back. Old man, do you think we should go tell Chunming about the in-laws? Father Zhang nodded and said, second brother's family did well. Since we know, we should let Mei Hao know and have them go home as soon as possible, at least get her to the hospital first. No matter what their family's like, we can't be unfilial. You and I will go to Mei Hao's place. Jiao, you look after the house. Zhou Jiao quickly reassured them, telling them not to worry, though she felt sorry for Zhang Meili. Poor eldest sister, always suffering. She glanced at Zhang Guoqing, who shook his head slightly at her. Once Father Zhang and his wife left, Zhang Guoqing said, let's not get involved for now. Let's see how brother-in-law's family handles it. If we go, it'll all fall on Big Sister. Money doesn't grow on trees. I work myself to death every month for just over 30 yuan, drives me crazy. Everyone burst out laughing, rare to hear Zhang Guoqing complain about money. Second brother Zhang laughed, then quickly asked, did you spend all your money on this trip? I've got some, use mine first. I'm not in a hurry to buy a house, it's just sitting there anyway. Lin Jihua chimed in, yeah. We've saved all the money from splitting the family, haven't used it yet. Use ours first. If it's not enough to buy a house in a few years, then we'll ask you. I'm always worried someone will borrow it, better to leave it with you. Everyone laughed again at her words. Zhang Guoqing winked at his brother and teased, you two can't even sleep soundly at night. Afraid someone will steal your money? Even in the daytime, you jump when someone comes by, scared they'll ask to borrow. Enough nonsense, I'll bring it over tomorrow. That's soon enough, right? Second brother Zhang kicked him playfully. Zhang Guoqing quickly waved him off. Don't take it seriously, we've got money. Not to mention what my father-in-law gave us, just Ping'an's red envelopes alone were a lot. This time back, just in the provincial capital, we got so many red envelopes our hands were sore. Second brother thought about it and realized it was true. The kid had gotten a lot of red envelopes that day. He shot Zhang Guoqing a look. Was he just messing with him? Zhang Guoqing urged him to buy a house soon. Money at home doesn't grow by itself. Buy a house early, you can get rent, and once you have a house, you can transfer your household registration and get grain rations. No matter how you look at it, it's a good deal. Second brother and Lynn were tempted. After discussing, they decided to go ahead and buy. They didn't plan to rent it out, but the grain quota was a big draw. As it was nearly time for work, Zhang Guoqing told Lin Juhua to stay and wait for father and mother Zhang to return, then go together to ask Auntie Wang from the neighborhood committee about available houses. The two brothers had to hurry back to work. About an hour later, when father and mother Zhang returned, Lin Juhua relayed Zhang Guoqing's suggestion to go with them to see Auntie Wang. Mother Zhang told her not to rush and pulled her into the living room. Once everyone was seated, Mother Zhang shared some news she'd heard from Auntie Wang next door. A colleague of hers had a courtyard for sale, just 5 minutes walk behind the supply and marketing cooperative, 5 old adobe rooms. The asking price was 500 yuan, with room to negotiate. Lin Juhua immediately looked at Father Zhang. She didn't know if it was a good deal and wanted him to decide. Father Zhang thought for a while and told his wife to take the two daughters-in-law to the neighborhood committee to ask around about other houses nearby. He liked this area, it was clean, and the neighbors were honest and easy to get along with. Across the street, the ground was lower, and he'd heard that heavy summer rains often caused flooding. Last year, he'd even seen a fight there. The three women went to the neighborhood committee. As soon as they arrived, Auntie Wang greeted them with a big smile and pulled them inside. There were a few people in the office, all locals who knew each other well. After some small talk and jokes, Zhou Jiao brought up the real reason for their visit, asking everyone to help look for a house. She didn't set any conditions, just said with a smile that she wanted to live in an area managed by Auntie Wang and the other ladies. She wouldn't feel at ease elsewhere. Everyone was pleased by her flattery and started discussing. One by one, they listed off not only the registered houses for sale, but even those that might be available. Listening in, Zhou Jiao broke out in a cold sweat. It seemed nothing in this neighborhood could be kept secret from these ladies. She was amazed. They even knew how much some couples secretly sent to their in-laws, let alone which men were keeping mistresses. Mother Zhang and Lin Juhua were fascinated, forgetting all about buying a house. They were hearing all sorts of news, like how you could estimate a family's wealth by counting the number of chamber pots outside their door in the morning. They'd never noticed such things in the countryside. Lin Juhua couldn't help but wonder, what if people used the public toilet? Mother Zhang listened as they discussed how many times a month certain daughters-in-law went to the bathhouse and how much it cost, speculating whether it would use up their salaries. She quickly glanced at Zhou Jiao. They both tried not to laugh. The two of them went to the bathhouse every few days, spending 20 cents each time, worse than anyone else. After an hour, Auntie Wang read out the list of available houses and asked if these were the ones they wanted. She marveled that it was only February and already several families were selling. She then led the three women to see the houses, suggesting they check out each one since they had nothing else to do. They visited 5 houses in a row and asked about the lowest prices. Mother Zhang and Lin Juhua discussed and picked 2, asking Auntie Wang to help negotiate, and agreed to bring their sons after work to finalize things. After work, second brother Zhang heard the news and immediately chose the courtyard closest to his workplace and Zhang Guoqing's house. His reasoning was that the family was moving to another county for a better job, so the house had good feng shui. Plus, it would be convenient for their parents to visit both sons in town. The other house belonged to unfilial children, which he found off-putting. His words pleased Father Zhang, who urged him to pay up quickly. Everyone except Zhou Jiao, who was waiting for Zhang Guoqing to get off work, went to see the house. An hour later, they came back all smiles, talking about celebrating. The house was about the same size as Zhang Guoqing's, less than a 10-minute walk by shortcut, and the final price was 600 yuan, not expensive at all. Zhang Guoqing had already prepared food and drinks, not letting second brother go to a restaurant. After spending 600 yuan, his brother probably didn't have much left, but just seeing their parents so happy made it all worthwhile. Early in the morning, I won't be home these next few days. Be careful, Zhang Guoqing said. Go on, I'll handle things here, Zhou Jiao replied, holding their son as she saw him off. She walked around the yard, but honestly, she hadn't noticed any signs of mice at home. At dawn, the loudspeakers blared nonstop, warning everyone about the dangers of flies, mosquitoes, rats, and sparrows. Thankfully, they also shared some hygiene and disease prevention tips. By now, Zhou Jiao could recite this kind of popular science by heart. Still, she decided to check in on her neighbors, just in case something embarrassing happened. Jiao, every household has to meet their quota. Are you sure you can handle it alone? Auntie Wang from next door called out from her gate, looking worried. No problem. Look, Auntie Wang and the others are coming over. I'll see what they have to say first. Right then, Auntie Wang from the neighborhood committee was going door to door, notifying and inspecting each household. Ever since the newspaper reported on the campaign a few days ago, every street and grassroots unit in the county had jumped into action, not wanting to be left behind. These past couple of days, propaganda posters could be seen everywhere, and the blackboard bulletins on the streets were full of creative slogans and content. At the county's temporary command center, Zhang Guoqing had been swamped for 3 days straight. The whole unit was on duty around the clock, no days off. He barely had time to think about home, busy registering and coordinating people alongside Zhao Dashan and Zhou Lynn. From early morning, the health committee staff were out in every neighborhood, promoting hygiene and safety, encouraging everyone to keep clean and bathe often. Besides flies, mosquitoes, rats, and sparrows, dropping their conversation, Zhou Jiao quickly told Zhang Guoqing to check if their son had been woken, then rushed out to welcome her sister-in-law. Both Zhang Guoqing and Zhou Jiao, especially Zhou Jiao, had always respected Zhang Meili. The eldest sister is like a mother, and Zhang Meili was the perfect example. No matter how old Zhang Guoqing was, or that he had his own family, she always treated them like children, constantly looking out for them. It made the couple all the more fond of her. Lately, they'd watched her lose a lot of weight. Her mother-in-law, who'd been seriously ill, had just been discharged and was now living with her. All the burden, financial and otherwise, fell on Zhang Meili and her husband. Now, after checking in on Zhang Guoqing and seeing he was well, Zhang Meili didn't linger. Knowing he had 3 days off, she hurried home. Zhang Guoqing and Zhou Jiao watched her leave, both helpless and moved. Parents give their children everything, but children may not even repay a fraction of it. The saddest thing in the world is having no one to rely on in old age. For Accountant Zhang, his 5 sons had always been his greatest pride. He had always sympathized with lonely elderly people, but never imagined that one day he would end up in the same situation. If he didn't have his youngest son, how would he be any different from old man Zhang? He could never understand how he and his wife had struggled through such turbulent times, risking their lives to raise 5 sons, and yet, except for the youngest, the other 4 seemed to have forgotten those hard days and the kindness of being raised. Whenever night fell and everything was quiet, he couldn't help but feel heartbroken. He could only comfort himself. If you're not a parent, you don't understand a parent's love. One day, they'll understand how hard it's been for us. It wasn't until his wife collapsed again that he realized he'd been wrong. He wasn't the shrewd man people said he was, just a muddled old man, one who, after losing his job as an accountant, became a burden despised by his sons and daughters-in-law. In the hospital, Accountant Zhang held his wife's hand tightly, watching her mumble incoherently. He knew what she meant. She didn't want to burden their youngest son. But apart from the youngest son's family, he never wanted to see those unfilial children again. If you don't have money, you could at least come and stay the night. But in the past half-month, the 4 sons and their wives had only shown up to take a quick look before making excuses to leave. Let's wait until you've recovered before going back to the village, okay? We can't leave now. The youngest and Meili have already tidied up the house, just waiting for us to move in. Don't worry, I've saved all my wages this year, so we won't be a burden to them. Hearing footsteps outside, Accountant Zhang quickly fell silent and patted his wife's hand. The ward door swung open, and a group of people poured in. Accountant Zhang hurriedly stood up. He didn't expect his daughter-in-law's 3 brothers and her parents to come and help. Let's go. Eldest, you carry the bedding. Second, you take the bags. Little 5, you're strong, carry your aunt onto the cart. Wife, help our daughter check if anything's left behind. Old brother, let's go. We're never coming back to this godforsaken place. Zhang's father barked out a string of orders as soon as he entered. Zhang Lauer, wait. Little 5, let your brother-in-law do it. Chumming, hurry up, Accountant Zhang called out when he saw Zhang Guoqing already carrying his wife before his father finished speaking. Zhang Guoqing grinned. My brother-in-law's not as strong, wouldn't want him to drop my aunt. Uncle, let's go. My dad's right, we're never coming back to this place. Zhang Chunming shook his head with a smile and pulled his father along. Let little 5 handle it. Let's go. My mother-in-law came early to help out, and the house is all ready. Zhang's father pulled Accountant Zhang outside, reminding his wife and daughter to hurry up. At the gate, Zhang Guoqing settled his aunt on the cart, then quickly took the things from his mother's hands when he saw everyone coming out. A group of people pushed the cart, with Zhang's father and Accountant Zhang following behind, heading to Zhang Meili's house. As they reached the gate, Zhang Meili was already waiting with a brazier in front. Zhang Guoqing carried his aunt over the fire. Seeing this, Accountant Zhang felt his nose tingle with emotion. Before he could say anything, his eldest grandson, Zhang Ziwen, ran over, grabbed his hand, and beamed. Grandpa, Mom says you and Grandma are staying here from now on. You can't go back to the village this time. His younger grandson chimed in quietly, that's right. From now on, you and Grandma belong to us 4 siblings. Zhang Guoqing went inside, settled his aunt, and, after saying goodbye to his brothers, left for work. This time, Zhang's father had told his 3 sons to come pick up their in-laws. Zhang Guoqing felt a bit awkward. Why did it feel like his father was showing off? He shook his head and smiled at the thought. Zhang Lauer caught a glimpse of his eldest brother Zhang Guofu leaving and asked curiously, what's little 5 up to? What's going on? Second brother, don't you think Dad's getting more childish? Us 3 brothers coming over today probably made Accountant Zhang even sadder. That's not like Dad at all. Dad wants Accountant Zhang to feel that our family supports Big Sis in taking care of her in-laws. He doesn't want the old couple to think that just because they split from the eldest, they have to stick with him. It's also to show us 3 brothers that in the future, he and Mom will go wherever they want. Zhang Guoqing looked at him suspiciously. Something about that explanation felt off. Well, that's part of it, believe it or not. What Big Sis did this time really scared Mom and Dad. Right after splitting the family, she didn't consult them about big decisions, didn't show them any respect. Plus, you weren't home, and I was at work, so no one was there for them. They overthought things. I mentioned it to Big Brother. You'll notice Big Sis is much more careful around him now. Don't worry, Mom and Dad will come around after a while. Zhang Guoqing felt a complicated mix of emotions. No wonder his parents had been so enthusiastic about helping Accountant Zhang this time, always running around for him. Zhang Guoqiang patted his shoulder and, as they walked back, said, Did Mom and Dad tell you that a few days ago, Big Brother's father-in-law came to the village to plead with them? I only heard about it from second sister-in-law. She said Big Sis was forced by her father to serve tea and apologize to Mom and Dad, and she even cried. Zhang Guoqing raised his eyebrows but said nothing. Afterward, the old man kept saying he was useless, couldn't control his son, and that fool was causing trouble outside using your name. He didn't ask for your help, just kept apologizing to Mom and Dad, saying he didn't want these issues to ruin the family's long-standing relationship. What happened after that, second sister-in-law didn't know. Zhang Guoqing finally said, "Since Dad didn't want us three brothers to know, I'll just pretend I don't." Old Huang tried to play nice with Mom and Dad, but only came when his family was in trouble too late. If he really cared, why wait until now to come to them? Long-standing relationship? Wasn't it just because his family helped take care of Shizi and his brothers? Those are his own grandkids. Our family hasn't shortchanged the Huangs either. We've sent them plenty of wild game and dried goods over the years. Besides, what relationship do I have with the Huangs? If they think they can walk all over me, they're in for a lesson. Huang Yaoguo won't remember otherwise. And this isn't the first time. What Zhang Guoqing didn't say was that this time, not only he but Zhou Jiao wouldn't let it slide either. They'd make an example out of them. If he used the methods his father-in-law taught him, would Huang Yaoguo still be at home now? He'd be in jail by now. But in the end, he still cared about his big brother Zhang Guofu. A petty man is not a gentleman. A man without ruthlessness is not a real man. Zhang Guoqing laughed at himself. He still couldn't bring himself to be truly ruthless. It was the same in his past life, and he still hadn't learned his lesson in this one. Thinking this, Zhang Guoqing quickened his pace. He needed to mind his own business. The Huang family's affairs had nothing to do with him. Work, study hard, and improve himself, that was what really mattered. For several days in a row, Zhang Guoqing had been worried that Zhou Jiao would be bored at home. Taking advantage of the beautiful April weather and the warming temperatures, he swapped shifts with his colleagues to get 2 days off before the weekend. He planned to take her on a little trip out of town to help her relax. On the day of departure, right after breakfast, Zhang Guoqing rode his sidecar motorcycle back to the village. He didn't even stop by his own courtyard, but went straight to find his parents. Without much explanation, he simply told them to pack a change of underwear and come with him. His parents were startled at first, but seeing his beaming smile, they knew nothing bad had happened. When they asked what was going on, he wouldn't say, so they had no choice but to hurriedly follow along. Once they reached the county town and saw Zhou Jiao all packed and ready to go, Zhang's parents finally realized the plan was for the whole family to spend a few days out of town. Instantly relieved, they burst out laughing. Never in their wildest dreams did they imagine that Zhang Guoqing and his wife would take them to see the sea. Traveling for leisure was something they'd never even considered. In the old days, just filling their bellies meant working the land year-round. Now, here they were, able to go sightseeing like educated folks. The Zhang family didn't tell anyone else about their trip. When they ran into neighbors along the way, Zhang's father just joked that they were off to visit relatives. At his age, he knew all too well that telling the truth would only invite gossip. Visiting relatives was always the best excuse. According to Zhang Guoqing's plan, they would spend one night in the provincial capital. The next morning, they'd catch a train to City D, arriving just in time to see the sea and have lunch, then head back on the afternoon of the third day. Zhang's father was happy to let his son take charge. As he put it, he and his wife couldn't read a single character, so as long as they didn't get lost, he was fine. Traveling light, Zhang Guoqing carried a bag of cooked food and snacks, another bag of clothes, and, with their baby Ping'an in tow, they quickly boarded the bus. In the provincial capital, Zhang Guoqing and Zhou Jiao didn't bother visiting Zhao Chuangguang's family. Familiar with the city, they checked into a guest house and took Zhang's parents out for lunch. Then they started sightseeing, visiting scenic spots, wandering through the North Market, listening to storytelling performances, and checking out anything that caught their eye. Everything was new and exciting for Zhang's parents, who kept saying how much it opened their eyes. This time, Zhang Guoqing had bought theater tickets in advance. His parents, used to a lifetime of thrift, were happy on the trip but reluctant to spend money. They looked but didn't buy, but since they were out traveling, they didn't fuss over the cost. In the end, it was Zhou Jiao who worked her magic in private. If you like it, just buy it. When Zhou Jiao and the baby got tired and stayed at the guest house to rest, Zhang Guoqing took his parents to see a spectacular Peking opera performance. Experiencing it live was nothing like listening to a phonograph at home. Seeing the performers on stage was incomparable. No one in the audience left their seats, and Zhang's parents clapped along with everyone else until their hands were red. On their way out, they ran into Lu Laosan, a theater enthusiast who was with a woman this time. When he saw Zhang Guoqing, he waved eagerly. After introductions, Lu Laosan kept winking at him. Zhang Guoqing got the message and politely declined, saying he'd visit in a few days. This trip was for family, and he wasn't interested in anything off-plan. He had a pretty good idea, Lu Laos, and wanted to introduce him to some special goods again. To avoid trouble, Zhang Guoqing rarely did business with him anymore. No matter who Lu's backers were, it was best to steer clear of unnecessary complications. Zhang's father was used to scenes like this. Every time they came to the provincial capital, his son always seemed to run into acquaintances. If he said, "Let's talk in a few days," it meant it wasn't urgent. The next morning, Zhang Guoqing made a special trip to a small alley to buy his parents' favorite breakfast. After eating, the family leisurely boarded the train. The 3-hour train ride finally fulfilled Zhang's mother's wish to ride in an iron box. She tried to contain her excitement, savoring her first experience of such speed, smiling at the other passengers and curiously taking in everything around her. She chatted quietly with Zhang's father from time to time. Even for Zhang Guoqing and Zhou Jiao, who had taken trains before, the lively atmosphere of the hard-seat carriage was new. The car was filled with voices from all over the country. At each stop, vendors crowded outside the windows, hawking their goods, their shouts mingling with the noise inside as passengers got on and off. The most amusing sight was little Ping'an by the window, waving his tiny hands and shouting, non-stop. Whenever someone passed food through the window, he'd reach out eagerly to grab it. Some passengers couldn't resist unwrapping their snacks and giving him treats. Zhang Guoqing quickly thanked everyone and offered some of the snacks Zhou Jiao had prepared to share. With these little episodes, the 3-hour journey flew by as everyone chatted and laughed together. Arriving in City D, Zhang Guoqing was struck by how different the city was from his memories of his previous life. Smelling the faint scent of the sea in the air, he didn't hesitate to hire a good-natured coachman to take them straight to a guest house near the bustling downtown. After checking in and settling down, they listened to the staff's suggestions. Zhang's father decided they should visit the pier first. Since they'd come to see the sea, they might as well walk on the beach. City D bordered the sea and had a small fishing village with about 100 households, all making their living from the sea for generations. At the pier, Zhang's father struck up a lively conversation with the village leader, Captain Mu. They met at the pier and chatted for a while. Zhang's father was very curious about the fisherman's way of life. When Captain Mu invited them to his home, and seeing his wife and family waiting for his decision, Zhang's father happily agreed and followed him back to the village. At the Mu family home, the Zhangs were warmly welcomed. Captain Mu's children gathered around Ping'an, and Mrs. Mu hurried to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Knowing that food was scarce for every household these days, Zhang Guoqing saw his mother getting along well with the Mu family and took the opportunity to go out with Zhou Jiao. When they returned, they bought some seafood from fishermen just back from the sea and brought it, along with a bucket of water, back to the Mu house. Seeing Zhang Guoqing bring rice, cornmeal, and seafood, Mrs. Mu tried to refuse, scolding the young couple for being too polite. In the end, it was Zhang's parents who persuaded her to accept, and she finally did so, a little embarrassed. After a hearty lunch and a short rest, the whole family, led by Captain Mu, headed to the beach. The endless sea, the ebb and flow of the tides, the crashing waves, fishing boats on the sand, women mending nets, children gathering shellfish, everything amazed Zhang's parents. Zhang Guoqing looked on contentedly at the scene before him, his parents' delighted faces as they caught little crabs, his wife and children laughing and playing together, his baby son clapping his hands and babbling with joy. At that moment, he wished only for time to stand still, for peace and happiness to last. As the sun set, Zhang's father led everyone in bidding farewell to the warm-hearted Mu family. He didn't notice Zhang Guoqing's private transaction with Captain Mu and cheerfully rode the carriage back to the city. City D was known for its two ports, making it a hub for goods from north and south, with an abundance of products. Not to mention the famous local specialties: hairy crabs, prawns, donkey meat, apples, pears, and more. Besides the food, the local carvings and musical instruments were renowned across the country. Sightseeing, tasting delicacies, admiring handicrafts, and picking out souvenirs, the Zhang family lost track of time and forgot their fatigue. As night fell, after dinner, Zhang's parents, tired from walking, were happy to take their grandson to see a shadow puppet show across the street. Once they were settled, Zhang Guoqing and Zhou Jiao went out to collect supplies. Besides the prearranged deal with Captain Mu, they bought more of Zhou Jiao's favorite foods and crafts. The night passed quickly. At 4 a.m, Zhang Guoqing and Zhou Jiao went out again and brought back a variety of local breakfast specialties. With their return trip approaching, Zhang's parents didn't mind their son spending money this time. They even started picking out practical local products to bring back as gifts. At 1 p.m, their trip came to an end. Laden with bags, the family finally set off for home. Zhang's mother, homesick, didn't want to linger in the provincial capital. Back in the county town, it was already late, so she could only regretfully take gifts to visit her two daughters-in-laws. Zhou Jiao figured that if Zhang's father hadn't reminded his wife not to show off, she would have gone straight to Aunt Wang's next door. Once everything was settled, Zhang Guoqing slipped away to the newly set-up darkroom to develop photos. Ever since he'd unexpectedly acquired a camera, his old hobby from his previous life had finally come in handy. The next morning, Zhang's mother received a stack of photos from her son and was so delighted that she immediately dragged her husband out to show them off. Zhang Guoqing watched his parents leave and burst out laughing with Zhou Jiao. Who knew who his mother would show off to? After all, his father had already warned her not to brag. After a relaxing trip, Zhang Guoqing was once again thrown into the whirlwind of work. A directive had come down for the special recruitment of pilots, but there were only a handful of spots available in the whole county. As soon as the news broke, all the pressure from every direction landed squarely on Zhao Dashan's shoulders. As a staff member at the grassroots level, Zhao Dashan wasn't having an easy time either. The job placements for the remaining disabled veterans were about to wrap up, but just as things seemed to be settling down, new issues cropped up. Faced with the demands of one particular veteran, Zhao Dashan quickly called everyone together for a meeting. The meeting, as usual, was about brainstorming ways to coordinate job placements, address follow-up living arrangements, and soothe the veterans' emotions. Zhang Guoqing sat in the meeting room, rubbing his aching head as everyone talked over each other. He understood why people didn't get Zhao Dashan's approach. By rights, once the job placement was handled, the Armed Forces Department's work should be done. Matters like marriage and housing weren't their department's responsibility. We should let his workplace's union handle it, maybe with help from the Women's Federation. Hey, isn't your wife in charge of the Women's Federation? How about letting old Wu take Xiaowu over there? Housing shouldn't be a problem, one of the section chiefs concluded after listening to the discussion. Zhang Guoqing kept his head down, silent. He couldn't help but grumble inwardly. Housing isn't a problem? That's exactly the problem. If he had a house, finding a wife wouldn't be an issue. Especially since the guy works at the post office, Zhang knew all too well about those cramped dorms. Old Wu chuckled, we can go, that's fine. But as for housing, forget it. Isn't he living in a shared dorm now? I heard he doesn't get along with his roommates. I suggest we don't bother your wife for now. Zhao Dashan looked around the room, nodding at everyone's suggestions without saying whether he agreed or not, causing the voices to gradually die down. Hey, you young guys aren't going to say anything? Just sitting there watching the show. The younger staff exchanged glances, nudging Zhang Guoqing to speak up first. Zhang Guoqing rolled his eyes at them, stood up, and said, Minister, how about we help him transfer to another workplace? Like the brick factory or the lumber mill, they can definitely provide housing. As soon as he finished, the whole room burst into laughter. Only Zhang Guoqing could come up with an idea like that. Ignoring them, Zhang continued, once he has housing, let the union at those workplaces help find him a match. If there's no union, we can ask the neighborhood committee ladies. We also need to report the results of this batch of veteran placements to the province soon. It won't look good if we delay any longer. Everyone turned to stare at him, asking if he was being serious. I'm not planning to be serious. It depends on whether he is. If he keeps coming to us asking for housing and a wife, we have to try to coordinate according to his requests, Zhang Guoqing said with a grin. Zhao Dashan shook his head, smiling. He knew Zhang Guoqing was getting impatient and wanted to wrap things up. Let's see if anyone else has other ideas. Do your best to satisfy him. If there's really nothing we can do, we'll go with Xiao Wu's plan. After some thought, everyone agreed. Zhang Guoqing raised his eyebrows and smiled. Then Uncle Wu, I'll trouble you to come with me to the post office. That way, people will know it's not that we don't want to help, but that our hands are tied. Old Wu laughed, trading a few jokes with his colleagues before heading out with Zhang Guoqing. The two of them, along with the veteran surnamed Zhang, went to the post office. As expected, it was a dead end. Faced with Comrade Zhang's dissatisfaction, Old Wu just smiled and calmly repeated their earlier suggestions. Naturally, Zhang refused. Insatiable, Zhang Guoqing couldn't muster much respect for him. The conditions offered were already very generous. Plenty of others would be thrilled just to get a plot of land. On the way back, as they passed near his house, Zhang couldn't help but glance inside, hoping to catch a glimpse of his wife or son. Unfortunately, he saw neither. Faced with Old Wu's knowing, gossipy look, he had to suppress his own restless thoughts. Back at the office, Zhang Guoqing sorted through documents and helped colleagues with statistics. That afternoon, he still couldn't make it home. There were stacks of files to proofread, and he had to accompany a senior colleague on a field investigation. By the time he finally got home, it was already late at night. The next morning, Zhang and a younger colleague, Xiao Wu, were taken by Zhao Dashan to the provincial capital for a meeting. Attending meetings was supposed to be a cushy assignment, but Zhang Guoqing was secretly miserable. Just thinking about taking notes made his arm and hand cramp up reflexively. He was finally starting to see another side of Zhao Dashan. Always smiling in daily life, but when it came to work, he was meticulous to the point of being a perfectionist. No wonder Zhao Hongbing took one look at the office and swore he'd never come back. For 2 days, the heads of armed forces departments from all over the province gathered in the conference room, stomping their feet, pounding the table, schmoozing and jockeying for quotas. Amid the haze of cigarette smoke, Zhang Guoqing silently observed everything, using what he'd learned to analyze everyone's strengths and weaknesses, homework assigned by his father-in-law, Zhou Xiaozheng. Thinking of his father-in-law, Zhang Guoqing drifted off for a moment, until a loud bang on the table startled him. He couldn't help but grumble inwardly about how easily these ex-military old-timers got worked up. And then, inevitably, he thought of his father-in-law's stern face again. He glanced once more at the smiling fox up front, Yiming. His father-in-law had especially warned him about this man, giving him no background information, just telling him to pay close attention. This was a tough assignment, way above his pay grade. In the 2 times they'd met, Yiming always spoke to him as an old friend of Zhou Xiaozheng, using the tone of an elder to a junior. But watching his tactics now, with just a few words of pushing Tai Chi, he'd already made everyone forget who was supposed to make the final decision. On the last day, the meeting finally ended with the smiling fox's words, "Since we can't reach a decision, let's leave it at that for now. I'll notify you all in advance next time." Zhang Guoqing smiled to himself. This Tai Chi move had kicked the issue down the road for another year. Talk about long-term planning. Not long after entering the meeting room yesterday, Zhang Guoqing sensed something was off. He quickly warned Zhao Dashan not to voice any opinions or get involved in the free-for-all discussions and alliance building. Sure enough, at the end of the meeting, the smiling fox made his move. The most outspoken department head was singled out for criticism. His work was deemed inadequate, and he was told to revise his report back home. After the group meal, they said their goodbyes. Zhao Dashan took Zhang Guoqing and the others back to the guest house, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. What a waste of time that meeting had been. Seeing that it was still early, Zhao Dashan gave Zhang and Xiaowu the afternoon off, saying he'd be visiting some old friends and they'd head back after dinner. This arrangement made Xiaowu beam with joy. Waving his ration tickets, he quickly dragged Zhang Guoqing out shopping, forcing Zhang to set aside his plans to organize his notes. Xiaowu was 2 years older than Zhang Guoqing and still unmarried, though he had a fiancé and was planning to get married on Labor Day this year. He'd come to the provincial capital ready to buy some big-ticket items. At the department store, Xiaowu used up all his tickets buying a lady's wristwatch and a bicycle. He looked longingly at the fabric, quietly telling Zhang Guoqing that his fiancé's family wasn't asking for a penny in bride price, and he was worried she'd feel shortchanged. Zhang Guoqing shot him a knowing look and chuckled. This guy clearly had his eye on Zhang's ration tickets, but wouldn't say so directly. Last night, Zhang had accidentally let his tickets show before bed, and he knew then he wouldn't be able to keep them. Luckily, he hadn't brought many with him on this trip. Since the cat was out of the bag, he decided to use up all the tickets he had left. Otherwise, if this big mouth spread the word, he wouldn't have any left by tomorrow. Mobilize the entire population. Everyone must take action. Launch a short-term offensive and carry out a comprehensive eradication campaign. Eliminating the 4 pests is an urgent task. The streets and alleys of the county town were plastered with overwhelming broadcasts and posters. From early morning, the radio blared nonstop about the dangers of flies, mosquitoes, rats, and sparrows, as well as the importance of hygiene and disease prevention. As soon as the workday began, Auntie Wang from the neighborhood committee and her colleagues started going door to door to notify and inspect every household. Every household must turn in their assigned quota. Rats, sparrows, mosquitoes, and flies all must be handed in. No one can slack off. No one can collude with the 4 pests reactionaries. Anyone who doesn't participate is showing contempt for the president and for socialism. We firmly support the president. Not only must we eliminate the 4 pests, but anything that is an enemy must be wiped out. In the wastelands on the eastern outskirts, colorful flags fluttered and war drums thundered. A few days ago, after the newspapers reported on the nationwide 4 pests eradication pledge meetings, the county's neighborhoods and grassroots units began holding their own meetings, reports, pledge rallies, discussion forums. Using big character posters, blackboard bulletins, broadcasts, slogans, cartoons, singing, and every possible method to describe the dangers of the 4 pests. Inside the command center jointly established by the Patriotic Health Committee, the County Committee, the Militia Department, and the Public Security Bureau, Zhang Guoqing had been caught up in a whirlwind of work for 3 days straight. The entire county's militia forces were on duty around the clock, with no days off. He barely had time to think about home, following Zhao Dashan and Lynn to register and coordinate personnel. The health committee staff started at dawn, leading teams to promote hygiene and the necessity of eliminating the 4 pests in every district. They encouraged everyone to maintain cleanliness, bathe frequently, and, in addition to the 4 pests, to eradicate lice, fleas, and other vermin. In their spare time, they taught residents various pest-catching techniques. For several days, the whole city was abuzz with excitement, everyone eager to join in. The residents were mobilized, determined to wage a 3-day annihilation campaign. Men, women, young, and old all took to the streets. People climbed treetops and rooftops, while children below waved colorful flags and the elderly banged gongs, iron pans, buckets, lunchboxes, anything that could make noise, shouting at the top of their lungs. The poor sparrows had never seen such a spectacle. Terrified, they flew about in panic, unable to find a perch, until they were exhausted and fell to the ground, drawing waves of cheers from the crowd. In the open fields and wastelands on the outskirts, straw men were set up in large numbers. Whenever sparrows landed, people used every means, setting grass fires, shouting, beating drums, and catching sparrows en masse. The dense woods were filled with smoke, and the weakened sparrows and crows were stuffed into sacks. Even the eggs in the nests were taken. Night fell, but there were still groups of students chasing the last surviving sparrows in the trees along the road. The poor birds, unable to fly far, soon fell to the ground, to the children's delight. Compared to the other three pests, people were especially enthusiastic about catching sparrows. They could be braised, stewed, or grilled. Small as they were still meat. A campaign to eliminate the four pests brought Zhou Jiao back into the public eye. The wall murals she collaborated on, along with the promotional comics she planned herself, left everyone who saw them full of praise. It wasn't until after the holiday, when Zhang Guoqing returned to work, that he heard from his colleagues about the big thing his wife had accomplished. Taking the newspapers they handed him, he saw that each one featured several reports on the subject. No wonder his coworkers were all smiles, insisting that the couple treat everyone to a meal. Zhao Dashan came out of the office, laughing. "Don't tell me you're just finding out now?" Zhao Jiao really put our county on the map this time. Especially that series of drawings with old folks and kids holding up rat tails. Even the provincial capital knows Zhou Jiao's name now. Listening to his colleagues teasing, Zhang Guoqing grinned and said, "I really didn't know. I've been back in the village these past few days, tidying up the yard. Zhao Jiao didn't mention a word to me about this. Anyway, this is such a happy occasion. Lunch is on me at the canteen today. Wenji, see if my salary this month is enough to cover everyone's meal." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone burst out laughing. There was a story behind his salary. Zhang Guoqing was warm and hospitable and got along famously with his colleagues. When he first started working, he was constantly dragged along to eat at the canteen with them. When payday came, he realized he'd been eating on everyone else's dime. But he never told his coworkers. Instead, he privately made a deal with Xiao Wang, the colleague who collected meal tickets at the canteen. From then on, whenever he ate with colleagues, just put it on his tab. Before the end of the month, Xiao Wang loudly announced that his salary wasn't enough to cover his meal bill. That incident became the butt of jokes in the militia department for days. Accountant Wen knew Zhang Guoqing was generous and loyal, but also that he had a wife and son to support, so he'd secretly withhold part of his salary. Now, seeing Zhang offer to treat everyone, he laughed and said, "Don't bother with lunch, just bring some liquor this afternoon." Seeing everyone agree with Wenji's suggestion, Zhang Guoqing didn't argue. He exchanged a glance and a smile with Zhao Dashan, already planning to bring some cured meat along. Ever since Xiao Wang exposed the meal ticket incident, everyone knew what was going on. They would never let Zhang Guoqing take a loss. After getting so many free meals, Zhang felt a bit embarrassed himself and tried to go home for lunch whenever he wasn't busy. As work hours approached, Zhao Dashan laughed and said, "All right, everyone, back to work. Xiao Wu, remember to send these newspapers to your father-in-law." Zhang Guoqing nodded with a smile. Just a few days ago, he'd sent a package and letters to the capital. He wondered if his father-in-law and the brothers in the compound had received them yet. As for these newspapers, his godfather Zhao Chuangang had probably already mailed them to the capital. After work at noon, Zhang Guoqing took the newspapers and headed straight home. As soon as he entered the yard, he saw Zhou Jiao feeding their son egg custard, with 2 newspapers tossed aside nearby. He bent down to pick up the papers and gave Zhou Jiao a playful smile. "You're being sneaky again. What are you up to this time? Thinking about going back to work?" Zhou Jiao carefully fed the child, not catching the teasing in his tone. She simply replied, "Almost done, let's talk in a bit." Finally, when the child finished eating, she breathed a sigh of relief. Her son was such a chatterbox. Whenever he saw someone, he'd get so excited he wouldn't even eat, just babbling away. She really didn't know where he got so much to be excited about. Glancing at the newspapers on the table, Zhou Jiao frowned slightly. "Let's eat first. I really didn't expect all this. Last time, Auntie Wang and a few old gentlemen asked me for help. I didn't think much of it, just drew what they wanted. But today Uncle Lee sent someone over with the newspapers, asking if I wanted to go back to work. Now I've got a headache." Zhang Guoqing took the child and listened to her with a smile. He was seriously considering Li Aigua's suggestion. Refusing the job was possible, but he couldn't make it too obvious. Since the message had come from an outsider, it would need to be handled carefully. After washing his hands, Zhang Guoqing thought for a moment and said, "You can't go back to work just yet. We wouldn't feel comfortable leaving our son with anyone else. At least wait until he's a year old and can communicate a bit, then send him to daycare. Then you can go back to work. As for Uncle Li, I'll go talk to him myself. The job he's talking about is probably just painting slogans, murals, and blackboard bulletins with those young folks all day. That's no good, too tiring and dirty. I'll just tell him you're busy with the baby and still have your studies to finish, so even if you want to work, you can't. If they need your help, they can let you know. Will people say I'm lazy or not dedicated enough? Everyone's so enthusiastic these days, I'm worried it'll look bad." Zhang Guoqing shook his head with a smile. "If you went to work, would you really want to be as enthusiastic as them? Carrying a paint bucket around all day, scribbling everywhere? Don't worry about appearances. Auntie Wang from the neighborhood will probably keep asking you for help anyway. If you have time, you can volunteer to help those young folks. That'll look even better." Hearing this, Zhou Jiao laughed and nodded. With him handling things, that was the best outcome. She'd rather spend time with her son than run around with those people. After returning from her hometown yesterday, she was planning to organize her storage space and prepare some cooked food. She was trying to compress the supplies in her space as much as possible, otherwise, if she went up the mountain again, she'd have nowhere to put anything. Zhang Guoqing fully supported her idea. Preparing the basics was essential. He was currently stockpiling coarse grains. If all went well, he'd have plenty. Unlike Zhou Jiao, he preferred to store rough food, coarse cloth, and basic supplies. He couldn't bear to let his wife and child suffer, but it was different for others. He didn't trust people's hearts, so just in case, he was even saving up bran. He didn't tell Zhou Jiao any of this, afraid she'd worry. If he didn't have the big Zhang family behind him, just relying on his father-in-law, the three of them would never have to suffer. But in this world, once you're not an orphan, you're inevitably tied to relatives and family. At some point, he couldn't let his father-in-law shoulder everything. After lunch, Zhang Guoqing went to visit Li Aigua. The Li family lived nearby, less than half an hour's walk. On the way, he started planning to spend the weekend back in his hometown. The family they'd been staying with was moving out soon anyway. There were still lots of wild game in his storage that he hadn't dealt with. It was much easier to handle in the village than in town, where even a whiff of meat would attract attention. At Li Aigua's house, Zhang Guoqing explained his thoughts in detail. He believed in being honest and trusted Uncle Li would understand. Li Aigua listened with a big smile, giving his own son a playful kick. Li Qinglin yelped and squirmed, only settling down after his mother gave him a couple of smacks, then sat up straight with a grin. Before Zhang Guoqing left, Li Aigua offered some advice. Let Zhou Jiao submit articles regularly and stay involved in the community. Never underestimate the honor of being recognized as an advanced individual. And as for Zhang Guoqing, he should hurry up and apply to join the organization within the next 2 years. Zhang Guoqing was truly grateful for these heartfelt words. After thanking him, he left with Li Qinglin, who was heading to school. On the way, Li Qinglin chatted about school life, classmates' squabbles, and Zhang Yuntao's silly antics. He also mentioned plans to get a group together for soccer, movies, and eating out for fun. Hearing about all these leisure activities made Zhang Guoqing feel a bit lost. At the same age, he carried far more responsibilities. And as for Zhou Jiao, he realized that ever since he started working, he'd been neglecting her feelings. The aroma of the food wafted through the air, making old Master Cheng unable to sit still any longer. He quickly asked Zhou Xiaozheng and the others to help set the table, saying they could talk more over dinner. Just then, Zhang Guoqing, who had come home late, walked in and saw the scene. He hurriedly greeted everyone and went up to help. His wife's cooking skills were no joke, especially now when meat was so scarce. Earlier, his friends had invited him to eat with them, but he'd politely declined. He knew tonight's meal at home would be something special. Everyone enjoyed dinner together with laughter and chatter, and afterwards, a few of the men stayed behind to drink. Zhou Jiao saw that Ping'an was sitting on Zhang Guoqing's lap, refusing to leave and clamoring for food. She smiled and stayed with them. At nearly 7 months old, The child was even more clever than others his age. Now he could clearly say the words, eat and go, a typical little rascal. Old Madame Chung noticed and pulled Zhou Jiao aside into the courtyard, asking quietly, has the child always been with you? Do outsiders know he started talking at just over 6 months? Seeing her concern, Zhou Jiao quickly explained, don't worry, Auntie. He only learned these 2 words in the last couple of days, and these are the only words he knows. He can't walk yet, so it's perfectly normal. Old Madame Chung looked at her suspiciously, but seeing Zhou Jiao nod seriously, she smiled and said, even so, he's already different from ordinary children. Our Ping'an is destined to be extraordinary. You must protect him well, never let others find out. He's so well-nourished, no one would guess he's only 6 months old. If anyone asks about his birth date, just be vague. Zhou Jiao nodded in agreement, but inwardly she sighed. She wasn't worried about her son being precocious. What really concerned her was that he might have inherited Zhang Guoqing's unusual strength. That would be impossible to hide. Her mother-in-law said that Zhang Guoqing's strength only became obvious after he turned 1, but Zhou Jiao had already noticed Ping'an was very strong. He could carry a whole bag of wooden toys as if it were nothing. Especially when nursing, his strength was astonishing. She didn't dare tell anyone. Tall trees catch the wind, only those who keep a low profile can live in peace. With her grandfather's example before her, she knew she had to be careful. The name Ping'an Peace reflected all her hopes and wishes for her child's future. At the dinner table, Zhou Xiaozheng listened to the conversation, occasionally chiming in. He noticed Ping'an sitting on Zhang Guoqing's lap, those big eyes never stopping their curious gaze. Whenever someone spoke, the child would respond with ah sounds, just as Zhou Jiao had said, a real little chatterbox. When Ping'an tried to grab the chopsticks, Zhou Xiaozheng gently patted his hand. The tiny child actually called out eat, which surprised him. He immediately glanced around to see if anyone else noticed, but everyone was engrossed in conversation and missed the little episode. He looked again. Zhang Guoqing put a finger to his lips and shushed the child, and to his amazement, Ping'an really did stop talking. Witnessing this, Zhou Xiaozheng's thoughts wandered. Was his own Jiao Jiao this precocious at that age? Did she babble and understand others' expressions so early? He regretted missing out on those years of her growing up. He reached out to take the child, gently stroking Ping'an's little head. Faced with the child's innocent smile and sweet demeanor, he couldn't help but laugh. He really was just like his Jiao Jiao, not shy at all. Although Zhou Xiaozheng didn't say anything, Zhang Guoqing, knowing his father-in-law's personality, couldn't help but think to himself, his father-in-law must be imagining the child takes after his precious daughter. Any good trait Ping'an showed, Zhou Xiaozheng would attribute to Zhou Jiao, just like his own parents always said the child took after him. Such is the heart of every parent. After dinner, the Chung family left. Zhou Xiaozheng stayed behind with his wife and son-in-law to keep Zhao Chuangguang and his wife company, then took Zhou Jiao and the child into the study. In the study, Zhou Xiaozheng looked over his daughter and nodded in satisfaction. Dad, I really haven't lost weight. Other than missing you, I've been living comfortably, so much so that I'm starting to mold from idleness. Dad, what do you think about me finding a job? Zhou Jiao asked, clinging to his arm playfully. Zhou Xiaozheng smiled and shook his head, pointing at Ping'an in his arms. Are you really willing to leave the child? Ping'an is already so smart at such a young age. You need to spend more time with him. I missed out on your childhood and don't want you to have the same regrets. Once you start working, you won't have time for him. At least wait until he can clearly express himself. Zhou Jiao nodded. She had always hesitated because of the child. Why didn't you hire another nanny after the last one left? Can you manage on your own? Zhou Xiaozheng weighed Ping'an in his arms, looking at his daughter with concern. There are too many secrets at home. Having an outsider would be troublesome. Besides, there's not much housework anyway. I send heavy clothes and bedding out for washing, and Xiao Wu prepares the meals before work. Sometimes we eat at the cafeteria. Xiao Wu's older sister also comes by to help tidy up. Don't worry. Whether I hire a nanny or not, I'm not overworked. Zhou Jiao saw her speak so lightly and shook his head with a smile. How could she not be tired? Just taking care of this little one was already exhausting. If only they didn't live so far apart, Aunt Chen could help. He didn't trust just any outsider. Bring more things for your eldest aunt this time. Has anyone from your in-laws' side caused trouble? Last time you mentioned something about Zhang Guoqing and the Huang family. What exactly happened? You two went too easy on them. Zhou Jiao recalled the outcome mentioned in her letter and was dissatisfied. His son-in-law was still too soft, only thunderous action can keep trouble at bay. Haha, Zhou Jiao giggled. They don't know it was Xiao Wu and his second brother who set things up. Old man Huang personally came to apologize and ask my father-in-law for help. The family ignored him, especially my mother-in-law. When she found out Huang Lauda dared to use her son's name, she was so angry she wouldn't even speak to her eldest daughter-in-law. Later, Xiao Wu's eldest brother asked him not to get involved with the Huang family. He owed them a favor, but that didn't mean his brothers had to suffer for it. Zheng Lauer said his eldest brother had already fallen out with his wife over this. The two brothers didn't want their big brother to be wronged, so they gave Huang Lauda a favor and sent him off somewhere far away. Zhou Jiao snorted. The Zhang family really knows how to play the game. That rotten idea must have come from Zhang Lauer. By sending the guy away, their eldest brother no longer owes the Huang family, and living in the county, he won't be bothered anymore, right? Xiao Wu, that silly boy. Dad, it's fine, I know what I'm doing. We hardly interact with them now. Each family has split up and lives separately. Other than supporting the elders, there not really are. Before Zhou Jiao could finish, she heard, go. Ping'an pointed outside and shouted. This made Zhou Xiaozheng and his daughter burst out laughing. You can't go. Be good, I'll give you something to eat, Zhou Xiaozheng said to him. The child stared at his hand with big eyes, and he immediately realized Ping'an wanted food. Our Ping'an is really smart. You should focus on raising him well. Don't get involved in the Zheng family's affairs anymore. Now that the two brothers both have jobs, supporting their families won't be a problem. Just live your own life well. Zhou Xiaozheng reminded his daughter again, still worried. Zhou Jiao nodded and followed him out of the study. She had originally wanted to ask about the Lynn family, but her little troublemaker had interrupted her plans. Tomorrow. After being forced by Zhou Xiaozheng to rest at home for a day, Zhou Jiao once again set out on a journey with her family and relatives. After 2 days and 1 night, the group finally arrived at the water town in Jiangnan, the Gu family's ancestral home. Stone lions, vermilion gates, upturned eaves, decorative screen walls, and brick carvings on the roof. Despite the passage of time, the grandeur of this courtyard still shines through. With its rock gardens, pavilions, winding paths, and deep courtyards, stepping inside feels like traveling back in time, as if you've crossed into another era. Accompanied by staff, both families listened in silence as old Madame Cheng reminisced about the past. Scene after scene from her memories was vividly etched in everyone's mind. This was the ancestral residence of a great family, a centuries-old building where generations of the Gu family's main branch had lived. Now, without the bustle of people, the vast courtyards, shrouded by ancient trees and rockeries, seemed eerily quiet. Standing in the main hall, Zhou Xiaozheng gazed outside and let out a long sigh. And you've worked so hard all these years. He couldn't say any more. Back then, the ancestral home had been ransacked by the clan, and most of the furnishings now were restored pieces. Over the decades, the cost of repairs and maintenance had been astronomical, not to mention the effort the Cheng family had put in. Without old Madame Cheng, this old house could never have been preserved so perfectly. What hard work. This is my family home, the place where I grew up, old Madame Cheng replied, her tone heavy. Since entering the house, she had already taken her medicine once. Old Master Cheng watched her nervously, afraid she'd get too emotional. Now that they'd finished touring the main courtyard, he hesitated, unsure whether to continue to the side wings. After a short rest, old Master Cheng quietly discussed with his wife, let's go prepare things to pay our respects to your parents. How about letting Xiaozheng take the children to look around? Hearing this, Old Madame Cheng looked at Zhou Jiao. Seeing him nod, she said, "If you have any questions, ask old Gu at the gatehouse. He used to work for our family. He knows a lot." Zhou Jiao nodded. Though called a helper, old Gu was really a servant. His mother, Gu Mingzhu, had saved him as an orphan, and he'd taken the Gu surname, running errands for Zhou's grandfather. He knew everything about the Gu family. Zhou Jiao had looked into old Gu beforehand. Now in his 80s, the old man had stubbornly guarded the ancestral home all these years, just to help Zhou's mother, Gu Mingzhu, keep the family legacy. He was a good man. Though he now had many children and grandchildren, he still believed that his young mistress and her husband would one day return. When he learned of their deaths, he stayed on for the sake of their missing child, helping old Madame Cheng secretly investigate the child's whereabouts. That morning, when he saw Zhou Jiao, old Gu hobbled over on the leg that had been broken by the Gu clan, wailing in pain, blaming himself for failing to protect the family's belongings, all of which had been stolen. He repeatedly warned the young mistress to beware of those people. His eldest grandson followed, explaining that the old man was a bit senile. He'd never met Gu Mingzhu, but even if the old man was confused, Gu Mingzhu always lived in his heart. To Zhou Jiao, who looked just like her grandmother, not only old Gu, but all the elderly people they met along the way, called out in tears. Faced with such a loyal servant, Zhou Jiao was moved to tears. The investigation reports on paper felt so trivial compared to meeting the old man in person. Her heart ached deeply. After seeing off the Chung family, Zhou Jiao arranged a meeting time with the staff and watched them leave happily, smiling knowingly to himself. He no longer cared about what others thought. Since the family had agreed to sign the loan agreement, they wouldn't go back on their word. Besides, since the authorities had agreed to designate the house as a memorial tourist site and preserve its original state, he had no objections, especially since the lease was only for 10 years. Perhaps it would always remain a tourist site. "Dad, should we stick to the plan?" Zhou Jiao asked quickly once everyone else had left, leaving just the three of them. "Yes. It's only safe now. If we wait, we might not get another chance. Xiao Wu, guard the entrance and don't let anyone near the embroidery tower. I'll take Jiao to look for the mechanism." Following Zhou Xiaozheng's instructions, Zhang Guoqing hurried outside. His heart pounding, he was sure someone was watching their family this time. Standing at the entrance, he grew uneasy, so he calmed himself and focused on his surroundings. Apart from the faint coughing from the gatehouse, the only sound was his own breathing. Instinctively, he glanced at the lush ancient trees in the distance and began to stroll around the main path, pretending to be curious as he looked around. Secretly, he hoped Zhou Jiao and her father would hurry up. The eerie old house was giving him the creeps. Muttering to himself, Zhang Guoqing walked along the main path, observing each courtyard. If history hadn't changed, Zhou Jiao might really have been a proper young lady, needing to be carried in a sedan chair just to tour the inner residence. The thought made him chuckle. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaozheng led Zhou Jiao toward the embroidery tower. Though called an embroidery tower, it was now empty. Aside from a couch and an embroidery frame, there was nothing else. Even though old Madame Cheng had described it before, seeing it with their own eyes left the father and daughter disappointed. The only witness to Gu Mingzhu's embroidery skills was now just an empty shell. The two-story building was nothing but a bare frame. "Don't just stand there. Watch my steps." Zhou Xiaozheng's voice snapped Zhou Jiao out of her thoughts. Inside the rockery, Zhou Xiaozheng activated a hidden mechanism, pulled Zhou Jiao inside, and carefully stepped on the floor tiles according to a secret sequence. After a while, nothing happened. "Dad, let me try." Zhou Xiaozheng shook his head, then suddenly his eyes lit up. He pulled Zhou Jiao over and whispered, "Your grandmother could open it by herself. Maybe it has to do with weight. Be careful not to trigger any traps." He nervously shielded Zhou Jiao, holding her right hand so he could pull her away if anything happened. With a faint click, the floor tiles parted, revealing a staircase. Zhou Xiaozheng took the cloth strips, matches, and candles Zhou Jiao handed him and tested them. There's a vent, we can go straight in. Walk slowly and remember your grandmother's warnings. Okay. Dad, be careful and follow right behind me. As Zhou Jiao spoke, the two of them descended a few steps and the passage above slowly closed. Sure enough, from the outside you couldn't tell there was a door. On the ground were two boxes with an old-fashioned lantern on top. Some porcelain was scattered nearby. These were left by your grandparents as a precaution to throw people off. Pack everything up. Once we're done, we'll destroy the mechanism. This place won't be used again. Zhou Jiao didn't dare make a sound and nodded quickly. The echo in the basement gave her goosebumps, and any excitement about treasure hunting was gone. After packing up, she instinctively stuck close to Zhou Xiaozheng. No matter how grand the old house was, she didn't dare live in it. She wondered how, back then, the Gu family managed the inner residence with just 3 masters and a grand aunt. No wonder even bodyguards couldn't keep the place safe. Heh. Zhou Xiaozheng looked at his daughter and couldn't help but laugh out loud. His laughter echoed through the passage, and Zhou Jiao quickly gestured for her father to stop. Wasn't this scary enough already? She shot him a sidelong glance, then mustered her courage and stepped up to the mechanism. If Zhou Xiaozheng wasn't worried about giving themselves away, he would have laughed even harder. He'd always thought his Jiao was fearless, but it turned out she was still his delicate little princess. With Zhou Xiaozheng's guidance, Zhou Jiao soon managed to open the door beside her. As soon as they stepped out, they saw a wide passageway, just big enough for a small cart to pass through. Zhou Jiao forgot her fear and exclaimed softly, "Dad, look." Zhou Xiaozheng was surprised too. He hadn't expected that, among the 3 secret chambers mentioned so offhandedly in his mother's will, this one would actually be so large. When he saw the door behind them slowly closing, he quickly pulled Zhou Jiao closer. After a moment, when nothing happened, Zhou Xiaozheng crouched down to inspect the ground. He found a path paved with stone slabs leading forward, with old bricks filling in the corners of the walls. Clearly, this basement had been built by the Gu family's ancestors. "Stay behind me," he instructed. By this point, there shouldn't be any more danger, no traps on the floor. Zhou Xiaozheng thought of how cautious he'd been and couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. Still, just in case, he kept his daughter behind him, moving ahead quietly and lighting the lanterns on the wall as he went. "Dad, this is under the back garden," Zhou Jiao said softly, noticing he'd stopped to look up at the ceiling. "I'm checking the vents. No one's been down here for decades, but it's still in good condition. There must be some trick to it." Before Zhou Jiao could respond, she spotted a wheelbarrow propped up in the corner ahead and quickly tugged at Zhou Xiaozheng. He stepped forward to examine it. The tire was still rubber, so it couldn't be that old, likely used by his mother, Gu Mingzhu. Carrying the lantern, the father and daughter continued along the tunnel. Zhou Xiaozheng silently estimated their direction and distance. When they reached a bend, he stopped. "We've passed the back garden. This leads toward the main courtyard. We're almost at the secret chamber your grandmother mentioned. Want to take a break before we go on?" "Huh. Dad, are you kidding me?" Zhou Jiao nudged him to keep moving. This was no time for her father to get distracted. She lowered her voice. "Dad, do you really think the exit is in the study in the main courtyard? Did you notice the floor tiles in the study? A lot of them don't match. Do you think someone's already dug around there? I didn't want to ask Great-Aunt earlier. Did she mention anything to you?" Zhou Xiaozheng praised her. "My daughter's so clever." The old lady didn't mention it, probably because it's tied to the cost of repairs. "Look, the courtyard's been emptied out. Even after the liberation, when she got the place back, it must have cost a fortune. I bet she spent all her private savings on it. We'll have to make up for it when we get back to Beijing. If even your grandmother's courtyard was dug up, the study's no exception. Who knows if that exit still works? We'll have to check it later." Zhou Jiao nodded. If there was only one exit, she'd never let her dad come in here. If they both got trapped, that would be a disaster. As they spoke, a wide platform appeared ahead. 2 old, antique carts stood alone in the corner, with weathered straw still on them. As they approached, 2 massive stone doors blocked their way. "We're here." Zhou Jiao let out a breath of relief. they'd finally reached the secret chamber mentioned in her grandmother Gu Mingju's will. "Dad, don't move. Let me check the door first." Zhou Jiao grinned at her father. She didn't want to admit it, but she really liked these two stone doors. They were even more appealing than gold, so solid and secure. If anyone ever messed with her, she could just drop the doors on them and take out a whole crowd. Zhou Xiaozheng had no idea that his daughter, who'd been so timid just moments ago, could have such ruthless thoughts. He just smiled indulgently and patted her head. "All right, I'll wait. Xiao Wu is outside. We don't have to worry about time." Hearing this, Zhou Jiao reluctantly patted the door, feeling a little regretful. Worried that Zhang Guoqing might be anxious outside, she quickly moved to stand beside her father, waiting for him to open the door. Zhou Xiaozheng shook his head with a smile and followed the method Gu Mingju had left behind. Breaking the Bagua formation was easy for him. He didn't even need instructions to open these doors. With his movements, the two stone doors slowly slid back into the walls. Zhou Jiao barely had time to marvel before she saw what lay beyond. The secret chamber was packed with wooden chests and antique shelves, so full that only she and her father could squeeze into the doorway. There wasn't even room to stretch a leg inside. Zhou Jiao pressed her hand to her forehead in exasperation and looked at her father. Zhou Xiaozheng couldn't hold back his laughter any longer. He patted her head. "Hurry up and pack it up. For a centuries-old family, this is already not much. I've seen even bigger secret chambers abroad. That's really something. If you can't fit it all, just take less." "Dad, don't scare me. You weren't a master thief, were you? That's way too dangerous." Zhou Xiaozheng burst out laughing. His Jiao Jiao really had an imagination. Zhou Jiao shook her head at him in mock exasperation. His sense of humor was too easy. She took out pen and paper and said, "We can fit it all, but it's kind of overwhelming. Dad, you open the chests. I'll keep a record so we know what's here." "What's the point? It's all yours anyway. You can look through it whenever you have time." Zhou Xiaozheng stopped laughing and shook his head. He only had one child. What wasn't hers? "Dad, that won't do. I'll have younger siblings in the future. Don't even think like that. You've already given me enough to last 10 lifetimes. Don't give me these two." Seeing her shake her head so vigorously, Zhou Xiaozheng worried her little head might fall off. "All right, we'll put them in your name for now. We'll talk about the future when it comes." Seeing her happily directing him to open the chests, he just let her be. Her happiness was all that mattered. Siblings? This child really thought too much. He'd never planned to have another child. Who else but Jiao Jiao was qualified to inherit the Zhou and Gu family legacies? Who else could have inherited the strengths of both his parents? Who could guarantee the next child wouldn't take after the Lynn family? He already owed his daughter so much. How could he burden her with the responsibilities of an eldest daughter by having more children in his old age? Impossible. As for the family bloodline, Zhang Guoqing wasn't the eldest son anyway. He'd already agreed privately with his in-laws that, in the future, no matter if Jiao Jiao's children were boys or girls, two would be registered under his name. The in-laws agreed, even if Xiao Wu only had one child, that child would carry both the Zhang and Zhou family names. That was what he appreciated most about the Zhang family. They were truly decent people. Zhou Jiao had no idea what her father was thinking. At that moment, she said worriedly, "Dad, do you think my great-uncle left on purpose earlier? Grandma is really too honest. If that letter had fallen into someone else's hands, wouldn't our family's things have been cleaned out? And if we have this much, wouldn't great-uncle's family have even more? Don't criticize your grandmother." "So, what if your great-uncle did it on purpose? The two of us left empty-handed, and they were watching us the whole way. Even if they're suspicious, they won't find anything. The Qing family has some assets, but not much. Of the Zhou, Gu, and Cheng families, the Qings mainly ran academies. Our Zhou family served as officials and always kept clean hands, and the Qings even made a lot of donations in the past. If anyone was truly wealthy, it was your grandmother's Gu family. They had 2 ocean-going ships back in the Qing dynasty." As Zhou Xiaozheng spoke, he opened several chests, all filled with yellowed pearls. Not convinced, he went to the corner and opened another, full of silver dollars and gold. Truly, pearls as common as dirt, gold as plentiful as iron. It seemed the Gu ancestors had been quite shrewd when forming their alliance with the other families. Thinking of the Cheng family, Zhou Jiao shook his head. He didn't want to think ill of them. Wealth could tempt anyone, but old Lady Cheng had always treated him sincerely. He could feel it. As Zhou Jiao watched him open chest after chest, her heart pounded. No wonder the Gu family had been driven to ruin. She'd thought that after lending out 10,000 taels of gold, the secret chamber would just hold some family heirlooms, valuable porcelain, and a bit of silk. Who would have guessed so much was left? Dad, do you think the other two places also hold Zhou family assets? Zhou Jiao had wondered about that too, but his mother hadn't left any clues. They'd have to wait for another chance to check. No great family could have been wiped out as thoroughly as the rumors claimed. The Zhou family couldn't have been reduced to ashes. Your grandfather definitely knew the family's true assets. The Zhou family didn't have much gold or silver, but there must be plenty of ancient books and paintings. We'll see when we check the other two places. For now, don't touch them. Got it? And when we leave, watch for my signal. I'm sure we're being followed. I'll be careful. I'll discuss everything with you first, never act on my own. And Dad, don't let anything slip in front of Great Aunt. I'm not worried about her, just about those cousins and aunts. When it's time to repay favors, I'll do it, but only if our family's safety is guaranteed. Zhou Jiao happily patted her head. Like father, like daughter, they were truly on the same wavelength. After tidying up and erasing any traces, Zhou Jiao tried the mechanism leading to the study, but it really couldn't be opened anymore. He led Zhou Jiao back the way they came, destroyed the mechanism, and the two exchanged relieved smiles. Now, no one would ever discover the Gu family's secret. On their way back, they ran into Zhang Guoqing, and the three of them returned to the main courtyard. In the study, Zhou Jiao and his daughter burst out laughing when they took the wet handkerchief Zhang Guoqing handed them. They'd just cleaned up, but Zhang Guoqing had already anticipated everything. He really was a clever man. Zhou Jiao lingered, looking around the study. Aside from the books old Lady Cheng had managed to recover and a set of repaired antique furniture, no matter how much they restored it, it could never be as it once was. This was where his mother and grandfather had handled family affairs, her favorite place. Here, Gu Mingzu learned to write, to manage the family business. Here, she and his father had fallen in love. These things should be left for visitors to see. Let's go, Ping'an must be getting restless. With that, Zhou Jiao took one last, lingering look around. Special. May 2nd is the shared birthday of Zhou Jiao and his daughter Zhou Jiao. 18 years ago, on this day, Zhou Jiao welcomed the most precious treasure of his life, his beloved daughter. Coincidentally, 42 years ago, on this same day, his mother gave birth to him in despair after losing her husband. That morning, father and daughter stood before the graves of Zhou Jinyu and Gu Mingzhu, burning paper offerings with heavy hearts. This was their private time to grieve and heal. Once they returned down the mountain, life would have to begin anew. The dead are gone, but the living must carry on. After the tears and the pain, life still goes on. Back down the mountain, their driver took them to a restaurant. The private room was already filled with 3 tables of guests, all waiting quietly for the father and daughter to arrive. This time, aside from the Cheng family, Zhao Chuangguang and his wife, and a few of Zhou Xiaozheng's closest friends, the Lynn family was still absent. Was it arranged by old Madame Cheng, or did Lin Lishan simply not invite them? Neither Zhou Xiaozheng nor his daughter bothered to ask. Old Master Lin was away on business, perhaps deliberately avoiding this gathering. Without him, the Lin family and the Zhou family seemed even more estranged. Throughout the banquet, old Madame Cheng and Lin Lishan took care of all the arrangements. Zhou Xiaozheng and his daughter only received notice this morning before they left. Everything seemed both expected and unexpected. You're here. Come, have some noodles first. Eat them for a long, happy life. Old Madame Cheng greeted them with a smile as they entered. Sorry we're late. When did everyone else get here? Zhou Xiaozheng supported the old lady gently and greeted the guests. After Zhou Jiao sat down, She kept an eye on her mother, Lynn, but seeing nothing unusual, she let the matter drop. Zhou Jiao took a symbolic bite of noodles, then quickly put down his chopsticks and said, "Everyone, please don't stand on ceremony. We're all family here. Auntie, let's start serving the dishes." "Zheng Ji, we're not in a hurry. You and Jiao finish your noodles first. These were made by old Madame Cheng herself. Noodles cooked by elders will bring you a long life," someone chimed in. Listening to the banter, Zhou Jiao noticed several friends had come alone. "Why didn't you bring your families? These next few days, I'll need you to look after Guang and his wife. I'm heading south, but we'll be back soon." The wives couldn't get away from work. "We'll all gather again tonight. Zheng Ji, don't forget to show up on time." Last night, everyone had gathered and finalized the schedule for the next few days. After the birthday banquet, the whole family, except for Lynn, who had to stay behind for a troupe performance, would head south with the Changs to the old family home in Jiang and to pay their respects to their ancestors. What would happen with the Lin family after returning to Beijing was a problem for another day. Zhou Jiao noticed her parents never mentioned asking her to visit old Madame Lin, Gu Rui, so she played dumb and kept quiet. At that moment, watching Zhao Chuangguang jokingly propose a toast, Zhou Jiao's eyes flickered with an idea. Since her godparents were staying at the guest house that night, she'd go with them and come home late, avoiding the Lin sisters, Xuejing, and the others. As the banquet went on and the drinks flowed, the atmosphere grew even more lively. Zhao Chuangguang was a natural at keeping things festive, and soon everyone was laughing and joking. Especially when Zhang Guoqing brought out his gift, everyone burst into laughter. Even Zhou Jiao hadn't known he'd prepared a wooden carving of her as a child, wearing a princess dress and riding on her father's shoulders, with her father holding up a candied hawthorn stick. She couldn't help but laugh at the sight. Zhao Chuangguang clapped his hands and raised his glass, grinning. "Baby, isn't your little sister beautiful? Do you like it? Xiao Wu, empty out your bag, let's see what else you've got in there." "Godfather, you've got sharp eyes," Zhang Guoqing replied with a smile. He carefully unwrapped some newspaper, revealing a set of egg carvings with portraits of the 5 family members and a set of colorful clay figurines. "This is such a great idea. Even better than a family photo. Honey, should we get a set too?" "Xiao Wu, did you make these on your last trip to D-City?" Zhang Guoqing nodded at Zhao Chuangguang. With so many people around, he didn't say much, but aside from his godfather's family, he'd only prepared gifts for those he had photos of. These crafts took time. He'd paid in advance and had them shipped over. The sets for Zhao Chuangguang and his parents would take another half-month to finish. Huang Huimin's attention was on the women's table. The Cheng daughters-in-law, worried Zhao Chuangguang would be busy with meetings, were inviting her to go shopping. They were discussing yesterday's grand May Day celebrations, making her regret arriving a day late. When her husband called to her, she smiled and turned back to listen in on the conversation. Lynn noticed her regretful look and thought she felt the same way. She leaned in and whispered, "I want to go to Jiang'an too. I'm planning to leave on the 6th. Stay a few days and we'll go together." Huang Huimin was surprised, then realized she didn't actually have to wait. Her sister-in-law was in Haisher, so she could go anytime. Still, the idea of going with a lively group was tempting. "Let's wait until Guang finishes his meetings, then we'll go together. We can arrange to meet up with Zheng Ji later." Lin Lishan's eyes curved into happy crescents. At another table, Zhou Jiao was busy returning red envelopes and accepting gifts, thanking everyone as she carefully opened each present. This was the only birthday party she'd ever had in 2 lifetimes. In her previous life, aside from Zhang Guoqing celebrating with her, she never marked her birthday. For others, birthdays were a time for family reunion and joy, but for her, it was the day she suffered into this world. What was there to celebrate? But now, on this May 2nd that spanned both her lives, with her father by her side, everything was different. She was grateful to the heavens, grateful to her grandmother Gu Mingzhu. For the first time, she felt the warmth of family on this day. What touched Zhou Jiao most was the longevity noodles personally made by old Madame Cheng, and the 2 necklaces with pendants inlaid with photos of her and her father. She'd eaten and made longevity noodles many times before, but aside from Zhang Guoqing and Zhou Jiao, no one had ever made them for her birthday. This bowl from old Madame Chung was filled with deep affection. At that moment, she thought of her grandmother far away in the northeast, and of Zhou Shui, now in prison. For 17 years, everyone had deliberately forgotten her birthday. Every September 9th, Zhou Shui would receive red eggs from Grandma Zhou, and when she'd flaunt them, how did Zhou Jiao feel? Facing Grandma Zhou's guilty face, Zhou Jiao just smiled and shook her head. Year after year, she'd gotten used to it and didn't care anymore. But life hadn't taught her the ways of the world, nor how to see through people's hearts. Zhang Guoqing squeezed her hand gently. Zhou Jiao snapped out of her thoughts and smiled at him. This man understood her so well. He noticed even the slightest change in her mood. Thinking of how he visited her grandmother every month, she smiled again. What a silly man. When the old gatekeeper, Lao Gu, saw Zhou Xiaozheng and the other 2, his attention was still focused on Zhou Jiao. He kept smiling respectfully, chattering on about how the young lady had finally returned, and now he could finally go home. Zhou Xiaozheng silently watched the scene before him, looking at the elderly man and feeling a pang of emotion at how cruel the passage of time could be. After bidding farewell to the grandfather and grandson, the 3 of them left the courtyard, taking one last look back at the house behind them. They walked down the street. After a while, Zhou Xiaozheng glanced at his son-in-law, only to notice that the young couple had already picked up on something. He felt quietly pleased. They're here. They still followed us after all, Zhou Xiaozheng thought with disdain as he shot a glance behind him. With tracking skills like that, they weren't even embarrassed to show their faces. He curled his lips slightly, deliberately leading his daughter and son-in-law into the crowd. A thin, dark-skinned young man hesitated for a moment, then quickly followed. At this point, Zhou Xiaozheng caught sight of the man out of the corner of his eye and immediately recognized that he wasn't a professionally trained operative. Zhou discreetly reached out with his right hand and rubbed his left ear. Zhang Guoqing and Zhou Jiao, both sharp-eyed, exchanged a look. They picked up on the oddity of Zhou Xiaozheng's gesture. The 2 of them smiled at each other and continued to follow Zhou Xiaozheng, acting as if nothing was amiss as they watched the crowd around them. From the shadows, a man emerged. If Zhou Jiao saw him, she would have recognized him immediately. It was Uncle Wang, whom she had just met a few days ago. He made a hand gesture to someone nearby, noticing that the person was heading toward the old house. Satisfied, he smiled, glanced again in the direction of Zhou Xiaozheng and the others, shook his head with a smile, and, carrying a lunchbox, strolled over to the thin young man. They walked for quite a while. When they reached the intersection and were about to turn, the man who had left earlier appeared ahead of them, having taken a shortcut, and gave Uncle Wang a subtle shake of his head. Uncle Wang swung his mesh bag with a smile. The 2 didn't make contact. The man in the distance, seeing this, turned and left in another direction. Elsewhere on the street, Zhang Guoqing bent down to tie his shoelaces. Looking back, he saw that the man was no longer following them. He frowned slightly. Why did he still feel like someone was watching his back? Stop dawdling, let's hurry home. The child will be crying soon. Zhou Xiaozheng said with a smile to his son-in-law, then took Zhou Jiao's hand and strode forward. Dad, wait for me. Zhang Guoqing saw his father-in-law's expression and immediately knew he'd planned everything in advance. He grinned and hurried to catch up. Zhou Jiao noticed that apart from the 3 of them, only a couple was walking ahead. She shot Zhang Guoqing a look, signaling him not to ask anything. Once they returned to Beijing, her father would naturally explain everything. It wasn't that she was paranoid, but being in a strange place made her extra cautious. She was already suspicious when old Master Cheng returned to the guest house early, let alone now that someone was following them. Zhou Jiao sighed inwardly. This time, her father had made such a big show of things that everyone knew their family had come south. She knew trouble was bound to happen, and sure enough, it did. The only question was, which side was behind it? "It's nothing, just a few small fry," Zhou Jiao said quietly to Zhou Jiao. Since he'd planned to visit the old house, he'd already set things up. With his daughter around, pulling the wool over people's eyes was child's play. This was the perfect opportunity to show those rats hiding in the shadows what he was capable of. Zhou Jiao hadn't appeared in front of those people for a long time. Apparently, many had started to forget about him. This time, he would use ruthless means to show those greedy bastards that the Gu family's fortune wasn't so easy to covet. Seeing her father's relaxed and cheerful expression, Zhou Jiao smiled and nodded. As long as her father could handle it, she had nothing to worry about. Little did she realize that, before long, her loving father would have a few more lives on his hands. Uncle Wang Dawei followed the thin young man to a small courtyard. He didn't go in, but watched from a distance as the man entered. About 10 minutes later, the man came out again, now carrying a cloth bag. Wang Dawei thought for a moment, still standing in the corner. When the man left, he fixed his gaze on the gray brick house. If he was right, the owner of this house wasn't the mastermind behind the scenes. Soon, an elderly man came out. His hair was white, and he looked like he had one foot in the grave, but he still walked briskly and energetically. Wang Dawei noticed that before leaving, the old man poked his head out and looked around carefully, confirming that he was the contact who had just met with the thin young man. Seeing how cautious he was, Wang Dawei followed from a distance. After 2 blocks, he watched as the old man went to the post office to send a telegram and mail 2 letters. Wang Dawei checked the time on his watch and made a mental note, but didn't rush into the post office. He continued to tail the old man, watching him stroll around and eat at a restaurant. He couldn't help but chuckle. The old man was in a pretty good mood. As the afternoon work hours approached, the man working with Wang Dawei appeared. Wang Dawei quickly gave him a few instructions, left him to keep an eye on the old man, and hurried off to find his comrades to check the telegram and letters the old man had sent. A little after 3 in the afternoon, Wang Dawei put away a note, said goodbye to his comrade, and went to meet his partner. In front of the square, Wang Dawei and his companion sat by a flower bed. There's nothing unusual at Brother Zhang's ancestral home. He left at noon, and the old gatekeeper, Lao Gu, and his grandson went home afterward. No one was seen at the front or side gates. I asked around and found out that there aren't many Gu family members left. Most are either dead or have moved away. That old man just now is also a Gu. He's the only surviving male of the Gu family's second branch. The rest of the second branch is dead. He has only one daughter, who married into a good family in Haishur. She doesn't usually come back or interact with people here. Behind his back, people call him Old Coffin. I followed him home this afternoon and didn't see him go out again. Wang Dawei asked, "Did you find out his son-in-law's surname? What does he do? How many times a year does his daughter visit? Does anyone else visit the old man? Any close contacts? Anyone he gets along with?" Of course I checked. The son-in-law's surname is Liu. The old man calls him Shaoqing, but no one knows his full name. Supposedly, he's a senior technician at a clothing factory, probably a machine repairman or pattern maker. The old man and his son-in-law don't get along because of inheritance issues, so even the grandchildren haven't visited in the past 2 years. The strangest thing is, the old man has no friends. He's so stingy, he won't even let anyone take a single scallion from his yard, and he often eats out. Behind his back, the neighbors curse him, calling him Old Immortal and Old Coffin, wishing he'd hurry up and die. Wang Dawei stopped listening to the gossip and started thinking. Now that he'd figured out what the old man had sent and to where, he wondered what the old guy was up to at his age. He couldn't take anything with him when he died. He sneered. Just as Brother Zhang expected, these people just wouldn't give up. If there really were some great treasure in the Gu family's old house, the Japanese would have found it long ago. How could it still be there now? Standing up, Wang Dawei patted his companion on the shoulder. "I have to rush back to work tomorrow, so I'll leave the rest to you. Just keep an eye on Brother Zhang's safety. Come on, I might as well go back with you. Brother Zhang has bodyguards with him. There's no need for me to protect him, are you kidding? Protecting a king of soldiers. Wang Dawei burst out laughing. All right, let's see what Brother Zhang says tonight. Looks like there's nothing much going on here, but it wouldn't do if no one's watching things in Beijing. Brother Zhang will leave after paying his respects tomorrow. There's not much point in me staying. If you're worried, I can send a couple of old buddies to keep an eye on the old house. No need. The old house will be handed over after tomorrow, Wang Dawei said quickly, pulling him away. He didn't understand why Zhou Xiaoying was giving up the old house so easily, but with two families in Beijing eyeing it, maybe it was best to let the trouble go. People die for wealth, birds die for food. Who knew how many others were watching in secret? It never hurt to be careful. Chief, you're finally back. You lied to me again. Before Zhou Jiao even entered the guest house, she saw her father's bodyguard, secretary, and driver rushing out to greet her at the gate. Seeing the aggrieved look on Xiao Wang, the bodyguard's face, she struggled to hold back a laugh. Being her father's bodyguard was truly a tough job. But what could he do? He just happened to be assigned to her father, a chief who loved his freedom and hated having a little tail following him around. Stand up straight. Who lied to you? You all came with me to take care of business this afternoon, Zhou Xiaozhong said sternly, though his eyes were smiling. As Zhou Xiaozhong walked away, the bodyguard grinned at everyone and secretly made a funny face. Did the chief really think a stern face would scare him? He'd long since figured out that the chief was warm-hearted beneath his cold exterior. Zhang Guoqing stepped forward, patted the bodyguard's shoulder, and whispered, "Brother Wang, you're in trouble. Look at the glass up ahead." When the bodyguard immediately pulled a long face, Zhang burst out laughing and pulled Zhou Jiao inside. Why are you teasing him? Anyone who works with Dad has a tough time. Comrade Old Zhou's behavior is really not okay. He has to obey orders from his superiors and can't just go out alone. Zhou Xiaozhong immediately turned around and tapped Zhou Jiao on the head. Stop adding fuel to the fire. Go check on Ping'an. This afternoon, when you go out with your great-aunt and the others, be careful. Yes, Chief. You little rascal. In the lobby, old Madame Chung was sitting alone on a chair, smiling as she watched their playful banter. She stood up and said with a laugh, "You're back. We've been waiting for you to eat. Why are you here by yourself?" Zhou Xiaoying looked around and saw that, aside from the staff, no one else was there. Ping'an was fussing to go out and play, so they took him to the restaurant first. They just left. I stayed behind in case you couldn't find us. The group followed the old lady to the restaurant. The restaurant wasn't far from the guest house. Before long, they saw Chung Ruju holding Ping'an, standing at the entrance. Old Madame Chung hadn't finished telling Zhou Xiaozhong about tomorrow's ancestral rites when she heard Chung Ruju calling and Ping'an crying. Interrupted, she hurried forward. When Zhou Jiao heard her son's cries, she knew he was truly upset. She quickened her pace, took her struggling child into her arms, and smiled. "Auntie, has he been fussy?" "No, Ping'an's been very good, right? See, he's smiling now. This little guy's already had 2 bottles of formula since we got here. I saw he wanted an apple, so I peeled and mashed some for him after soaking it in hot water, but I didn't dare give him too much. You can give him some egg custard later." Zhou Jiao nodded with a smile. She'd already fed him some solid food and formula before they left. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so content with just a couple of spoonfuls. He would have insisted on grabbing the spoon himself. After lunch, everyone returned to the guest house. Before they even reached their rooms, Ping'an was already fast asleep in Zhang Guoqing's arms. Seeing this, Chung Ruju quickly pulled Zhou Jiao out for a stroll. Naps could wait, since they rarely came here. She was eager to go shopping. Old Madame Chung, worried, left Zhang Guoqing to watch the child and took the bodyguard along as they went out. She wasn't concerned about anything else, just that Zhou Jiao's face was too striking. If they ran into someone from the past, it might give some elderly person a fright. With a local leading the way, shopping was much easier for Zhou Jiao and Chung Ruju. They didn't have to ask for directions and could just enjoy themselves. The famous deli meats and dried tofu smelled delicious and looked even better, but they couldn't eat any more. There were all kinds of preserved fruits, sweet and tangy, refreshing and mouth-watering, but they couldn't try them all. The local pork floss was the perfect seasoning for children's food. All these delicacies made Zhou Jiao silently curse the mice, who kept an eye on her family. She wished they'd be hungry forever. After sampling the treats, Zhou Jiao couldn't help but look back at every shop they passed. Seeing the teasing looks from old Madame Cheng and her daughter, and hearing their jokes, she felt utterly defeated. Listlessly, Zhou Jiao followed them through the mall. When they started picking out fabric, she couldn't bear to watch and slipped away to angrily pick out some yarn instead. On the way back, the old lady bought them some fruit, which finally lifted Zhou Jiao's spirits a little. The next morning, 2 cars took them to the foot of a small hill. Looking up, the entire hillside was dotted with countless graves. This was the ancestral burial ground of the Gu family. Even a place with such good feng shui, with mountains and water, couldn't prevent the Gu family's decline. Old Madame Cheng left Sheng Ruzhu in the car to look after the child. In her many years, she'd come to believe that children were spiritually sensitive and shouldn't visit such places. They walked up the stone path to the center of the cemetery, stopping before the graves of Zhou Jiao's adoptive great-grandparents. Old Madame Cheng refused any help, and with tears in her eyes, she led Zhou Xiaozheng and Zhou Jiao in setting out incense, paper money, fruit, pastries, and wine. After kneeling and bowing, she began to whisper, "The children have come home." Kneeling on the ground, Zhou Jiao felt a little absent-minded. She understood the old lady's feelings. The 2 people buried here had raised her, their kindness as heavy as a mountain. But she herself was a cold-blooded person. Besides sadness and grief, she couldn't feel much else. She even found herself thinking about how to persuade the old lady to agree to move the graves. They burned paper money and pulled weeds. The old lady insisted on doing everything herself with Zhou Xiaozheng and Zhou Jiao, as if only by doing so could the 2 below rest in peace. Zhou Jiao stood up and looked around at the other graves, large and small. Some, it seemed, hadn't been visited even during Qiming festival, weeds covering their tombstones. She went to the graves of the Gu family ancestors and kowtowed to each one. For the blood of the Gu family that ran in her veins, and for the Gu family's property, she needed to show her respect to the ancestors. Old Master Cheng watched Zhou Jiao with satisfaction, stopping Zhou Xiaozheng from stepping forward and handing him some paper money to burn for the Gu ancestors. Unlike his wife, who only paid respects to her own parents, as the head of the Cheng family, he had always personally honored the Gu ancestors every year. Now, with the Gu bloodline finally continued, he felt he could face the ancestors of all 3 families and his own father underground. After the rites, old Madame Cheng's swollen eyes were smiling as if a great weight had been lifted. She happily had Zhou Xiaoeng light a long string of firecrackers. The crackling sound rang out, and through the smoke, her face looked especially joyful. Maybe to her, this really was a happy occasion. Walking down the path from the hill, the sight of the sprawling cemetery, the ancient trees, and the lake below filled Zhou Jiao with complicated feelings. Sometimes, being a prophet was no blessing. It seemed the Gu family's affairs were finally settled. The secret room, the old house, the ancestral rites, it was all over. But Zhou Jiao knew that beneath the calm, several pairs of eyes were still watching the old Gu residence. Her grandmother's donation papers might have blocked outsiders, but they couldn't stop those who knew the Gu family's secrets. Before getting in the car, she gazed deeply at the distant graves. "Don't look anymore. Let's go," Zhang Guoqing said, gently squeezing her hand, worry in his voice. He sighed inwardly. Everything seemed to be veering off course, beyond his expectations. Zhou Jiao gave him a brilliant smile. With him by her side, she felt unafraid. Whatever came next, they would face it together. As the sun set in the west, the group boarded the train, seeing off by the local officials. That night, they checked into the military district guest house in the middle of the night. As soon as Zhou Jiao entered her room, she finally relaxed and felt utterly exhausted. After a quick wash, she took her child and immediately went to sleep. She slept straight through till morning. When she woke up, she was still a bit groggy. It wasn't until her son's voice sounded in her ear that she fully came to. "You little rascal, where's your dad?" Zhou Jiao picked up her son to help him pee and noticed Zhang Guoqing wasn't in the room. She smiled and asked her child. By the time she'd settled her son, half an hour had already passed. Curious, she opened the door and saw that all the rooms across and beside hers were closed. She realized they'd been left behind here. After changing clothes, Zhou Jiao carried her child to the lobby. Before she could even ask, the receptionist handed her a note with a smile. After thanking her, she saw it was a message from Zhang Guoqing. He'd gone out with her father and the others. The old lady and her daughter had gone to visit an old friend. She was to wait at the guest house for her mother, her eldest aunt, and Zhao Chuangguang and his wife to arrive that afternoon. Zhou Jiao stared in disbelief. She hadn't read it wrong. They really had all come. Was this a group tour? Nobody had to work anymore? No wonder. Before leaving, her mother and the old lady had been whispering together, but would clam up as soon as they saw her. She'd even felt sorry for her mom a few times. What a waste of emotion. After breakfast with her son, Zhou Jiao didn't return to her room. She strolled over to the service center, planning to see if the goods at each military district service center were the same. Jiao Jiao, is that really you? What are you doing here? I heard from the others you'd be back in Beijing for May Day. Weren't you supposed to be in the capital? How come I didn't get the news? Zhou Jiao's shoulder was tapped, startling her. Before she could turn around, she heard a burst of chatter. No need to guess, it was Lynn, Zhao Yuan's friend, little Lindsay from the compound. Big Lindsay, well, that was her annoying older cousin. Slow down. I just got here last night with my dad and the others. Why didn't you go home for May Day? How long are you staying here? Zhou Jiao quickly shot back, or else she'd be the one getting interrogated next. At her words, Lynn's smile instantly turned into a pout. She shook her head and pulled Zhou Jiao into a quiet corner. Zhou Jiao hesitated. She really didn't want to hear other people's secrets, especially the Yi family's mess. But Lynn's low voice was already in her ear. My mom sent me here to keep my grandparents company. My grandma was so angry at my grandaunt that she collapsed. All my uncles and aunts are here now. It's a mess at my grandparents' house. I can't go home. My uncle even asked me to take care of the old folks. What a disaster. What was my grandpa thinking? Before Zhou Jiao could reply, she couldn't help but laugh. Where'd you pick up that "what a disaster" phrase? Careful, your mom might smack you if she hears it. Lynn burst out laughing. My grandaunt always starts with "what a disaster" whenever she talks. I've gotten used to it these days. Never mind my mom. Even my grandma would scold me if she heard. You know she can't stand the main branch. Zhou Jiao saw her gloomy face vanish in an instant and really admired this optimistic girl. If it were her, she'd never want to get involved in the elders' mess. How's your grandma's health? I'll visit her tonight. Lynn quickly waved her hands. Don't, please don't. My grandma cares a lot about face. If you show up and see my grandaunt, she'll scold me to death. Just pretend you don't know anything. Zhou Jiao patted her son, who was fidgeting in her arms, and frowned in hesitation. The first wife and the second wife are natural enemies, especially when the second wife was a homewrecker. Now all the first wife's children were here too. This was definitely a family civil war. She hated complicated family drama the most. If she visited and ran into a fight, wouldn't that be even more awkward? Don't think about it. Really, don't go. A few days ago, my cousin from my aunt's side came by, and my mom wouldn't even let him in. Sigh. They say family scandals shouldn't be aired in public, but who doesn't know our mess by now? Zhou Jiao nodded, then couldn't help but ask, though she regretted it as soon as she did, then why doesn't your grandpa let your grandaunt go back to her hometown? My grandaunt set her terms. She wants a job, and she wants her kids to live with my grandpa. If he agrees, she'll go back. Otherwise, no one gets any peace. Now you get it, right? I really can't go home. Who knows when my big brother will get leave? Even if he does, it's useless. I'm the only one with free time. Why am I so unlucky? If I'd known, I'd have died before getting on that train. Zhou Jiao held back a laugh and patted her. There was nothing she could say to that. Lynn saw the child in Zhou Jiao's arms getting restless and glanced at her watch. She quickly slapped her forehead and said, "My grandaunt's still waiting for me to buy soy sauce. I'll come find you tonight. You're at the guest house, right? I have to run." Zhou Jiao had just opened her mouth to reply, but Lynn was already running off. She thought to herself that next time, she'd have to grab her first, otherwise, there'd be no time to talk if anything came up. At that time, Zhou Jiao didn't know that this bright, cheerful girl was someone she would never see again in her life. Life is full of such surprises. Years later, when she heard of Lynn's death, she could never forget that red dress, those words, "What a disaster," and could never understand what kind of humiliation lay behind that brilliant smile, leading her to take her own life. Back at the guest house, she ran into the old lady and Qing Ruzhu, who had just returned. The three of them had lunch, and it wasn't until after 1 in the afternoon that Zhang Guoqing came back alone. "Where's Dad? Where did he and Uncle E go?" Zhang Guoqing replied with a smile, "At 2 this afternoon, Dad and Uncle E have a meeting. Cousin went to take care of some business. I still have to go pick up my godfather and the others." Old Lady Cheng hurried him along. "Grandma, I want to take Jiao Jiao with me. Can you look after Ping'an for us?" Zhang Guoqing looked at the old lady with a pitiful expression. "Don't be silly. Take Jiao Jiao with you. And remember to bring money." Qing Ruzhu watched the couple leave, shaking her head with a smile. "Those two really are close. They can't stand to be apart for a moment. Mom, you rest first. I'll look after the child when he wakes up." Childhood sweethearts, a perfect match, the old lady nodded approvingly. Zhou Jiao followed Zhang Guoqing outside and saw 2 cars parked not far away. She looked at him in surprise, and he smiled and nodded, making her so happy she gave him a thumbs up. After getting in the car, Zhang Guoqing whispered, "You were upset yesterday about not being able to stock up on supplies, right? Today, I made a point of saying I had to pick someone up at the station during lunch when there were a lot of people around. Sure enough, someone immediately brought over a ladder. Godfather's telegram said he'd arrive after 4 this afternoon. With the car today, we don't have to worry about being followed. Think about what you want to buy." Zhou Jiao thought for a moment and decided to just drive around and take a look. She didn't want to waste their alone time together just to buy some food. Besides, before heading back to the northeast this time, unless it was absolutely necessary, she wouldn't use her space. There was even less reason to waste time stocking up. Zhang Guoqing didn't object to Zhou Jiao's caution. Safety first, nothing was more important than his wife's safety. Besides, their family wasn't short on postage money anyway. Sitting in the car, looking at the streets and crowds she hadn't seen in less than half a year, everything seemed the same, but actually, things had changed. Most of the little bookstores were gone. There were fewer people lining up at expensive restaurants, and all the festive atmosphere of the new year had faded away. After picking up Zhao Chuangang and the other 3, the car returned to the guest house at 5 o'clock, just in time for dinner. After dinner, Old Cheng took his family to visit relatives. Zhou Xiaozhang started catching up with old friends with Zhao Chuangang, and Lynn Lishan dragged her daughter's family and Huang Huimin out for a shopping trip. Ran Xing rushed over, only to find Lynn nowhere in sight, and angrily cursed Zhou Jiao several times. At that moment, inside the car, Zhou Jiao sneezed twice in a row. Surprised and delighted by Huang Huimin and the others' arrival, she had completely forgotten about her appointment that evening. Zhang Guoqing quickly put his hand on her forehead. Feeling it wasn't hot, he frowned and asked, "Are you feeling cold?" Lynn Lishan, driving, couldn't turn around and asked anxiously, "Should we go back? A cold is no joke. Ping'an is still little, he could catch it from you." "I'm fine, just an itchy nose. Godmother, I'm really okay. Please don't get any medicine. Every medicine has its side effects. I know my own body." Seeing Huang Huimin rummaging in her bag for medicine, Zhou Jiao hurriedly stopped her. "We'd better go back first. Let Jiao Jiao get under the covers and sleep. Tomorrow, Godmother will take you shopping." Zhou Jiao anxiously looked to Zhang Guoqing for help, secretly signaling him. Zhang Guoqing, amused by her antics, chuckled. "It's fine, Mom. Keep driving. I'll keep an eye on Jiao Jiao. If anything's wrong, I'll take her back right away." "Mom, Godmother, where are you planning to go?" There's a sale at Bai today and not many people. I haven't been to Friendship Store yet, I don't have a ticket. Zhou Jiao quickly changed the subject. Huang Huili smiled and turned away, ignoring the young couple. Your godmother and I have already decided we're going to the Friendship Store first. Last time we couldn't get in without a ticket. This time I prepared early, just for today. As soon as Lynn finished, everyone burst out laughing. How much must she have wanted this, to remember it for months? No wonder it's a big city. The variety of goods is much greater than elsewhere. Even the same product is priced differently in different cities. Zhou Jiao followed behind Lynn and the others, browsing the goods. Whenever she saw something she liked, she'd quietly discuss it with Zhang Guoqing. Thanks to his reminder, she realized she could buy film here directly instead of owing favors and paying high prices back in Beijing. She shot him a grateful look, making Zhang Guoqing grin from ear to ear. Film, a bamboo stroller, toys, yarn, leather shoes. After Zhou Jiao picked out and packed everything, she turned to check on her mother and godmother and was startled. The two of them shopping together were truly kindred spirits. After paying and loading everything into the car, Lynn and Huang Huimin were finally satisfied. They both agreed to return to the guest house first, check for anything they'd missed, and come back tomorrow if needed. Hearing this, Zhou Jiao broke out in a cold sweat. She decided she wouldn't join these two shopaholics tomorrow. When they got back, they learned Zhou Xiaozheng would be in meetings here for 3 more days. Counting the meeting break and weekend, that meant a whole week. Lynn was so happy she jumped up and immediately pulled Huang Huimin and the other 3 women aside to plan trips to nearby cities. Zhou Jiao looked speechlessly at these women who never seemed to grow up, silently praying that their husbands' wallets would be thick enough. Who knew the men watching would actually support the idea? They even suggested that the old lady's security guard and Zhang Guoqing drive, and that the women could take the old lady to the seaside and then to several nearby cities. Just like that, the itinerary was set in one evening. The next day, before leaving, Zhou Xiaozheng even arranged for an auntie to accompany Zhou Jiao, under the pretense of taking care of the old lady. Everyone knew she was really a nanny for the child. Before getting in the car, Zhou Jiao looked at her father with tears in her eyes. She'd come to spend time with him. Why did no one care about her opinion? Zhou Xiaozheng was almost tempted not to let her go. In the end, the inseparable father and daughter were split up by everyone else. Y City has always been famous in China. Standing on the beach, the sky and sea were both blue, the air was salty with the scent of the ocean, truly a city of the sea. Seafood noodles, stir-fried dishes, salt-grilled shrimp, steamed fish, all kinds of shellfish, wine-marinated ribbonfish, and fresh yellow croaker and pomfret. So many delicious foods made everyone want to stay longer. For the sake of these delicacies, they extended their stay by a day. Zhou Jiao regretfully broke her own rule. 2 days ago, Zhou Xiaozheng had said the crisis was over and she'd sworn not to use her space again. But faced with so much delicious food and the tempting calls of the morning market, she couldn't resist. On the day they left, she departed with a bounty. Traveling through 3 cities, they experienced the beauty of Jiang'an in May, local customs, sampled all kinds of snacks, and wandered through shopping malls. The fatigue of travel never slowed them down. 5 days later, after little Ping'an learned to say the word, "how good," the group finally set off for home in 2 cars, loaded with their spoils. Back at the guest house, the men, worn out from work, were finally reunited with their smiling families and 2 carloads of gifts. Zhou Xiaozheng pulled his daughter over, looked her up and down, and smiled. Not bad. Get a good rest tonight, tomorrow Dad will take you out. Zhao Chuangang, standing nearby, rolled his eyes at this. So clingy. His wife Huang Huimin pinched his waist, and he quickly smiled at her to make up. Huang Huimin shot him a sidelong glance, thinking to herself, compared to her Zhengji, her own husband wasn't much better. Just now, he was the first to go up and pat Jiao Jiao's head. Cheng Xijin calmly looked over his wife, saw her smiling, and gestured for her to sit and rest. Then he looked around and noticed that after several days of travel, all the women were glowing, except for Zhang Guoqing, who looked exhausted. He walked over to Zhang Guoqing and said quietly, "Go eat some noodles and get some sleep." Zhang Guoqing shook his head and smiled. "I'm not tired now, just need a little rest." "Does Uncle Zhou know about the next plans?" Qing Xijin smiled to himself. "Looks like this kid's had enough fun." With a smile in his eyes, he said, "Your father-in-law plans to spend a day with his precious daughter, maybe even take her to the island office. What do you think? Is a month's leave enough?" Zhang Guoqing glanced at Zhou Jiao and her father and smiled wryly. "They say a month, but it'll probably be half that. To keep up appearances, I plan to stay here for a week before going back to work. Counting travel time, it's not that long." Qing Xijin patted him on the shoulder understandingly. "With work, you can't always do as you wish, and you have to watch your words and actions to avoid any bad impression." He appreciated this young man's mature thinking. Zhang Guoqing didn't say more. It all depended on Zhou Jiao. He guessed his wife didn't want to get too involved with people and wouldn't go to Xiadu anytime soon. If she didn't want to go, no one could make her. Before heading home, Zhou Xiaozheng took the family out for a full day. Dresses, leather shoes, red envelopes, amusement park, Western food. On Zhou Jiao's 18th birthday, he made up for the regret of not being able to be with her 10 years ago. That day, Zhou Jiao followed her father's plans all the way. Even though some of the gifts might not be suitable to show others in the future, she was still overjoyed. Even though the amusement park wasn't really for her age anymore, she was still happy. A father's love is like a mountain, but what Zhou Xiaozheng gave her was both mountain and water. As steady and deep as a mountain, as vast and gentle as the sea. She thought, as long as she had her father and her husband in this life, she should be content. She needed to learn to be grateful and to give back. On the night before their departure, Zhou Xiaozheng privately took Zhou Jiao to Shikumen, once again trying to persuade the elderly couple to leave with him. After being refused, he could only return with regret. When it was time to leave, the group split into two. After seeing off Zhao Chuangang and his wife, who were heading straight to the northeast, the rest of the group began their journey home. Upon returning, they learned that old Master Lin had already come back from his business trip. Some things had to be faced sooner or later, so that evening, Zhou Jiao brought gifts and went to the Lin family home. "You're back? Why is it just the two of you? Didn't bring the child along." Old Master Lin greeted them cheerfully, pulling them to sit down and firing off several questions in a row. Zhou Jiao noticed that Mrs. Lin and the others weren't around. She paused, but seeing that Zhang Guoqing had already started chatting with the old man, she didn't ask. "Your grandma had a minor health issue a few days ago, so she's still at the convalescent home. How was your trip down south this time?" Zhang Guoqing avoided talking about visiting the sick and changed the subject. "It was all right." "Grandpa, how was your trip to Ji province? Isn't it really hot there now? I heard they have a lot of fruit varieties." Old Master Lin shook his head at that. Zhang Guoqing pretended not to notice, smiling as he picked up his teacup. "I brought back some fruit this time. Take some home to try later. How long are you staying this time?" "Jiao, have you seen your cousin yet?" Zhou Jiao smiled. "As soon as I got here, my dad took me away. I just got back today. Haven't seen them yet." "Why aren't they home now?" "The compound called to say there's a new movie showing tonight. They went over early and will be back later. Or you could go find them there." Zhou Jiao thought to herself, how bored would I have to be to go looking for them myself? But it was a good excuse to leave. She glanced at Zhang Guoqing a few times. "Grandpa, I'll take Jiao over there first." Zhang Guoqing stood up to say goodbye, catching her hint. Watching the couple leave, old Master Lin hesitated for a moment, then walked to the street corner. He saw that the Chung family's house was dark, but the Zhou family's lights were on. He shook his head. Back in the living room, he told the housekeeper to grab a basket of fruit and go with him to his son-in-law's house. Meanwhile, Zhang Guoqing and Zhou Jiao had no idea old Master Lin was doubling back. Luckily, they weren't interested in dealing with the Lin sisters, but they also hadn't gone home yet, otherwise, their little ruse would have been exposed. Leaving the compound, the couple strolled along the street. Whenever they saw a crowd, they'd stand nearby and listen to the old men gossip. The tidbits these old folks shared weren't exactly newsworthy, but their banter was hilarious, Every line had people in stitches. They could talk and they could joke. A whole group of master storytellers. After enjoying the fun and laughing along with everyone, the couple continued wandering through the alleys. Under the shade of big trees and the glow of streetlights, old folks and kids gathered to chat about neighbors, discuss where to find bargains, every word about daily life. After hearing stories from inside and outside the home, drinking the big bowls of tea enthusiastically poured by the aunties, and thanking everyone, the couple made their way out of the alleys to the main street, bought some toys for their child, and happily headed home. When they got back, standing outside the courtyard, Zhang Guoqing heard voices inside and gestured to Zhou Jiao with a smile. Zhou Jiao smiled helplessly. Once inside, they greeted old Master Lin and the others. Leaving Zhang Guoqing behind, Zhou Jiao took the child from Aunt Chen and slipped back to her room. After nursing the baby and washing up, Zhou Jiao played with the child and his toys. Listening to his happy laughter, she forgot all about the Lin family drama. When Lynn came in, she saw her daughter and grandson lying on the bed building with blocks. Zhang Guoqing had stacked colorful wooden blocks high, and Zhou Jiao was helping the child try to balance a wooden duck on top. She stood by, grinning, waiting for it all to collapse. As Ping'an anxiously grabbed at the blocks, wailing, the two mischievous women burst out laughing. Lin quickly stacked the blocks again to comfort the little one. There, it's all better. This time, let's not let it fall, okay? Ping'an mumbled his agreement, reaching out his little hands, only to have Zhou Jiao tap them. He immediately looked up at her, and seeing her smiling, he quickly crawled into her arms. "You little rascal," Zhou Jiao laughed, rubbing his head. She looked at Lin, puzzled. "Mom, why didn't you come over with Grandpa? I'm not interested in what they're talking about. I have to work tomorrow, so I don't have time to take you shopping. Is there anywhere you want to go? Maybe I can sneak out." Zhou Jiao laughed. "Mom, do you just want to go shopping yourself and need an excuse?" "Nonsense," Lin said, laughing along. After joking around, Zhou Jiao asked about Lin Xuelin. Lin frowned slightly and shook her head. Something happened on the groom's side, so Xiaolin postponed the wedding to May Day on her own. But now May Day has come and gone, and there's still no news. "I just got back and haven't heard anything. Your aunt will be over tomorrow, so we'll know the exact date then." Zhou Jiao asked softly, "So Grandma went to the convalescent home to avoid the drama?" Lin smiled and nodded. She didn't say that was only part of the reason. The main issue was the discord between the two families. Now that her husband held a high position, the old lady couldn't stand seeing the Zhou family doing better than the Lin family, and deeply resented Zhou Jiao and her father. But how could she say all that? Now, when the old lady was alone with her, she'd ask her to help get her second brother transferred back, while also saying all sorts of unpleasant things. She had her own temper, after all. That was her husband and her own daughter. Since things were like this, it was better to keep their distance. Anyway, in a couple of years, they'd be moving to Xishan, and the two families would be farther apart. Lin wasn't good at hiding her feelings, and Zhou Jiao could easily read her. But the issue of Gu Rui was like a thorn. She could only pretend not to notice. "Jiao, was it your dad who helped transfer Wang Dawei back?" Lin finally couldn't help but ask. She didn't believe her mother, but after seeing Wang Dawei at the last birthday banquet, she had her doubts. Zhou Jiao sighed deeply. Sowing discord didn't even require skill, just endless talk. That scheming old woman would use any trick. There were things Zhou Jiao hadn't planned to say, but sometimes actions spoke louder than words. "Grandma told you that? Do you really think my dad has that much power? Could Grandpa get second uncle transferred back if he wanted? Wang Shu has spent years in the Northwest. With all his achievements and abilities, second uncle can't compare. If it came down to a vote, maybe my dad would vote for him. But if you think my dad pulled strings to get him back to Beijing, that's a joke. Don't forget how long my dad's been back and how many bosses he has above him." "Mom, do you think Wang Shu is especially close with my dad and godfather?" Lin listened and realized Zhou Jiao made sense. Getting someone transferred home wasn't that easy. If it were, her own father would have brought his son back long ago. "Yeah, you're right. I don't think it's possible either. Your dad has enough on his plate. How could he have time or connections to help Wang Dawei? Your grandma just likes to be suspicious. But, Jiao, your dad really does treat them better than your two uncles. Her mom was really something. Zhou Jiao suppressed a smile. Don't you know what my dad is like? Why is he closer to them? I don't need to explain about Uncle Guang, do I? There are a lot of things my dad and I don't want to tell you, so you won't feel bad or lose face. But over the past 17 years, those uncles have been sending me things, all addressed to the Lin family. Lin Lishan stared at her in disbelief. Could you be mistaken? Are you sure they sent them to you? Did they say so themselves? Zhou Jiao lowered her head, a mocking smile on her lips. What's so hard to believe? Mother. Mother? Aside from Zhou Xiaozheng, which blood relative in either of her two lives hadn't abandoned her like an old shoe. She had always treated her mother with sincerity. But when it came to the Lin family, her mother still didn't trust her, even doubting her and her father's credibility. That was fate, she couldn't force it. Zhou Jiao didn't want to say more, but she also didn't want to hide the truth anymore. She'd worried about Lin Lishan feeling embarrassed, but so what? If you dare to do it, dare to face the shame. Every year, Uncle Wang's packages for me were handed to your second brother, and both he and his wife readily agreed to pass them on. Uncle Wang has never mentioned it to us, let alone told us the actual number, but my dad found out through friends your second brother and his wife kept most of them, and only sent a few to me under their own names. Godfather mistook Lin Xuelin for me for 17 years, you know about that. But both times I came to Beijing, did anyone ever explain it to me? Did your eldest sister-in-law ever make Lin Xuelin apologize? Has your eldest brother, back for so long, still not heard about it? The rest of the uncles followed Godfather's lead and sent packages for 17 years. I've been in Beijing long enough last year, right? Did anyone from your side of the family ever mention it? Now do you understand why my dad is so polite to Godfather and the others? We owe them too much. After a while, Lin Lishan finally asked, Jiao, tell me honestly, after learning all this, do you hate us? Zhou Jiao looked her in the eye. When you say us, do you mean including yourself? Seeing her daughter's look, Lin Lishan was startled and quickly waved her hands. No. I know you always protect me. You've never blamed me. I mean, do you hate your grandma and the others? Hate? Mom, do you even know what hate is? I've never hated anyone. Hate grandma for what? For trying to take the inheritance my dad left me? For wishing my dad and I were dead? What's the point of hate? Jiao, you can't think that way. You're your grandma's own granddaughter. How could she want you and your dad dead? Don't say things like that. If your dad heard, he'd be furious. Lin Lishan hurried to comfort her. Zhou Jiao squeezed her eyes shut. She could still hear Lin Lishan going on about how good Grandma Lin was. She thought of her own grandparents who died tragically, of the Gu family ancestors buried in their graves, murdered. Rage surged inside her, but she forced it down. Then Lin Lishan started talking about how Gu Rui had given birth to her, and she had given birth to Zhou Jiao, and how they were the closest people in the world. Zhou Jiao opened her red-rimmed eyes and, her voice hoarse, shouted, Don't talk to me about Gu Rui. What do you know? Gu Rui's family poisoned and killed my great-grandparents, colluded with bandits to drive my grandparents away, caused them to die young, and almost killed my dad. How many lives do they owe? Can you even count? A thud came from outside, followed by old Master Chang's startled cry, cutting Zhou Jiao off and snapping her back to reality. Outside, Lin Xuejing, who knew she had caused a huge disaster, was so terrified that she threw herself onto old Master Lin and burst into tears, only to be forcibly pulled away by old Master Cheng, who was furious. At a time like this, what use is crying instead of saving someone? Old Master Cheng hadn't expected to witness such a scene as soon as he came out. Just now, he'd noticed old man Lin had been in the bathroom for too long, so he came out to look for him, only to find them eavesdropping. He was just about to cough to alert Jiao Jiao, but who could have expected to overhear those words? In the living room, Zhou Xiaozheng and his son-in-law were chatting with the old lady. The commotion outside made it clear something had happened, and they rushed out in a panic. Hurry, get him into the car and take him to the hospital right away. Old Lin, don't get agitated. Quick, Xiaojing, go start the car. Xiao Wu, carry your grandpa. As soon as Zhou Xiaozhang came out, he saw his daughter standing at the doorway, her face pale and eyes vacant, frozen in shock. He didn't have time to worry about old Master Lin lying on the ground. He pulled Zhou Jiao into his arms, patting her gently. It's okay, sweetie, don't be scared. Dad's here. Sweetie, snap out of it, it's all right really. I'm right here, look at me. While comforting his daughter, Zhou Xiaozhang glanced at old Master Lin on the ground, frowning, and signaled for Zhang Guoqing to hurry up and take him to the hospital. At that moment, he noticed his wife was wailing and calling out for her father, completely ignoring their daughter, who was in shock. A surge of anger rose in him, and he shouted, "What on earth happened? Someone better give me an explanation." Old Lady Chang, seeing the chaos and hearing Ping'an crying in the inner room, quickly pulled Zhou Xiaozhang and his daughter into the house. As for old man Lin on the ground, there were plenty of people around to help. The old lady was only worried about her own niece's family and couldn't be bothered with anyone else. Zhou Jiao watched as Zhang Guoqing quickly carried old Master Lin away, a group of people rushing out of the courtyard. At that moment, she closed her eyes and said in a trembling voice, "Dad, did I kill Grandpa? I didn't mean to. I was just so angry that I blurted it out. How could I have known he was outside?" Zhou Xiaozhang patted her comfortingly and said lightly, "It's fine. I checked just now, he just fainted from anger, not a stroke. He won't die." Zhou Jiao let out a long sigh of relief. As long as he wasn't dead. She didn't care about the rest of the Lin family, but old Master Lin had always treated her well. She didn't want her issues with Gu Rui to affect him. Seeing old Master Lin collapse just now, she was reminded of Grandpa Zhang in his hospital bed, Grandpa Zhang smiling at her, Grandpa Zhang being wheeled into the crematorium with his eyes closed. In the courtyard, the two girls from the compound were so frightened they couldn't speak. They only dared to run to Zhou Jiao's room after everyone had left for the hospital and the Zhou house was empty. "Jiao, are you okay? Sorry, we didn't think things would go so wrong. We just wanted to prank you, but then Grandpa Lin told us not to make a sound. Jiao, you have to be okay. Otherwise, I'm dead when I get home." By now, Zhou Jiao had regained her composure and shook her head. "It's fine. When did my grandpa come over? How much did he hear?" Under the watchful eyes of Zhou Xiaozhang and old Lady Cheng, the two girls didn't dare hide anything. They looked at each other, and one of them stuck out her tongue and said in a low voice, "Grandpa Lin heard everything. We just wanted to scare you, not eavesdrop. But as soon as we crouched under the window, he came over and told us to keep quiet, even glared at us." Zhou Xiaolong glanced at his daughter and, seeing she was back to normal, asked, "Were you with your mom? Did you spill everything? Your mom's really something, to push you to the point where you couldn't hold back." Seeing Zhou Jiao lower her head in silence, he sighed and patted her on the head. This child always took things to heart. Since they dared to do it, why shouldn't his daughter be allowed to speak out? "You too, tell Uncle what Jiao and her mom said. Don't be nervous, just take your time." Zhou Jiao, worried, squeezed her father's hand, earning a stern look from him. Anxious, she stayed close to old Lady Cheng. She really hoped no one else would collapse tonight. Thinking for a moment, Zhou Jiao quickly beckoned Aunt Chen over and whispered a few words in her ear, watching as she took the child away. Then Zhou Jiao tugged on the old lady, who was listening intently, and whispered, "Auntie, I don't dare go to the hospital alone. Will you come with me?" "No. Let me finish listening first." The old lady pulled her back to sit down together. Zhou Xiaozheng signaled to Zhou Jiao that it was fine. On this trip to the Gu family's memorial, he had already told the old lady the truth. With their great revenge taken, there was nothing left to hide. After hearing the whole story, Zhou Xiaozheng curled his lips in mockery. "You already watered it down, and your grandpa still couldn't take it. If you'd told him everything, who knows if he'd have died from rage." The two girls looked at each other in surprise and asked cautiously, Jiao, now I finally get why the Lin family's life is so good. Don't feel guilty, having that grandma is worse than not having one at all." Exactly. Don't bother with their family anymore. They're all rotten. They look decent on the surface, but who knew they were so awful? Your mom's no good either. With a mom like that. The older girl quickly covered her friend's mouth. Don't talk nonsense. Grandma Chung, Uncle Zhou, will be going now. With that, she hurriedly dragged her friend away. Zhou Jiao could still hear them in the house. Why'd you cover my mouth? It's true, no mother should act like that. If it were me, I'd have cut her off ages ago. Still being so polite to her? Dream on. Hearing their voices fade into the distance, old lady Chung sighed, then pulled Zhou Jiao into a tight embrace, gently patting her back. Seeing this, Aunt Chen quickly took the child to the study. Tonight's events had left her stunned. She never expected this always smiling child to have suffered so much and still kept it all inside. Thinking of the rumors circulating in the compound, she finally understood why relations between the Zhou and Lynn families had become so strained. Sigh. Who knows if Lynn Lishan can stay in the Zhou family any longer. In the bedroom, the three sat in silence. After a long while, Zhou Xiaozheng finally broke it. Jiao Jiao, I think your mom and I should separate. If anyone in the world understood Zhou Xiaozheng best, Zhou Jiao believed it was her. There was a lot of meaning behind his words. If she had only seen her parents' first meeting, she would have agreed with the idea of them separating. But having witnessed their life together and knowing her father so well, Zhou Jiao understood that emotions aren't always logical. Her mother loved her father deeply, but her father loved her mother just as much. Seeing Zhou Xiaozheng's heavy expression, Zhou Jiao spoke, her words sealing Lin Lishan's fate. Dad, sometimes it's better to stay still than to act. My mom is innocent, and you two have feelings for each other. This family needs stability. With her by your side, I'm at ease. What I need is a simple-hearted mother, one who puts you first and above all, one who will never betray you. The outside world is too exhausting, too complicated. Let's just keep things as they are. Zhou Xiaozheng was silent for a while, then nodded. Zhou Jiao linked her arm through his, resting her head on his shoulder. Dad, tonight was just an accident. My mom didn't mean anything by it, and she didn't force me. I just lost control when I thought of some things. Don't blame her. It's hard for her, caught between our two families. Zhou Xiaozheng didn't know what to say. He felt disappointment toward his wife, but even more, he felt heartache for his daughter. He knew her too well. Hiding the truth from his wife was at Jiao Jiao's request, but for her to spill everything tonight, it couldn't have been as simple as the others described. His wife must have touched his daughter's bottom line, and that bottom line was probably him. Smart as she was good at reading people's hearts. Heh. Shanshan must be upset with him now. Dad, we still have to go to the hospital. Auntie, please look after the house and the child for us. With that, Zhou Jiao pulled him up and gave him a smile. Go and come back quickly. Remember, don't stoop to their level. Just check on old Lynn and come home, old lady Chung reminded them worriedly, seeing them out before standing there, lost in thought. The hospital was in chaos. After being resuscitated, old Master Lin was wheeled back into his room. He lay on the hospital bed with his eyes closed, tightly gripping Lin Lishan's hand. Soon, Lin Lying and her husband, Lin Aigua and his wife, and their two children all filed into the room. Lin Lying immediately went over to pull aside Lin Xuezhen and her sister, both of whom had been crying so hard their eyes were red. In a low voice, she asked what had happened. Lin Xuezhen just kept shaking her head. Meanwhile, at the nursing home, old Madam Lin heard over the phone that old Master Lin had fainted at the Zhou family's house and was now being resuscitated at the hospital. She hurriedly had someone take her there. In the VIP ward, the medical staff stood guard in the lounge. Old Madam Lin didn't barge right in when she arrived. She first asked Xiaozhou at the door a few questions. Seeing he didn't know the details, she waved him away. Xiaozhou rolled his eyes as he left and returned to the other security guards. Seeing their sympathetic looks, he just shook his head. After hearing the doctor's report in the lounge, old Madam Lin strode into the ward and immediately reached out to slap Lin Lishan, but Zhang Guoqing grabbed her wrist tightly. In an instant, everyone crowded around. Zhang Guoqing's face was grim as he refused to let go. Old Madame Lin glared at him furiously. Since when does a Zhang get to meddle in my affairs? Don't think you can throw your weight around just because you've got that beast Zhou Jiao backing you. Enough. What more do you want from our Lin family? Old Master Lin suddenly roared, cutting off her tirade. Zhang Guoqing flung old Madame Lin's hand away, then calmly took out a handkerchief and wiped his right hand. He gave the Lin family a slight smile, tossed the handkerchief aside, and let it fall neatly to the floor. He shot old Madame Lin a sidelong glance. Seeing her fuming and pounding her chest, he smiled in satisfaction and patted Lin Lishan, who was anxiously circling him. Mom, you're part of the Zhou family now. With that, Zhang Guoqing followed Elder Cheng out the door. The security guards at the entrance smiled at Zhang Guoqing as he came out. They'd all heard what was said earlier and felt uncomfortable about it. There were things they couldn't say, but they still wanted to offer some comfort. Zhang Guoqing gave them a wry smile and went to stand beside Elder Cheng, who was waiting for him in the corridor. Elder Cheng could barely suppress his laughter. That was so satisfying. That old woman deserved to be put in her place. But your mother-in-law didn't get your point just now. Elder Cheng shook his head regretfully. If she were smart, she'd have followed her son-in-law out instead of staying inside. Zhang Guoqing just smiled and said nothing. His words had been for the Lin family to hear. From now on, don't get involved in your mother-in-law and the Lin family's affairs. That old woman is crazy. She acts without knowing right from wrong and still thinks she's some grand lady. Zhang Guoqing smiled again. No matter what, as long as she was his mother-in-law, no one would lay a hand on her in front of him. As for her insults just now, he'd remember them. He hoped she'd live a long life and see for herself whether he, a so-called country bumpkin, was just relying on others, and what would become of her grand lady status in the end. Uncle, you go back first. I'll wait for Zhao Jiao to arrive. How could Elder Cheng leave? He was worried there'd be a conflict between Zhou Xiaozheng and the Lin family. He quickly pointed to the room next door and had the guards open the door. When Lin Lishan came out, half an hour had passed. Seeing his mother-in-law's face full of guilt and hesitation, Zhang Guoqing couldn't help but smile wryly. Judging by the expressions of some of the Lin family members who'd come out, he knew the truth must have come out by now. Facing Lin Lishan, he didn't know what to say. Everything had happened so suddenly tonight. He still didn't know exactly what was going on and could only try to piece things together himself. Elder Cheng glanced at Lin Lishan and stood up. Zhao Jiao must have been frightened tonight. Who knows how she is now? I'll go to the gate and see if anyone's coming. Lin Lishan hurriedly ran out, saying, I'll go, I'm faster. As she ran, she slapped her own head, blaming herself for forgetting about this. Zhang Guoqing had wanted to go back, but was worried they'd miss each other. He was less worried about Zhou Jiao being scared than about Zhou Xiaozheng and his daughter not being able to handle the unreasonable gurui. That old woman was like dog shit, disgusting to even get close to. Even with Lin Lishan there, she couldn't be easily shaken off. Zhao Jiao has my dad and Andy with her, so it should be fine. They haven't come over for so long, maybe they're discussing things. Let's head over slowly, we should meet them soon. Elder Cheng pulled Zhang Guoqing aside and whispered, You heard what the doctor said just now. Since old Lin's health is failing, he'll have to retire. The Lin family will blame everything on Zhao Jiao. You'll need to help your father-in-law keep an eye on things going forward. Zhang Guoqing was about to reply when, suddenly, something happened at the stairwell that he would never forget for the rest of his life. Zhao Jiao, watch out. He vaulted over the corridor railing and slid down a column from the second floor. Zhang Guoqing's anguished scream echoed through the quiet night, chilling to the bone. In an instant, medical staff and patients' families all rushed out. Elder Cheng was startled by Zhang Guoqing's leap. He quickly leaned over the railing and shouted, Quick! Xiao Qin, go check on Xiao Wu. From a distance, cries of alarm could be heard, along with Zhou Xiaozheng's shout, Protect your head. Elder Cheng's heart clenched as he looked over and saw Zhang Guoqing and a group of people running to the first-floor stairwell. Something had happened. He collapsed to the ground, his vision going black. Doctor! Help! Someone quick! Zhang Guoqing ran to Lin Lishan and Zhou Jiao, not daring to move them, telling them to wait for the doctors. "Brother, I'm fine. Mom shielded me and got hit, she's bleeding." "Dad, hurry and catch them, someone tried to kill me," Zhou Jiao shouted. It had all been premeditated, someone really wanted her dead this time. With Zhou Jiao's shout, the crowd erupted. Zhou Xiaozhong kept everyone else back as he quickly tended to his wife and daughter's injuries. Hearing his daughter's words, he was filled with murderous rage. In just the time it took to park the car, his wife and daughter had been knocked to the ground. "Don't be afraid. Don't move until the doctors come. Dad will get revenge for you, no one will get away with this." "Jiao Jiao, wait for me." Seeing the doctors arrive, Zhang Guoqing stood up, shoved the crowd aside, and began kicking open the doors to the offices across the hall, his face cold. As the third door crashed open, Zhang Guoqing had already grabbed Lin Xuelin by the neck like a chicken and dragged her out. Zhou Xiaozheng's guard Xiao Wang quickly pulled the security guards aside. Couldn't they see that Xiao Zhou wasn't moving? Lin Aigua and the others arrived late, and, seeing Lin Xuelin rolling her eyes, hurried forward to intervene. "No one move, or I'll strangle her right here," Zhang Guoqing shouted, then kicked a nearby flower bed, smashing it to pieces. He dragged Lin Xuelin to the stairwell and threw her to the ground. Pointing to a middle-aged man sobbing nearby, he said to Zhou Jiao on the stretcher, "She pushed this man at the stairwell, making him drop the heavy object he was carrying onto you. Afterwards, I saw her run downstairs and ignore you, heading straight across. I saw it all with my own eyes, she's not being wronged." A doctor interjected, "The patient comes first." Zhou Xiaoang glanced at Lin Xuelin on the ground, then turned to see his wife, eyes closed, face streaked with blood and tears. He looked at Lin Aigua and his wife, who were holding their daughter. He nodded. "The Lin family will have to give us an explanation for this. Xiao Wu, come with Dad." Zhang Guoqing glared at Lin Xuelin on the ground, unwilling to let go. Zhou Jiao looked at Qin Jingru, who was sobbing and hugging the culprit, and at Lin Aigua, who knelt beside his wife, grief-stricken. She gave a mocking laugh. "Blood ties really are different. Sisters are always outsiders. Brother, don't dirty your hands for someone like her. She's not worth it." Hearing this, Zhang Guoqing gripped her hand tightly. He'd almost lost his Jiao Jiao. Why should he let it go? As the stretcher was carried away, he turned and gave Lin Xuelin one last, deep look. Lin Liang collapsed onto Li Jianjun, watching Lin Lishan and the others leave, then looked at Lin Aigua's family on the ground. She kept asking, how could this happen? Li Jianjun looked at his brother-in-law's family on the ground and helped Lin Liang away from this place of trouble. He couldn't answer that question. From Lin Xuezhen's account, he knew the Zhou and Lin families had now completely fallen out. This involved lives and money, everything. Why had it come to this? He wanted to know too. Back in the emergency room, if Zhou Jiao had felt even a trace of resentment toward her mother before, it had now completely vanished after Lin Lishan risked her life to save her. She refused the medical staff's suggestion and insisted they treat Lin Lishan's wounds first. Her father's rough handling earlier left her worried, who knew if her mother's head would be all right. Zhou Jiao moved her arms and legs, finding herself unharmed. She turned to Lin Lishan with a smile. "Mom, please don't cry. You look terrible when you do. Tomorrow I'll go shopping with you. Wherever you want to go, I'll go. From now on, I won't make you angry. If you tell me to go east, I'll never go west. If you tell me to chase the dog, I won't chase the chicken. Stop with the jokes and just lie down and rest." Zhou Xiaozheng frowned, worried, as soon as he saw her perking up and starting to move around. "Dad, will Mom's face be scarred? It'd be such a shame for such a beauty to be disfigured," Zhou Jiao teased, trying to lighten her father's mood. Zhou Xiaozheng saw Zhang Guoqing helplessly blocking their daughter from getting out of bed and couldn't help but laugh to himself. Where had all that murderous energy from earlier gone? A doctor nearby chuckled. "No need to ask your dad. I guarantee you'll get your beautiful mother back." His words made the nurses around him giggle. "Mom, why are you saying anything? Don't tell me you've gone silly? Brother, go check if Mom can still tell one from two. What if she's forgotten us after that blow?" Zhang Guoqing was at his wits' end. All this fuss, just because she wanted to get out of bed? Here, Lynn Lishan, lips still bloodied, struggled to speak. She quickly made a sound, otherwise, everyone would really think she'd gone stupid. Everyone burst out laughing. The doctor suppressed his laughter, quickly finished bandaging the wound, and instructed a nurse to get water so Lynn Lishan could wash her face. All right, your mom's injury isn't serious. Just some scrapes. It looks scary with all the blood, but most of it's just tears. Take these medicines home, let her rest for a few days, and if she vomits, come back immediately. How about you? Still not hurting anywhere? Not afraid of injections, are you? As soon as he finished, Zhou Jiao covered her mouth, trying not to laugh. She quickly brushed Zhang Guoqing aside and took a few steps on the floor. She had to prove to the doctor she wasn't hiding any symptoms. Other than a sore elbow and some bruises on my knees, I'm fine, Zhou Jiao said with a grin, pacing back and forth. Her poor knees had actually been hurt by her mother, who'd fallen on top of her to protect her. Her mom wasn't light, she'd almost broken a bone. Seeing her walk naturally, Zhou Xiaozheng exchanged a look with Zhang Guoqing and quickly stepped outside. Facing the doctor's teasing gaze, he felt a bit embarrassed. Things had gotten a little too dramatic earlier. In the car, the family avoided talking about the Lin family. Zhou Jiao joked that her mom finally had some time off and told her dad to arrange a car for them. Since her dad would be at work, she planned to take her mom to visit the nearby towns for a few days. This plan immediately made Lynn Lishan laugh out loud, and Zhou Jiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Zhou Xiaozheng nodded in agreement. Letting them go out for a few days to forget the shadows and relax would be good. He didn't want his soft-hearted family involved in this mess. He'd endured enough already. While gossip about the Lin family was spreading like wildfire in the compound, Zhang Guoqing was already driving off with his mother-in-law, wife, child, and Aunt Chen, the nanny. 3 days later, Lynn Lishan returned to work, and there was still no movement from the Lin family. Zhou Xiaozheng didn't bring it up, and Zhang Guoqing watched quietly. As time passed, the compound's residents started preparing for their summer outings, trying to lure Zhang Guoqing and his wife to join the elders for a trip to escape the heat. After the incident, many people showed goodwill toward Zhou Xiaozheng and his daughter. Whether that goodwill was genuine or not, it was clear that the Lin family, with retirement looming, was a fallen tree that everyone was eager to push down. As the director's daughter-in-law-to-be, Lin Xuelin, the troublemaker, was dismissed from the hospital, and her engagement hit another snag. Fortunately, Lin Lishan hadn't pressed charges, treating it as a family dispute. Zhang Guoqing was dissatisfied with this outcome. Zhou Xiaozheng told him not to interfere, no one could try to harm his daughter, and walk away unscathed. Some things couldn't be rushed. The two of them discussed it at length in the study. A few days later, news came that in April, Lin Adang from the northwest was investigated, and in May, his wife Jiang Jiangwei was detained right after the incident. The mysterious timing left many people puzzled. While the compound kept a close eye on the Lin family's affairs, 2 other prominent families in the city fell from grace in quick succession. For a while, everyone reflected on themselves and warned their families to be careful. It was all like looking at flowers through the fog, nothing was clear. Zhou Jiao just smiled at all the rumors and gossip. Her father's only assignment for her during this time was to not think about anything and just have fun. So now, she spent her days running wild with the other kids in the compound, having the time of her life. In the evenings, she enjoyed time with her family. Life couldn't be more carefree. As for those people and those matters, she refused to get involved. As the end of the month approached, Zhang Guoqing and his wife began preparing to return to the northeast. One day, Xiao Zhou came by to relay a message from Old Master Lin. He wanted to see Zhou Xiaozheng and his family. That evening, Zhou Xiaozheng left his daughter at home. He just wanted his child to stay away from those people. Who knew what else might happen? With him as her father, his daughter should just do what a girl her age should do. So many things were tainted, he didn't want her to become even more disillusioned with human nature. When they returned that night, Lin Lishan was all smiles. Zhou Xiaozheng's expression was unreadable, and Zhang Guoqing looked deep in thought. The three of them together left Zhou Jiao feeling frustrated. Don't overthink it. Go to the study, Dad will fill you in, Zhou Xiaozhong said with a smile, not wanting to see her frowning. Seeing this, Zhou Jiao knew their family hadn't suffered any losses. In the study, Zhou Xiaozhong picked up his teacup and nodded at Zhang Guoqing. Tonight, it was just your grandfather, your eldest uncle, and us. Later, your mom was sent out by your grandfather. There are some things she still doesn't know. Let me tell you both. Your second aunt did accept things she shouldn't have, using the names of your grandfather and her own father in Beijing. The gifts weren't worth much, but a company commander reported her because she took gifts but didn't do anything in return. As for your second uncle, he got implicated and was found to have some minor issues. The punishment hasn't been decided yet, and your grandfather can't intervene, so he asked me for help. Zhou Jiao didn't react, waiting quietly for him to continue. Excuses could make things big or small. She wasn't interested in the process, only the result. Zhang Guoqing hesitated, then continued. Grandfather is handling his retirement paperwork. Lin Dingxing's spot for further studies was revoked, and grandfather wants Dad's help. Zhou Jiao frowned, so why was her mom so happy? And finally, Lin Xuelin, her engagement was called off, with Yang Likun and his grandmother coming in person to break it off. To help her avoid gossip, grandfather plans to send her to the Northwest Corps. Zhou Jiao immediately looked at Lin Lishan, who glanced back at her and said, "Why are you looking at me? That girl needs to be reformed." Never mind her lying and scheming, she even tried to kill someone. What kind of girl does that? She's not going to find a husband here. I think your grandfather just wants to send her away so she can get married. I'm not stupid. He's sending her far away and giving her a cushy job. We don't even know what she'll have to suffer. Zhou Jiao laughed. Her mother was pretty sharp. But it wouldn't be that easy, not with her dad and even Zhang Guoqing both waiting for a chance to act. Mom, then why are you so happy? Your grandfather said he's lucky to have me and your uncle, otherwise, life wouldn't be worth living. Hearing that, I felt satisfied. At least someone in the family finally spoke up for me. Zhou Jiao nodded with a smile, but felt deeply frustrated. All that happiness for nothing, some people never learn. Your dad promised your grandfather he'd do his best for your second uncle. As for your eldest cousin and second aunt, he might not be able to help, but he'll try. Your grandfather was thrilled and kept praising your dad. Sigh, finally, the storm has passed. In that family, I'm closest to your grandfather. Zhou Jiao opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but for a moment, she didn't know how to express her complicated feelings. In the end, she gave up. Sometimes it's better to play dumb, let her mom be happy. Listening to the mother and daughter talk, Zhou Xiaozhong glanced at his son-in-law, who was sensibly pretending to read the newspaper. As for his wife, she was so naive that even their daughter and son-in-law couldn't bear to burst her bubble. He smiled to himself. He didn't expect much from his wife. A little simplicity was just fine. In late May, Zhou Jiao once again set foot on her hometown soil. She didn't linger in the provincial capital. After bidding farewell to Zhang Guoqing, who was about to go work as a laborer, she cradled her child and, accompanied by Zhao Chuangang and his wife, returned to the small courtyard in the county town. With her father Zhou Xiaozhong in Beijing, Zhou Jiao had been living a carefree and comfortable life. Now, as she watched Zhao Chuanlong's car drive away and gazed at the lonely courtyard, she felt a little dazed. Neighbors came by to greet her, and the folks next door were as warm as ever, telling Zhou Jiao to let them know if she needed anything. That night, Zhao Yuanyuan stayed over, finally chasing away the emptiness in the house. The next day, Zhou Jiao did something bold. She strapped Ping into her chest, loaded up the sidecar with gifts, and sped all the way to Zhongjia village on her three-wheeler. In the past, she would never have done something so high-profile. But after being doted on by Zhou Xiaozhong and influenced by her friends in the compound, she had started to change. Just as Zhang Guoqing said, she'd become more cheerful and daring. Mother and son laughed happily along the way, leaving a trail of joy behind them. Villagers on their way to work heard the sound of the vehicle, looked up, and caught a fleeting glimpse in the distance. Oh, Zhang Guoqing is back, they thought. No one realized it was actually Zhou Jiao on the vehicle. "Son, what do you think? Isn't your mom amazing?" Zhou Jiao said cheerfully to Ping'an as she got off. Next door, Mother Zhang came out and saw the scene, her youngest daughter-in-law, beaming, holding her laughing child and leaning against the three-wheeler. She quickly looked around and saw that, apart from them, there was no one else. Her youngest son wasn't due back until the end of the month, who had brought mother and child home. She hurried over, asking in disbelief, "Don't tell me you drove this big thing back by yourself?" Zhou Jiao stuck out her tongue and grinned. "How come you've gotten so sharp, Mom, after not seeing us for a while? Quick, tell Ping'an, what did Grandma eat to get so smart?" "Ping'an, what do you think?" "Good," Ping'an echoed, mumbling the word right after her. He might not understand the full meaning yet, but whenever someone asked good or not, he'd happily respond without prompting. Mother Zhang forgot her earlier worries and burst out laughing as she took her little grandson. She and her husband had missed him terribly. After playing with the child for a while, Mother Zhang followed Zhou Jiao, who was carrying things, back to the West Room. The room was still spotless, all thanks to Mother Zhang's careful upkeep. "Mom, sorry to trouble you again. I'm not leaving for a few days. When my brother comes back, I'll head back to the county." "Where's Dad?" Mother Zhang said worriedly. "Your dad went to work today, but he'll be back for lunch." "I wonder how Xiaowu is doing? He's been exhausted this month. Did you see him when you got back?" "Your dad won't let me visit, says it's not good for grown kids." Zhou Jiao tried to hold back a laugh. She hadn't expected Father Zhang to keep things so secret and make Mother Zhang worry. "Mom, I saw Xiaowu. He's doing great. No hard labor, just writing. He's even gained some weight." Mother Zhang was relieved. She asked in detail about Zhang Guoqing's living and eating conditions. This time, it was Zhou Jiao's turn to worry, wishing she could smack herself. How could she lie to her mother-in-law? Luckily, Father Zhang showed up just in time. "Is that Jiao Jiao back?" came Father Zhang's voice from the yard. Mother Zhang quickly stood up and called out as she walked, "Yes, Jiao Jiao and the baby are back. Come in and say hello." Zhou Jiao followed, holding the child. A moment later, Father Zhang came in, grinning from ear to ear. Seeing his grandson stacking blocks on the kang, he laughed heartily. He climbed onto the kang, patted the child's head, and said, "Our Ping'an has grown again." "Of course. The kids in the village around his age aren't as sturdy as our little grandson." Father Zhang smiled at his wife's words. How could they compare? What do other kids eat, and what does our grandson eat? "Jiao Jiao, is everything fine outside?" Zhou Jiao glanced at her mother-in-law, knowing Father Zhang didn't plan to tell her the truth, and nodded with a smile. "Everyone's doing well. My brother will be back to work in a few days." Father Zhang smiled and said to his wife, "See? You can stop worrying. You'll see your youngest son at the end of the month. Now you can sleep easy, right? I'll take our grandson out for a walk. Dad, I'll be staying in the village for a few days, so there's no rush to take the child out. Why don't you check out this package first?" Zhou Jiao untied the bundle and pushed it in front of him. Inside were bottles of liquor and packs of cigarettes. Father Zhang recognized the packaging as gifts from Zhou Xiaozheng. He was about to say something when he saw his wife reaching for the goods. He quickly pushed the bundle in front of his grandson, who grabbed onto it and wouldn't let go. Afraid the liquor bottles would break, Zhou Jiao quickly said, "Ping'an, let's go, let's go." Then she smiled at Father Zhang, who was laughing. "Dad, he understands now. He just wants you to take him outside. Do you need to bring anything?" "Oh, look at Ping'an, so clever. I don't need to bring anything, just my grandson." With that, Father Zhang picked up his grandson, who was scrambling off the kang, and headed out. Mother Zhang laughed and grumbled about her husband's quick getaway, then scolded Zhou Jiao for wasting money. There was already plenty of liquor at home. She hurried off to cook something for Zhou Jiao to eat. Zhou Jiao finally managed to stop her, promising to eat at the old house that evening. Watching Mother Zhang happily head back, she remembered that after a busy morning, Father Zhang still hadn't rested. The backyard vegetable garden hadn't been neglected just because her family had left. The corn and seasonal fruits and vegetables planted in April were all growing well. clearly thanks to Father Zhang and the others' care. Feeling reassured, Zhou Jiao went back inside to tidy up the kitchen. She'd be staying here for about a week and didn't want to trouble others for meals. As she cleaned, she thought about how Father Zhang had left in a hurry and she hadn't had a chance to ask about the spring planting. She'd have to find Lin Juhua before work to get the details. Speak of the devil and she appears. Lin Juhua came over with a bundle of wheat and saw Zhou Jiao busy in the kitchen. Why are you cleaning? Isn't it a hassle to cook alone? I've been so busy these past 2 months, I've just been eating at Mom's. Zhou Jiao smiled and patted the wheat. It's fine. I'll just make something simple for myself. She glanced at Lin Juhua and sighed to herself. If she kept working in the fields like this, she'd hardly be a match for Zhang's second son. How long are you staying this time? Aren't you afraid to be alone at home? Want me to stay with you at night? Lin Juhua said, pulling over a stool and sitting down. She was exhausted. What's there to be afraid of? Xiao Wu will be back in a few days. I'll stay until he's back, then head to the county. Why are you working in the fields? Can you manage at home? Does second brother make it back in time for dinner? Lin Juhua grinned. I'm not working in the fields. Since my household registration changed, I don't have to go and be a nuisance. I've been busy with our own plot and the backyard, and I've raised quite a few animals. The kids' dad eats at the canteen most of the time, so it's just me and the 2 kids at home, no point wasting firewood. Zhou Jiao looked at her speechlessly. After a while, Lin Juhua finished gossiping about all the village news. Zhou Jiao felt at ease so long as Father Zhang wasn't doing heavy labor, working was fine. Since their registration was still in the village, they had to follow village rules. When the afternoon work dismissal broadcast sounded, Zhou Jiao packed a jar of braised pork, picked up Ping'an and headed to the old courtyard. The 3 Shi brothers, just home from school with their backpacks, spotted Zhou Jiao from afar and ran over excitedly. Auntie, why did you go to the provincial capital again? I missed you so much, Shizi said as he took the jar from her, grumbling. Xiaoyu nodded vigorously. We went with Big Brother to look for you twice, but your door was locked. Auntie, where's my uncle? Xiaozhou looked around, disappointed not to see Zhang Guoqing. Hearing her brothers, Ping'an wriggled happily, wanting to get down. Auntie, let little brother down. I can take care of him, Xiaozhou said, grabbing Ping'an's hand and refusing to let go. Listening to the kids, Zhou Jiao quickly waved her hand. Let's go inside first. Ping'an's tied up here, it's not easy to untie. Once inside the main room, Zhou Jiao handed the child over to the 3 brothers, wiped her brow, and went to the kitchen. Mother Zhang wasn't there, only Huang Suilan was inside. Seeing Zhou Jiao, she beamed. The boys must be over the moon. They snuck over to your place in the county and only then believed their dad wasn't lying. Now that you're back, stay a few more days. I'll cook your favorite dishes. Then I really have to thank you, sister-in-law. Where's Mom? No need to thank me, we're family. Big sister came by yesterday and brought some tofu, so Mom went to the village to get some fish. She said you like it. Wait a bit, she'll be back soon. Zhou Jiao smiled sheepishly and went over to tend the fire at the stove. Before long, Lin Juhua came in with Mother Zhang. Seeing Zhou Jiao, she happily pushed Mother Zhang to the main room to rest, insisting she'd take charge of the cooking today and show off her skills. The 3 sisters-in-law cooked and chatted in the kitchen, gossiping about the neighboring Zhou family village. Suddenly, Lin Juhua slapped her forehead and exclaimed, Jiao Jiao, did you know the old Zhou family moved away? I've been meaning to tell you, but I forgot this afternoon. Jiao Jiao just got back, she probably doesn't know. Not many people in their village do, Huang Suilan chimed in. Zhou Jiao paused, putting down the firewood, and looked at Lin Juhua. They moved just a couple of days after you left. Old Zhou waited until the kid's dad was away at work to handle the paperwork. The day after everything was done, the whole family left. Someone at his work, Brother Liu, secretly told him about it. Otherwise, the kid's dad wouldn't have known, but by then the Zhou family was long gone. Zhou Jiao shook her head with a smile. She never planned to keep that family around to be an eyesore. Good riddance, it was great news. But their granddaughter-in-law's whole family is here, and the eldest grandson works here too. How could they bear to leave? Do you know where they moved to? Did second brother tell you any inside info? Zhou Jiao asked. Lin Juhua nodded with a grin. Her husband had looked into it for days, of course she knew. They didn't move far. At first, the household registration office didn't want to stamp their papers, wanting to wait for the kids' dad to come back. But old Zhou said all the paperwork was in order, and if they didn't process it, he'd go make a scene in the provincial capital. They were afraid of trouble, so they did it. But the kid's dad said old Zhou has now offended all his colleagues. Unless he never comes back, there'll be fireworks. Zhou Jiao smiled and waited patiently for her to continue. The kid's dad heard from brother Lu that the move was all because Zhou Litong, the eldest grandson, got transferred for work. So he went to ask around at Zhou Litong's workplace. Turns out Zhou Litong requested a transfer to a remote area. The factory was thrilled and sent him to a small plant in Essex County. That place is supposed to be really far from the county seat no one wants to go. This time, 3 people were sent, and Zhou Litong was one of them. The address on the Zhou family's new household registration is a village near the factory called San Magia. Yes, San Magia Village. Lin Jihua finished, chuckling to herself. Huang Cuilan rolled her eyes. What's so strange about that? Zhang family, Wang family, they all have their own places. Go on. Lin Jihua stopped laughing and continued. The kid's dad asked around. Old Zhou and his wife aren't working. His eldest son and everyone except the eldest grandson are all working the fields. Even the youngest grandson, Zhou Linen, who is in high school, got sent home by the school. If he doesn't work, he can't stay. Recently, Zhou Litong's wife was making a fuss about splitting up the family. Old Zhou ended up dividing the family, sending the 2 married grandsons off on their own, and keeping the youngest, Zhou Linen, with them. Zhou Jiao nodded after hearing this, planning to mention it in her next letter to her father. The 2 places weren't far apart, any news would reach them quickly. She wasn't worried about the old Zhou family causing trouble. Old Zhou was cunning, taking his money and moving far away, hoping fewer people would know their family's secrets. But how could that be? Their family's misdeeds were known all over the provincial capital. Lin Juhua, seeing Zhou Jiao didn't ask more, felt a little disappointed. Why didn't she know how to gossip? Shouldn't she ask how the old Zhou family was doing? Sigh. She still preferred chatting with Yezi and the others, they could really talk. Huang Cuilan nudged her and whispered, Do you think old Zhou still has a lot of the gold he took from Jiao Jiao's grandparents? Otherwise, how could he dare take so many people and move away, just split up the family like that? By the way, Juhua, after splitting up, are they still living together? Lin Juhua slapped her thigh happily. Finally, someone's asking the right questions. Here's the funny part. Some people are just so foolish. Back in Zhou family village, they were like rats, anyone could bully them. But once they moved, they started acting all proud. In a place where they don't know anyone, who would really treat them well? Am I right? Zhou Jiao knew her second sister-in-law could gossip endlessly, even skipping meals. She heard her father-in-law's voice outside. If they kept talking and not working, the family wouldn't get dinner tonight. She didn't want to interrupt, so she stood up and took the spatula. When Lin Juhua tried to help, Zhou Jiao quickly waved her off, letting her continue talking. Soon, the 3 dishes were done: tofu stewed with fish, a vegetable stir-fry, and a wild green salad. Only then did Zhou Jiao finally hear the funny story Lin Juhua had been talking about. Zhou Jiao hadn't expected old Zhou to be so generous. He was building 5 rooms for his eldest and second grandsons. Even if they were just mud brick houses, that was a lot of money, let alone if they were brick houses. All of it was her family's money, every last cent. Those fools, spending other people's money without a care. Luckily, everyone in that area now knew about their family scandals. It just goes to show, you can't be too wicked in life. See? Retribution comes. No matter where they go, the old Zhou family's debts to her and her father will follow their descendants forever. When the food was served, the children cheered happily. Each took a piece of pork belly and then stopped, saying it was for their aunt to show filial piety to their grandparents. Zhou Jiao's heart softened again. What sensible kids. Watching them squint their eyes and savor the meat in tiny bites, she knew that ever since Zhang Guoqing stopped hunting, Mother Zhang had been saving on meat. Tonight, since she wasn't eating with them, there probably wouldn't even be tofu stewed with fish left. The sweet potato and rice tonight only had a bit more white rice than before. She wasn't sure if Huang Zuelan or her mother-in-law was running the household now, and didn't want to ask directly. She planned to ask Lynn Jihua privately. If Huang Zuelan was in charge and being stingy, Zhou Jiao would have a problem with that. She gave plenty of rice and flour to her in-laws every month. How could they mistreat the elders? The mountains looked greener, the trees lusher. In the gentle morning breeze, the fragrance of wild herbs drifted through the air, wild greens covering the hills, tall willows under the trees, nettles and water celery by the riverbank, dandelions and wild scallions in the fields. Waves of fresh, wild scents wafted through every household in Zhangjia village. While the south was already sweltering in early summer, Zhangjia village was still basking in the warmth and blossoming of spring, the air filled with the joy of the season. Standing in the courtyard, Zhou Jiao closed her eyes, took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, marveling to herself that this was what a real oxygen bar should feel like. Mother Zhang came out and, seeing her, shook her head with a smile. This child was up to her antics again. "Mom, did you sleep well last night? Did Shizi and the others bother you?" Hearing movement, Zhou Jiao turned and saw Mother Zhang, her face lighting up with joy. Her radiant smile made Mother Zhang pause in a daze before bursting out in laughter. "Our Jiao Jiao is getting prettier by the day. We slept soundly. Last night, Shizi and the others only climbed into bed after playing themselves out, and they're still not up." After dinner last night, Mother Zhang still didn't feel comfortable leaving Zhou Jiao and her son alone in the courtyard, so she ended up returning to the east room. The kids, of course, were even more reluctant to leave. Zhou Jiao chuckled at her mother-in-law's praise. Watching her mother-in-law head into the kitchen, she called out, "Mom, I've already made breakfast. Dad left early but should be back soon to eat. I'll go wake the kids. Why don't you sleep a bit more?" Hearing Mother Zhang muttering from the kitchen, Zhou Jiao just smiled without replying, hurrying to rouse Shizi and the others for breakfast. She was still planning to go dig for wild greens. After breakfast, those who needed to work went off to work, and the kids who had school ran off as well. Mother Zhang watched as Zhou Jiao, carrying a bamboo basket and accompanied by the two Maimao sisters, headed out. She figured Zhou Jiao probably didn't know as many wild greens as the two little girls. The thought made her laugh out loud. Looking down at the shoe sole in her hand, she thought of the family's shoes, tossed it into the basket, and clapped her hands at the kids playing happily on the king. "Ping'an, want to go out?" Ping'an immediately dropped what he was holding and ran over, shouting, "Go, go, go, go. You little rascal, always wanting to go out and play?" Mother Zhang quickly scooped him up, worried about dirtying his clothes, and hurriedly grabbed a little smock from the bed. Once she'd dressed him, she looked at her fair, chubby grandson and couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Was this the rough cloth Jiao Jiao said she'd use for the child? There was nothing for it. Mother Zhang picked him up and left in a hurry. She knew this was probably the worst fabric Jiao Jiao had, but with her skillful hands and beautiful embroidery, there was no way this outfit could look plain. She didn't care anymore. Her daughter-in-law was too energetic and loved to fuss over things. At this moment, Zhou Jiao had no idea her mother-in-law was grumbling about her. She followed the two little girls to their usual spot, and when she saw the kids around her looking up in a daze, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Auntie Wu, what brings you here?" The eldest granddaughter from Uncle Zhang's family ran over to ask. Zhou Jiao felt a bit embarrassed to admit she was here to dig wild greens. This must be a place the kids frequented, probably chosen by the adults to be safely away from the foot of the big mountain. "Hee. I came to see you all. You're such good kids. My Mao, you two stick with your sisters and don't wander off. Auntie's going to look somewhere else." With that, Zhou Jiao quickly slipped away. How embarrassing. How could she forget that all the adults were busy earning work points? Every place has its own way of nurturing its people. At this time, Zhou Jiao was on the outskirts of the big mountain, in a spot where village women often gathered during the autumn harvest. The busyness of spring planting left the villagers little time to enjoy nature's bounty. But here and there, clusters of wild greens and herbs grew, life-saving food to fill empty stomachs and delicious dishes for the table. Zhou Jiao rolled up her pants and squatted down to dig wild greens and medicinal herbs, occasionally glancing around. If you looked closely, you'd see packets of realgar scattered around her, not to mention a wooden stick. Luckily, no one was around. Otherwise, her precautions would have been a laughingstock. When a wild rabbit darted past, Zhou Jiao was so startled she almost pulled out her knockout powder. If Zhang Guoqing were here, he'd definitely stop her. What if she knocked herself out before the animals? After a while, Zhou Jiao spotted a rabbit in the distance, rolled her eyes, and put the powder away. She looked longingly at the deep mountains, imagining herself taking down a whole swath of wild animals with a wave of her hand. But who knew when that day would come? Thinking this, Zhou Jiao stood up, stretched, and enthusiastically practiced a set of martial arts. After one last look at the distant mountains, she squatted down again to gather more greens, already planning tonight's dishes in her mind. After about an hour, Zhou Jiao left the woods, satisfied, and headed to the riverbank to dig water celery, planning to make celery and pork dumplings for dinner. To take a shortcut, she had to cross a field. From a distance, she saw Father Zhang and Uncle Zhang working, her poor father-in-law bent over digging. Zhou Jiao immediately turned around and took the Maimao sisters home. "Did you remember what Auntie taught you?" In the kitchen, Zhou Jiao looked at Maimao, still worried. Maimao rolled her eyes playfully and recited with a grin, "We have to be quiet and not shout. Grandpa can only work after he's eaten his pancake and had some water." "Smart girl. Be careful on your way." Standing at the crossroads, watching the two sisters totter off, Zhou Jiao muttered to herself, "What a sin." Then she laughed and hurried off to the river. Under the willow trees at the village entrance, the tall willows, nettles by the riverbank, and water celery, anything tender had already been picked clean. Zhou Jiao had to look further afield. Finally, she found a patch of water celery. Standing on the bank, she looked down at her shoes and realized she'd miscalculated. Gritting her teeth, she took them off. Barefoot on the ground, the coolness shot up from the earth to her head, making Zhou Jiao grin from ear to ear. After picking the water celery, she thought it would be a waste to go home just yet. Looking around, she found only 2 or 3 other types of wild greens. The rest she didn't even recognize. Zhang Guoqing hadn't taught her those. Staring at the river, Zhou Jiao began to wonder, could she use knockout powder to stun the fish? She glanced around furtively, dumped the water celery from her basket, took out a packet of knockout powder, and scattered a generous handful of white rice into the basket, tying it with a string and lowering it into the water. As time passed, fish, big and small, began to float belly up to the surface. Zhou Jiao rushed over, pulled up the basket, and panicked. Oh no, she thought. She'd used too much. What if the whole downstream was filled with dead fish? She didn't even have time to worry about the floating fish. She quickly picked out the small ones and stuffed the big ones with water celery. Still uneasy, she waded in barefoot with a bamboo basket, gathering up as many fish as she could and storing them away. Exhausted, she realized there were still more fish further away. She hurriedly put her shoes back on and stashed the fish in her basket into her storage space, worried that if this got out, Mother Zhang would ask where all the fish came from. On the way back, Zhou Jiao followed the river downstream, checking the water. The area where she dropped the powder was the worst. Elsewhere, it wasn't so bad. Before she even reached the village entrance, she saw a few old ladies and kids who hadn't gone to work netting fish. Back home, Zhou Jiao clutched her pounding chest and let out a long sigh. What a scare. She was secretly glad she hadn't used 2 packets of knockout powder, or the whole village would have been in an uproar. For several days in a row, children waited along the riverbank and on the stone bridge, hoping to witness a miracle. According to Zhang's mother, many people were initially afraid to eat the fish, worried it might be poisonous. But to everyone's surprise, after being placed in water for less than half a day, the pale, seemingly dead fish came back to life. The old ladies who caught the fish were overjoyed. Zhou Jiao was left dumbfounded by the story. After that incident, she never dared to take out the powder again. She was sure about the sedative she had concocted. It was definitely non-toxic. But could it really bring fish back to life? That, she truly didn't know. After that scare, Zhou Jiao absolutely refused to go near the river. Now, she eagerly awaited Zhang Guoqing's return. His coming back meant she could go up the mountains and down to the river with him, running wild and free. After 2 days of picking wild vegetables, Zhou Jiao lost interest. She'd already weeded the entire vegetable garden, even accidentally pulling up some of the seedlings. In the kitchen, a group of children surrounded Zhou Jiao, drawn by the delicious aroma wafting from the pot. When they saw she was finally about to serve the food, they cheered excitedly. Zhou Jiao placed a large basin of stir-fried river snails on the table. "Don't eat too much. Leave some to take home." Tong Sua from Uncle Zhang's family grumbled, "Auntie, just let us eat our fill. My mom doesn't like these, and she never wants to cook them." "Yeah, every time I bring some home, the adults scold me. They really don't like them." Seeing the kids exchanging glances and making faces, Zhou Jiao laughed. "Don't be silly. I'm just worried that if you eat too much, you won't have room for the shrimp later." Cooking requires oil. None of the Zhang family's daughters-in-law wanted to waste precious oil on food that didn't fill the belly. The older kids understood, but how could the younger ones grasp their parents' reasoning? "Auntie, don't go back to the county. We'll help you watch the kids every day and keep you entertained. Nowhere's better than our Zhangjia village." "He's right. Auntie, don't leave. In a few days, we'll go up the mountain with you." Zhou Jiao smiled. "All right, those of you who should be in school, go to school. Don't skip class. The younger kids are watching you. And be careful not to burn yourselves. Auntie, won't you consider staying in the village? Anyway, Uncle is working every day. He can just come back to the village after work." She chuckled. "Well, you talk it over with your uncle. If he agrees, I'll stay." Seeing the children's disappointed faces, Zhou Jiao shook her head with a smile and hurried to wash the pot and cook. If she really lived in the village, where would she find the time to cook for them every day? Just as Zhou Jiao finished cooking, she heard footsteps outside. "Jiao Jiao, Xiao Wu is back." Zhang's mother called out from afar. Zhou Jiao quickly wiped her hands and rushed outside. She saw Zhang Guoqing entering the house. Thankfully, he didn't look tired or worn out. She had been worried that this fool would overwork himself helping others. "Jiao Jiao, when I came home and saw the house empty, you gave me quite a scare. I thought you'd gone somewhere. Luckily, I saw your note." Zhang's mother scolded him with a smile. "Silly boy. If she's not in the county, she's in the village. Go wash up first. Have you eaten lunch?" Zhou Jiao glanced at Zhang Guoqing, knowing that he'd eaten early and was probably hungry again. She took the child, who ran into her arms, and said with a smile, "Mom, Xiao Wu loves your noodles. As long as you cook them, he'll definitely eat. There's some meat broth at home, remember to use it." After Zhang's mother left, Zhang Guoqing asked, "Did you have something urgent to tell me?" Zhou Jiao shot him a look. Why was he so sharp when there was nothing going on? She motioned for him to come inside. In the bedroom, Zhou Jiao turned and took out a change of clothes for Zhang Guoqing from her space. After a moment's thought, she also took out a fish. She looked up to see her son's big, bright eyes staring at her, making her laugh out loud. Seeing this, Zhang Guoqing quickly told her to put the fish away. Never underestimate their son. He was sharp as a tack. He sniffed himself and told Zhou Jiao to wait in the room while he went to take a quick shower. After a speedy combat shower, Zhang Guoqing returned to the room, took his son, and looked at Zhou Jiao. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Zhou Jiao peeked out the window to make sure no one was around before returning to Zhang Guoqing's side and whispering the whole mix-up with the sedative and the fish in his ear. Zhang Guoqing tried to hold back his laughter as he asked for more details, but in the end, he couldn't help bursting out laughing. After he stopped laughing, he teased her a bit. Then, after asking about her daily life in the village, he was truly impressed by his wife. She really knew how to have fun. After finishing these stories, Zhou Jiao moved on to serious matters. The situation with the Zhou family still needed to be watched. She had no idea how her father would respond after receiving the letter. After hearing her concerns, Zhang Guoqing completely agreed. He planned to find time to check things out himself and arrange for someone to keep an eye on the other party. After discussing these trivial matters, Zhang Guoqing began to recount his experience reporting for duty. He focused on the amusing parts to make her laugh, deliberately skipping over the fact that he had put down his pen these past few days and personally joined the team, working from dawn till dusk, digging ditches and hauling dirt. For 5 whole days, the work had truly exhausted him. He'd even been lectured by Zhao Chuangang for 2 hours straight. Zhao called him a fool, but Zhang Guoqing knew exactly what he was doing. The report he wrote made it all worthwhile. What he did wouldn't just be a simple note in his resume as a follower. Those extra honors would give him a real advantage in the future. Gu Rui was right now, he was just a mud-legged peasant. And in the future, that would be his greatest asset. Being a mud-legged peasant was nothing to be ashamed of. Zhang Guoqing wasn't afraid of anyone's insults. Sometimes, even malicious words reflected reality. Being cursed and insulted, he remembered that humiliation deep in his heart. He was determined to become like his father-in-law, someone no one dared to offend lightly, so that Zhou Jiao could live as freely as her mother. One day, he would be able to protect his wife and child with his own strength. Zhang's mother's voice snapped Zhang Guoqing out of his thoughts. He responded loudly, then happily carried his son and led Zhou Jiao outside. Zhou Jiao lowered her head, hiding the worry in her eyes. Zhang Guoqing had returned to the hardworking, driven man he was in her previous life, no longer content to just go with the flow. Was this good or bad? She didn't know, but she understood that this man had found his motivation again. In the living room, Zhang Guoqing ate noodles while listening to Zhang's mother chatter away. He responded from time to time, smiling when she mentioned Zhou Jiao driving the sidecar motorcycle back to the village. Never mind driving a sidecar, if his wife wanted to drive a tank, he'd support her. As long as she was safe, he'd even hand her a knife if she wanted to kill someone. Who was he working so hard for, if not for his wife to live as she pleased? Zhang Guoqing knew Zhang's mother meant well, so he patiently explained that Zhou Jiao could drive, and that she'd already driven him all around Beijing. Seeing Zhang's mother burst out laughing, Zhou Jiao quickly took her son outside. Her husband was such a bragger. She'd only ridden with him, not driven herself. After she left, Zhang's mother complained to her eldest son that Zhou Jiao was too silly. The eldest's family had invited her to eat at the old house, but she refused. Now look, the whole family was coming over to her youngest son's house for meals. Zhang's mother did some quick math in her head. When she saw her eldest son laughing so hard he was clutching his stomach, she angrily punched him. How could he be so heartless? Listening to Zhang's mother's reminders, Zhang Guoqing nodded repeatedly. Her favoritism warmed his heart once again. People were made of flesh and blood. He and Zhou Jiao weren't fools. They were willing to take on a little hardship for the sake of the old couple. The next day happened to be the weekend. Zhang Guoqing left the old team leader's house and hurried home. As soon as he entered the inner room, he grabbed Zhou Jiao and pulled her along. "What did the old team leader want with you?" Zhou Jiao asked as he came in. "I'll tell you tonight. Let's go first." "Brother, what's the rush? Where are you taking me?" Zhang Guoqing gave her a mysterious smile. "Let's hurry. If we wait any longer, someone else will show up and we really won't be able to leave. You're something else. Can't you at least tell me where we're going? Doesn't your son have anything to do with his mother?" Zhang Guoqing shot her a sidelong glance. So unlovable, did she really think he was so unreliable? Zhou Jiao could only let herself be pulled out the door. As they walked, she suddenly stopped, looking at him suspiciously. Could it be what she was thinking? Seeing her expression, Zhang Guoqing burst out laughing. He nodded at Zhou Jiao. "You must have guessed it. It's 7 in the morning now. Until 4 in the afternoon, you're in charge and your brother will go have some fun with you." Zhou Jiao couldn't help but laugh at his antics. She looked off into the distance, excited, and confirmed again, I'm in charge and you'll do as I say? Are you sure? I'm sure. Today, you call the shots. Zhang Guoqing nodded firmly. His wife was getting bolder. Did she really want to test the medicine? Zhou Jiao grinned. I just want to test the effects. You know the mountains better than I do, so I'll follow your lead. Zhang Guoqing nodded and said in a low voice, I'll take you to the wild boar herd. I'll test the medicine on them, and you can keep watch from a tree with the gun. If any wolves show up, just shoot. Are you scared? What's there to be afraid of? My dad says I'm a genius. Don't worry, I'll protect you, Zhou Jiao said proudly, chin held high, completely forgetting how she used to be afraid to go into the mountains alone. Zhang Guoqing stifled a laugh and gave her a thumbs up. Impressive. We'll take a shortcut, so we probably won't run into any wolves. If we see any other animals, just leave them alone. Our target this time is wild boars. If the knockout powder works, it'll be a huge haul. Once we've got the boars, I'll take you to the cabin. There's a meadow and a big pond there. We can fish and cook meat at the same time. If we cook there, you won't have to worry about anyone smelling it. Hearing this, Zhou Jiao excitedly grabbed his hand and hurried forward. Cooking meat, now that was an idea that hit the spot. Ever since Lynn had come knocking after smelling her late-night cooking, she hadn't dared do it again. As they went deeper into the mountains, Zhang Guoqing noticed she was too slow and told her to get on his back. With Zhou Jiao on his back, he ran swiftly, so fast that Zhou Jiao blushed for herself. She didn't dare say a word, just clung tightly to his neck. Carrying her, Zhang Guoqing weighed her in his mind. Ever since she'd taken off her winter clothes, she seemed even lighter. He wondered if he should go gather some more tonic herbs. He was really worried that after the summer, she wouldn't even weigh 80 pounds. Running quickly, they soon reached the thread of heaven spot. Zhang Guoqing couldn't help but stop. Zhou Jiao leaned close and whispered in his ear, Are we there? Not yet, the wild boar woods are just ahead. This is the thread of heaven. Want to go in and pick some herbs? Zhou Jiao quickly shook her head, then realized he couldn't see her and whispered, You guys already picked it all last time. There's nothing left. Did you forget I bought a bunch? Let's go test the medicine, that's the main thing. Zhang Guoqing looked up at the sky and decided to come back another day. The herbs from the pharmacy couldn't compare to what he found himself. He planned to ask Old Man Wang for advice on the best tonics. Weighing Zhou Jiao again, Zhang Guoqing sighed and dashed forward. As he ran, Zhou Jiao glared at the back of his head. Did he think she didn't know what he was thinking? Was she really that skinny? She was so annoyed she wanted to yank his ear and shout, Do you even know your own strength? She looked around, shaking her head in regret. When they reached a big tree, Zhang Guoqing checked the surroundings, then climbed up and pulled Zhou Jiao onto a branch to sit. Zhou Jiao glanced at the dead snake below, then looked at Zhang Guoqing suspiciously. You're not just going to leave me here, are you? The wild boar woods, by the name alone, there are wild boars, and the woods are at least 500 meters ahead. Who am I supposed to shoot with this gun? Young man, do you really believe my dad when he says I'm a genius? If I handed him a peanut and called it a pearl, he'd probably praise my good eye too. Zhang Guoqing was so amused he had to clutch his stomach to keep from laughing out loud, his face turning red. Finally stifling his laughter, Zhang Guoqing whispered, I'll go in and lure them out. Just keep the gun pointed around you and protect yourself. Even without the knockout powder, those wild boars couldn't hurt me. Zhou Jiao remembered him fighting the black bear, that superhuman strength, and finally nodded. She told him to hurry back. If she went with him, she'd probably just get in the way. Watching Zhang Guoqing's figure disappear into the woods, Zhou Jiao gripped the gun tightly, listening for any movement, and couldn't help but wonder if her father, Zhou Xiaozheng, had already guessed she'd go into the mountains, which was why he gave her the gun. Thinking of this, Zhou Jiao broke into a bright smile and gave him a mental thumbs up, so clever. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaozheng was bored out of his mind listening to everyone argue at a meeting. He secretly looked down on them. 3 days of meetings for this? They'd be better off sleeping and voting when they woke up. What a waste of time. He never imagined that the weapon he'd given his daughter for self-defense would be mistaken for hunting gear. If he could hear Zhou Jiao's thoughts right now, he'd suspect his daughter had inherited her mother's silliness. Did he really need to prepare such a delicate little gun just for hunting? Suddenly, a chorus of animal howls rang out. Zhou Jiao tensed, watching the woods ahead, but when nothing appeared, she realized she'd been tricked. Just as she was about to climb down, she noticed the sounds had stopped. Was the knockout powder working? To be continued.